everything's ready. And oh, get those. So that I can be embarrassed by this? Yeah.
What you want to say, baby, when you're alone into darkest night. Maybe you can give your radio open your heart and show your understand. You're the sea, and grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your understand. what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can give your radio open your heart and show your other side. Your destiny, you can say and grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your other side. Your destiny, you can say
Hi everybody. Yeah, you got to hear me before the stream even. I hope I didn't say anything weird. I was trying to talk to my KGB handler. Oh, I mean CIA, right? No, I'm definitely on I'm definitely on you know, the American side of things. Definitely not supporting the secret government of the Soviet Union, which never really dissolved. Oh my god, chat, I'm giving you too many conspiracy theories right off the bat. We can't do this. I'm gonna get in trouble, right? Conspiracies aren't real, but I am. Oh my god, and so is Colonel Nunuchka, who, I want to remind you, if we get to 200 sub points, I will cosplay Colonel Nunuchka. Update the now and next, that seems like a good idea. That seems like generally a good idea. What the hell is that noise? I hear like a beep, strange beeping. We've got kind of a special stream for you today, by the way. So what are we starting off with? British bathroom? I don't have enough room. Okay, okay, we all know who this is about, right? Oh my god, almost have room. Almost have room. There we go, that works. Oh my gosh. What is even going on here? But yeah, oh my god, oh my god. Okay, so yeah, like I said, we've got a special, I'm sorry, I'm so distracted. Got a kind of a special segment this show. It's gonna be my first kitchen segment. Let me give you a little preview, okay? Look at that. That's Waluigi in the kitchen with my HelloFresh bag, which I'll be cooking this for you, right? I'll be showing you how quick and easy a HelloFresh meal can be to prepare. And you're gonna see my cooking style, which is a little different. Like, I am so lazy when it comes to cooking. My CIA handler is gonna be mad if I start disabling mics in the house. Yeah, so we got Jesse Gender talking about this Sophie from Mars incident, right? So what had happened, okay? There's a 22-year-old Tory MP from the UK. Wait, we don't have enough light, do we? Fix that. Okay, that's better. I knew that I was missing something. Yeah. Waluigi, Guardian of the Simplicity. I'm glad you said that, because some people, when they saw it, they said it looked like he was sitting in the loo. And that's what this story is about. This story possibly involving Sophie from Mars. So here's what we know about the story, right? There was a 22-year-old MP, Tory MP from the UK, who wrote an article for the Daily Mail claiming that she felt unsafe in the bathroom. Why did she feel unsafe in the bathroom? Because there was a trans woman there. And she relays this whole ass story about how, you know, this woman talked about, you know, touching herself in an inappropriate way, right? It just like, right? So this horrible bathroom story, but there's no way to falsify that, right? Any British TERF can make up that story and tell that story, and there's no way to prove them wrong. We've dealt with this before, right? People have accused me of things that are like unfalsifiable, and there's like no way to prove them wrong. Oh wait, but I proved them wrong. I've done that twice now, right? At least twice. 2 times this has happened with me, with accusations, right? So there's no way to prove this you know, British TERF wrong, you know, like she, you know, it says she said, and the other she we can't get in contact with, right? Unless that other she happens to be Sophie from Mars. And here's what happened, like, right? That article got written, Sophie saw it and related it to an incident, you know, that seemed pretty innocuous, that where you know, she was in a pub, she was using the loo, and there were no paper towels, right? So there's just too much about these two stories that match up. The story by the TERF says that this woman said, you know, there's no paper towels, better dry them on my... I can't say it because it's too early in the stream, right? But you can imagine, right? Something that really wouldn't do a good job of drying your hands off, right? And that was the TERF's claim. Now, Sophie says that she was in the bathroom. She had a very shockingly similar experience. The difference is she said she was going to dry her hands off on her jeans. So in other words, in this TERF's imagination, like a trans woman not having paper towels and drying her hands off on her jeans, which is a totally normal thing to do, right, became some kind of weird, you know, thing that it wasn't, right? Took on a nature that it never should have. Tories are horrific human beings, yeah, with wild imaginations, right? So we're gonna take a look at Jessie Gender's coverage of this story, because she covered it. We're also going to take a look at, and Novara also covered it. I think Novara might have talked to Sophie, so we'll see what Sophie has to say about it. I don't know if we're going to read the TERF article. It's kind of like, it's not paywalled, but it wants me to enable ads, and I don't want to enable Daily Mail ads, right? It's in the Daily Mail, of course, right? If you're British, that probably means something to you. If you're an American, understand that the Daily Mail is one of many transphobic British rags, right? And when I say rags, that's all it's good for, is cleaning up around the house, cleaning up around the kitchen, like you might want to do after cooking a delicious HelloFresh meal, which I'll show you in just a bit. So yeah, we're gonna do, oh my god, FD Signifier and Soul Bunny, that's old news. Wait, no, that's not old news. We do need to cover that too. That will be covered today. I'm glad it said that, because I would have forgotten otherwise. Okay, so the next story is what? Vaush versus Vaushite. That's right. Vaush is going after his community again, right? This is what I keep telling people. Like, as bad as Vaush's community can be, there are people in that community whose stomachs are starting to get turned by Vaush's just bad take after bad take. And I don't know, why would you stay in a community like that after seeing Vaush just absolutely, you know, lean reactionary so many times? You know, I don't know, parasociality, I guess, right? Jessie Gender did a good job covering it. All right, so that's what we're going to start off with that. But first, let's watch a little glow. Wait. What? Why was that the thumbnail? Why was Nanuchka? This is Tina Ferrari, and you know, this is a title match here. Wow, we started just as Tina Ferrari's, like, you know, getting pile driven or something. But yeah, for some reason, Colonel Nanuchka was in the like. Oh wait, here we go. Let's take a look. So this is like after the match. Excellent audio that they had in the 80s.
That farmer's daughter is not too bright.
I know. She was driving here. She saw a sign said Las Vegas left. She went home.
Get it? Because Las Vegas left. Anyway, this is the kind of awesome like humor that you can expect from the gorgeous ladies of wrestling. Okay, anyway. So yeah, let's get to what we're getting to today, which is Jessie Gender. That's the one part of Colonel Nanuchka that I don't think I could do a good job of cosplaying, is like I don't drink really. Yeah, there we go. Here it is. Okay, so let's I want you to see the thumbnail. Okay, this is the 22, and like Vamps, maybe you can shed some light on this. Okay, in the United States, like, now my understanding of a member of parliament, right, is that there's two houses. There's the House of Commons, and then there's the House of Lords. Okay, House of Lords, you got to be some bigwig. You got to be related to somebody. You know, you gotta be, I don't know, like you're grandfathered into the House of Lords, right? And then the House of Commons is like it is something akin to our House of Representatives, right? So you know, this is an MP. I guess that she's an MP for the House of Commons. She's 22. In the United States, this would never happen. I believe that there is like an age limit on members of the House of Representatives, right? And I don't think a 22-year-old would even be able to run, let alone achieve office. In general, you know, U.S. politicians, they start their careers, at least in terms of the you know, federal government at like in their 30s, right? So this is wild to me to see a 22-year-old member of parliament. Not that I'm judging or anything like that, right? But it's just different, right? 25 for the House. Yeah, you got to be 25 years old to even run for the House. So this woman is 22 years old and got elected to the. I mean, I'm guessing this is Commons. British media is infinitely more unhinged than American media. British media really does live in the gutter. You have to be a rich knob to be House of Lords. Okay. You can be 18. So at 18, you can run. And is this common to have like a 22-year-old? And this is House of Commons, right? Counselor? That's different than MP. Wait, I thought she was an MP. Okay. So let me read the quote here. I was frozen to the spot in shock. It was sad to intimidate how a friendly chat in the ladies of London pub. Okay, ladies of London pub turned menacing and plunged Tory Councillor 22 into a clash between trans rights and women's safety. Wild. Wait, only a counselor. Okay, so what is a counselor? Is a counselor like an aide to an MP? That makes sense. Okay, you would definitely have a 22-year-old like aide to a there are a few in their 20s. But can somebody tell me what a counselor is? Is a counselor like a Is a counselor like an aide? Because I thought this was an MP. Oh my gosh, I hope I didn't say MP in my on my Twitter thread. Speaking of Twitter threads, don't spill that tea. It's actually coffee. It's actually void coffee, if you must ask. No, I'm just trying to understand this. What is a counselor? You are clever, Danny boy. Thank you. What I just need to know, like, well, I mean, maybe Jessie Gender will explain this. elected local officials, but not actually MPs. So she's doing something in the local government, but this isn't, okay, this isn't like a federal kind of gig that she's got then. Oh, there's the letter, okay. Wait, I'm gonna check my, I gotta check my tweet now and see what I actually posted. Now I'm curious. I need to know if I messed up on this. Not that there's anything I can do about it, but here we go. Let's copy this link. Oh no, I said MP, didn't I? It's a counselor. It's a counselor. Okay, so there's the Twitter thread. If you want to just go mosey on over there, if you have Twitter, and like that, retweet that, comment on that, do anything that you can to help it gain traction, that would be massively helpful to me, because I have a feeling there's gonna be some people that that want to watch this stream with me today, and they don't even know that they want to. So yeah, if you could do that, and let me open this on. I'm going to open this in, what's up, YouTube chat? I haven't been reading you because I can't see you. Let me fix that. First, I'm going to put the thread that I'm talking about. There it is. That's my Twitter thread. Go and take a look at that. And if you want to make fun of me for messing up on that and calling a counselor an MP, apparently I don't know anything about British politics, and I thought I did. So there's that. And then let me just copy you right into my OBS, like so, and like so. Apply. There we go. And then I'm just gonna turn this into live chat to make sure I can see all of your lovely comments. Hi, Dr. Butler. Hi, Woody Red. Hi, Dragon Princess. Good to see you. I'm glad that people are loving those weasel emotes as much as I am. So yeah, what are we talking about today? We're talking about Sophie from Mars's weird experience in a bathroom in a pub, which apparently was not that weird until afterwards, right? It was just a normal like little interaction of like you know, go to dry your hands off, there's no towels, and then so you dry them off on your jeans and you say, ah, no towels, I must dry these hands off on my jeans, right? Now what's weird about this is that after Sophie you know went to bed and woke up the next morning, there's this report of a Tory MP having an encounter with a dangerous and menacing trans woman, like who was trying to intimidate her, apparently by drying her hands off with something other than her jeans, something that might be in the proximity of her jeans, but something that really would not do a good job of drying your hands off. And Sophie thought back to the night before and said, is that who I was in the bathroom with, right? And there's just too many coincidences. We don't know for... What's up, Big Daddy you? Retweet that tweet? Yeah, retweet. Yeah, wow. I've never thought of it that way, but it's true. Off topic, but growing up, did people make jokes about the show Friends? Oh, the show Friends, the 90s sitcom Friends. You know, that honestly should be getting an AI reboot, right? Are the rest of you like look, if there's going to be a Seinfeld AI reboot, shouldn't there be a Friends AI reboot? The problem is, like, the Seinfeld reboot went transphobic, so what would the Friends AI reboot do? Like, what kind of marginalized group would the Friends AI attack? I don't know. What is up with these, like, bigoted AIs, too, right? I think I put MPs. Yeah, feel free to go to that thread. It's in the... I have pinned it on both chats. Go to that thread and feel free to make fun of me for being ridiculous and not knowing the difference between a counselor and an MP. That's why I thought it was weird, because I thought we were talking about an MP, and you know, that's something you definitely would not see in the US. But yeah, counselor, I'm not sure exactly what that is, but maybe it makes, I see Jesse Gender is on your screen. Top-notch YouTuber. Yeah, and friend of the VOD. Jesse, you know, comes into the stream from time to time. I guess, you could say that she's a fan, right? I don't know. I'm a fan of hers for sure. But she is gracious enough to grace us with her presence from time to time. Friends was homophobic. So Friends was homophobic? Tell me more. How come my void coffee isn't as void as normal? Like normally this is, oh, I know why. This is a sign that my lighting is not as good as I thought it was. Come on, lighting. Come on, lighting, be better. Do better. Oh well, it just, you can see the void. The Seinfeld AI wasn't transphobic. It sounded like it was making fun of lazy transphobic comedians. You know, I mean, you could see it that way because, like, here's the deal. Like, I mean, it's not funny in the same way that a human would be intentionally funny, but yeah, like it wrote a scenario where a comedian did, I guess you could say, some lazy transphobic humor. And that comedian was, wait, it's not, what's it actually called? What's the comedian? It's not Jerry Seinfeld. They named the comedian something else, right, on the show. Does anybody know? Did anybody watch this? It was called Nothing Forever, right? It was a channel on Twitch until it got banned. And the story about how it got banned is kind of funny, right? It wasn't intended to be transphobic. It's AI generated. They kind of just like let it go. But the problem was one of the modules, one of the pieces of software, I guess, or the server that they were using to make this happen, like, was unable to be used, and they switched to another one, and that was when they ended up with this, you know, like this transphobic joke, which Dr. Butler is pointing out could be interpreted as, like, you know, more of a meta commentary, more like making fun of lazy transphobic humor rather than, you know, but it's hard to really ascribe intent to the AI one way or the other. Regardless, it got banned from Twitch for sounding like transphobia. Sari Leinfeld, no, Sari Ginefield. Tell the light to learn to grow a better fixture. Yeah, if only it could be, no, like they had names that were just like, they were really close to the characters' names on the show, but they weren't quite the same. Anyway, I've been teasing this. I've been edging you a little too long. Let's get to the actual content of today and take a look at this Jesse Gender video.
Full taps and temperamental hand.
Oh my gosh.
Hello, interwebs. I hope you're all doing well. I'm just hanging out here today wearing my favorite Star Trek Lower Decks t-shirt because...
Let me know, is this loud enough for you? Let me know if I need to turn her up.
Got Deep Space Nine and the little handsome lady Cerritos just floating on by. But unfortunately,
I feel like we might need a little bit of a volume boost here.
Star Trek Lower Decks, but instead I want to take this chance to discuss an article that recently went viral over in the United Kingdom, written by a 22-year-old Tory councilwoman surrounding an incident, her words, that happened to her involving a trans woman that she encountered in a bathroom in a pub. I know, Jesse Gender wants to talk about transphobia again. Oh, what a shock. Whoa, what's changed, Jesse? Oh, you're really switching up your topics. But the reason that I actually wanted to talk about this viral article is because, having read over it, it showcased to me a kind of perfect case that we can use to discuss how gender critical, aka TERF folks, discuss and think about transgender bodies and how they think about transgender people inherently and frame transgender people as villains and predators within the media. Oh, and also, after I'd already decided to make a video about this story took an interesting little quirk in the fact that it actually possibly indirectly and possibly directly involves a transgender creator here on YouTube who I, you know, fall in similar circles with. So we'll talk about that.
Thank you, Dr. Butler. You checked it for me. It's Larry Feinberg. That was the AI Seinfeld's name, right? And then all the other characters were like, you know, similar names, but just like off by a tick, right? Yeah, anyway, it was a lot of fun. There's some good moments to that. I know that the creators of the show did not intend to be transphobic, so no, you know, shade on them or anything like that. They just got in a bad situation and AI kind of went the wrong way. But yeah, the first thing that I noticed about this, right, is that an article went viral on the danger of trans women in the bathroom with like no proof, with nothing more than the words of a conservative politician, right? The idea being that anyone could make up this encounter or a similar encounter in the UK, anyone of note, like anyone who's like as famous as a counselor, a Tory counselor, right, could make up something like this and could go viral. And it wouldn't matter if they completely made it up. Ronald Reagan was famous for telling stories that were just perfectly illustrated whatever point that he wanted to make, whether it was like demonizing, recipients of welfare, or whether it was like, like the people that were encouraged by his campaign or whatever. Ronald Reagan would, I met a woman in such and such a state, and none of these people could you ever track down. So there was never any verification. So, these stories worked really well, got Ronald Reagan elected, right? But there was never any proof for them. And just like this, there's no proof for this. Now, Jesse's also pointing out that it illustrates something about the way that trans people's bodies are viewed by transphobes and TERFs, right? And that being that, like, you can't just like dry your pants off, or you dry your hands off on your jeans. You have to be doing something like, they sexualize us, right? That's what that is, right? They turn everything we do into being something menacing or something sexual or something weird in order to demonize us and portray us as monsters and get the public to hate our guts. So,
at the end. Now, before we get to the article, to just lay down the context a little bit, and I won't go too deep into it because if you are more interested in it, you can follow my other work that I've done on transgender people in media and this channel and other channels that I have. But for those of you who don't know or aren't from the UK, the Tory party is the Conservative Party in the United Kingdom.
Twitch desktop is broken? What's going on, Threadsless?
That has been one of the leading political parties and groups that has been pushing anti-transgender narratives and legislations. And this sort of heightening rhetoric around trans people dovetails with how the British media has been more and more framing transgender issues as this fight between cis women and trans women, which we know is obviously a false framing because trans women's rights and trans rights generally are not at odds with cisgender women's rights, but actually to make a world safer for trans people is to inherently make a world safer for...
Yeah, how common do we hear this kind of rhetoric about marginalized people, right? We get it portrayed to us as a zero-sum game. Doing right by any marginalized group means screwing over the group with privilege, right? And that's a way to get people to be against it. It's like we're not just like helping so we're not just like making something fair. You're getting something taken away from you. Like feminism is taking something away from men. Anti-racism is taking something away from white people, right? And it's always framed like this in order to get people to not just do what is obviously go along with whatever is the right thing to do, to make it look like, oh no, it's not just the right thing to do. It is, benefiting some group that you don't quite understand, that you don't quite get, at the expense of people like you. That's how it's often portrayed.
For women as well, because our fights are often interlinked in very similar ways, if not exactly the same ways.
Okay, so on Friends, there's an episode where Ross is very against having a male nanny for his kid because he thinks the nanny is gay. Whoa.
Because trans women also experience sexism as well. But this is how the British media has been framing it in order to create a culture or narrative, and the people that have often been used and often been centered in this false framing have been gender-critical TERF people, at which this article sort of falls directly within that narrative, which brings us to the article at hand. So the article, and by the way, can I just say, I know I don't have an ad blocker, and I should definitely get an ad blocker, but the Daily Mail's website is just so damn cluttered.
George, I was being transphobic and the crowd didn't like it. What's the deal with human dignity?
Like, even their headlines are just hard to read. But anyways, this brings...
So yeah, I saw this article too. I was bringing it up in my research, and they asked me to enable ads. And I was like, I don't want ads for the Daily Mail.
This is the article.
I don't trust the Daily Mail. I don't like the Daily Mail. In hindsight, Friends kind of sucks.
That Ruby Sampson, who was...
I've never really watched it. I mean, obviously I've seen episodes because like my friends, like, you know, right, we're always watching it on Netflix and like Chromecasting it to the TV, but like my roommates and stuff. But I never really sat down and watched. Like I'm not like I know most of the characters. Phoebe is the one that's like smelly cat, and she's my favorite. And then Rachel. Oh my God. I don't even know all the characters. There's Joey. Joey's the guy that sits on the chair.
The 22-year-old Tory counselor for
Ross is works in a museum.
Cockfosters, which is
Chandler.
By the way, hilarious. I lived in London. I lived near Cockfosters for a little while when I was in college, and that name still just makes me laugh, especially given the context of this article. But regardless, this article was written by Ruby Sampson in the Daily Mail, and it's called "How a Friendly Chat in the Ladies of a London Pub Turned Menacing and Plunged a
Wait, is Courtney Cox Rachel?
Counselor 22 into a clash between trans rights and women's safety." Again, we're sort of seeing that framing just right from the headline of like trans women versus women's safety. These things are at odds with each other.
Like,
but
look, you might think that trans women deserve the right to be able to go to the bathroom, but have you ever thought of women's safety though? Yeah.
Into the article, you'll see how
Friends is just living single but white.
And over the top. And
Jennifer Aniston is Rachel. Okay, Courtney Cox is Monica. Okay. Oh, I forgot about Monica.
But let's read the article to get more. So we start off with Ruby saying, "These days I don't feel safe going to the ladies' loo alone." Again, sort of this framing of like there's dangerous people sneaking into the women's bathrooms to harm you, and generally always framing it as trans women who are doing that. And she says, "That's a statement I never thought I'd make. It sounds crazy, doesn't it? I'm neither shy nor fearful, but after my experience at a Westminster pub earlier this month..."
Okay, now I don't want to like, you know, I don't want to always have to talk about like everything in relation to debate bros, but since they're causing so many problems and I'm seeing a parallel here, I want to bring up this point, okay? So, you know, the British media is giving you a choice. Do you value women's rights or do you value trans rights? Because somehow you can't have both, right? With the debate bros, it's a little different, right? Because they will, you know, nominally support trans rights in most cases, right? If it's, you know, an issue with DeSantis, if it's an issue with Trump, they're on the side of trans people. But you don't see them. In fact, I've noticed this recently, right? You never really see them endorsing feminism. You never see them talking about feminist issues. If they ever do talk about a feminist, it's usually a trans exclusionary radical feminist that gives you almost the feeling that it's like trans rights or feminism, but we're on the side of trans rights. So whereas the British press will be like, you know, trans rights or feminism, and we're on the side of feminism, the debate bros are always like, trans rights or feminism, and we're on the side of trans rights. These things aren't mutually exclusive, right? There is an option to you know, support feminism and support trans rights. It's not a zero-sum game that we're dealing with here.
That's how I feel. Frequented predominantly by civil servants, the Marquis of Granbury is near where I work, but it could just as easily have been any pub in the country. So again, framing this as like, it could be anywhere.
Friends has a nice vibe if you can ignore how poorly it aged.
It happened to you. It was a Wednesday night, and I was attending an event upstairs. Before heading home after a pleasant evening, I went to the ladies' loo, which had 2 cubicles. I emerged from mine at the same time as the woman next door, who, at about 6 feet tall, towered over me. She wore a skimpy top.
Okay, so right now, towered over me, you know, here's how we're starting off, right? Almost like using physical characteristics to put this person in a different space, to make sure that we're not seeing this as a woman using the bathroom, but as a, you know, trans. We're juxtaposing women and trans women with physical characteristics, right? Now, there's cis women that are you know, 6 foot or over, right? One of the famous Glow wrestlers actually was well over 6 feet, right? So it's kind of a weird thing to do, but it works for the TERF mind. If you're coming to this with a transphobic preconception, like, you know, this reinforces the demonization of trans women, right? Who are debate bros aside from like Vaush, Zan, Destiny, and sometimes Hassan? I wouldn't call Hassan a debate bro. He's a streamer, but he doesn't really do. I mean, he does sometimes do debates. I guess it's just like not the mainstay of his content, and he's not like acculturated to these people. Wait, so well now like I gotta say, okay, so I say debate bros because everybody says debate bros, but really I feel like a better term is like debate bozo. Right? Keffels used to say debate pervert. Hassan says debate pervert. I don't know if we need to bring in perversion or anything like that, but I wanna make a clear point here that you don't have to be a bro to be a debate bozo, right? So we've got like mainly the ones that I should wait until wait, who asked this question? Threadsless. Ask me again when we get to the Vaush versus Vaush segment, because I people are going to be really bugged by the fact that I'm like, you know what I mean? I'm talking about a different thing during like, the time that I'm supposed to be talking about this content. And I have ADHD, so I'll totally go there with you. But like, I need to guard against that, right? I need to make sure that I'm not confusing people or making the stream harder for people to watch. Fun fact, I'm gonna lurk again. Champion volleyball player Carrie Welsh is 6'3". Yeah, it's not unheard of at all. Back in the day, he debated Destiny, where that was the Weasley Little Liar thing. Yeah. No, it's not your fault. I mean, like, look, I was about to go there with you. I just have to. But I do want to get back to that. That's a really good question that you asked. Just please remind me again when we're talking about the Vaush thing.
Which made her shoulders seem bigger, and she spoke with a strikingly deep voice. A trans woman. So let's stop here and talk about this, because this right already is how often gender critical, aka TERF people, and many anti-transgender people discuss transgender bodies.
So it's almost like as if there's this idea of like, some of you think that trans women are women, but are they? They're tall, they speak with a low voice, and you know what I mean? Like all these things, all these like, things that they're trying to notice, to distinguish, to tell you, that to deny, trans women being women.
They always focus on supposedly masculine features, like being 6 feet tall, towered over me, sort of playing the demure.
MP is still in my title? Oh no.
And small.
Well, if anybody wants to come in and yell at me about it, I will accept that critique. Meow meow to you too, bread bro. I know cis women with lower voices. Yeah, it's not weird at all. Yeah, women come in all kinds of shapes and sizes with all kinds of voices and all kinds of interests, and anything that you want to try to say to like typify like trans women to demarcate us from like cis women, right? It's going to be something that you can find cis women who have that too, right? So it's kind of silly, but it what's not silly is the way that this hurts trans women, right? Polly would baffle them being 5'5" with a sexy raspy voice. Yeah, exactly. They can all. Oh yeah, we can always tell. And that's why they're constantly like harassing like cis women in bathrooms too, because they can always tell
of themselves and sort of playing up this idea of women
harassing, telling cis women they're not allowed to be in the women's bathroom because they assume they're trans based on superficial characteristics, right? Me and Polly are the same height, same deeper voice, but she looks more feminine. Ooh.
Having to be small, demure, and meek, which again sort of reinforces this idea of like the woman that needs to be protected from the dangers of predators. So there's already this
yeah, good point. That's the other purpose of the physical description and the contrast like that this person's drawing.
Forcing implicit in this of this traditionalist idea of the small meek woman that needs to be protected. But on top of that, she also says like skimpy top. So there's sort of like this like inherent judgmental nature. And also like her shoulders seemed bigger and
slut shaming. That's a wonderful feminist activity. Yes, slut shaming. I don't see what the big deal is. I've spooned with women who have deep voices. Fundamentally, I don't have any trouble.
With a strikingly deep voice, as if there's some sort of like monstrous juxtaposition in her own body. And she says then that this was a trans woman. But based on these features, we don't know that at all. She's making that that assumption. There are many cisgender women who are 6 feet tall, who have, bigger shoulders than this Tory counselor.
And this wouldn't be the first time that like a transphobe had done something like this. I'm 6'1" here. I
And might speak with a strikingly deep voice. But the assumption is made that because
I don't think you talk like
this
Mufasa.
person did not fit into the sort of idea of a sort of small, meek, very high-speaking,
Remember, Azera, chat has heard your voice.
small-shouldered woman, that she had to have been trans in some way. Again, reinforcing this idea of a woman having to be a certain way, often small and needing protection. She goes on to say, the lavatory was cramped and I had to stand directly behind her while waiting to use the wash basin. So again, sort of like, oh, the dangerous, small, confined space that I was stuck within. I can't deny I was a bit shocked, yet there was a sense of novelty. What would she be like? This is an interesting framing as well, because she's sort of saying she's shocked. She's shocked that she was in a space with a trans woman? But she doesn't seem to be afraid here, but there's just sort of like this, oh, she clocks a trans woman, again, who she thinks is a trans woman, as abnormal, as strange, and worthy of, some sort of...
A sense of novelty? Jesus Christ, we don't feel like, in a fishbowl enough already.
Novelty, instead of just accepting that a trans woman can exist in a space near you. No, it has to be this, special event for her to have been near...
She makes it sound like she was on Freak Safari, yeah.
Woman. Again, framing trans people as just abnormal by our mere existence. Then she goes on to say something that I find particularly fascinating. Well, we had quite a nice chat. Not exactly girly, but friendly. What exactly is a girly chat that you're having in the loo? I'm a woman who has been in many a bathroom conversation with other women.
Yeah.
Or not.
I'm just wondering, if you're dealing with car issues, right? Is that inherently not a girly conversation? Is it what you talk about that makes it a girly conversation, right? What is this girly conversation thing, right? If you're talking about if you're talking about, do you have to be talking about rose petals to make it I don't know what this means.
And I don't really know how many girly
you have to compare notes about makeup and talk about boys. Oh, thanks for there we go.
I was oh, let's talk about Barbies, or I really don't know. Pink things. Again, this reinforcement of traditionalist womanhood, but in a weird way. What are you framing as a girly conversation in the bathroom? And why would you want to frame a conversation as girly, or why would it have to be girly? The only conclusion that we can come to is that...
Wait, so what can we talk about? We can talk about flowers, we can talk about makeup, we can talk about boys, we can talk about food. These are girly things, but the second, if we talked about home renovations, would it all of a sudden become oh wait, no, if it's a renovation to your kitchen, that's girly. But if it's a renovation to your garage, that's not girly. I get it. Talk about very shades of pink. Yes.
Oh, she has to reinforce that this wasn't a girly conversation because it was with a trans woman who wouldn't understand what it's like to have a girly conversation in the bathroom. But in actuality, what does that even mean in any
sanitary products?
Real sense? Going further, I thought this was going well. I'm handling the situation.
Washing your hands in the loo is definitely a girly activity, to be fair. Women aren't allowed to use words like crankshaft. Yeah. But wait, if I wanted to talk about wrestling, would that not be a girly conversation? Or is it only a girly conversation if I'm talking about women's wrestling? Maybe.
Fine. What situation? That you're talking to a trans woman? It's, again, heightening it up. I didn't treat her any differently. Oh, she wants a pat on the back. I didn't treat this trans woman any differently. You've already described how you already kind of at least have thought that this was a different interaction because she was trans, just based on that sort of one assumption that you made. But she wants a pat on the back for oh, I didn't act any different. We didn't have a girly conversation, but I treated her fine. Which is what you shouldn't deserve.
Yeah, you're in the bathroom. Some people think going to there's that whole thing about women don't fart, or some people would think even being in the loo itself is somehow an ungirly activity. I would be in favor of more wrestling discourse if you're offering. Nice. Well, we should do that. Right. Apparently there's still a women's wrestling league that is run by one of the people that started Glow. So We should get into. Oh wait, that's the one though. We can't really watch the. So there's like Wow, that's the one I'm talking about. That's still going. And then there's Glow, that was the 80s one. Now we can watch Glow stuff. I'm pretty sure we're okay to watch Glow stuff, right? That stuff is old enough that nobody cares if we watch matches from Glow. But yeah, there's also like currently going on women's wrestling promotions. Speaking of women's wrestling promotions, right? Speaking of that, we are going to have a wrestler. I'm going to be talking to a wrestler, I think, on Monday. Some of you might know who I'm talking about. Some of you might guess who I'm talking about, right? A well-known wrestler. That's all I can say right now. Wait, women fart? What type of magic is this? Fart magic, of course. Being raised as a boy, I already feel like not talking to other people in the bathroom. Yeah.
On the back, you should just do that to people around you. Why would I? We spoke about the papacy of loo paper, the dreadful taps and
transphobia is the consequence of patriarchy. Meow.
Mental hand dryers. Seems like a normal conversation that I would have.
6 feet isn't tall? Well, that means that I'm small. Okay, because I'm under 6 feet. Ooh.
With many of my girly friends, trans or not.
I'm on board for that.
It was as she moved to the door to leave that it happened. I remarked that we had no choice but to awkwardly shake our hands dry, and she turned to me and replied, "I'm going to wipe my hands on my penis." With that, she disappeared. I find this, like, wording really funny because she's, like, disappeared as if, like, the trans woman said, "I'm wiping my hands on my penis," and then, like, threw a smoke bomb and, like, disapparated. But
there's no paper towels in the loo. I'm gonna dry my hands with something that doesn't dry your hands. That doesn't make sense. Did you ever see American Gladiators from the 90s? I think they had... Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about. I haven't really watched that much of it. People watch American Gladiators on stream, though, right? That's, like, old enough that copyright doesn't care. Care that much, anyway. This is clearly made up. Well, here's the funny thing, okay? It's not entirely made up. Like there's you're gonna find out about this in a second, right? This encounter happened. However, the weird stuff about it, like, you know, I dried my hands on that part didn't happen, right? So yeah, it's a story that you know, that the base of the story is real, but it gets embellished. And I think that this MP assumed that she'd never get called on it, right? That if the trans person that she was sharing the restroom with were to see her article, that this woman would be too embarrassed to want to say, "Hey, that was me, and that's not what I said," and you know what I mean? I think that she thought she was going to get away with just, you know, fudging the facts. Two choices. Consider you may have misheard, or write and submit the article. Yeah, and like, I mean, that's being super charitable. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's possible. It's possible that she misheard jeans as peens. Peen. Yeah, I don't know. But it's I guess it's possible, right? What? Not even with Libs of TikTok? Wait. Oh, yeah, CPAC. Hey, remind me about that again later in the stream, because I do want to take a look at that. There's a reason, right? There's a reason that... I think I might know the reason that CPAC's having trouble. There's a conflict brewing in the Republican Party. We'll see how far it goes. Clearly, yeah. You get what you pay for. Oh, wow. 20 people to watch Chaya Rychek?
Number two, this is just a weird thing for someone to have said. Like, "I'm going to wipe my hands on my penis." I don't know why anyone would actually say that. And, you know, if we're taking her...
Jeans and peens aren't the same. This is just making up lies about Sophie. I think so. I think that's the most likely, yeah.
What this person said, Yeah.
Like, in other words, I don't think she misheard. I think she was lying, right? But if I was in the UK, I couldn't say that, right? Because the British laws on like defamation are so strict. I'd have to put that in a different way. But since I'm in the US, I can say that I have a pretty high confidence that she made this part up.
That would be weird. Now, we have reason to believe that this is not actually what this person may have said, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. But even in this context, even if we take her at her word, yeah, it's a weird thing to say. And a very strange thing to say, but, you know, not the end of the world. You know, it's just like, oh, that was weird. But Ruby doesn't take this sentence as, like, just a weird thing was said. No, she takes it and then goes kind of wild with extrapolating what it might mean. Because he says,
I'm always saying, I'm going to wipe my hands on my peen. And by peen, I mean, of course, paper towels, right? Unlike with leftists, don't the right thrive on infighting? Yeah, I mean, you'll hear from debate bros that the right never infight. We heard Xander Hall compare the right wing to brick solid constipated poopies, and that the left was more like diarrhea. But I don't think that's true. I think Xander Hall does not know. Surprise, surprise! Xander Hall doesn't know what he's talking about. That that counselor is 100% a weasel. Wait, I don't. Did she talk about what Sophie said yet? Hey, Jinx. Wait, let me roll that back real quick. Did I miss?
Was weird. But Ruby doesn't take this sentence as, like, just a weird thing was said. No, she takes it and then goes kind of wild with extrapolating what it might mean. Because he says, until this, our conversation had been quite positive and pleasant. Now, I was frozen to the spot in shock. There is no doubt in my mind that this was a threat of sorts. Why would you assert the fact that you had a penis in a female single-sex space? I felt like I had been flashed as the penis image was put in my mind by her announcement. It was meant to intimidate. So, right here, she's making a lot of leaps. She's assuming that it was a threat of sorts, instead of just a weird thing that someone said, and kind of also, like, making it sound assaulty? Like, oh, I felt like I had been flashed as the penis image was put in my mind by her announcement.
This trans woman, she lulled me into a false sense of security. Right? She took advantage of my openness to the novel situation that I found myself in. And at the right strategic moment, she implanted the image into my mind, basically assaulting my brain. I don't know. What the heck?
So she's making this connection that
she claimed that Sophie randomly talked. Yeah. That's what she's claiming. Now, like, right. So we haven't gotten to the Sophie part yet, but everybody in chat basically knows that, like, Sophie responded to this. Sophie was in a similar. Sophie was in a situation that matches up to this, right? The only difference is that Sophie, you know, finding no paper towels, said, "I will dry my hands on my jeans," right? Pretty hard to mistake the word jeans for anything else, but I guess it's possible. But still, like, I mean, this is not something that you should be writing an article about, you know, defaming trans people like this, right? This is not this even if you misheard it, this is not an appropriate response. Left infights way more than the right, not none. They are prone to falling in line with their authoritarian mindset. I mean, you'd think so, right? But I mean, I've seen a lot of counterexamples to that lately. If we really wanted to know, like, empirically, you know, we'd have to contrive some sort of study. I will dry my hand with my peens, all 12 of them. Yes.
Someone mentioning a penis is akin to, like, her having been literally sexually harassed in that space. And that is a big jump in sort of the rhetoric being used here. Again, even if we are to take her at her word and saying that this actually did happen, it is just a weird thing to say, but it is by no means a...
Do women not wipe their hands on their pants? I mean, like, if you got nothing else, yeah, like, you know, you're not proud of it. You know, you'd always rather have something else to, like, dry your hands off with, but I mean, in a pinch, like, what else are you gonna do?
Threat or akin to a sexual assault or harassment of flashing, but that's where she takes it to. I'm not saying it wouldn't be weird or offensive or a bad thing to have someone to have said for her. I'm not like trying to downplay if that's what was said, that it was that. But you just see this escalation.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a super weird random thing to say for sure.
Playing out in real time in this article of like, oh, it had to have been this. It was like this. It was like this. It goes all the way up there instead of it just having been a weird thing that someone said. But she goes even further.
The way that Jesse's doing her hands, it almost sounds like a fish. What did they call that? A fish story? Like the idea that, like, you know, somebody tells you about a fishing trip that they went on, and they were like, the fish was like, in actuality, maybe the fish was like this big, but when they tell the story, it was like this big. It was huge, giant fish. The left believes in fighting for many of the same goals. The right is just like against the left. They don't share many common goals with the left. True. Oh my God, you got an ad. Okay, so some of you are getting an ad right now. God, this is the wrong time for me to mention that. But obviously, ad over. Wow, it was a quick one. Okay, so listen, the ads are bad. Okay, the ads happen twice every hour now, and that is to get you out of the ads that start when you click on the stream. So you shouldn't be getting any of those ads. If you do click on the stream and get an ad right off, let me know, because that's not supposed to be happening, right? But you do get ads twice an hour now. So there's ways to get out of that though, right? The first and easiest way is if you have Amazon Prime, you are golden. You are golden. All you got to do is link your Amazon Prime up to your Twitch and you get a free sub, and you can use it on me and never see another ad on my stream again. The other ways that you can take care of this is by paying $5 a month. It's just $5. It's just $5 to get out of ads yourself, or just hang out in chat, be cool, and make, you know, good comments. And the people, somebody will see you making a good comment, and then when they give a gift sub, they'll choose you. You'll be like Pikachu. They'll be like, I choose you, and you'll get a gift sub. You know, even if you don't have the money. So I don't expect, you know, if you do not have the money, feel free to stay here. Nobody's, you know, there's no issue with that. You will get ads though until somebody, you know, out of the kindness of their heart, you know, gives you a gift sub. But yeah, just keep on making good comments, and that will happen, right? So grateful that you got a gift sub. Isn't it great? It feels so good to get a gift sub. Like, it's also that somebody cares, right? That feels good too. So yeah, those are the 3 ways to get out of those on the Twitch end. YouTube people, if anybody wants to tell me what is your ad experience like? What are the ads like for you? Do they take you out of the stream? Do they does it put you right back in? Do you end up missing anything? I don't actually know how the ads work on YouTube. I do know that some of you are seeing ads though on YouTube, and I'd be curious to know about that. Like, if it also, does the membership get you out of ads? There's also a Hogwarts Legacy thing. Oh no. The last 3 months. Are you talking about as far as ads? I have ad block, so no ads on YouTube. That's always nice.
Further, the close proximity made it much scarier still. What if she had turned violent? It would be 10 minutes before my friends realized I was missing. So her next step is to assume, like, what if this person turned violent, tried to attack and assault her? Again, playing upon this idea that a trans woman is inherently a predator who is out to attack and harm.
Yeah, if you're thinking about, if you got somebody else's genitals on your mind, that sounds like a you problem. Exactly.
But again, I cannot reiterate this enough. All that happened, and quite literally, this is what she said is all that happened, was someone said a weird thing. But like, her escalation in 3 sentences go from someone said a weird thing to what if I had been violently sexually assaulted by this person?
And I mean, honestly, when somebody says a weird thing, one of the first things that goes through my mind is like, did I hear them correctly? Right? If somebody says, I'm going to dry my hands off on a thing that does not dry your hands off, I might start to think that maybe I misheard what they said. Is there anything that sounds similar that would make more sense? Like jeans, maybe? Such a leap. I know, right? Pre-order the anti-Semitic transphobe wizard game or else for 3 months. That sounds that's terrible. I feel so bad. This is happening to Sophie. Yeah, that does kind of suck. I mean, at least she's able to get her story told, right? Because like I said, if this was just some random, trans person, I don't think it would be getting this much attention. And how often does this kind of thing happen, right? How often, do they take liberties with a story like this to make trans women seem monstrous? No one deserves this kind of slander.
It's just, again, showcasing how the rhetoric gets amped up so quickly just by the mere assumption of a trans woman being in a space. And then from there, for the rest of the article, which I won't read, you can sort of see it on screen here, she goes into, like, again, more of the talking points around anti-transgender rhetoric, like we need to protect single-sex spaces, you know, we need to worry about self-ID, you know, gender dysphoria means that kids under 18 are changing their genders and all that jazz. Again, sort of like hitting all the anti-trans talking points and sort of vilification in just a few sentences. Like, the issue of self-ID is different. Women are in danger because there's an open dialogue about the erosion of women's spaces. And she's using this event here as evidence that there is an erosion of women's spaces here. When again, all that happened is, according to her, was she had a...
Threadsless, I share your frustration that debate bros insist on using the Hogwarts Legacy thing as an excuse to attack trans people.
Fine conversation
Terrible.
that wasn't too girly in her mind with a person that she viewed as abnormal and viewed as a trans woman. Again,
like Jessie Gender, like the kind of attacks that Jessie Gender got for just saying that, hey, maybe if you want to do right by trans people, consider not playing the game, right? Not streaming the game for sure. I'm gonna dry my hands on my pants. And this lady heard, something very different. It seems possible if we're giving... That's what I said, it's maybe possible, like, right? That, like, jeans sounded like another word that has the "een" sound in it. I don't know, but it's a little bit of a stretch, isn't it?
The assumption that it was a trans woman, and that person just said a weird thing, and she got really freaked out about it. And that's somehow evidence of the erosion of women's spaces, when in actuality, both of you just used the bathroom.
Tories don't get the benefit of the doubt, yeah.
Had a slightly awkward and strange interaction. And then she takes all of that fear-mongering that she's now done in her own head, puts it in an article on the Daily Mail, and then makes it about pushing anti-transgender legislation. And it just showcases how many TERF and gender-critical people escalate these situations by viewing trans people as predators, while also reinforcing women as these people that need to be protected from the scary, strange transes that are abnormal and strange and monstrous and quite possibly predatory. And then trying to spurn that into political action that harms a already marginalized group. Well, also, it's important to note, assuming that this was a trans person just based on certain features that she deemed to be masculine, when in actuality there are many women, trans, cis, or whatever, who have these features just as part of their bodies. And again, it's sort of this reinforcement of a sort of stereotypical view of women needing to be small, meek, feminine, demure, needing to be like small and girly in some way, shape, or form, that reinforces this sort of patriarchal version of what women can be. That's not a judgment on women who are small, who speak with a higher pitched voice or anything like that, but there is this just implicit assumption within a lot of gender critical rhetoric that that is the way a woman should be, has to be, and anything that falls outside of that is sort of making someone inherently transgender or more masculine in some way, shape, or form. When in actuality, women, trans or cis, can be many different things, because there's no one way that a woman has to be, either in terms of what we wear, what we talk about, our behavior, or our physical bodies. And on top of all of that, she also frames a woman not being these sort of more traditionalist views of womanhood as monstrous, inherently sexual, and predatory and menacing, just by the mere presence of someone having those features around a more traditionalist presenting woman. And let's not forget that, and, I don't want to make assumptions about this woman's, intent, but there is something to me that is being said when she's a woman who had a weird interaction in the bathroom and then went, oh, I've got to write about this in the Daily Mail, and she's also a public-facing figure who wants to push her own political agenda and get herself attention as a young and up-and-coming, politician. So maybe she means all of this earnestly, but there has to be a part of me that questions, quite honestly, that she's just using this to get attention and sort of make herself become a known face within her own political party that is propping up anti-trans people within their party because it gets them attention. So framing herself as the victim of a supposed trans woman attack makes her feel like she's going to raise her profile within this government. One other thing to mention, too, is that Ruby didn't just write this...
Okay, so yeah, there's the letter.
...in an article in the paper, but she literally wrote to the Minister for Women and Equality, writing a letter that said basically the same thing. It's like, oh, a woman, trans woman potentially in a bathroom said a weird thing. I was worried that this was a threat and that I was...
Oh, wait, this was a, internal, government, letter?
...going to be sexually assaulted. So not only did she not just write an article in the paper, she literally wrote to the government...
Not just the paper, the Daily Mail, okay?
...about the fact...
The trashy Daily Mail.
...that a weird thing happened in a bathroom. To just, again, actually create and generate political action against trans people who just used a bathroom. But again, all that happened is that a potential trans woman said a weird thing. And here's the other, twist in this, is...
And Bill Maher, if you're watching, I know you're a friend of the VOD, I know you're a big fan of NCC, okay? When you say that trans people are asking for too much... Is being able to go to the bathroom, but without being slandered as predators, as monsters, is that asking too much? Are we really asking too much?
I wanted to talk about this for all those reasons that I said, but a fellow creator of mine, SophieFromMars, a fellow transgender creator on YouTube here, believes that she was the one who was being
here's where it gets interesting. Are you ready for this?
This Tory councilwoman, by Ruby. And I'll put in the down below an article that she wrote about this situation, and I highly recommend it. I think it's very well written and is really excellent. But the one point that I want to point out here is that, number one, she was in that pub after a vigil for Brianna Gay, who is a trans woman, transgender teenager who was horrifically murdered in the United Kingdom. And so, she was there trying to, recover from having been out.
Right. Look, I thought we were over, the bathroom thing. Right? I thought this was it feels like discourse from years ago. But no, we're still fighting for, just the bare minimum of dignity of being able to go to the bathroom in peace.
To mourn the death of a trans woman. So now having to go and deal with this nonsense and her being seen as the penis woman in the bathroom by a Tory counselor not only distracts from the mourning and sort of work that she was doing and pain that she was going through as a trans woman, to now make it being about how we're being attacked by this Tory councilwoman, and it's just a constant showcasing of how trans people constantly have to be dealing with the next thing instead of focusing on the hardship or the problem that we're currently going through right now. But not only that, the thing that Sophie from Mars is saying that she said was not, oh, I'll wipe my hands on my penis, but, oh, I'll just wipe my hands on my jeans. Which, honestly...
makes a lot more sense.
It's all hearsay. We don't know for sure Sophie from Mars is the person that was...
Look, I mean, do we need to run a study on this? See, which gets your hands drier? Rubbing them on jeans or rubbing them on...
Tory counselor is talking about. And number two, it's hearsay which one of them, was actually, telling the truth in either sense. But I have to say, I more likely believe Sophie from Mars here because, number one, who says, I'm going to wipe my hands on my penis? More than likely, she did just say, I'll wipe my hands on my jeans. But because, as Ruby herself already articulated in her article, Ruby was constantly thinking about this person she was in the bathroom being a trans woman. And many gender-critical, aka TERF people often...
So who had penis on the brain, I ask you?
Focus on transgender women's bodies and the fact that some of us have a penis, which, by the way, not all trans women have penises. Hello, I don't have one. But she is clearly thinking about that element of essentializing a trans person down to her genitals in that moment. And so when Sophie from Mars potentially said, I'm going to wipe my hands on my jeans, which is a normal thing to say in that situation. She must have been thinking, oh, penis, jeans is where the penis is.
Oh my God.
And that's where she thinks that this happened, or she just extrapolated out to write her article.
Look, I feel a little bit like, I don't know, harassed by this fucking, like, right, this idea of just like this trans woman equating like trans women with something that a lot of us feel dysphoria about, right? It's if there's any
For clout. And again, it just showcases not only how trans
it's not so you can dry them, right?
women are vilified, but how, you know, even when we aren't thinking about our genitals, you know, people who attack us are constantly thinking about what we got in our pants. When really, at the end of the day, none of that matters. Like, we're both using the bathroom, we're both like talking as women, and we are needing to wash our hands. It's just, again, just this constant focus on trans women's bodies and how we are sort of seen as monstrous or different or strange compared to the traditionally like small and needing to be protected woman. And to wrap this out, it's also worth noting, and I think Sophie from Mars herself said this in some of her writing, that this moment didn't just force Sophie from, you know, focusing on the vigil that she was at or going about her daily life to now having to deal with all of this.
Yeah, if people want to look at the whole Hogwarts Legacy thing, like that, I mean, I'm moving on from that content as much as I can. I guess Vaush is going to talk about it a little bit today and what we're watching. But yeah, I did cover that stuff extensively. So there are look at my highlights. Okay. I want more of you to check out my highlights, right? Because not because like I you know, like, look, I'd rather you watch my VODs, right? You know, but if you want, but I feel like the highlights might be more useful to you, because the different, check out the highlights. When you go on my Twitch channel, right, you can scroll over to videos. And there's like VODs, but there's also highlights. Now the highlights, the nice thing about them is if you just want to watch like one subject, or you're more interested in this than this, you can see it right there. If you just want to hear about, you know, this wild thing that Vaush did, there it is. If you want to hear about the Hogwarts Legacy thing and Jesse Gender's video about it, there it is, right? It's all, you know, separated out. So it's probably more easy for you, even though like I'm not gonna, you know, obviously watching my VODs, you know, like watch the whole VOD, right? If you want. But I just want people to know about the highlights, know that they're there, know that after most streams I go through and I cut out all the segments into highlights, mostly so I can edit them more easily, but you know, they're also there for you if you want to check those out too. So, you know, make sure that you know that that's there and that's an option. And if you don't have time to watch a whole VOD, you've got lots of highlights there that are much shorter.
Nonsense going on online,
That's
but
on,
also is sexual
that's on
harassment
Twitch.
of Sophie. Because, and apology to Sophie, quite literally, we're talking about the fact that she has a penis in public discourse. Like, that's the discussion going on right now. And that's really gross and sucks. And in many ways is a large-scale sexual harassment and dehumanization of a trans woman going on in the press. So, you know, Ruby wants to talk about how she felt sexually harassed and assaulted.
That's what I was trying to get at. Yeah. If anybody's talking about, like, something inappropriate and sexualizing other people, it's this Tory counselor.
The fact that she was just in the bathroom with a trans woman, but the person who's actually being basically harassed right now, just by the mere fact of the conversation, is the trans woman that she's talking about. She did that to the trans woman. And I'm also betting you that Sophie is probably receiving a lot of harassment for having been the target of a gender-critical woman in an article that went viral in the United Kingdom, which is a hotbed for transphobia right now. So I'm sure it's not just that discussion, but more direct harassment and threats that Sophie is getting. That's my supposition, but based on my own experience and knowledge of how these things go down, I wouldn't be too shocked. So I just found all of that fascinating because I think in just a short article, Ruby just showcased exactly how gender critical, aka TERF people, extrapolate out so much to try to vilify and paint transgender women as sexual predators. When, in her own words, all that happened at worst was she was in a bathroom with a potential trans woman who then said a weird thing. That's literally the worst that happened. And more than likely what happened was she was in the bathroom with a trans woman who said, "I'm going to wipe my hands on my jeans." In both cases, they don't warrant saying, "Oh my God, I was worried about being sexually assaulted in the bathroom." But that's where they take it to because of the way they have so vilified trans women in their minds and in the rhetoric that they are pushing within the United Kingdom to vilify and harm a marginalized group. Anyways, thank you all so much for watching this, and I hope you all live long and prosper. Oh, ooh, my hand's a little wet. Sorry, I gotta go wipe my hands off on my penis.
Oh my god, no. Oh.
Sorry, that was the dumbest way to end this video. Love y'all.
Okay. Wow. Let's go ahead and see if I can spell this right. Novara Media, Sophie from Mars. Let's from Marx? Oh. Close. Okay, so yeah, let's see what Sophie has to say about this on Novara Media, which is usually a pretty good resource. I mean, like, not, you know, nobody's perfect, but like compared to the Daily Mail, you know, this is a pretty good a British media resource to check out.
Into the spot in shock. It was. Think of the Daily Mail. Does the phrase reliable news?
That is way too loud. Let me take off the volume boost that I put on Jesse Gender, because obviously Novara Media does not have any problem maximizing their audio.
Source spring to mind? I didn't think so.
If anything.
But now they've outdone themselves. The story begins with this headline. I was frozen to the spot in shock. It was said to intimidate. How a friendly chat in the ladies of a London pub turned menacing and plunged a Tory councillor, 22, into the clash between trans rights and women's safety. The article is written by this woman. Ruby Sampson is a Tory councillor for the ward of Cockfosters in London. She was at an event at the Marquis of Granby pub in Westminster last Wednesday when she needed to use the toilet. Here's what Sampson says happened next. Before heading home after a pleasant evening, I went...
Yeah, like I said, I covered the Hogwarts Legacy thing extensively. You know, when it was you know, the main story, the main discourse, what everybody was talking about. I would encourage people to check out especially my reactions to Jesse Gender's video if you want to find out more about, you know, what trans people really wanted, because, you know, I feel like a lot of this got mischaracterized. A lot of, if you got this news secondhand from somebody complaining about trans people, you might have a different idea about what trans people were really asking for, you know, than what trans people were really asking for. Jesse Gender is a leader in the trans community, pretty prominent YouTuber, right? And I feel like, you know, her portrayal of you know, how trans people feel about this, right, and what we think is realistic, you know, is the best source to go to. So, you know, you always want to go to those primary sources rather than like reading what somebody said about what somebody said. You know, go, if you want to find out what trans people think about a certain thing, you know, go to a trans person like Jesse Gender. And so I'll try to link those highlights in the Discord. Wait, can we do some Discording? Can we put out some like, some of you don't know about my Discord. That's right, I have a Discord. It's a great place to hang out and communicate with each other and learn more. And I'm there a lot. I will, you know, sometimes reply to your messages, especially if you at no comment check. I'll try to take a look at that. And also I want to put out, you know, resources like the highlights, you know, in fact, we should probably have like a Twitch highlights section for people who want to, you know, just see all of what's available there. So yeah, join us in the Discord if you're not there already. It's a great resource, and you know, it's a great place for me to communicate with you when I'm not on stream, right? So, you know, if something happens with the stream, if it goes down, knock on wood that it doesn't, right, or something like that, I'll try to like leave that information in announcements. So yeah, follow my Twitter and join the Discord. Those are great ways to stay. Oh my god, that just reminds me, I didn't make a YouTube community post. There's so many places that I need to post. Like, I try to keep people apprised on Patreon. I try to keep people apprised on the YouTube community section. I try to post on Twitter, but sometimes I just get busy. And you know, the most reliable place to find information about what's going on is by joining the Discord. So yeah, definitely.
The ladies' loo, which has 2 cubicles. I emerged from mine at the same time as the woman.
It's just like the Say Her Name debacle. Some people made more of it than it actually was. Not only that, but some saw it to damn intersectionality between the trans and the trans and black communities, and kind of erase the people that are at the intersection of those two communities. A lot of times when we talk about, you know, the way that this discourse was portrayed, you almost, you know, it almost, you know, makes you like, you know, not think of the fact that, yeah, there's black trans people too, right?
Next door, who had about 6 foot tall, towered over me. She wore a skimpy top, which made her shoulders seem
I
big.
love how I say that. Like, it's, oh, did you know? Like, yeah, I mean, we should know, right? It's not that, like...
Bigger, and she spoke with a strikingly deep voice. A trans woman. The lavatory was cramped, and I had to stand directly behind
A trans woman? You don't say. Tell me more.
her while waiting to use the wash basin. I can't deny I was a bit scared, shocked
Tell me
rather.
more.
There was a sense of novelty. What would she be like? Well,
A trans woman? But what would she be like?
we had quite a nice chat. Not exactly girl.
I was quite open-minded until she talked about drying her hands off on her genitalia, and that just completely ruined the mood. Oh my god.
Early, but friendly. I thought, this is going well. I'm handling the situation fine. I didn't treat her any differently. Why would I? We spoke about the paucity
I'm not a bigot. I wouldn't treat her any differently.
of loo paper, the dreadful taps, and temperamental hand dryer. It was as she moved the door to leave that it happened. I remarked that we had no choice
That it happened.
but to awkwardly shake our hands dry. She turned to me and replied, I'm going to wipe my hands on my penis. With that, she disappeared. I'm going to wipe my hands on my penis. What does that even mean? It seems strikingly implausible, even to me. But that didn't stop
Even as a tasteless joke, right?
the Daily Mail
What the
from running a
hell?
whole story on the basis of one person.
Also, like, look, now I don't want to typify, like, I don't speak for all trans people, okay? I'm one trans person, right? I'm one trans woman. But many trans women do not like to think about, like, our genitalia. It's a source of dysphoria for a lot of us, right? It's not something that, it's not a topic we're trying to broach most of the time, right? So yeah, anyway, I mean, you know how implausible this is. I speak for at least 20% of black men. Oh, nice to know, Danny boy. I don't.
And say so, and that its author draws.
I do have to say that sometimes, or else I get, you know, I do get people that seem to think that I think I'm, you know, speaking for them, and I'm not. You do you. They say her name thing. Oh yeah, it's white people lashing out. It should have never been discourse. If someone said that to me, I'd say, excuse me, I'd be like, did I hear you right? I don't know. Sounds strange. If you're thinking about how you're not treating someone differently than anyone, you're treating them differently. True. Good point, Adadak. Good point. I'd assume I misheard it. Yeah. What's the last thing I'm ever going to say in the ladies' room? The answer is referring to my genitalia or thinking about them ever. I speak for one single black trans woman. But that's not for me. I like who sees people as a novelty?
Some
Bigots?
pretty grim conclusions. Sampson goes on. Now, I was frozen to the spot in shock. There is no doubt in my mind that this was a threat of sorts. Why would you assert the fact that you had a penis in a...
Oh yeah, and YouTube, if you're watching on YouTube, just understand this. Although you do not see yourself on stream, I can see you. So if you type something into the chat, there's a very good chance that I will read it, right? So make sure that you know that you are being heard as well. Like, I just have problems with my software in being able to show YouTube chat on screen.
female single-sex space. I felt like I'd been flashed as the penis
Katie Montgomery talked to Sophie a few days ago.
image was put in my mind by her announcement. It was said to intimidate. The cloak's proximity made it much scarier still.
Yes, Natalie, I can see you.
What if she turned violent? It would be 10 minutes before my friends realized I was missing. Hey, Ruby, it could have been an hour, who knows? So we started from a strange comment attributed to a trans woman who was a total stranger, and we've ended up in the middle of a fantasy of intimidation, threats, and even violence. Now, these are pretty strong associations to make, and they're published in a national...
That is wild, right? For her to go from that to, like, thinking that she's gonna be kidnapped? Like, what the hell?
national newspaper without any sources or witnesses to back the accounts up. You'd think this is basic journalism. Apparently not. And none of us would be any the wiser about any of this were it not for this woman. This is a Twitter user called SophieFromMars. She's also an established
Noted Twitter user.
streamer
Sophie from
and
Mars.
video essayist with over 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. She posted her own account of what happened on social media. I went to the Brianna J. vigil outside the Department for Education the other day, Wednesday, and then we, about 8 friends, went to a pub that we haven't been to before in the Westminster area. Super Tory, weird anti-Semitic conversation going on between some dudes outside.
I always assume that innocuous statements mean I'm going to be kidnapped.
At one point, I went to the bathroom upstairs, and the ladies' room was absolutely tiny and just generally a bit shit. The stall I went in had
let me switch
no loo
here
roll.
so we can
So
read
when I
this.
stepped out, I had to say to the cis woman who was coming out of the other stall that I needed to go in there for that. Because I'd had to talk to her in order to explain that, we made kind of awkward small talk about the bathroom in general as we both washed our hands, and then she said something like, "We'll have to shake." And I paused for a sec to understand she meant to dry our hands. And then I said,
Not to shake hands.
I'll just wipe my hands on my jeans. Oh, I'll just wipe my hands on my jeans. That makes a lot more sense. So much sense, you suspect it's almost certainly true. Now, we're not saying that Samson is deliberately lying. In fact, Sophie had a better explanation.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Clubs are loud, right? And sometimes that loudness bleeds into the bathroom.
For what happened. Just taking some time to process that I've been possibly anonymously sexually harassed in a national newspaper because this Tory dumbass couldn't think about anything else when she saw a trans woman besides dick. Pretty weird. It would be bad enough if Samson had just vented her transphobia
Another ad? Damn.
in a right-wing rag. But she went even further by getting politicians involved. Samson has written to Equalities Minister Kemi Badenoch, and the letter pretty much replicates the Daily Mail article. But I'll read just this bit out. Samson writes, and I quote, "How society is progressing, I don't feel safe going to a female bathroom alone. I fear that these incidents will become more and more frequent with no way of having any
honestly, can you tell me what's up with these woke bathrooms, right?
consequences for the improper use of single-sex spaces."
Don't they understand if they're going to go woke, they're going to go broke? The bathrooms are going to go out of business.
Yes,
Because they're too woke.
perhaps completely fictitious incidents like this will become more frequent.
I think she's deliberately lying. I think she knew it would get attention. And that's what I'm saying, is that like anybody who wants to make up a story about this, right? Like if you are as prominent as this counselor or more famous, you can do this at any time. Just make up any story and the Daily Mail is going to publish your garbage. And they're going to fearmonger about trans people, and they're not going to ask you for any sort of proof or anything else, right? Unless you are unfortunate enough to be in the bathroom, like actually with a a pretty prominent trans YouTuber, right? You're never going to get caught for making up this lie. That's the sad thing. We need sleepy bathrooms. What are those?
But that won't be the fault of trans women.
I think it tells you exactly what the
How dare a bathroom work for what more than one androgen level? Oh my god.
Bernie Sanders discussed on, I believe it was Sophie Ridge this Sunday, which is people should be angry. People should feel scared because their
Oh, a napping room in the bathroom? Not woke bathrooms. Oh my
rights
god,
are being
yes.
eroded, they're being made poorer. But instead of that anger being directed
I can't remember what grade this is, but that I was in, but I do remember like one of my like bathrooms at school had like a bed in it, and or was that maybe that was the nurse's office. I honestly don't remember. There was a bed in one of my schools is what I'm trying to say.
towards its true and honest source. It's being misdirected towards people who are just as vulnerable as you, if not in some instances more vulnerable. So migrants, asylum seekers, trans people, gay people, people of color. That is where your anger is being directed.
Incredibly disappointed with Ash Sarkar after her weighing in on how IDPOL people can't trademark hashtags.
And in order to sustain a moral panic like that, particularly when very little risk is posed by transgender.
Heard about bathrooms with couches in them, but I've never seen them. Well, yeah, wasn't it? Okay, like what my grandparents, when they would describe the bathroom, they would call it the restroom. I almost feel like they would say rest-a-room, right? Like, right, that was just like how they called it, right? And like that implies that you used to be able to rest in there. Did people, was that a thing? I mean, I guess, you know, you could sit on the toilet and look at your phone, but that's about the maximum rest I ever get in a bathroom. I hope it was the nurse's office. Fabric in public bathrooms is a biohazard in the making. Possibly.
Women, particularly when you compare the risk posed by transgender women to the risk posed by cisgender men. You end up having to have an astonishingly low threshold for what constitutes an article-worthy atrocity. So let's just take this story step by step. Number one, Councillor Ruby Sampson of Cockfosters Ward says that even to hear the word penis is kind of like a psychic flashing. Put the image of a penis in your brain. Well, look, if the very word penis is that distressing for you,
Wait, so it's really called Cockfosters, right? That's the real name.
I would recommend standing for a different ward, one not named Cockfosters.
I cannot hear that word without thinking, yeah, it's definitely, that image is implanted in my brain the second that I hear the name of the ward. There was a couch in the bathroom of the building where I used to work. It was plastic fabric. I think that it was for people who are waiting for a stall. Ooh, yeah, that's a psychic damage. Yeah, that's right. Psychic.
All right, just
I sustained psychic damage.
a word of advice. Secondly, if I had thought to myself, did someone just say this incredibly bizarre thing? I would go, what other words does this sound like? Is it, I'll just wipe my hands on my penis? Now, I don't have a penis, but I don't think that absorbent, Aaron. Or would it be something that sounds maybe a little bit like penis, like jeans? I would probably go for that. And if I was a journalist choosing...
Like, this sounds like something you'd have to teach in AI, right? You know, like the way that like AIs can like for instance on YouTube, right? When I put up a video and you see there's a closed caption for it, that is most often not a closed caption that I myself have gone through and said, I said this, and I said this, and I said this, right? That's usually a caption that's made by YouTube. Some kind of AI program listens to the sound from my stream and it says, these are the words that she uses. Now, sometimes it gets them wrong, but part of that AI teaching is to give them context. So if there's a word that sounds like this, if it's in this context, it's more likely going to translate it as this. And if it's in this context, it's going to, right? You know, this is not something that you should have to tell a human being, in other words, right?
Whether or not to report on this story, to publish this story.
Hey, what's up, Pavel? British people need to police their own language.
To edit this story, I would go, okay, is there any... Is there any corroboration of this? I mean, this sounds like a really, really bizarre thing to happen.
Yeah.
So I feel incredibly sorry for Sophie from Mars. I know that she wasn't named in the article, but I think that it's pretty atrocious that
I don't know what kind of like bar this is, but if it's the kind of like club that I go to, it, you know, conversations in a club, even in the bathroom, are like this. Da 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 da. And like, what? Da 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 da. You know what I mean? You have to kind of yell at people, like, and half of the time they don't. Like, I can't hear you. I can't understand. I don't know what you're saying. Right? It's hard to communicate. I don't know if it's like, if you know, I don't know how banging the music was, but like, you know, there are definitely places I've been to where I can't clearly, you know, hear something, and I'm not gonna like I'm not gonna submit a newspaper article based on something that I you know barely heard in a really loud club. I just don't understand this.
She's had to, you know. She's had to do like a multiple tweet thread explaining what is just an innocuous interaction in a bathroom, not for her own sake, because obviously nobody would have known it was her in the first place, but for the sake...
Yeah, like I said, any other situation, had that been almost any other trans woman, right, or at least any trans woman like less prominent, less of a media figure than Sophie, there would have never been like a she said, it would have just been she said, and everybody believes the TERFy Tory counselor.
Of her community, for the sake of the marginalized demographic of which she is a part, because the more you...
Oh, also, if you're just getting here, if you could, I would appreciate it so much if you would help my Twitter thread, ooh, because that brings more people to the stream, and that's fun for all of us, right? I'm gonna put it in YouTube chat as well. I think it's already it's already pinned. So, but yeah, that's the Twitter thread for today. Help me blast off if you have a Twitter.
You have these stories, which are based on either a flimsy pretext or a totally made up one in the public sphere, the more heightened the risk of violence or really.
Threadsless, I do have some highlights talking about the say her name thing. I might actually, if I have time, and I never do because I'm streaming so much, but I want to do a video about it because there's some stuff that's gotten thrown into the discourse that I think is really misleading, and I want to make sure that we're debunking that and spreading the truth as well as we can, because yeah, that's a heavily strawman discourse.
Horrible, regressive, reactionary policymaking. So even if you're not named, you must feel a sort of duty to put the record right, even though you're then stepping into a limelight and at risk of all this horrendous abuse by online transphobes. I really, really do feel for her. And I also think that there is something really specific about transphobia that I've been trying to get my head around for a long time, and it's this idea of body horror. So because the body of the transgender person, and in particular the transgender woman, is constructed into such a figure of disgust and horror and repulsion.
Jessie did research on it, but she didn't release that video to the public because of the harassment.
I think it genuinely scrambles people's brains a bit, and it means that you can't just have a normal encounter with somebody of the kind that you would have pretty much every single day, like, oh yeah, there's no loo roll in there, without going, oh my God, what is under your clothes? And that's not something that I think very often about anybody. I don't think it about cisgender women. I don't think about transgender women. I don't think about cisgender men, of course, unless they are very good looking. But this emphasis on body horror, like it's so profoundly antisocial, and it makes women. It mischaracterizes us, and it kind of smears us like we're these, prurient busybodies who, are constantly thinking about what's in somebody's trousers when we're not. I mean,
but do you see how that works from a conservative, like a Tory MP, for instance, right? She's playing right into the essentialized stereotype that right-wingers have about women, right? So all those patriarchy guys out there, all those manosphere guys out there, they're picking up what she's putting down. It's almost a tailor-made message to activate those patriarchy people, those red pill people, those manosphere people, those anti-feminist people. And it's a weird thing because in Britain, a lot of times transphobia comes wrapped in a feminist package. But when we look into who TERFs are and what their actual political alignment is, we have to question the F. We really have to question, are TERFs really feminists? And if they're not, are they really just turds? Okay, I think potty humor was last stream, but regardless.
The other thing that comes up a lot is, oh well, what about there can't.
What if I like being a purient busybody?
Be penises in public toilets. Well, the thing is that I don't see anybody's genitals in a public toilet. If I see anybody's genitals, regardless of whether it's a penis or a vagina, something has gone very, very wrong. Something has gone very, very wrong.
Yo, even in the guys' room with the urinals, okay? That is not supposed to happen, and that only happens like when somebody's looking, right? Like I remember this part about about using those bathrooms. It's like that there's like an area. Like I swear to God, I've seen comics like describe this, like that there's like an invisible line at the urinal that nobody's supposed to look down like underneath, right? Because like privacy, and there aren't like usually there aren't like partitions at a urinal. Usually it's just a bunch of urinals in a row, right? So that like it's kind of like if the eyes go below a certain line, people feel like their privacies may be getting invaded. So like it just doesn't make any sense at all, right? Especially in the women's room, where most of the time any sort of like genitalia being exposed to the air is going to happen within the partition of the toilet itself, right? So it's super weird. It's super weird, right? This whole thing is weird. You have to very intently decide to believe that someone referenced a penis instead of their pants. Oh yeah, that's another thing that could have been said. I'll dry my hands off on my pants, right? That, I guess that could have sounded, that's more likely than jeans to sound like the other word. In a bathroom where you need to dry your hands. Yeah. Also, every other urinal is fake and should never be used. Yeah, bathroom etiquette, right? Yeah, this is such a weird story. It's a good theory that Ruby, yeah, I think so. There's a very good chance that Ruby might have. Is selling pork pies, is that a British phrase or is that an American phrase? Where does that come from? I just say, you know what I say, chat? When I suspect somebody of dishonesty? When I suspect that someone is being less than honest with me, you know what I say? That's right. That's right. Weasel, weasel, weasel.
You know, the ladies' toilet is not this kind of like mystic.
Yeah, Ruby is and I said MP. I apologize. It was not an MP, but oh, look at that weasel! Look at that cute little weasel! Look at that cute little guy. Anyway, those are adorable. I love those. Oh my god, more weasels! More weasels! Weasels in chat. Weasels! I love the weasels. They are like the best thing. Yeah, but Ruby is the counselor. I said MP. I should have said counselor.
Canal where we've all got like, you know, a breast out and like, you know, massaging wombs all over the place. Like, you go into your cubicle, you do your business, you wash your hands, you go.
That's exactly what. Yeah.
Maybe you make a comment on the fact the hand dryer doesn't work. That's it. But the transphobic moral panic has us examining these really banal details of our everyday lives and trying to make us afraid and unreasonable. And that's not freeing for women. There are very real things in this world that we should be scared of and concerned about. But, you know, let's at least distinguish between the made up shit and the real shit. Just at the very least for my sanity.
You would have to look at a guy's junk purposefully. Oh crap. Okay, so yeah, I thought that there might be a Sophie interview on this. In that case, yeah, because it was Sophie's picture was in the thumbnail. Okay, so chat, we're gonna go over here, but not because I want to like care about like what Rose Malay. We need Sophie from Mars, right? We're not gonna talk about Rose Malay if we can help it. I think she did tweet out something that somebody wanted me to. Sophie from Mars. Sophie from Marzipan, even. What the hell? Yeah, view the profile. What the hell? This profile may include sensitive material. Are you sure about that? I think it just includes the tweet that I'm trying to look at, right? Oh my god. Wait, is this why? Okay, so here we go. There we go. This is the article that was mentioned, I believe, by Jessie Gender. And I probably could have gotten this from the... Let's take a look here. So the article is titled, funny enough, I think I might be the penis woman. A response to an absurd Tory counselor's rant. Okay, so there's the actual... There's the ladies' room. Can we see that decently well? Let me see if I can make this a little bigger for us. For your viewing pleasure. Okay, so here we go. For your viewing pleasure. Okay, I'm going to make this article big enough to read. Imagine that, right? So here we go. We are getting ready. We're in the mode of small Irene, big article. Okay, so following a piece by a Tory councillor in the Daily Mail who alleges that a trans woman attempted to intimidate her in the bathroom, we may have tracked down the so-called penis woman. Sophie writes, there are a million bizarre shades of horror to the public lives of trans people in the UK. When you come out as a woman, it's actually pretty important that someone makes it clear to you that since society at large is going to see you as a man choosing to become a woman, you're going to be the lowest of the low in the public eye, and shame isn't going to be a luxury you can afford anymore. This is why my public policy for the last year or so as a kinky trans dyke is best summarized. I suck D puff poppers. Okay, so that's like some things that I can't say without getting demonetized. Already on the borderline of that. Nothing you can do. So in other words, nothing you can do will make me ashamed of who I am. That's the key right there, right? Still, they try. Let's talk about the intersections of disgusting, craven bigotry in the British press. The Daily Mail, a newspaper that literally supported Hitler. No way. Yeah, I guess it did. Oh, wait. Literally, though? Literally? Yeah, literally. Like, if you go back in history, this is confirmed. Oh my god. Gotta shrink it down a little bit more. I just want you to be able to see this whole beautiful article. There we go. That's the... Okay, something like this, and then, yeah, there we go. Oh, much better, much better. Okay. Okay, so we were yeah, speaking of demonetization, published an article, so this is a Daily Mail that supported the Mustache Man. Yes, the mustache. That's how I can say without getting demonetized. The Mustache Man. They were supporters of the Mustache Man back in the day. Published an article on the 25th of February headlined, "How a friendly chat in the ladies of a London pub turned menacing and plunged a Tory councillor 22 into a clash between trans rights and women's safety." Again, the implication being that that's a zero-sum game right there. There is no clash between trans rights and women's safety, and the manufactured outrage in the British press pretending that there is ignores firstly that women, cis and trans, are capable of doing awful things, and secondly, what is evident to a toddler. A society where queer and trans people are safer is definitionally a society where women are safer too. In the article, Ruby Sampson, 22-year-old Tory councillor from Demonetization Ward, yes, you all know what this says, right? This is like, yeah, that's the literal ward. That's literally where it happened. That place, okay? Claims that she was using the upstairs bathroom of the Marquis of Granby pub, interesting name, in Westminster when she encountered a trans woman. For the first time in her life, her self-congratulatory writing is anything to go off of. Yeah, the way she, talked about the novelty of the situation. After talking about the paucity of loo paper, the dreadful taps, and the temperamental hand dryer, the trans woman, who according to Ruby was 6 feet tall and towered over her, and wore a skimpy top, which made her shoulders seem even bigger, said on her way out that she would, quote unquote, wipe her hands on her bleep. As soon as the article was published, dozens or even hundreds of people in social media were pointing out what an unbelievable and incredible thing to say, "I'll wipe out my hands on my bleep" is. No, Not like amazing or extraordinary, unbelievable and incredible, as in, who would seriously believe that an actual human person would say, I'll wipe my hands on my bleep? So here's the tweet. The premise of the story is that a trans woman said, I'm going to wipe my hands on my bleep, after they reached out for paper towels and had an awkward moment. Stories people tell themselves to justify bigotry are sometimes just hilarious. Besides the article in the Daily Mail, Sampson also wrote to notorious government transphobe Kearney Badenoch with an account that speculated on the possibility of this phantasm of grotesque transgenderism escalating the situation into sexual... Oh my god. You're just gonna get me demonetized, aren't we? Besides the comment in the article talking about how closely she had to look at this woman's body, she now decided to use her public platform to imagine a scenario in which this anonymous trans woman was demonetized. Oh my god, okay. Since we're talking about the shades of horror of trans existence in the UK about timing, February in the UK is supposed to be LGBTQ plus History Month. The alleged bathroom incident happened on the 15th of February, mere days after the hateful unaliving of Brianna Jai in Colchester. And on February 15th, over 1,000 trans people held an angry, desperate, tearful vigil for 16-year-old Brianna outside the Department of Education. So there's the visual. Was this like the night of? Yeah, 15th of February. So okay, so here's the thing that's baking my noodle. I was at that vigil. After that vigil, and in order to avoid traveling home alone for fear of far-right attacks, that's smart, yeah, I've been to, this happens at protests, right? If you're a marginalized person at a protest, right, that may be also attended or shadowed by hate groups, you know, there's some danger. And keeping yourself in a public place is one way to mitigate that danger. So totally makes sense, right? Something that has happened in Westminster in recent years to queer people, in other words, attacks, right? We adjourned to a local pub. I didn't take note of it at the time, but I now realized it was the Marquis of Granby. I'm about 6 feet tall, and on the day, under a jacket I felt was appropriate and modest for a vigil, I was wearing a backless halter neck top. When we got to the pub, I took the jacket off, and I do remember quite clearly going upstairs to the women's bathroom, where I chatted briefly with a cis woman in order to make the awkwardness of the tiny, cramped bathroom space a little easier on both of us. On my way out, she was talking about the hand dryer not working, and said that we'd have to shake our hands to dry. To which I replied, I'll just wipe my hands on my jeans. On my jeans. Yeah, famously absorbent. Yeah, that's right. Jeans much more absorbent than genitalia, just in general, right? If we're measuring, right? Absorbency. There's more detail. There are more details than that Sampson wrote in her article that make me pretty sure, although I can't be totally certain, that the trans woman she encountered was me. And I think I might be the penis woman. What a distinction. What a... I can't say for sure that I recognize her picture in the Daily Mail, but since a friend pointed out to me this morning that we were where she said this happened, more and more evidence has clicked into place that makes it seem more likely that I am in fact the penis woman. What I'm struggling with, even as I write about maybe being the woman, is the Darvo attacks that transphobic British press use to manufacture hatred towards trans women. Everything about our lived experiences, our daily life, the media environment discussing us, and our demographics statistically would make it obviously more practically obvious to practically anyone that being a trans woman is about as marginalized as you can get out of the possible gender demographics. But by painting us as dangerous predators, the press would have everyone believe that we are a threat to cis women. Because the media gaslighting, I'm left to think, oh no, what if the woman was seriously traumatized, even if it was by her own mishearing of words, and even if that mishearing seems pretty obviously motivated by bigotry? I've been conditioned by our press, just as everyone else, to set aside my feelings because they're trans feelings, and trans feelings matter less. Trans safety matter less. Trans lives matter less. When we got to the pub that day, it occurred to us that we were in the lion's den. Drinking in Westminster means being surrounded by people who are using the mechanisms of government and media to make our lives impossible and push us to an epidemic of trans overdoses and suicides caused by systemic neglect that defines our era of LGBTQ plus oppression. Just as the systemic neglect of the AIDS crisis defined the 80s and 90s. Outside the pub, I heard some bro in a Balenciaga cap telling his friends that he thought Kanye West was right about Jewish people, and prompting them to start speculating on a group of people that, by their own admission, in the same conversation, they knew absolutely nothing about. Each of them turned and said, "I've never actually met one. It strikes me how similar this bigotry, born out of the total insular ignorance that they were displaying towards Jewish people, was to the bigotry of Ruby Sampson. First writing about how proud she was to be treated, how proud she was that she treated the woman like an actual human being, and then quickly falling into believing every stereotype and nasty caricature that she'd been fed by our hateful press. I think I might be the woman, but I'm not totally certain. All I know is that I was at the vigil for a murdered child that has been completely ignored by those responsible, who would be all happier if we didn't exist. I went to unwind with my friends in the epicenter of British Tory bigotry. We all are told to think that the pubs were where the worst anti-minority attitudes will be on display are in working class neighborhoods, because this reactionary lie, the bigoted attitudes come from working class and not the bourgeoisie. It's meant to make us afraid. Yeah, and it's meant to keep us apart. That's a wedge. That's a wedge. And I got to start talking about this because I'm seeing more and more. A wedge is an issue that tries to separate, like, you know, trans women and cis women, or trans people and black people, or black people and indigenous people. Like, you can see a lot of examples of these issues, right? Of you know, right-wingers trying to use wedges, right? So just like, you know, the way a wedge works, right? If you got two things that are together and you take a wedge, look, I got the wedge right here, and I push the wedge, whoops, now they're not together anymore. That's our solidarity breaking up. That's what's dangerous about these wedge issues, and that's why we have to be on the lookout, because I'm seeing them everywhere. Somebody just showed me a Twitter post this morning of a particularly grotesque wedge that was trying to be driven between black people and trans people. And like I said, imagine how that feels at the intersection, you know, being a black trans woman, right? So anyway, I've never heard anyone in a pub in a working class neighborhood challenge me on using the women's bathroom, look afraid at my presence there, or even really particularly act awkward around me. I certainly haven't, and by definition of the mechanisms of class and the incestuous relationship between our politicians and media, couldn't have an article written in a national newspaper about me because I used the correct toilet for my gender in the pub in a working class neighborhood. when working class women were first allowed to use the same public bathrooms as women in the ruling class, the delicate, fragile sensibilities of the upper class women were the subject of enormous defensive uproar. Most people are, of course, familiar with the same dynamic at play when public bathrooms were no longer segregated by race in America. What if these filthy working class women do something horrible to our wives? What if the black women do something horrible to our wives? What if the trans women do something horrible to our wives? I would simply posit that anyone who works as a member of the Conservative Party of Great Britain is by definition a bigger threat to women and women's rights than I could ever be. I think I might be the penis woman, and all evidence really seems to point to it, but I can't be absolutely certain. The fact is that I don't feel especially different today when I suspect that this article in our national press sexually harassing trans women might be about me specifically, and that than I did when I was specifically sexually harassed to a large audience upskirted at a rally for trans rights by a photographer sent by Andy No. Yeah. Andy No of Milkshake fame, nor different to how I feel basically every day as articles come out that sexually harass all trans women via specific and frequently anonymous examples of how unsafe and terrified bigots feel in our presence because they can't stop thinking about what's in our pants. I might be the penis woman, I might not, though really, we're all the penis woman. Okay, so that's Sophie's article in what is this? Trans rights with a W. Awesome. Okay, so yeah, that is a wild story. How's everybody doing? We are all the penis woman. Meow! Weasel time! Weasel time. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. We gotta get through one more piece of one more Vaush debate. This is a Vaush debate with somebody in his audience, right? Some Vaushite got in Discord with Vaush to hash it out because they disagree with almost everything that Vaush has done lately, right? So this is an interesting story to me. Natalie Marie has been telling me that I need to get to this piece of React content for days and days and days. And Natalie, I hope you're here. I hope you're here to see this, right? Because I'm finally getting to the story that you've been pushing me to cover. I've meant to cover it so many times, and every single time there's been a weasel in the way. But now I think we can do it, and we're gonna start doing this now, right? I know that for some of you, watching Vaush isn't great, okay? And it's a little bit like psychic damage. You know, we're talking about psychic damage. We're talking about, you know, getting mentally taxed by having to listen to his BS. Now, luckily, there's somebody pushing back other than just me against Vaush. But, you know, we expect it. You know, I have every expectation that Vaush is going to be bullying this member of his community. And so, like, what I want to do, here's my thought, okay? I want to divide this up, right? With a palate cleanser. You all understand palate cleansers, right? When you've been watching one kind of content for a long period of time and you need something that's a little bit different just because it's like, it's too much, right? We do a palate cleanser, we do something else, right? And usually that palate cleanser is figurative, okay? That is a figurative, like, you know, we're just gonna watch some, maybe even a cute little weasel video, right? Like this, right? This is kind of a palate cleanser, right? But in this case, it's gonna be a literal palate cleanser, right? A literal, that's right, that's my kitchen, live, right? That is my kitchen. That is the palate cleanser, right? I'm gonna cook lunch for myself. And yeah, that's a HelloFresh bag. They sent me a delicious Turkish. Wait, I'll have to wait. What is this actually called? I always forget the name. Vegan Turkish spiced chickpea bowl, right? So I'm gonna have a delicious vegan chickpea spiced Turkish spiced chickpea bowl for lunch, and you're gonna get to see me make it, and you're gonna see somebody that is so lazy in the kitchen. So lazy in the kitchen, so used to doing the bare minimum, actually make a fancy, nice meal. And if I can do it, you can do it. Oh my god, Globbits, you have a 3 stream watch streak? Is that what that is? And also, let me know if anybody's not comfortable with me reporting. We are all the penis woman. Yeah, right? Oh my god. I'm so demonetized for talking about oh, Google CPAC 2023 location? Wait, what am I supposed to be seeing, Threadsless? CPAC is being held at Gaylord National Resort. Oh, wow. Okay, that's awesome. I mean, not awesome for Gaylord National Resort, though. It kind of sucks for them, but that's a pretty cool name. Vaush beefing with his fans. I know, right? Even, oh my god, I'm supposed to be on screen. Yeah, there we go. We had my kitchen on screen a little too long, but yeah, that's my actual kitchen live now. We've now got like 2 cameras hooked up. One of them trained on me, the other one trained on my kitchen, and you're gonna get to see can NCC handle a fancy dish, right? Because this is a little bit fancier than I'm used to. Like normally when I cook, I just put like rice, veggies, beans into an instant rice cooker, and I just turn it on, right? Because that, and you know, the veggies come out mushy, and you know, it's not fancy, it's not delicious, it's not flavorful, it's just food. Okay, that's normally how I cook. So if I can cook this meal, that means that you can cook this meal too. And this one is HelloFresh has a bunch of different options, right? I'm seeing for this one, prep time is 15 minutes, cook time is 40 minutes, right? So this is one of the longer, this is one of the more involved dishes that they have. They have some stuff that's like way quicker than this, right? So let's get started on that Vaush. I know V is a jerk, but wait, what feels excessive? I don't remember like being mean to Vaush. Finally, we get to see NCC prepare food. That's what we're here for. Yeah, I mean, like, you know what is excessive is the amount of content that he's done against trans people lately, right? The amount of right-wing anti-trans narratives that he's fed into. I agree with you. That is very excessive. I'm not the one. I stand in solidarity. Yo, I gotta think of a different way to say penis woman, because like it's gonna get me demonetized. I can't keep saying penis. They're gonna. A raw meat diet? Damn. No milkshakes for Nazis. Nice. Okay, so yeah, let's get let's do this content. Like, right, Natalie Marie has been waiting patiently. Natalie knows that this is banger content. And has been waiting patiently for me to cover it, and I'm finally gonna do that. I've been promising this to Natalie for days and days and days, and oh no. Sorry, I'm seeing, like, there's cursed content in here too, but I gotta scroll back a little ways. That's debating. Wait, I'm trying to see. Wait, Natalie, if you're here, let me know if I get this right. Like, it looks like you linked a VOD. And you also linked a video. Let's see. Is this the one? Debating say her name thing. Also, he loves us. Oh, do you think? What do you think? Do you think the edit video is better? If you think the edit video, yeah, because we don't want to spend too much time. I know we talk about Vaush way too much, right? And I want to be sensitive to that. So let's click on this one and see if this is better. Oh my god, it's still really long. It's still really long. Yo, Okay, no, we're definitely watching this one because that other one is like I don't know how many minutes, many minutes. Kyung.
Position, or do you want me to just go at it?
Yeah, well, my position is that it's really, really dumb to ask people to, like, pivot on a hashtag they're using right after a tragedy because it happens to share a name with an existing hashtag that hasn't been used for a while, and when there's the same basic cause anyway. I think that's, like, really dumb and unrealistic.
Okay. I see. So there are a few things that I want to get out of the way first, just to make sure that we don't get stuck on things that don't matter, I guess. I wanted to ask, I see a lot of
Wait, genus women, yeah.
people when I discuss this, and they go, this is just a hashtag, why does...
The same basic cause. Wait, so, I mean, like, you know, if you're talking about, like... The only way I can resolve that... No, I can't just resolve that. Like, I feel like, say her name is a hashtag specifically meant to talk about violence against Black women, right? And you know, there's a lot of straw mans in this too. There's a lot of conflation. There's a lot of, like, you know, digging up what looks like historical precedent, but is actually presenting the story kind of out of time and using that, like, that you know, out of time nature in order to make the source of the hashtag, like, look different than it is. The real reason that this goes on, specifically state violence. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Like, Brianna was not Black or killed by the police, right? And, like, look, Brianna's, you know, obviously Brianna's name needs to get said. And what happened to Brianna needs to be talked about, needs to get noticed, right? That was being achieved with the hashtag of Brianna's name. Brianna's name was trending, okay? What doesn't get noticed, what isn't being picked up, what is being ignored and swept under the rug are all the Black women that are the victims of state violence. Can you fix now and then? Yeah, we can definitely do that. Because we don't want to run into like a you know, time order error here. That would be silly in the context of what I'm covering. Okay, so Vaush, God, I just realized that we're gonna go from this possibly sickening debate to food, you know. But that's my problem, not your problem, chat. And also, my understanding right now, like, correct me if I'm wrong, Natalie, this debate is not just on Say Her Name. That is one of the things that they discuss. That is one of the things that gets talked about. But I believe that this caller has, and this is a Vaushite, right? This is a Vaush fan. This is somebody that's been in the Vaush community. This is not an NCC plant. This is not a woke scold. This is a Vaush fan, right? That's in here having this debate with Vaush. But I'm to understand that they have more problems with some of the things that Vaush has said lately than just the Say Her Name discourse, right?
Does it matter? Are we both on board that the hashtag is just a representation of, like, a movement, and it's not about, like, the actual point of arguing different hashtags on Twitter, or do you have a different stance on that?
I mean, I'm sure there are people for whom it is literally just the hashtag, but I think most people are considering it broadly to be just like a movement association thing, you know, like the actual...
Yeah, my issue with this is that, like, there aren't that many tools to bring attention to state-sponsored violence against Black women. And this is one of those tools, right? And so when you're looking for tools, to bring attention, you know, and people talk about, like I said before, Brianna's name trended, right? So Brianna's name alone was able to get more attention than a lot of these incidents, you know, and we're not trying to compare oppression or anything, but, you know, like, there was a hashtag that was working already. Now, some people say that that hashtag doesn't emphasize that not only, you know, did this horrible thing happen to Brianna, but also in, you know, after it happened, her, she was misgendered and dead named in the British press. Okay. So, you know, these people wanted to include the word her in the hashtag, and that was their justification for that's why we need to use say her name. No, you don't. There were other hashtags with the word her in it specific to this incident, right? So, you know, like I get that there's a lot of moving parts in this story that people want attention brought to. I still don't think that you need to use like what, you know, it was essentially one of the only tools that people had for bringing attention to state-sponsored violence against Black women. I still don't think that you need to use that tool, especially when, you know, this happens all the time and their names are not spoken and their names are not remembered, right? So I don't think that this has to be this big blow up. I don't want, like, look, I don't want this to be the story. The story is about the tragedy that happened to Brianna. Okay? This doesn't need to be the story, but I feel like the people that forced this to be the story, that forced this to be the discourse, were the ones that were just completely intransigent, right? Somebody says, hey, this hashtag is serving a vital purpose, a vital underserved purpose. Could you please not use it? Here are a plethora of other hashtags you could use. And when your response is, fuck you, that's turning this into the story. That's making the story this discourse. That's making the story a debate. And it doesn't need to be. There doesn't need to be a debate involving this. There are examples, right, of like there was a trans organization which tweeted out, we apologize for using, you know, say her name as a chant. We weren't aware of it, but, you know, it's already serving a purpose. And so as such, you know, we're acknowledging that, that we don't want to do that. That's all that needs to be said. That's simple. And it doesn't need to catch the, you know, it doesn't need to get the attention. It doesn't need to take attention away from the tragedy that's happened. But what did take attention away from that tragedy was the intransigence of some people and the insistence on some people of using a hashtag which is needed for another purpose, and being hostile to the people pointing out to them that that's what they were doing. Right? This is messed up. This should have never happened. And look at the beneficiaries of this, right? Look at how much hay Vaush made out of this incident. Look at the wedge that he is driving between trans people and Black people, right? And this is messed up. Like, this is not how. This is why Vaush is so bad for the discourse. This is why Vaush is so harmful to the left. This is why Vaush is antithetical to solidarity, right? He cannot but be fragile when called out on things like this, right? And, you know, it sucks that we end up here. It really sucks that we end up here. We, in the 80s, used to say his name for AIDS victim. Also, There's some things also that have been claimed about the history of this phrase that are untrue. And I'm not sure who's gotten, you know, how far that's gotten. I know that Vaush and his network have been spreading that stuff, right? Have been claiming that the actual, you know, origin of that term is something else. And you know, it's completely missing the point, right? We actually dragged another marginalized group into this discourse. And this is a group that has a hashtag. You know, we're talking about missing and unalived, and you know that it's a different word that is used for unalived, that starts with an M. Indigenous women, girls, and two spirits. That's the other movement. And there was some claim laid that this was the source of the hashtag, and that actually, you know, like Black women had somehow stolen the hashtag from them. But the point was trying to be that, like, you know, the hashtags don't belong to anybody. Yeah, that's that was done without really consultation of those groups. That's essentially another wedge that's being driven, right? And another tragedy that's being compounded because assholes like this can't admit that he's just wrong. And you know what, Vaush? If you're wrong, it's not the end of the world. Nobody's gonna cancel you. You're not gonna lose this rotten kingdom that you've built around yourself. It's gonna stay in place, okay? But this is what happens. These people cope. These people have to be right. These people not only have to be right, but they have to destroy anybody that's saying that they're wrong. And that's why this became this, ugly affair that it did.
Yeah.
The actual letter.
Hey, what's up, Mixed Circular?
Aren't, I think, what most people were upset about. I think it was just kind of like the audacity of taking a term associated with Black liberation and that struggle and then using it for something else.
Yeah, I agree 100%. So I just wanted to make sure that we're both using it as a movement reference, so it wouldn't be like, why are we arguing about hashtags anyway that don't matter? Because I had to argue with people about that nonsense. Okay, I mean,
like, yeah, a hashtag is associated with Twitter culture. A hashtag is associated with discourse, right? And it kind of seemed kind of like, petty. But at the same time, a hashtag also serves a purpose as a tool in aggregating attention to something that's going on. And that's what's being missed here, right? I think it matters as a hashtag on its own, too. That's what I'm trying to say is like, as silly as it sounds, and there's a lot of silly, petty stuff that goes on Twitter, right? This hashtag had a non-silly purpose. This hashtag had a very serious and underserved purpose.
We'll make a very quick aside for me, and hopefully Chad would accept that. I consider myself a trans ally.
Vaush read about Black people and trans people in a book once in 2015. So he's the boss now of how to appropriately speak on all these things. Yeah, he's our big-brained, edgy boy messiah, right? You should know I became aware of this Discord and decided to reach out to Vaush. But wait a minute. Sorry, I feel like I missed something important in chat. I became aware of this discourse and decided to reach out to Vaush because I watched you discuss it and was inspired. I think I've missed some important chat. Let me read. Let me see if I can figure out what it was. Hey, look at that. Go follow Katie. Am I pronouncing your name right? Wait a minute. I'm missing something, aren't I? My spidey senses is tingling. Now, of course, there isn't a reference to who Vaush is talking to here. I'm just going to read chat so that I can fix this, right? Vaush is ignoring a lot of nuance to say it's the same basic cause. The family already changed. Yeah, the family of Brianna, right? Changed the tag, so it's nasty, and he's trying to drag this out. He's getting clout out of this. He's chasing clout for somebody that is no longer with us. That is messed up. He's not doing this for the victims. It's not even nuance being ignored. It's major and obvious distinction that's being ignored. Correct. This goes into Professor Flowers and Cat Black contrapoints and gets brought up later in the debate. Wow, we're banging people's dads in chat. Okay, who knew? I updated, wait, did I not? Oh, the next thing is what I need to update. Okay. Next. Wait, but I still think I'm missing something here. I think I'm missing something, and I need to catch up with that in the kitchen with NCC. There we go. That's what we'll call it. Okay. If I understand the arguments, you believe say her name is being used for non-state violence. Oh no, I mean, like, that's not exactly it. Threadsless, but yeah, I mean, this is like there's a lot of discourse out there. So no, the story is has to be about Vaush. All stories have to be about Vaush. We believe that in the slogan is used for unrelated causes, then its cultural significance and the momentum it has behind it will be blunted because if something means a lot of things, then it doesn't really mean anything. And like I said, it's like one tool that's specific, right? It's specific to this cause, which is underserved. It's specific in driving attention to a series of tragedies that go unnoticed all the time, right? In truth, this shouldn't be that big of a deal. However, there are those interested in making it a big deal. I'm just reading through all this to try to make sure that I'm not missing, because I feel like I missed something important here. There was a movie about MMIWG called Say Her Name, but it's nothing. That's what was found by some people in the Vaush network, I think, was that movie. I can't expect solidarity if you can't show respect. That's all it is, as a modicum of respect. When Decady, the person Vaush is debating. Yes, that's what I thought it was. I just want to make sure. Okay. Is bringing up that is debate. So Vaush is debating Decady. Am I pronouncing your name right? I had over 150 followers join, and they were all super supportive. It was wonderful. I got a lot of positive feedback. I also read chat though. So, you read chat during the debate. That makes, yeah. So this is, wait, am I getting this right, Decady? That this is you speaking to Vaush, right? What's sad is the funeral people apologized. It's people unrelated to Brianna's stories that are being jerks. True. Yeah. The interplay between different marginalized groups are opaque and irrelevant to debate bros. There is money to be made. Yeah, that's the sad thing, right? We're not trying to have an argument. We're not chasing clout. I would love to not be talking about Vaush about this particular incident, okay? Although I will admit that, Vaush's failures as a leader of the online left are, I would be dishonest if I didn't say they are beneficial to me. They are, part of what I build my platform on. This is gross. And, I'd rather not be stuck talking about this. However, if people are going to lie and they're going to double down and they're going to keep at it, I got to say something, right? And I spoke to him because I watched you talk about this issue and was inspired. Nice. That's amazing. That is such a cool story. Okay. Yeah, like when I saw you say something, I was putting that together and I was like, wait, is that what's going on? Are you the person in the debate? And then I was just like, wait, let me reread through chat, because I realized there was like a lot of chat. I'm talking about, stuff that really affects people, and people are obviously going to have something to say about that. And I do want to kind of make sure I'm reading chat here. Sometimes it's too much for me. I have ADHD, but anyway, let me read through more. The interplay between, there's money to be made by inserting themselves into the discussion and dictating the terms. Yeah. And it's also a power move, right? It's also them getting leverage, right? So, Decady, if you want to come on and talk to me today, I would be most interested to see what you have to say. Let's see, Vaush, okay, trying to... You should know I became aware of this discourse and decided to reach out to Vaush because I watched. So that's what got me to scroll through chat. I take credit. Oh no, look, the credit goes to you. Okay, I'm glad that that happened, right? But I think what you did was amazing, right? And I don't want to steal your thunder here, right? If you search the hashtag, you're looking for a specific thing, you get a bunch of unrelated stuff. Yeah, there we go. Then the hashtag. So let's just talk about the utility of the hashtag. And as much as this is Twitter stuff and et cetera, this isn't discourse Twitter stuff. This isn't just minutia. This isn't talking, to hear your own voice. This isn't, right? This is different. There's real stakes here. That is amazing. Okay, yeah. So everybody go follow Dat Katie. Is Da Katie Dat Katie? It's that Katie. Like that, yeah, Dat Katie. Oh my god, I don't know why I keep calling you Da Katie. Listen, there's something about like the coolest people in chat. I always mispronounce their names, so that says that you're cool. It's a distinction. This has been a meme for a very long time. Dat Katie is the person Vaush is debating in this debate. Okay, yes. It took me a minute to get that. Like, I was like, wait a minute, is that what she's saying? And I thought that I'd scroll up and find the confirmation, but I enjoyed it in the moment, but got a lot of negative and positive comments. Yeah, I can imagine. Vaush getting performatively offended on behalf of the victim to do a little colonizing and clout reaping. Oh my god, thank you. You're so cute. Can I explain in voice? Yeah, wait, I'm in Modcast, so am I not? I think I am. I think I'm in Modcast. Yeah, Zara, anytime that I'm missing something, feel free to jump in there. Not on social media, so that's why. Scrolling down. Overall, it's been positive. That's really cool. Look, Katie, I think that there's other people in Vaush's community that agree with you. And I think that there's something about the nature of the community that, like, a lot of people are kind of intimidated into silence. And, you know, although I recognize that there's, you know, there's something happening in the left online and in Vaush's community. There's more and more people coming to awareness of this, right? And like I said, Vaush's failures, Xander Hall's failures, are part of what I'm building my community on, but I'm not focusing on destruction of other content creators. I'm not focusing on you know, it's not about anger. It's not about anything like that. It's about like building a place for solidarity to form, and this isn't doing it. And it's really cool that you could, you know, that you got. I am so touched that you got inspired by something that I did, and then did something about it that actually had, you know, had ripples down the line. I spoke to him because I watched you talk on the issues and got inspired. I mean, he was a lot more reasonable than Destiny ever was. Oh, you talked to Destiny too, huh? I'd love to. I just assumed want to watch some first. Yeah, we will be watching some first. I'm going to watch some of this. I'm going to go into the kitchen and do some cooking, and maybe we can pick you up, like, you know, like after when my meal, because like, right, I'm going to prepare the HelloFresh meal, and then I'm going to, you know, put everything down to cook, and then while it's cooking would be an awesome time to talk to you. That'll just like we'll watch like 30 minutes of this to get into it, get a feel for what's going on in this conversation, and then I'll start. God, I need to, in other words, I get lost in the nuance, and I'll make, yeah, YouTube chat. I'm trying to read you too. It's just like there's so much Twitch chat here that I gotta get through. Oh my god. Even if they disagree with that tweet, they didn't need to declare like a debate bro. Oh yeah, like a debate bro. Yeah, they acted like it was an act of terrorism. Yeah. They turn the people trying to bring their attention to this into, you know, into monsters to be, you know, farmed for clout. In other words, I get lost in the nuance. I'll do what makes the rest of the community and others comfortable. Wait, I'm missing something here. Very happy we managed to build a good faith interaction. I knew he could turn on me and it'd be ugly, but I'm glad it was friendly and it felt productive overall. You've been following me lately. You super appreciate my attitude. I'm so genuine and honest, and I feel a kinship. Oh my god, that means so much to me. That means so much to me. I mean, that's what I'm here to do, right? Another streamer friend, Polly People of ours, was also supposed to cover this yesterday, but she got sucked into true crime. I heard about that. Yeah, true crime, it just, you know, sucks you right in, right? I've yet to follow Polly. Many people have different opinions regarding Polly, but nothing else I've heard that yeah, she's very entertaining indeed. YouTube chat. Let me I had to make Twitch chat bigger so I could get the weasel emotes out, so it's making it harder for me to read YouTube chat. I will gladly give up the hashtag. It is necessary. That the way it's framed, though, it takes away from Black trans women. As far as the origins, I can only say what I experienced. I experienced the AIDS crisis. So Christy was saying that Say His Name was used in the 80s for AIDS victims. Also, Say Her Name. I pass as white. In other words, I get lost in the nuance and I'll do what makes the rest of the community and others comfortable. Okay. Too tired yesterday to... Yeah. Yeah, Polly did cover that stuff yesterday. I'm also going to make a YouTube series about the... Oh, that's awesome. About the Professor Flower situation. So wait, Dat Katie, let me get this correct, right? You talked to Vaush. You disagreed with him and didn't back off and didn't give up ground and like he didn't, you know, try to turn you into the monster of the week? Like, because honestly, I'm more concerned here about the discourse, about the space that we're creating, about the potential for solidarity, than I am about any sort of, you know, like this creator good, this creator bad thing. Like, right, if Vaush could be better, like, you know, as many issues as I have with Vaush and as many disagreements as I probably still have with Vaush, like, you know, that would make me happy. On this issue is so important that, like, I can't, like, you know, I mean, there is a longer, you know, strategic vision that I have in mind of trying to foster that kind of community on the left and trying to build that solidarity. And yeah, part of it involves pushing out creators that are getting in the way of that. But if Vaush could just step out of the way, like that's like 90% of what I'm concerned with. Maybe we should watch the debate. Maybe we should watch the debate. Yeah, true. I'm sorry. I'm just like, kind of amazed here. Yeah, let me turn on the debate. And I will also get myself a cup of water while we're listening to it.
And even though I disagree with Vaush's position on this, it is not like an anti-trans sentiment that I'm trying to convey. And if anyone feels that way, then I am apologizing, and that is not my intent at all. So it was just important for me to say that.
Oh, good intentions have never stopped chatters from getting angry, so we'll see how they react.
Yeah, I'm being constantly informed that my intentions don't matter in this space anyway, so.
So, what are your intentions then?
So I'm going to be very honest. I still haven't decided if I'm trying to convince you that you're wrong or I'm trying to convince your chat that you're wrong.
Well, you should probably focus with me. You'll have a pretty tough time convincing them if I don't seem that moved.
Okay, but the issue with that would be that you don't have any material interest on conceding a point, even if I were, by a godly mistake, like correct, you know?
Well, if you approach things from that angle, then you have to understand there's not much of a material interest in my chat to side against me, unless you manage to, like, really get me on a point, convincing enough that I would look a fool if I didn't concede it.
Yeah. That was pretty much like what I was trying to decide how I want to try to play it, basically. But my intention is obviously, you've been criticizing a lot of like leftist infighting, and like I see you as one of the two major figures that wield the most amount of influence here. And personally, I've been following your content for like 3 years now. You're the reason why I got into like Discord and online politics generally.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I really enjoy your humor, which is why I started following you to begin with. So not the current humor, the old humor, the edgy humor, not this the I'm so cool humor. That's less my vibe.
Oh, don't worry.
Um,
I made plenty of that humor back then too. It was just a lot less funny, so I think people read it not as a joke, but rather as an actual indication of like narcissistic personality disorder. So in
oh
that
shit.
respect, I'd
Okay.
say that on average, the humor has probably improved quite a bit.
Okay, then maybe I just like declined in IQ points and I'm not as funny anymore or something. I don't know. Um, that's fair. Um, yeah, fucking, I lost my train of thought. It doesn't matter. So those are generally my intentions. I guess. Oh, I remembered what I wanted to say. Yeah, I just think that I have some critiques about like this specific issue regarding your conduct around it and your talking about it. And I also believe that it leads to like a greater point with some of your content. But I'm fine discussing the specifics first about this. And if we have time, then we can go into the other stuff.
Sure, hit me up.
Okay, so I guess the first thing that I really like to address is that both in the video that I sent you on the email and now you said that the slogan is rhetorically appropriate. So you basically are saying like this slogan applies to Brianna J. So there's no reason to like gatekeep it except for like Black people being upset that it's like what they see as appropriation. Is that a fair rephrasing of what you said?
I don't think there's a reason to gatekeep it at all. You have to have a really good reason to try to adjust rhetoric on a group level, especially during heightened times of sensitivity, like right after the death of a trans girl. I can think of a couple of reasons why you might want to do this. So, like, for example, if a slogan is kind of stochastically arrived at, like it just happens, you know, and then it turns out that slogan is actually, through sheer coincidence, kind of overlapping with an anti-Semitic slogan, you know? I think it would be fair then to go like, all right, guys, we need to, okay, all right, take two, you know, let's roll this one back. I think that's okay. I don't think it's impossible to find situations where that's justified. But this, to me, comes nowhere even close to that standard, to that burden of obligation.
Okay, so I think what I was trying, because I'm trying to like decouple certain components and like address them individually. So I was trying to address the point that I don't feel that the slogan is appropriate and therefore the usage thereof is misguided. But if you want to address the point first of like that you feel that some parts of the progressive movements are like trying to basically speech police, we can talk about that first.
Well, they are. I mean, that's pretty explicitly what was being done, right? The idea was that the hashtag was in some way taking away from Black issues, and therefore people should stop using it.
So when you hear Vaush talk about speech police, usually what he's meaning is that he conceives of people expressing concern for this sort of thing as them farming clout. Like, right, they're not really upset, but they're looking for a gotcha. They're looking for something to make somebody big look bad and therefore, you know, bring more attention to their name. He always sees this stuff as disingenuous. It doesn't feel like he really allows the possibility in his mind that maybe this was meant in good faith. Maybe there's actual concern being expressed here. He's always, you know, kind of framing it as being, you know, some sort of a power grab or some sort of an attention grab, right? So
seems like an pretty explicit case of gatekeeping in this respect, whether you think it was justified or not.
Okay, so I was told I shouldn't fight on gatekeeping. So I'll just say, yes, it's a type of gatekeeping, but I think it wasn't done in a way that I'd necessarily be on board with calling it speech policing.
Now, real gatekeeping, you know, what we're usually talking about there is like the idea, like, you know, like a lot of times like academic, like, right, you know, if you express an opinion on a certain matter and somebody that maybe sees themselves as being more experienced, more knowledgeable in that field, you know, comes along and says like, you don't really have the standing to be to for your opinion on this to hold any sort of weight, right? That's gatekeeping, right? But the way that Vaush uses it is that the online left gatekeeps people from being part of it. Generally, when he says gatekeeping, he's talking about like who we consider to be a leftist or not, you know, who we consider to be part of our movements or not. And the idea, the rhetoric that he's using is like that, you know, why would we want to make such a high bar for our movements, you know, to be a leftist when what we want is to succeed, what we want is to win, and what's more winning than numbers, right? So, you know, you're saying no to increased numbers seems like a losing strategy. So that's the kind of the difference in how that term gets used. I found that many people online that say that people should be less sensitive are also the people who think if you tell them on Twitter that they are wrong, they say that you're speech policing him. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely the framework that Vaush is looking at. And, you know, if you're like, you know, he said, you know, you were talking about like, I'm trying to decide if I want to, if I'm trying to convince you or if I'm trying to convince your audience. And that's obviously like, is he open to listening? Is he open to changing his mind? Or you know, should I just kind of forget about him and try to speak to the audience and try to hope that there's people out there that are going to see the faults in his logic, right? And you know, he's well, you've got to convince me, otherwise you got no chance with these people. I'm not sure he's right about that, but that's his take on it. He called it a psyop. Yeah, he did. He called it a psyop. They point to a 4chan. I think this is the one that they found a 4chan thread and suggested that, you know, people that were concerned about this were actually, you know, right wingers LARPing as leftists. You know, that there was some kind of op from un poquito, solamente un poquito. You can tell how bad my Spanish is, probably just from that little fragment, right? Everybody's been called a psyop lately, when in actuality, now, like, look, I'm not going to be so bad faith as to call Vaush a psyop, right? For all I know, he, Xander Hall, etc., they think that they're helping. They think that they're making the left strong, right? That's how I interpret this. So I'm not looking at them as like, you know, they're secretly having an agenda to try to help out the right wing. I think they probably are a little bit more career-minded than we would hope for leaders on the left. But I do think that they're, you know, like I said, they think that they're helping, right? But yeah, they're in terms of benefiting the right, I would say that anything that breaks up solidarity, anyone that uses wedge issues the way that these people do, like, that's more likely to benefit the right. So without being like an intent, you know, a statement of intention, because once again, we don't know what's going on in their little hearts, right? You know, and I don't want to make assumptions that it's, you know, nasty, bad things, right? When it could be explainable by just them being wrong, right? Esto es muy bien. Thank you. Gracias.
In the terms of, yes, absolutely, many people on Twitter were very vocal and said this slogan shouldn't be used on white people. And there was a lot of, I believe this is racialized for a reason, but yes, I agree there was some aggression. But I also think that the general plight, especially considering like Jesse Gender's like tweet, wasn't necessarily as hostile as you present it or as you perceive it. And let me just very quickly explain what I mean. My interpretation of what happened is that there was a good faith attempt.
Kahil-sama, yo también. Entiendo mucho, pero I always get the pero wrong. I always say dog when I'm trying to say, but pero no puedo hablar. No puedo hablar bien. My Spanish is so bad, I can't speak it very well, but I understand a lot. Yeah.
To use the slogan. And then some people in the progressive movement found that inappropriate or offensive or whatever the fuck. And then they turn to their allies and they're like, hey guys, maybe not. And maybe they even yelled, hey, can you cut that shit out? Right? And then the way I see it, the other side was like, now we're cool. We're just going to keep doing this. You're being silly. And Now you can say what you wanted to say. Sorry.
The level of aggression isn't really relevant to me.
Good.
The essential implication was that it is racial.
That's because he's so disingenuous. He assumes everyone else must be. Yeah, there could be. Yeah, there's probably some of that. Oh boy, Vaush talking down on black issues once again, right?
Insensitive or racist to continue to use the term. You know, no matter how politely it's phrased, essentially it's saying, you know, change your language or you're a bigot / contributing to bigotry, as if there's any difference in the minds of a lot of people on Twitter. And you know, the level of actual explicit hostility in the message is kind of irrelevant to me. You could have been really nice about it, but at the end of the day, I think it's a toxic attitude to take.
So regardless, so he's just saying, regardless of how nicely you put it, the absence of any sort of malice, like the you know, attempt to, you know, just state this without any disparagement of the person that you're asking not to use this phrase, right? Without implying you baddie bad boy, don't use that phrase. You know, that he's always going to take that as if that stuff is implicit, right? You don't know my content very well. This is an interesting day to be coming on. It should be a fun day. I'm gonna do a little cooking next. So, you know, after we get done, we're gonna do a little Vaush segment. Okay, we're gonna, you know, we're gonna watch enough of this video to know what's going on. Then I'm gonna go in the kitchen and get my lunch cooking. Then we're gonna talk to Dat Katie, who is the other debater in this debate. Dat Katie is the one talking to Vaush on this issue, who I didn't even know. You know. Has been kind of part of my community for a little while now, and apparently got inspired to reach out to Vaush, you know, after watching my coverage of this issue. So it's kind of an exciting day, right? That's Google Translate. Oh wow, Google Translate is sounds great. Oh, thank you for the biddies. Meow meow meow.
Well, I guess my counter argument to that would be that I would argue that if you have heard and understood the...
So I gotta ask you something, Dat Katie. When I say Vaush versus Vaushite, like, it sounds like you're familiar, but maybe referring to you as a Vaushite is a bit of a misnomer, right? I don't. It doesn't sound like you necessarily consider yourself, you know, part of Vaush's fan club, so to speak. Google Translate, it is getting better, right? True. You might not be free. We'll have to see. Yeah. Well, we will definitely touch base on one time, because I definitely want to talk to you about this conversation.
Claims that were made by I don't want to call it Black Twitter, because there were both like black advocates and white advocates that were...
You're not in his fan club, but you've enjoyed his content a lot. Yeah.
So let's just say the not use the hashtag side, or use a different hashtag side.
Cat ears.
I do believe when they make those claims, and then we want to keep using the hashtag side says, I'm hearing you, but I'm not racist for using it. I'd argue that that's kind of, unfortunately, the reason why they choose to continue to do that can partially be attributed to a general dismissal of Black voices inside the progressive movement.
Well, I think it's okay to dismiss voices if they have a bad point. I don't really care what the race of those voices are. If they think it's because of their race that they're being ignored, they're free to make a point to that. But that's not really what I see. The point was pretty stupid up front. I don't think that people should be expected to engage in a kind of selective apologetics where if they encounter a bad position from a person of color, they have to engage
this guy again, right,
an
Raven?
additional level of scrutiny, or they have to be more protective with the rebuttal. I think it's fine to just disagree.
Yeah, so I 100% agree.
Oh, by the way, like I said, I really want people's eyes on what's going on today. So yeah,
agree with what you said.
Whoops.
Except that I think
that's the wrong button. I was trying to press this button. So yeah, let me spam that Twitter thread at you. No, Vaush versus Vaushite. That's not what I was trying to spam at you. Once more, wow. So yeah, like, we're not really dealing with Vaush versus Vaushite here. We're dealing with Vaush versus somebody that's familiar with his content, but not necessarily like part of the fan club. What am I trying to do here? I'm trying to grab from announcements. This thread, there we go, copy and link, there we go. That's what I'm trying to press. That's what I'm trying, not this, Control V, there we go. I can do this. And
the claim wasn't stupid, and that's what I wanted to go over with you. Because I feel that the fact that you just found it stupid right off the bat, I don't think you should listen to someone's opinion just because they're Black. I do think that there was maybe a lack of understanding of the points that I believe were good enough points to be considered, and potentially they were dismissed because of all types of biases. I'm not really interested.
So yeah, this discourse that Vaush gets into about like, you shouldn't necessarily like listen to somebody because they're Black. I think that this is an example of Vaush kind of like speaking imprecisely, right? What, and this is me being super good faith, right? What I think he's really saying is that somebody is not right even about an issue involving, you know, their identity, just because they are part of that identity. And that's true. The example that he always goes to is Candace Owens. Should Candace Owens be listened to on issues of Black people? And here's what I'm going to say, and it's going to be wild. Yes. Listen to somebody, you know, of the identity, you know, that corresponds with the issues that you're talking about. Now, the thing that Vaush is not noticing, though, is that listening to somebody is not the same with agreeing with somebody. Listen to Candace Owens, and when she says, like, actually, like, reverse racism is a much bigger deal, realize that she's wrong. Right? And realize that pick-me-ism is a thing in almost every marginalized group, if not every marginalized group. So, yeah, that's what I think he's missing on this. It's because they think that listen. Yeah, exactly, Dat Katie. They think that listen means agree. They think that we're lying when we ask for listening. Yeah. Vote for Herschel Walker. Oh, yeah, vote for Herschel Walker or you're racist. Or vote for Hillary Clinton or you're sexist, right? You know, it is important to listen to, like, right? So what is the opposite of, like, listening to marginalized people, right? That would be somebody like Vaush, you know, shutting us out and saying, I got this. I don't need to hear what you think of this, right? And if I say something on this issue and you disagree, you can get out of my face with that, right? That's not good. That's not appropriate, right? Because part of what you need to understand to have an informed opinion, and we talked about gatekeeping earlier in the sense of like academic gatekeeping or professional gatekeeping, like, right, if I, you know, diagnose somebody and I'm not a medical professional, right? I'm not a, you know, I don't have the licensure and the education to make a competent diagnosis. Somebody could rightly come and gatekeep me and say, no comment, chick. Why would you think that you could diagnose this? And they'd be right. In the same way, when you're talking about like the liberatory issues of marginalized people, when you're talking about, you know, trans rights, when you're talking about Black people's issues, you not being trans, you not being Black are not going to have a well-informed perspective without listening to those people. And no, you're not going to agree with all of us because you can't, because yeah, like there's the Candace Owens, there's the Blair Whites out there that are, you know, some of what, you know, marginalized people say is going to be contradictory. But I don't have a lot of faith in Vaush's ability or anybody else's ability for that matter to have a perspective that's really worth listening to if they refuse to listen to the people, you know, whose identities we're actually talking about, right? That's all that's being said. And I mean, like, you know, does Vaush disagree about that? I don't know. We never get to hear. He never gets confronted with that, and maybe that happens in this debate. So yeah, let me not talk so much and try to try to get into this. Candace has more knowledge on the Black experience than Vaush ever could. Yeah, true. And listening to somebody doesn't mean agreeing with them. I know listen doesn't mean agree, but hypothetically listens to marginalized people, considers their arguments, and continues to disagree. Are they able to express that? Yeah, I mean, as long as they really are like listening, right? And also like listen. Also, like, let's say that it's not Vaush that we're dealing with, right? Let's say that it's somebody right wing and they listen to Candace Owens' viewpoint and they say, I do think that's right. I agree with Candace Owens. That is my viewpoint too, right? Have you really listened to Black people, or are you cherry picking the Black voices that correspond with your preconceived notions, right? And that's what I see Vaush doing a lot. I don't think that Vaush doesn't listen to like any, Black people on Black issues. I don't think that Vaush doesn't listen to any trans people on trans issues. However, I think that he gatekeeps who he decides to listen to or not listen to according to how much their viewpoint backs up his preconceived viewpoint, his preconceived notion, right? And that's a problem. That's different than listening to people. That is cherry picking. That's entirely different. Y'all don't understand how many times I've shared my experiences or perspective as a queer Black trans woman, and had a chorus of angry white people tell me that there's no reason to listen to me just because I'm Black, trans, or queer. They all mention Candace Owens in unison. Yeah, it's become a thought-terminating cliche. They don't have to listen to what Zara's saying because they have that, pre-programmed response, right? He has facts and knowledge, and facts beat, boop, bop. Unless it's about their own movements for liberation. Yeah, true. Exactly. That's not arguing ownership over words at all. What's up, Tiffany? What's up, Ubafly? Like, look back to how he talked to Professor Flowers. He knows that, God, it's like trying to keep YouTube and Twitch chat open so I can read them both. He knows that he can speak over Black women because his audience and the internet do not put us first for our issues. Yeah, there we go. There's an important distinction. I think any person who isn't hyper plugged into online discourse would probably react with "what the fuck" seeing that. However, wait, am I missing more? Oh yeah, it's a multiple. You're NCC. You're being too nice here because he is not saying that at all. He's saying that he always does. Black people, especially women's voices, do not matter. I mean that's the effect. I think you're right there. I think that's the effect of what like that is like what he's justifying, right? Just what Mijumaru fan said. Vaush is constantly jacketing white people who advocate for Black liberation as bad faith. This is epic gaslighting. I can't. Let's disregard minority voices on the left. Here we go. To be honest, I find the whole discourse disturbing, morbid, and even dystopian. Like, come on, it's claiming ownership over what words are used in reference to a... Yeah, okay, like, I understand why you feel that way, and I don't want... I've said this before. I don't like this issue turning into a debate. However, I think the solution to that is to do what Brianna's family did and like listen to the people that say, hey, I know you didn't mean to, but the tool that you're using, this hashtag, is serving an important purpose for us, and we don't have many tools, right? We don't have a way to replace this. You've got a world of hashtags open to you, right? And you've also got, let's be honest, a lot more visibility for this tragedy. Like, this tragedy happened and people paid attention. Tragedies happen every day to Black women. People don't pay attention, and people don't say their names, and people definitely don't remember their names, right? So like while I share your concern, Tiffany, about something like this becoming a debate when it should be, you know, it's a tragedy and not a, you know, not it shouldn't be discourse, right? It shouldn't be a debate. I think the solution to that is for people like Vaush and people that reacted to being asked not to use a tool that's already serving a purpose that's vastly underserved, to say, okay, you're right, there are other tools available and I'm going to use those. Because yeah, this is a tragedy. This is not time to argue. This is not time to fight. This is not time to, you know, chase the discourse or the cloud or anything else. And that is ghoulish. But I think I place the blame for that ghoulishness in a different place than you're placing it, Tiffany. But yeah, I mean, like, I totally understand how you feel. If he thinks stupid takes should be dismissed, Vaush should shut the fuck up forever. He practices his own advice. Vaush is so anti-black. Sometimes I wonder if he listens exclusively to Candace Owens about black issues. The issue is that the hashtag itself was addressing erasure of black women's trauma and murder. Like, you couldn't pick a more problematic slogan to appropriate, right? And I don't think that the way that people were made aware of this appropriation, like, I think it was anything but hostile, because I think the people making them aware were largely, you know, sensitive to the nature of this tragedy and not chasing discourse, right? If your dead relative wasn't killed in cold blood and forgotten about in the media, yes, okay, that's, sorry, I'm reading people's chatting with each other, and I know sometimes that's like out of context when I read that, so I usually try to skip it and just let you talk to each other and chat. Black people in general do not get the same grace in death and living as other people too, and that hashtag is for people who have suffered, for people who have suffered to that funeral. I'm saying that people need to stop telling marginalized people how much they disagree with their own liberation movement. I agree with Vaush here, says Dr. Butler. Basically, what he's saying is if black conservatives as well, yo, Dr. Butler, I gotta disagree with the first thing you said to me, okay? Disingenuous and worse faith. I'm hearing from you, from other people in chat. I'm hearing that I'm being too nice to him. Now, I am intentionally softening my rhetoric because I grasp the tragedy of this situation, both in the sense of what happened to Brianna and in the sense of what happens to black women all the time. People whose names do not, you know, make it onto my trending feed. All right, or people whose names do not get said and definitely are not remembered, right? And in light of that, I'm trying to be as non-inflammatory as I possibly can. So, and I get that there's a lot of emotions around this. I'm gonna just assume that, you know, you're feeling some of that, and you know, try to, you know, temper my reaction to that in kind, if that makes sense, okay? But yeah, I'm definitely not going. This is not the time for me to, you know, try to go hard at the people that I'm disagreeing with, including Vaush, right? Because of the gravity of the situation. So please understand. See, Basically what he's saying is if black conservatives say, well, I don't feel oppressed, therefore racism isn't real, they are objectively wrong. Oh God. Like, can we leave objectively and subjectively out of this, right? I don't think that like framing is really serving our benefit here. Yeah, but if you don't even know if a viewpoint's wrong or right if you don't listen to it, right? So when you frame it as like listening to black people or not listening to black people and working it out all out in your logical mind, right? I would suggest listening. So like let's look at it this way. On issues involving identity, right? When you create an opinion, right? There's cognition that goes on. The wheels turn in your brain, but there's also information that comes from the outside. Now, if it's science, that is like scientific information or whatever. You know what I mean? If it's video games, that is information about the video game, right? If it's identity, that is information that should come from the lived experience of the people that we're talking about, right? And so listen to black people, listen to trans people is an acknowledgement that part of the required reading for having an informed viewpoint on these issues is to listen to those people and not like, listen to the people that agree with your viewpoint already. Listen to as many people as you can. Don't shut people out, don't ignore people. Like, understand that if you're not black, your opinion is going to be garbage when it just comes from the wheels turning inside your head. So that's what I'm trying to say, Dr. Butler. Black women that are victims of police... I get that I'm interacting with chat probably too much here, but I do care about this discourse a lot, and I want to listen to people in chat. And black women are victims of police brutality. It's already they are already much ignored. White folks were using dehumanizing language towards... Yeah, that's the reaction to that, right? Is the thing that I have the problem with. I'm not judging anybody for, using that hashtag without realizing what they're actually doing. But, when their reaction is one of fragility, one of attack, and one of demonization of the people trying to bring attention to this, then yeah, that's not good. I don't know what else to say. Like I said, I'm trying to tone down my rhetoric here, because I don't think that adding, fuel to the fires is helping anyone. Wasn't talking about that. Oh, it was in reference to a chatter. Okay, well, I'm sorry if I misunderstood what you were saying, Dr. Butler. Yeah, and I'm trying to, I understand that, Dr. Butler. I'm clearly listening to them. If we have a disagreement, you have to listen to somebody, have a back and forth discussion. I wasn't accusing you of not listening to people, right? I thought you were, defending the idea of not listening, as Vaush is saying, based on the fact that, yeah, like, trans people can have bad opinions on trans issues, black people can have bad opinions on black issues. That those are indeed possible, but it doesn't mean that listening isn't important. In my lived experience of a black guy, pro-black arguments do not have to come from a black person. Yeah, true, but like you understand that like my opinions on your issues aren't gonna be great if they're rendered in a situation where I'm not listening to your lived experience, like you were saying. So asking you to listen to minorities is the easiest ask ever. True. Oh, okay, God, like objective and subjective, right? Because we don't know what we're talking about when we say these things, right? Now there's like a concept out there of like objective. What that means is to reality, right? Not to me, Not to you, not to the person standing on the street corner, right? To reality. This is the truth, right? And so in doing that, when I say to reality, like that's almost like a godlike perspective, right? When you talk about the omniscient narrator in literature, you know the phrase omniscience, right? So omniscience is something that's attributed to gods, aware of all things. That's what objective is. That's why I don't think it's a particularly useful term in human discourse, right? Because we don't have access to a godlike figure to tell us this is what's really happening, okay? So that's why I think it's less useful so what gets, let me tell you, like, though we do talk about objectivity and what gets sort of put in place of the actual objective, since we don't have access to a godlike figure, is the perspective of the person with the most power. In other words, the person that's sitting at the crossroads of privilege, right? And when we're talking about the issues of marginalized people, the person sitting at the crossroads of privilege, that's not a good place to be getting your viewpoint from, right? And in general, like, right, we need to make sure that we're not using objective as a stand-in for to the person in the most fortunate situation, to the person with the most power, to the person with the least oppression. See how much damage that does when we do that? That's the problem with objective. When it gets invoked, it's unconsciously invoking a very privileged perspective. So yeah, that's how the objective becomes politicized. But I also understand how that might seem to you. Oh my God, chat, I'm getting so in the weeds here. I don't want to skip over your chat, but like I must.
And saying white people who keep using the hashtag are secretly racist. I don't care about that. I'm just here to indicate that the point wasn't as stupid as people claiming that it is. And that's kind of partially what
I'm in a situation where I wish I had the omniscience to be able to read and understand all of your chats at the same time, but I'm utterly overwhelmed.
What I wanted to discuss.
Go ahead.
Okay, so you said that the slogan
I have to get back to the debate,
rhetorically
true.
appropriate to the Brianna. Is it Brianna Jai or Brianna J? I always get confused.
I think it's Jay.
Okay, then we'll say Jay, and hopefully we're both right. Because it would be really embarrassing to say the wrong name when the hashtag is say your name properly, right? Okay, so you said that the slogan is rhetorically appropriate, and you've said that in the video and both in this conversation. And my basically main argument is that the slogan really does not apply to Brianna J. And I found it interesting that you've even very strongly
Wait, is this in the game? Oh, this is in Vaush's game. I thought he was like watching something else.
That if people think it's not relevant is because they don't see her as a woman. So it's like a transphobic sentiment. I'm not going to be too aggressive on that, but I just found that to be a bit like silly, I guess. I'm sorry if that sounds weird.
Well, I believe I made that claim with regards to Jessie Gender. My issue there was that Jessie Gender's claim was that the say her name hashtag wasn't really relevant to Brianna J's situation, which seems silly to me because it was, born of Brianna J's misgendering. The whole say her name thing is on one level, it's like, okay, well, media pay attention to this death. And on another level here, it's a reference to the dead naming. Of course, I think it was the Daily Wire that went on board and did for once some investigative journalism, and they uncovered Brianna's dead name by like accessing dental records or something. Like they called around and found some old. So, given those circumstances, it seems like the say her name hashtag is, if nothing else, pretty snappy. I mean, even if it was a poor fit, I still don't think you should just randomly change hashtags for no reason. But it seemed like a pretty decent fit here, really.
Okay, so I guess before I'll address why I think it's irrelevant, I think there's an issue that wasn't properly addressed. So Brianna J was in the UK. So if we're saying that people in the UK weren't really aware of like the context of the Say Her Name movement in the United States, and that and sorry, I got a message and threw me off. Don't message me, I'm talking to Vaush. Yeah, so I think in the context of like, if we just look at the UK, I don't necessarily disagree that the hashtag fits, considering what happened with like Brianna's dead naming, for example. But I think since Twitter and the internet generally are very American centric, once Americans got into this discussion, and now we're having mostly people who are American discussing whether this is legitimate or not, this is outside the purview of like well-intending people who weren't aware of the context use the hashtag. Because now when I've informed people of this context and they choose to refuse to be like,
Hi, Amanda. Welcome to the stream.
you know, you even pointed out that, is it called a...
So for anybody just joining us, this is Dat Katie of chat, right? You've probably interacted with Dat Katie before. Actually talking to Vaush about the Say Her Name discourse. It's going to branch into some other subjects too. But the interesting thing here is that apparently Dat Katie was inspired by some of my coverage of this issue early on, and you know, had this interaction with Vaush, which is you know, kind of like amazing, like, right? Because usually what we see when somebody disagrees with Vaush on stream is an attempt by him and his community to demonize the person and to harass the person. I mean, this has happened time and time again. May I just point to the Professor Flowers debate, you know, the fallout from that. So hopefully, you know, we could, I'm trying to purposely kind of tone down my rhetoric on this, because this is an issue that I don't think ever should have become part of the discourse. In my mind, the appropriate response to somebody saying, hey, could you not use this hashtag that is one of the only tools bringing attention to, you know, tragedies that befall like Black women, like all the fucking time in terms of state-sponsored violence, right? Is okay. There's other hashtags we can use. And that's what Brianna's family, that was their response. I think that, you know, that's a perfect example of you know, where this discourse should have ended, right? In other words, it never should have been discourse. It never should have been debate. It is, we're in this spot, it's being, you know, strawmanned and misunderstood and doubled down on, etc., etc., etc. at this point. And yeah, Vaush is one of the biggest culprit, but it's kind of cool that somebody from, you know, that was made aware of this discourse from my stream, actually, you know, went and reached out to Vaush and had this conversation. And so far it's, you know, it's going pretty well.
Vigil. For Brianna, and then they apologized for chanting Say Her Name because they said they were brought awareness to the context of the thing, so they used something else.
Yeah,
right?
that seemed awfully sad.
No, it's not.
I disagree. I think that's something that I see as a reconciliation and like bridge building to prevent infighting.
But that doesn't...
What's sad is that this turned into a discourse, Vaush.
Get to the point of
it never should have been one.
Like mourning and stuff. But basically what I'm saying is that once we're inserting this as an American context, and this is obviously American centric.
Wait, when I look back on the YouTube chat, oh my god, I am trying to keep up with chat. And yeah, YouTube chat, just because, like, I mean, I do have a problem being able to get the YouTube chat to show up on screen, but I am able to read what you're saying, so. I'm in for such a wild ride, oh my gosh. say her name doesn't even work in the context as people were saying her name. Her name was made known. Yeah, and if what people are concerned about, because I have heard some people on the other side say, but what about the misgendering? What about the dead naming? That's why we want to say her name, right? And there were other hashtags. I think one of them was her name was Brianna. I'm gonna get this right. Brianna Jai. I don't think arguing. Oh yeah, the objectivity. Yeah, we can talk about that more. I've been talking about objectivity and subjectivity and kind of like the politicization of the objective. I have to get back to the debate. Yes, I do. I'm just trying to catch up with what's going on in YouTube chat.
Discourse.
Yeah, so Tiffany Weiss says there was a campaign to get her GRC, posthumously, and it was drowned out by ignorant Americans talking about the hashtag. I do agree that the fact that this turned into a debate was unfortunate. I think I just blame different people for the, for this turning into a debate, for this turning into an argument than you do, Tiffany. Right? It should have. Anyone could get on the list. I think you just have to have half a brain and some talk. Oh, you mean, are you talking about like for, oh my God, I'm so missing out. I'm trying to read, like somebody in YouTube chat alluded to, okay, I hate that whenever there's something defending a marginalized group, it always has to be misconstrued because people can't handle their privilege or specifically whiteness called into question. Yeah. Oh, Ubafly mentioned a hashtag. There we go. Her name is Brianna. Yeah. That's the one I was talking. That's the one I was thinking about. Yeah, that was a perfectly good hashtag.
I don't think it's a legitimate thing to say, well, people in the UK, when they started using this, didn't mean it to be this way. Because now Americans who want to use this.
Yeah, I mean, like Dr. Butler, I don't want to get too much into the objectivity, subjectivity thing. But my beef with that concept is like we're talking about something that is unknowable to all of us, and I don't think that we're just invoking our own biases, right? I think that we're invoking almost like a societal bias, and that societal bias is to who's at the top of the hierarchy. In other words, to the people that are at the crossroads of privilege, and especially on an issue of marginalized people who are at the other side, the other end of that stick, right? Getting screwed over, getting oppressed, right? It's particularly unhelpful. That's my issue, right?
Slogan are using it too, even though they are completely aware of the context now. So it's not just a good faith mistake anymore.
I want to be clear. I don't think decisions like that prevent infighting. Acquiescing to outrageous demands from woke scolds increases.
There we go. So it's a woke scold. Vaush's idea is that one giving in, one saying, okay, we'll use a different hashtag, like Ubafly just said, her name is Brianna. We'll use that hashtag. That Vaush says these are woke scolds. They're not good faith operators. They're not just like wanting to try to maintain the potency of this hashtag for doing the job that it's doing. They're trying to get power over us, right? And we can't let them have it. If we give them an inch, they'll take a mile, right? And what he doesn't realize is that at every single turn, the they that he's talking about is a marginalized identity, right? So you're systematically denying the perspective of marginalized people based on your bias that maybe from certain experiences that you've had, maybe from something a lot uglier, right? that what's been being sought out here isn't attention to the tragedy that happens to Black women every day, but is rather some form of power over him and over the people who, unwittingly, like, right, to give them the benefit of the doubt, unwittingly are appropriating this hashtag. And I just think that's a really unproductive way of looking at it.
Leeway you give them.
Oh my God, Mossburbs, thank you.
The more harm they can do in the future, because you've given them that kind of social
are working
power.
hella hard.
And for two, I don't really care if people
So
use
hard.
it. There's no mistake involved here. There's nothing wrong with using the hashtag after all. There's no cost benefit analysis here. I think it's quite harmful too at a vigil.
I need to make that text bigger.
After everyone's gone home, it's a very solemn moment. And then people are like, okay, well, let's reflect on what's happened. And the discourse is then like, it was racially insensitive to use that term to mourn a dead teenager. It's like, again, you need to have a really goddamn good reason to engage in this kind of behavior, to prompt this kind of fake introspection.
God damn, Vaush. Like, do you not think that the fact that so much violence is happening to Black people, so much violence is happening to Black women, and that the majority of people are constantly unaware of it, right? We even heard somebody say that, like, this was the first, incidence of a trans woman, being unalived, like, this year, and it wasn't. And all the examples, all of the there were, like, I think 3 or 4 other names of trans people this had happened to. They were all non-white. We don't know about them. We don't know about their names. They never trended. They never made a splash. They never made a ripple, and they're definitely not being remembered. So, Vaush, I think that's a pretty good reason. You disagree? The point is, oh God, we were talking about object. I didn't mean to open this can of worms again. That's my fault.
And I just don't think it was on display here.
Okay. Well, again, you said woke scolds like posing outrageous demands, and I want to address that because while I do believe that there's some woke scoldy elements to this, I don't think they're worth being dismissed when there is some validity to those claims.
Then
so
what
I
harm
don't
is
believe
there?
they're outrageous. Okay, so again, I've tried addressing this multiple times, but we keep going on slightly different directions, which are all very important to this discussion. So I'm not complaining about that. I don't feel like in an American context, so maybe we can move past like it was appropriate in the UK for the dead naming. I don't feel like in an American context using say your name is relevant. So I don't believe it is rhetorically appropriate.
Even if it was irrelevant, I still wouldn't think there was any harm in using it. I don't think it's irrelevant, mind you. But even if it was, and we had a whole discussion on its relevance, I don't think using an irrelevant hashtag is in itself harmful. You say her name, a person died, it was a her, so say her name, The terms that we arrive at, they don't have to be like masterfully crafted allegories with 17 references to the specific case.
I just wish he'd acknowledge the fact that, like, the other hers whose names that we aren't saying is he's asking what is the harm. There's the harm, right? These people who are already ignored, who are destined to be forgotten, we're going to take even more attention away from them when it doesn't necessarily have to, we're not dealing with a zero-sum game. It's not like, pay attention to what happened to Brianna versus, like pay attention to what happened to anybody else. Like the hashtag that Ubafly brought up, right, is a perfect way to emphasize the dead naming and misgendering that the British press did posthumously to Brianna, right? I don't think that this has to be a problem. I don't think that this has to be a fight, and I really wish it wouldn't be. Hey, what's up, Starry VR? Can Vaush even name? Oh God, can Vaush even name one Black woman who was unalived this year? I mean, who knows? He just delights in erasing Black people, doesn't he? He is luxuriating in it. Yeah, no, it's chat. If you want to talk about objectivity, subjectivity, that's fine. It's an interesting subject, and like I said, I think it's politicized, right? I think that objectivity gets politicized without us realizing it, and that's why I'm trying to bring, attention to that. I just like I'm so like. Here's the thing: I have horrible ADHD, and I don't want it to result in a substandard stream for all of you. Okay, so I'm trying to guard my own tendency to get sidetracked and stunlocked.
At hand. The term people use is the term people are going to use.
Okay, so do you feel like instead, when people say Black Lives Matter,
Wait.
would it be okay if people then said all lives matter, but they actually mean Black Lives Matter?
I don't really see what the comparison is between what I said and what you said here.
Okay.
The All Lives Matter movement was a direct rebuttal of the Black Lives Matter premise. Implicitly, the suggestion that Black Lives Matter...
Okay, I just moved YouTube chat in hope that I'll be able to read it more, right? I had it in the wrong place, and it was causing Twitch chat and YouTube chat to be very small on my screen, but now they're both big.
Less than white lives right now in American society today. The All Lives Matter was a deliberate misinterpretation of that framing. The implication being that saying Black Lives Matter means only Black Lives Matter, when of course that was never the intended message to begin with. It's a bad faith engagement.
I agree. The point that I'm trying to make is, I'll explain why I think the slogan is not rhetorically appropriate, and then you'll get where I'm coming from. So, Say Your Name in America specifically addresses the erasure, and by erasure we mean the fact that Black women who are being brutalized by police are not even being reported on in the news. So they're being erased. They're not even reported on. There's no awareness to that. So there are two elements to this, basically. Three elements. White, Black woman and brutalized by police. Brianna is a woman, absolutely, white, and wasn't brutalized by police. So it feels like this slogan doesn't really apply in an American context.
Only if you
Mm-hmm.
presuppose the pre-existing context. I don't really care what its pre-existing context was. Say her name, it's a her. I mean, if it was a guy who was killed, I guess it would be kind of grammatically incorrect. Apart from that, whatever people settle on is fine with me. I wouldn't care if they settled on, something completely out of hat. I do think there are reasons to use the Say Her Name term. Like, I think there's some specific parallel there. But it doesn't really matter to me that much. I think you need a really good reason to try to cajole people off of an existing hashtag or slogan. Like a really, really good one.
Can I try to make sure I understand your point and then inquire something about it?
Yes.
So you say that the original context doesn't matter. So the fact that the original Say Her Name movement stands for X, Y, and Z is irrelevant as long as I can use Say Her Name in a way that expresses my point, right? So context does not matter, basically. Is that fair?
Unless the context is somehow harmful. Like, again, if it was an anti-Semitic slogan, then obviously using it now for Brianna J would be,
I see.
Right.
So that's why it's not equivalent to the All Lives Matter, because you do think that's harmful, so it does not track the same way.
Well,
okay,
if
I see.
If for some reason, like, All Lives Matter had been settled upon rather than Black Lives Matter as the pro-equality slogan, I don't think I would have had any inherent issue.
So it sounds like Vaush is recognizing like the problematicity of All Lives Matter come from the fact that it's used as a response to Black Lives Matter, and it's offered like as a correction. That the implication being that saying Black Lives Matter is somehow saying only Black Lives Matter. So he's like recognizing, I guess, that the context is created by the the original slogan, right? That being Black Lives Matter, and that when all lives matter is said, it's not being said in just the, like, yeah, all lives are important, which is kind of, you know, a truism, but it's said to imply that Black Lives Matter is, you know, an attempt to prioritize Black lives over other lives, or, you know, or even just over white lives, when in actuality it's a response to the fact that Black lives are treated by the you know, law enforcement, which has a monopoly on violence, as if they don't matter.
With that, right? Like, you can imagine pretty easily, you know, a bunch of people chanting down the street, all lives matter, and it's like a anti-racist protest. It's, you know, the terms are interchangeable and largely meaningless, but there is inertia to them.
Okay, so I guess the issue that I take, and
Wait, does he mean inertia or momentum?
I think part of the harm is basically that, and I get that you don't care about context, but I think
the terms are not interchangeable or meaningless. Vaush doesn't even really care about this, yet he does care, and took a side and used his entire platform and clout network to push his opinion. Yeah, and to push out those people trying to bring attention to this, because Vaush is being so obtuse because Vaush doesn't care about Black women. Okay, and I'm reading this subjectivity, objectivity stuff, but I can't read it out loud because I'm already doing a bad job of paying attention to the content and the chatters. Despite the awful content out here, I'm glad that we're here. Oh, that's really sweet, Ubafly. And to everyone else in this community, I'm very grateful. Oh, that's really sweet, Jinx. As a Black trans woman, I was already mourning yet another tragedy, as we have already lost several trans youth this year, and then we were besieged with anti-Black vitriol for a week. Hence why it's not Black people's fault for pointing out that the hashtag already has an established purpose. And like, I do think Cuffles and Vaush jumping on this drama is also what caused the discourse to spread. Okay, so there's, like, yeah, some level of understanding here. Let's see. I'm trying to read. Hey, what's up? Oh, good morning, V. Vaushbag doesn't care because Vaushbag hates Black women. Disrespecting my Black queens. I won't have it. Who is he talking to? So he's talking to actually a chatter that some of you might recognize from Twitch chat. He's talking to Dat Katie, who was here earlier, and maybe we're gonna try to get Dat Katie on to you know, for a conversation with me when we can, because this is kind of an amazing, possibly even watershed event that we're seeing. Dat Katie apparently was inspired to reach out to Vaush after seeing some of my coverage of this, you know, what's happening with this discourse, and you know, that's really cool. It's a way to say to Black people, stop saying that, which is harmful and tries to deny racism, the racism which is occurring. Been working for months on a video on the horrible racism of the debate bozos, but it is exhausting. Yeah, and there's probably always more information coming in, right?
the context here is exactly the plight of this side of the.
Oh, you've got a video about this in the works?
Progressive,
Nice.
like the side that I'm here to
Nice,
express.
Phoenix.
So you say context doesn't matter, but the context is that there is an erasure of African American women being brutalized by police. And then if we make it if we open it up to everyone, and by opening it up again, I'm not putting anyone in jail for using the hashtag. I'm more upset at fellow allies who have heard me make this argument and say, I don't give a fuck. As you said, like, who cares? You know, I think you should care. And the reason why I think you should care is because if the context discusses a specific issue that the African American community faces, and then we potentially dilute it by saying, well, it's actually an issue that all communities have, then now we're no longer addressing the African American issue. Now it's a general issue. And I know that you made the claim that, like, this is not intersectional, but even though I believe that intersectionality analysis is, like, important, you're also, you know, because you're an intelligent, I've heard you say this dozens of times, like, different marginalized groups require different solutions for potentially different problems. We can't resolve the oppression of all marginalized groups by using the same methods for everyone. There are targeted things that need to happen, right?
I don't disagree with that, but I don't think any harm is being done to Black advocacy for the use of this hashtag.
Going to take a little bit longer because you want to talk about systemic violence against the disabled.
I don't think there's any competition
What's up, Gothic Asriel?
for resources or for attention here. The idea that there is competition between different marginalized groups, I think, has historically been a reaction.
Yeah, and I want to underline something that Dat Katie just said, right? That this, you know, isn't like the characterization of a lot of these debates lately, the straw manning that I talk about, has been like in response to, you know, people who are approaching the situation in a non-confrontational manner and then have their perspectives recast as if they were an attempt to cancel. I think this is what's so destructive about left-wingers like Vaush adopting the framework of cancel culture and then incorporating it into everything. It then becomes a one-size-fits-all excuse to be wrong, to be intransigent about it, and to double, triple, quadruple down, right? You can literally take anything that anybody has an issue with that you do and like accuse them of cancel culture. And if this becomes a thought terminating cliche, then there's like nowhere to go forward from that, right? And this has been an issue with the Hogwarts Legacy discussion, and this is an issue with the Say Her Name discussion, right? This is that, like I said, never should have become discourse to begin with. Vaush, yeah, thanks for reminding us, Nina. Vaush has read all theory. That's true. That's true. Bush is debating one of his fans. You know, I almost want to change this, right? Hey, how about this? Let's do this, right? We know who Vaush is debating, okay? We know that Vaush is debating. And I asked that Katie if like the characterizing them as a Vaushite, you know, like maybe I should change this, right? And they were like, no, you can go ahead. I've followed Vaush's content for 3 years, but I don't get the feeling when I say a Vaushite, generally what I'm saying is like somebody that is like a fan in the sense that they are a supporter, right? And while you know, obviously like there might be some like I don't know, I feel like it's unfair to characterize Dat Katie as a Vaushite, so I'm going to change the title to reflect that, if that's okay.
Belief. It's like the Dave Chappelle argument, the idea that all the, you know, like trans people are canceling him for being black or whatever. No, they're not. That's not happening. Overwhelmingly, trans people are far more progressive than cis people as a demographic, of course. But for some reason, he was insistent that there was some kind of competition for resources. I think it's a psyop, or something often believed by people with misguided principles. I don't actually think it's a real issue.
Vaushhites to me is like stands who were chain blocking all black people, or being like, what racism did he do? I need more evidence. Yeah.
The trans advocacy and black advocacy hashtags, whether they overlap, intersect, or don't at all, I don't think they're fighting with each other. So I don't think there's any harm in those terms being used in that way.
Okay. So I understand that. First of all, I'm reading chat. So
that's
the
always
original
a mistake.
I agree, but like the original hashtag was say their name, and now the Native American community often uses wow, I'm gonna butcher this, but something with stolen sisters. I'm really sorry. I was told this by a Native American advocate, and I don't remember the specific thing.
Okay, so yeah, that's does anybody know that hashtag? The Stolen Sisters hashtag? There's that, and then there's also one that I've seen a lot is, and when I look up, this issue, I see MMIW or MMIWG or MMIWG2S, right? And that is essentially missing and unalived, and I'm, using the word that's like less demonetizable there. It's a word that starts with an M in the hashtag, so it's MM, right? IW, Indigenous women, girls, and two spirits, right? That's what I've been seeing. Yeah, there we go. MMIW or MMIWG, MMI2S, right? I think it's been changed from sisters in some places because a lot of the victims aren't women. Like marginalized, oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, marginalized genders are often erased. Yeah. That's hence the reason for the MMIWG2S.
But I don't have an issue with it being used for Native Americans first. If they had
so the hashtag, yeah, that Dat Katie's referring to is, I think, no more stolen sisters. Hashtag no more stolen sisters.
An issue with that, then I would potentially make similar arguments for that. I think what I'm saying is that when you're expressing like a level of dismissal to...
But the sad thing about this, right, is that the idea of say her name originating from the movement to stop like missing or unalive, like Indigenous women, girls, and two spirits from becoming missing or unalived, right? Is that it doesn't feel like that was brought up out of any sort of concern for Indigenous people. It feels like that was brought up as a deflection, right? In other words, they interpret people asking them to use a different hashtag as a call out, and they want to do a call out to call out the call out and therefore deflect, right? So that's my big problem with that. It's like that's an issue that needs to have more attention brought. That issue needs more attention as well, right? But I feel like the people bringing it up aren't doing that, and they're not even doing enough research to know like what the actual hashtags that are used to bring attention there are, right? So 100% was not out of a concern for Indigenous people. It's a deflection. It's that it should be its own discussion, but yeah, it deserves to be brought up, but just like not as a deflection, not as a parry, right? That's really disingenuous. That's really kind of ghoulish.
So I feel like my side is saying, hey, you're diluting this very specific cause that we're trying to advocate for. And it's not that we don't care about trans people. We do. We can care about trans people while also understanding that this is about a very specific context of Black women being brutalized by...
Look, Threadsless, my understanding is that like that never was... So what was done to claim that the hashtag was originally about MMIWG2S was somebody found a documentary or a movie that used that phrase, right? Used say her name, and then they like somehow concluded to that that was like, you know, the origin, when in actuality you're just talking about like a title of a movie, and the movie happened before hashtags were a thing. So that's my understanding, right? That the people digging up this information to deflect didn't care about the people that they're invoking here, right? As like, you know, to say that like it's been broadened before, therefore why can't it be broadened again? Well, you got to ask the people that are using the hashtag at the time, like, do you want this broadened? And there's a specific reason why not to do that, because this is a hashtag that is already finding itself insufficient, already unable to do the work that it needs to do to bring attention to the, you know, Black women that are victims of state-sponsored violence, right? And so yeah, when you want to broaden a hashtag, you gotta ask, you know, the people using it, rather than just assume that, like, you know, okay, well, this is, you know, this seems to fit, right? This seems to fit, right? It just
police. And when you're using this, you're shifting the focus, because now the focus isn't about Black women brutalized by police, it's about marginalized groups being murdered, and that is simply not what the slogan is for.
You talk,
and then when you
talk about a focus, but the focus you're talking about doesn't exist. There's no actual crowd of people who are looking at the hashtag being used in the context of Black women, and then their attention got shifted, and somehow this, you know, diluted the discourse. That's not a real thing that's happening.
You say that that's not a real thing that happened, but Vaush, we've pointed out, like, you know, we pointed out like issues, you know, like instance of, like, you know, like the reason you think that's not happening is because their deaths aren't making an impact on your consciousness. Their deaths are not coming to your attention, right? What you've just said, which is that you don't see who's getting the attention taken away from them, should illustrate the fact that, yeah, you don't see them because the attention's being taken away from them, because they're being erased. Like, you're unwittingly illustrating the counterpoint to your argument, right? Right here.
Okay, by diluted the discourse, I mean that we're now using say her name for Brianna, and Brianna's name is being said a lot, and we're all talking about it. But like a few weeks ago, everyone says her name wrong, Zashi or Zaki, I'm not sure how to pronounce it. That was an American trans Black woman who was murdered, not by police, by a coworker. And we don't know her name, right? That's the exact thing that the slogan.
I didn't even have to say anything. That's where Katie was going with this anyway. Yeah.
Don't you think it would have been? Don't you think it would have been inappropriate to use the term then? She wasn't killed by police. Wouldn't you be diluting its original meaning to talk about murders broadly when say her name was used rather as an attack on the racist institution of the police?
I would argue that to claim that say her name doesn't have to do with the racial issue that Black Americans face is misguided.
Sure it does, but it also has to do with the police, a factor absent in the killing of the person you just described. It seems to me like both of us want to dilute the term, but you arbitrarily believe your dilution is acceptable, whereas my dilution...
What is the game that he's... Yeah, what a weasel, right? What is the game that he's playing? I don't even know. Like, chat keeps on freezing up for me, but I was trying to say, right, because no one is looking at Black women, and they should be. That's why he thinks that. Yeah, exactly.
Is somehow unacceptable.
Well, maybe even if that's true, I find that to be a very interesting statement. I feel like
Katie is eating his lunch.
I feel like this is kind of a gotcha, and I don't know if I should participate in that or not.
It's
but
not
if
a
we want to
gotcha.
do,
It's you would need to explain why your deviation is justified, but not mine. So I think it's okay
mean,
to say
look.
say her name in basically any context that isn't
Mhm.
reactionary. And if reactionaries say it, I can't really stop them, can I?
So the question is expanding like the hashtag outside of state-sponsored violence, acceptable, right? And he's saying, well, if you're willing to expand it outside of state violence, then why not expand it outside of just being about why not expand it to white people, right? And here I think that Dat Katie was bringing up the issue of trans women who had been the victim of violence, who weren't white, whose names that he wasn't whose tragedies he wasn't aware of, whose tragedies, like I said, sadly do not make a splash in the public perception, right? I don't think that Dat Katie was necessarily saying like that's like an appropriate use of the hashtag. I think Dat Katie was trying to point out what I was pointing out, was that Vaush, the fact that you're unaware of this, the fact that you don't think that that this is she is showing him to be a weasel. Yeah, I think it does seem like a fair point that she's showing him to be a weasel. Good point.
I don't mind how people use it. People are going to settle on whatever hashtag.
Vaush will never admit white deaths are remembered far longer than those of black people. Yeah, that's what he's missing.
They want. You're interested in the purity of the term, not something I go.
It's not about purity, Vaush. It's not about purity. It is about awareness. And, the absence of awareness is erasure. And it's the dilution. Yeah, I get why you'd get purity from dilution, right? But that's not really what she's saying. She's saying like dilution in the sense that this is an already underserved cause. There is already erasure. There is already a lack of awareness. And so when you're looking for some place to go, when you're looking for something to use to bring further awareness, like people say, to the fact that Brianna's been, misgendered and dead named posthumously, you've got so many other options. And insisting on the option that you reached for out of ignorance is a completely acceptable option, and anybody saying different is a woke scold and is being disingenuous, etc. Like that's gross, right? There are the hashtag that Ubafly brought up. The smugness is suffocating. Ian is obsessed with purity. Well, yeah, he's got all these thought-terminating cliches: woke scold, purity culture, right? Like all these like prefabricated deflections to anything anybody tries to bring up. And he doesn't get that, there is the possibility that you are not being canceled, but rather you're being tapped on the shoulder by somebody saying like, hey, you're making a mistake here and you're doing harm. I doubt Vaush can tell me the names of black women who have been unalived until he can. All his chat can. He doesn't have a leg to stand on.
But if you are, fine. But you would then have to explain how your impure decision to include the woman you just referred to is acceptable when previously...
Well, I mean, my understanding is that the reason that woman's name is being brought up is as an example of the lack of awareness of, like the tragedies that happen to black women in general, not necessarily that's an example of state-sponsored violence, right?
Has been about preserving original
Would you
intention.
like me to?
Go for it.
Okay, so I believe that if we broke down the 3 categories for say her name, although I feel like I should probably, if I want to be more optically effective, I should probably fight the framing that I'm looking for the purity of the term, but I'll go with this. If there are 3 elements to...
So I mean, all the stuff that you're hearing, it's partially why Dat Katie is an effective messenger in this case is that she's referencing, you know, there's like almost like a culture that's developed in, you know, in Vaush's community as far as optical effectiveness, like all these buzzwords, right, that are kind of just like weird to us, like they're the way that the discourse goes on in this community. And yeah, you know, it's kind of you know, Vaush's culture by way of Destiny, right? This is you know, debate bro culture, right? And you know, Dat Katie has said that she wasn't sure if she wanted to reach out, if she's trying to change like Vaush's mind here, because you know, that might be a lost cause. He is not necessarily a good faith actor, or if she's going to be more effective, like targeting you know, Vaush's audience, which right, which also speaks this language, right? And so that's kind of why these things are getting invoked, right?
The use of say her name, black.
Yeah, they split a while ago, but like understanding that Vaush's initial, you know, initial coming into prominence was out of like as being a chatter in Destiny's community that talked to Destiny on Discord and sort of built his community out of there. So some of the traditions, some of the language that gets used, you know, is coming from Destiny's community, is coming from the way that people talk, it's coming from, you know, what we talk about, like, I mean, you could even call it like seminal debate bro culture, right? That Destiny is like the ground zero for the tragedy that is debate bros, and that Vaush is apple that doesn't fall that far from the tree. Granted, some of it is probably, you know, was developed by Vaush's community, you know, from the input from the original input from anyway, I'm getting way too in the weeds here. I'm getting way too in the weeds.
And police, and we rank them.
They're like the threadless. I think I appreciate you wanting to make a distinction between Vaush and Destiny, and granted, I don't recognize them as being. I'm not trying to say they're the same thing, right? But also understand that Vaush and this debate culture, in a large part, stems from Destiny. So you could almost think of it as like, you know, those etymology charts that show like, you know, they show like, you know, French, Spanish, Portuguese stemming from Latin, right? Destiny's the Latin. Okay, that doesn't mean that French is Latin. That doesn't mean that Spanish is Latin. That doesn't mean that Italian is Latin. But that does mean that all of these languages have elements, have a derivation from that Latin. So that's what I'm trying to describe, if that makes sense.
I assume that, like,
and like I said, I'm getting way too into the weeds.
Important component.
Way too into the weeds.
Pretty important component, and yes, police. But if I had to rank them, I would rank them in that order. So
you think the police element is less important than her having been a woman?
Well, I think that say her name was used in African American communities, also for just Black women who were murdered generally, although it's mostly used for police brutality.
It was overwhelmingly used for police brutality. I mean,
I
the
agree.
loudest use of the term was with the death of my goodness, I'm blanking right now. She was shot. She was in the hallway. She'd risen from her sleep. The police fired openly into her apartment building. Breonna Taylor, yes, of course. My mind blanked.
Listen, I'm not going to go too hard on him, and I'm not trying to, you know, cast aspersions for him forgetting Breonna Taylor's name. But there's an example. There's an example, right? And I don't think it's just because of the recentness of you know, Breonna J's you know, being Breonna J's tragedy, that you know, one name is easier to call to mind than another. You know what? It's also because of the commonality with which this happens to Black people, right? So that's what you're suppressing when you push away people that say don't use that hashtag, right? Names that are already unnoticed, names that are already forgotten, tragedies that are already being erased. And you want to, take that hashtag? Are you sure about that? Are you sure? It's a good reason not to steal the hashtag, Vaush. I'll go hard. He doesn't give a flying F about murdered black people. Yeah, say her name if you remember it. Like he's unwittingly, like, right? And I'm not trying to say this to, like, let me just be real clear. Vaush is not the only white person who has trouble calling to mind the names of black people who've been unalived by police violence. Okay? But there's your example. That you need to pay attention to this, in other words, right? You need to recognize, Vaush, that this is the reason to find another hashtag, okay?
It was used most prominently for her. But this was all part of an anti-police protest. After all, Black Lives Matter was about fundamentally police behavior. So it seems to me then that you could actually say her name and any associated, terminology is really more about police behavior. And you could say it if, say, an autistic white woman was shot to death for no reason by a police officer, right? I mean, if we're focusing on what matters most, it seems like the police element here is pretty critical.
Oh, well, I would say that's wrong because Say Her Name has been often used before the BLM protests and before Breonna Taylor for other Black women as well. And as your chat pointed out, since Native Americans have been using this for since at least 10 years to argue that this is somehow new to like BLM or like the recent uptick in interest to African American issues and violence. I don't think that the police brutality is the strongest element, although I'd argue all three are pretty important, but Say Her Name have been used, not predominantly, but partially just for Black women who were murdered and were not properly reported on.
Do you not think you're erasing the indigenous people a little bit? Because what they were talking about with those protests...
So the chat's saying this, but what the chat's not noticing, right, is that there has been discussion between these two communities, right? This is the problem. The Vaush community isn't talking to Black people about this. The Vaush community isn't talking to indigenous people about this, but but these two communities have been in communication. These two communities stand in solidarity. These two communities have worked this out to the extent that it even exists. And again, I think there's a lot of this history that's coming to Vaush's community as like cherry picked, right? Rather than recognizing that the use of this phrase, this slogan, by indigenous people, by First Nations people, has been, comes from a time before hashtags existed. This was, like I said, this was the name of a film, and it does feel like they're just looking for something to deflect with rather than actually talking to the people involved, right? It's a Google search for them. It's not real. That's the problem, right? And it's not just, again, it's not just a problem with Vaush. It's a problem with society. It's a problem with a lot of people, right? But yeah, for him to double down on it, that's where the problem is. They're using us like footballs in a race to prove that they're, yeah, that's the problem. They're more concerned about being right than they are in giving a fuck. Literally, right-wing people reheating the that Not Your Shield 4chan op style wedge driving fuckery. This isn't news to me at all, says Phoenix.
It wasn't the police. It was about the abduction of indigenous women from their reservations.
Yes. Whoa, why am I getting pings right now? This is very bad. Sorry about that. I don't feel
Yo,
like I'm.
no, it's not one guy with a bad memory. Yo, like, listen, I'm trying to cut Vaush a break here and say that it's a lot of us white people that can't call to mind the names of of black people victimized by police violence. And there are a lot of incidents of this happening, right? All of this should point to wanting to bring more attention to that issue and trying to avoid things that might take away attention, right?
Racing Native American women. Although they might feel that way, and I'd like to hear the arguments. As far as I understand, the use of it in Native American communities, it was welcomed that Black women can use it as well. And generally speaking, what?
So?
What do you mean so?
So they talked it out, right? So there was a discussion. So they listened, which is what you're refusing to do, right? And again, I feel like look, this is why I need to make a video about this, right? I've been talking to some people, and basically there's a lot that's getting lost in the Googling, you know, of these terms and cherry picking in order to deflect, right? And I'd like to, you know, if we want to talk about it, let's talk about it, right? Because I think there's some issues here that do not get enough attention and that need to be brought to light. But I don't think that the Vaush network has interest in bringing these things to light. I think that what they're trying to do is just find a deflection, find a point they want to win the argument. And God damn it, this is not the time to be debate broing this shit, right? I'm a Vaushite and a Black woman. I have no problem with people using say her name for any female of kind who has been murdered or missing, 60 years old, and I don't care if somebody wants to take my, oh my god, no, I'm not trying to take anybody's card here, right? And I recognize that, you know, the Black people are not a monolith, right? But I also recognize that there's some issues that are not being brought to attention, and that I think that hashtag serves a purpose for. And you know, just like I don't speak for all trans people, right? None of us speak for all of our identity. But yeah, thanks for you know, coming in. We're actually this is Vaush talking to a member of his own community that disagrees with him, not just on the say her name discourse, but also on Professor Flowers, on the Hogwarts legacy issue, and a few other, and you know, so far it seems like a pretty good conversation here.
Well, it doesn't really change the argument of dilution, doesn't it? By that argument, you might just say indigenous people are more chill and some Black people on Twitter are less chill.
Yeah, so if it's a waste of time to argue over something like this, then maybe the people maybe people who are challenged on the use of this hashtag, you know, right, in good faith, should do what Brianna's family did and say, I'm sorry, I didn't realize that hashtag was serving a purpose that is, you know, that is in such dire need. And I'm going to take one of the many hashtags that I can use for the same purpose without co-opting one that's already, you know, it's already being put to use in such a important to bring awareness to something that Vaush just illustrated is like goes unrecognized, the tragedies of Black women, in this case being the victims of state-sponsored violence, right?
Could be arbitrarily selecting some voices to listen to and some not to. There are probably plenty of indigenous people who would have engaged in behavior I disagreed with. Some of them might have said, no, Black women shouldn't be using this terminology. And I would have disagreed with them, too. My position here is consistent, but it's not really dependent on the perspective of the indigenous.
Well, the thing is, we're not getting the perspective of indigenous people, right? You're not interested in the perspective of them. You're interested in finding an own. You're interested in deflecting. You're interested in doubling down. You're interested in being right. And this is not the right situation to try to debate, bro. Okay?
feminists or black people involved, because I don't really care what they have to say or think. I only care about the empirical harm done by the use of these terms, and I just don't think any's being done. I do, however, think that, with respect, this henpecking is actually damaging. This idea that in order for a slogan to be used, and by the way, slogans aren't really...
And again, we talk about the fact that the one issue that doesn't really get championed in any way by these debate bros is feminism, right? Now, he used the term henpecking, and in and of itself, I don't know. You know, you reach out for a term and you find one, like, right? Pestering is what he's trying to say, right? But in the context of, you know, you're gonna hear Xander Hall talk about, you know, the perception of feminists complaining about video games that that you know are reinforcing patriarchy as being harpies, right? So just as in the UK, you see trans issues played against feminism, and the TERFs will say we choose feminism. Even though if we look at the TERFs' actual political alignment, we're gonna find a lot of right-wing shit that they're on board with, right? We're gonna find a lot of, you know, what does not actually seem, you know, like feminism. But again, that's the rhetoric. You know, it's like, you know, we chose feminism over trans issues, right? In the US, I feel like the debate bros, we see something kind of similar here, you know, where they say, you know, trans issues, you know, versus feminism. And there's an attempt made to turn feminism into turfery, right? And to therefore like ignore it, right? And so what you have essentially with the debate bros is an extension of Gamergate. And for those of us who've been attacked by these jokers, I don't have to tell you anything. Phoenix Rising, I don't have to tell you this. You've experienced this, right? I've experienced this. Polly's experienced this, right? That the Gamergate never really stopped. It just transferred ownership from the atheist skeptic Gamergaters to the new Gamergaters, the debate bros, right? And you know, it's a sad thing that in both of these cases, the actual answer is, hey, we can care about trans rights and feminism. We can do, in fact, trans rights and feminism actually like inform each other a lot. There's a synergy there. There's a solidarity waiting to be formed there. And the British, you know, TERF playing of trans rights against feminism, and the debate bro, you know, analogy of that, you know, where they choose like trans rights to support and they leave feminism in the lurch. Ariel Fire, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, you'll notice this, right? This is something that I've just become aware of, right? And it was like on the tip of my tongue the whole time. But yeah, you never hear like feminism, you know, as an issue amongst debate bozos, right? And you'd almost get the sense that like, you know, like there's a conflation between that and turfery, right? We're gonna get more into that. I'm teasing like upcoming content, right? But I'm noticing it when he says henpacked, right? That it's a very specific, you know, gendered, you know, term that's being used there.
Chosen by orgs. They're arrived at kind of, you know,
white folks saying black people educating other people on the origin of say her name are subhuman. Oh yeah, God. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of anti-blackness that like rears its head in this debate, in doubling down, in trying to prove that they're right, in caring more about the debate point, you know, in victory and dominance than in actually caring about these communities. You're seeing like a lot of anti-blackness get invoked, and I would argue that it's just kind of like it's right under the surface in all these communities. And we're going to get into the Professor Flowers debate in just a second. So yeah, you're going to see more of it there. He never defends women. Oh wait, Natalie Marie is pointing out. Let me take a. Do you mind if I take a look at this? It's a clip of Vaush saying that black people are more likely to be transphobic than trans people are to be racist. I think that's kind of an important point here. No, that's not how I open it. Okay, let's take a look at this. Oh no, is it? Please don't tell me it's deleted. There we go. Is this okay to look at on stream? Yeah, okay. Just want to make sure. Okay, so this is a response to, oh gosh, this is like, response to somebody bringing up some careful screenshots here. She learned from her parasocial streamer daddy. Here he is from last night pitting both communities against each other. Yeah, this is a wedge, right? Listen, like right-wingers will purposefully drive wedges between communities, all right? If I'm going to be, extend the benefit of the doubt, I'm going to say that maybe Vaush isn't purposefully doing this, right? Maybe he doesn't realize what he's doing, but every time you do this, every time you reach for a clapback and what you get is a wedge that drives communities apart, you are doing the work of the right wing for them, wittingly or otherwise, wittingly or unwittingly, right? Here he is from last night pitting both communities against each other, claiming that black people are more likely to be transphobic than trans people are to be racist. Interesting idea, Vaush. Let's
example of somebody doing it in bad faith from outside, but oftentimes what you'll see is black people who don't really care for trans people and trans people who don't really care for black people, though I'll admit the former group is way larger than the latter, because being black doesn't necessarily make you any more progressive on trans issues, but being trans does often mean that you're more likely to be broadly progressive on race issues or whatever else. That's just a demographic fact that has a lot.
That's just a demographic fact? Or is that your implicit bias showing?
A lot to do with social groups that people were raised in. It's complicated, but it is nonetheless.
Oh my god, is that like a weird, like, underhanded attack on black culture there? What the fuck? Some weasels in chat. We got some weasels.
Less fact. And those groups acting in bad faith,
yeah, exactly, source,
will sow infighting when in reality they just don't really care for the other group. Oh, trans advocacy is hurting black people.
So look, if you want to make a point that because you're trans doesn't mean that you're not racist, and because you're black doesn't mean that you're not, transphobic, like, I mean, granted, right? But when you start to say, but I will say that trans people are a lot more anti-racist than, like, I don't know, whatever the hell he's trying to say there. Like, do you see what he's doing? Like, right? He's
somehow being said by people.
And again, citation needed, as many people have pointed out in chat. Citation needed. This is why I say we are fucked.
Actually care about trans people purely as a way of weaponizing left sentimentality against itself. This happens all the time, and I've seen this happen both in good faith and in bad, but at this point, I don't really know how much of this is like...
what? I'm sorry.
Advocacy is hurting black people. They just don't really care for the other group. Oh, trans advocacy is hurting black people somehow, being said by people who don't actually care about trans people purely as a way of...
I wouldn't say that, but I would say there's examples of trans people who in their advocacy for trans rights don't have their mind on, like, I mean, these are two different things, right? It's not
weaponizing left.
Again, it doesn't need to be an either or, and when you imply that it does need to be an either or that, like, well, like the one group is like I don't know, this is a huge fucking wedge, Vaush.
Mentality against itself. This happens all the time, and I've seen this happen both in...
It is kind of like the black folks are more likely to fall for anti-Semitic rhetoric take that we heard from Twitch politics. Yeah, exactly.
good faith and in bad, but at this point, I don't really know...
That's just a fact, in my opinion. Oh my god, Nina, I didn't even catch that. You're right.
How much of this is, like, deliberate and how much of this is a mistake, because this is, like, straightforwardly really terrible. So I'm going to break down these 3 tweets, and I might seem like I'm being a little bit hyper-specific here, but the thing that frustrates me is that Jesse Gender one time made a video critical of me, and I thought that...
Vaush, we're gonna have to watch that video now, okay? That's a video from a year ago, okay? That would be something I would never think of, but like, look, you're doing this is the Barbara Streisand effect at work, okay?
The video was okay. I didn't think it was that bad. I'll take a look, Tempest. I disagreed with a lot of it, but I was under the impression that she was a bit more reasonable than some of the people who disagree with me otherwise. And nonetheless, well, now she's blocked me, so, you know, whatever. But nonetheless, we're now...
Yeah, I don't know. Like, your fans, you know, harass the fuck out of her, make it impossible for her to, you know, interact with Twitter. Yeah, I think that maybe blocking you is a pretty good...
in a position where this is legitimately one of the stupidest, I don't know, demonstrations of anti-intersectional thought that I've seen in a long time.
No, it's oh my god, it's like the opposite of that, right? You were one of the best examples of anti-intersectional thought. You seem to be allergic to intersectionality.
Broadly, through processes we don't have direct control over. The idea that we need to engage in a kind of point-by-point breakdown of perceivable acceptability.
Yeah, good point, Mighty Messy. There's no numbers on this, right? It's just Vaush pulling it out of his ass.
Based on what? The concerns of people on Twitter? They get mad at everything. You know, like you could spend all night trying to come up with something that wouldn't offend anybody.
And like I said, chat, like this is hard to watch, okay? This hurts to watch. Zera's, you know, saying this is why I feel like there's no hope. I don't agree with that. I think there is hope. I think there's more and more people, you know, like Dat Katie, you know, like was inspired to go in and have this discussion based on, you know, based on something that I put that out there. As far as content, I think there is like a glimmer of hope. It's faint. And I get that people, you know, this is hard to process, this is hard to deal with, and this is really dispiriting. And, you know, as a result, like, I don't want to be making food, like, in the middle of this, given, like, that, like, a lot of this stuff just, like, turns my stomach. A lot of this stuff scares me. A lot of this stuff freaks me out. You know, like I've got a lot of emotions around this, too, and I know a lot of people in chat do as well. And that's why I'm trying to tone down my rhetoric, because you know sure as fuck Vaush isn't going to do that, right? And like, this is an important discussion. This should have never become discourse. This should have never become a subject of debate, but you know, we're here now and we got to do something, because the truth is actively being buried as we speak. And that's what these debate bozos seem to be best at, right? Is throwing dirt on the truth. So yeah, I'm gonna continue with my plans and actually, you know, do my kitchen segment, you know, right in the middle of this. I don't know if I'm going to be able to eat is the problem, right?
You'd still fail. Somebody out there will have
but we definitely cannot just like sit here for 2 hours plus and just like, you know, get hit with psychic damage the whole time. Because yeah, this is... I'm going to speed this up ever so slightly. Let me know if it's too fast.
My point, however, is that...
He's the one making claims that need to be provided with evidence.
With respect. The reason why we're doing this breakdown is because you had an automatic reaction of immediately dismissing these concerns. So I'm trying to make an argument that these concerns are more valid than you make them up to me, because some people have criticized you, and I think rightly so, that...
When you say something is objectively true, threadsless, yes.
I think when you...
Like I said, objectivity gets weaponized a lot, but if he's using it in the colloquial sense, then he needs to point to something like evidence, something pretty irrefutable, you know, instead of just saying this is objectively true, because to his audience, this is a thought-terminating cliche. This is a thought... Oh my god, thank you, Shakespeare, thank you for the raid, welcome to the chat, how are you doing? Oh my god, I need to set it up so that you get the I don't know why you didn't get the ora spicy girl that you didn't get the JoJo clip, but
Here, you should listen to black people. You think people are telling you when black people say something.
how was your stream? Shakespeare says hello. I say hello back to Shakespeare and the Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. I don't know, Shakespeare, if you need to take care of some needs, go ahead and do that, but do come back into chat and let me know what your stream was about, and I want to hear about it.
I think it's correct.
That is what they're telling me.
Okay, well, I'm not going to argue about what other people tell you, I guess.
No,
I
there's
just don't...
no reason to say it otherwise. I'm a public figure. I've listened to the voices of tens or even hundreds of thousands of people. Many people in my community are black.
You're gonna go make dinner? Yeah. Let me know about your stream when you come back, okay?
The argument that I
just promise me that
disagree with somebody because I haven't listened to black voices is objectively wrong every time. I've always listened to black voices, but there are always black voices I haven't listened to. Some agree and disagree with me. The implication always seems to be.
Yeah, and my problems is that you seem to be preferencing voices that agree with you or voices that you can disagree with and exploit for clout.
That had I listened to the right black voices, I would be proven wrong. They also say listen.
Then I think that's misguided.
What does it mean to listen as well? Because my frustration with this, I just want to voice this. You listen to a black...
What it means is that, like, there's part of the information to have a meaningful, like, opinion on issues of black liberation is understanding as best you can, which is always going to be imperfect, the lived experience of black people. So in other words, if this was a subject matter, like an academic subject matter, part of the required reading is listening to the lived experience of black people. Same thing for trans issues, same thing for any other identity. When you try to work out what's right and wrong in your head in absence of this, right? Or when you cherry pick the voices that confirm your pre-existing perception, you're just not offering as valuable of a viewpoint as you think, and the only perceived value is coming from your clout, and that's nasty. That is nasty that somebody can take their clout megaphone and shout their ill-informed perspective over perspectives that do have the information, that have done the required reading. That's the issue, Vaush. That is the issue. We've learned about the flaws with the Scythian Buddha hypothesis and got to chat with them about science education. Nice. It was a great stream. Always learn so much from them. Yeah, Shakespeare is great. If you are not already following Shakespeare, correct that error.
Voice, fine. What if you disagree after? They don't really have a follow-through for that, right? People who say listen to black voices do not then say, and if you disagree with them, then that's fine. The implication is...
I have a follow-through. You can listen to me now.
And go for it.
Because I'm not those people. Yeah, I think that, again, as I said, I don't have an issue if people listen to that part of the progressive movement who says, hey, maybe this hashtag is inappropriate to use. And then you say, well, I hear your point, but I don't think there's utility to it. But I'd argue that as a very prominent public figure who runs this discourse, runs a big part of this discourse, to say this point is stupid and black people are being overly sensitive is probably not the best progressive take I've ever heard. And it's not about coddling black feelings. It's about, again, your counter argument to me is simply that you're taking it...
And even that phrase coddling black feelings, which is kind of I don't know if that's something that Vaush directly said, but it's kind of a synthesis of what he's accusing Jesse Gender of doing, right? Do you not see how that's infantilizing?
Totalitarian perspective that...
Hey, what's up, City of Doors?
You're not seeing the harm.
To be clear really quick, I haven't said that black people are whiny. Usually the loudest voices when stuff like this happens are white allies interjecting themselves. There are whiny black and white people and all kinds of people. I don't think this has anything to do with black people being whinier.
Vaush has argued that he knows better than marginalized people in their movements for their own liberation.
I just think this discourse is being repped by whiny people.
Argued and doubled down.
Okay. I apologize. I looked at a lot of Twitter and prep for this, and I found, because I've heard your claim,
quote unquote feelings. Part of the problem is that Vaush has no black friends. Well, I mean, he has never cared about a black human, as an individual or viewed us as anything other than a demographic or a competitor streamer. Yeah, or like an impediment, like a, you know, roadblock along his path to dominance, right? That is, you know, and that's the essential, like, you know, flaw in debate bros, right? And debate bozos. Like, he doesn't want to coddle black people's feelings, but everyone's got to bend over backwards to coddle his. That's what he's not seeing. Exactly, Phoenix. Today we learned from Ian that black people's issues are all they're all feels. We can't be feels over reals, right? It's such a right-wing you know, way to look at it, right? So intersectional and not white supremacist. Like, honestly, a lot of Vaush's, like, a lot of the mistakes he makes come from the fact that he's obviously listened to and internalized a lot of right-wing discourse and never really seen past it, right? He's still on the Ben Shapiro feels over real shit. Oh my God, Clock Blockers, thank you for the 150 bits. I grew up in a Hispanic and black school neighborhood and experienced a lot of homophobia and transphobia because they are fundamentalist Christians, especially older people are going to be more bigoted than trans people are. Wait, more bigoted? Oh God. I mean, like, just like that's I don't know if I don't know if that's a useful claim because there's just no way to substantiate or measure these. Like, I mean, I don't disagree that, like, you know, homophobia and transphobia are pervasive in a lot of communities, but I feel like there's a little bit more to the picture than you know, you're letting on to right there, right? Sarah says that's not accurate. Wait. Threadsless, really?
That, like, white people are just taking up this cause and this isn't even about black voices, which I found interesting considering you don't care where it comes from. But just the broader point that I'm trying to make and the actual critique that I'm making.
I'm not disagreeing with the lived experience, right? That is, you know, valid as fuck. And it's like the comparison that you can't really substantiate, right? And like, I don't know how valid, you know, how valuable that kind of comparison is in the first. Do you not see this as a wedge? When what we need is solidarity, right? Like, you could make similar claims, like, in, like, you know, about, like, any marginalized group, you know, having being home to a lot of bigotry against another marginalized group. But then when you start to compare them and say that, like, but this is, like, you know, this group's doing a lot worse, like, you know, like, and throwing shade on that group, like, I mean, what does that actually achieve, right? I don't know.
Relays more to the conduct of the side that, like, if you're I get that for you, this is an unreasonable demand. And this entire discourse is being hijacked by woke skulls who have unreasonable claims. So, like, engaging...
It's only a wedge if we allow it to divide us. I would maintain that comparison is where we allow it to divide us, okay?
With it is just giving them power or whatever. And I get that perspective, but I also think that you care about progressive values.
Like,
and
listen, while we're listening to marginalized people, as a trans woman, I have to say that I have experienced a lot of racism in my own community and a lot of anti-blackness. And I am not going to compare that to the bigotry that exists against trans people in other communities, because I just don't have, like, it wouldn't be meaningful. I don't, like, it's a, you know, kind of a baseless comparison, right? And it's a comparison that doesn't really have any purpose other than sowing division. But yeah, you know, these things exist, true. Like, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it at all, okay?
Care about unity, and a lot of your
and
content,
these
especially
identities
right now,
also intersect. Good point, Len, good point. Black people are not more likely to be bigoted, and trans people are not less likely to be bigoted.
focuses
True.
around infighting. And I just think there was a better way of handling this than going, everyone who cares about this on Twitter is whiny. And like white people are just trying to raise the black people flag right now. And Jessie Gender is spineless because she asked people to use a different hashtag. Do you disagree that that might have not been the best way to like help unity?
No, I think it's fine. The fact of the matter is, the coherence and kindness of my arguments have very little to do with whether people like that will listen.
Look, here's the difference between me and Vaush, all right? I see, you know, people like appropriating the hashtag and like, wait, let me just roll that back. Fuck.
Is around infighting. And I just think there was a better way of handling this than going, everyone who cares about this on Twitter is whiny. And like white people.
So I see people like, you know, appropriating the hashtag, and my immediate conclusion isn't like these are bad people. Like, let's identify these people. Let's put a little, you know, Scarlet A on their like, you know, Twitter names or whatever, and let's like, you know, like, right. I'm not coming at them. Like, I get that people can do things like this without recognizing it, right? So like, you know, I don't automatically out the gate have a problem with people doing this because I know that like some people just don't know. But when he sees people trying to let them know, what is his reaction?
People are just trying to raise the black people flag right now. And Jessie Gender is spineless because she asked people to use a different hashtag. Do you disagree that that might have not been the best way to like help unity?
No, I think it's fine. The fact of the matter is,
his reaction is that attacking Jessie Gender is fine, right? Like, my impulse is that attacking anyone in this situation is the wrong thing to do. And, you know, information is not everywhere at all times. So the best thing we can do is kind of share, you know, the information that we have that others might be lacking. But I don't like everything about Jessie Gender's post was a, you know, attempt to raise awareness rather than an attempt to attack people or disparage people, right? Now, Vaush reads an automatic attack into that and therefore justifies, you know, attacking Jessie Gender back, you know, but it's just not there. And like, right. It's this never should have become about, it's never should have become what it became.
is the coherence and
Hey, what's up, Fabio?
kindness of my arguments have very little to do with whether people like that will listen to me. I've been very
So for anyone just joining us, Vaush is talking to Dat Katie. Dat Katie is a chatter in this community, as well as apparently somebody that's watched a lot of Vaush, is familiar with the, you know, sort of the terminology used in Vaush's community, and is actually giving Vaush probably one of the toughest debates that he has experienced in a long time. You know, the kind of amazing thing is that apparently Dat Katie was inspired by you know, listening to me cover the Say Her Name discourse to reach out to Vaush and to try to, you know, she at the very beginning, she expresses like kind of a desire to change Vaush's mind, but an uncertainty if that's even like a useful thing, if there's any point. And, you know, just her trying to make a decision between focusing on Vaush and trying to change his mind, or just trying to reach out into his community and change people's minds. And, you know, like we've said, there are people in that community that are not on board with some of the toxic shit that he's done lately, right? Whether it be Hogwarts Legacy, whether it be this Say Her Name issue, or whether it be anything reaching back as far as like you know, the Cat Black and the Professor Flower stuff from last year, right? So, you know, it's maybe worthwhile while you're not gonna. I think that Vaush is probably a lost cause on this. I wish that it weren't so. It would be great if he was open to changing his mind on this subject, but yeah, there is a utility, I think, in you know, making bridges with that community, because more and more I'm seeing, you know, cracks in that edifice. There are a lot of parasocial Andes over there. There are a lot of people that just like cannot bring it themselves to disagree with Vaush. But more and more you're seeing people break from that and even break from his community. And so, you know, I'm kind of inspired that Dat Katie was inspired by me and, you know, and went over and had this debate with Vaush. And like I said, you know, this is giving Vaush more trouble than I think I've seen from any debate that I've watched of his in a long time.
Very unsuccessful in my 4 years of doing this, of getting those types of people to listen to reason based on the, I don't know, kindness of my argument. Because their counter-argument is always, well, the real kind person would just agree with me anyway. In fact, it's usually kind of like a condescending attitude towards the idea of caring about being right in some of these communities, you know? Like, oh, do your argument, sure, but like, isn't it so tiring, all these white men having to argue whether or not this or that is true or right or reasonable? Which obviously is just...
Look, I mean, clock blockers, your opinion is valid, okay? I'm sorry, you don't need me to tell you that. You know that, right? I guess what I want to say is, like, I'm not disputing the validity of your opinion and your lived experience, and, you know, I don't doubt what you say. But yeah, it's just that, like, you know, it's kind of like what you do with that's important, right? And I've never see the same bigotry from trans people towards Hispanics, but that's just my opinion. Let me tell you, though, that, you know, a lot of times this bigotry expresses itself more readily in the perceived absence of non-white people, right? So there may be, you know, racism and bigotry that you're just not seeing because, you know, it's not expressed as readily in your presence. In general, like a lot of, like, you know, anti you know, blackness or a lot of, like, you know, anti-Hispanic sentiment either is kind of expressed in a under the cuff sort of way where it's more implicit than explicit, if that makes sense, or it's you know, like I said, expressed in the absence of non-white people. So, you know, I mean, that's just my experience. And like I said, you know, it's hard for us to qualitatively compare our experience, and I don't know if it's necessarily valuable to, like, you know, like try to rank, like, you know, who's more bigoted, right? And also, let's not erase, you know, Hispanic trans people. Let's not erase, like, Black trans people in our discussion of these things, because, you know, it's easy to forget in this discourse that those identities overlap.
Progressive anti-intellectualism. It's really dumb, but it's also a really common attitude. I get sometimes people are tedious when they try to logic out everything, and there are ways to do that while being tedious. But in my experience, I
don't think Black people are more transphobic than other communities. I don't know any trans people at all, but people making claims about who is right and wrong. Well, yeah. There. I mean, you're not gonna really find, you know, data on this kind of stuff. And I just feel like, you know, the second that you try to, you know, like, say that, like, you know, the claim that Vaush made was that, like, I think something along the lines that Black people are more trans and homophobic than trans and gay people are racist. I mean, it's just a wedge. It's anti-solidarity. Like, that's not helping us form those bonds that we need to help to fight for our liberatory struggle together. And I just don't know why he's going there.
I think it's generally best to be just kind of latently hostile towards those attitudes, especially since the open
progressive anti-intellectualism. That's a good label for all strawman and wolf tickets Vaush sells.
From it was, like, so obviously worthless to begin with. The original Twitter post that went viral was from a person with, you probably saw this, negative attitudes towards mixed race people. You know, that which.
Now, when he says the original Twitter post, like, I'm gonna have to press X to doubt, right? Because the second that this hashtag was appropriated, a lot of people saw what was wrong with it. And I just do not trust Vaush to make the determination that like he's looking at it as a social contagion, right? That one person made this post and everybody else read it and our little NPC SJW brains, right? Because understand that Vaush is looking at this from kind of a reactionary perspective, right? That we're a bunch of NPCs, we're a bunch of followers, right? We see a post, you know, from a black person, and we all our little NPC, you know, like command line prompts are triggered, and we're like, yes, must agree with black person, yes, must agree. You know what? That's not actually how it works, Vaush. Multiple people saw what was wrong with this and made posts about it, expressed what was wrong with this independently. We're not NPCs. I'm sorry, I don't know how much right-wing garbage you have swallowed and that you uncritically carry along with you, but I don't think it's doing you any favors.
And it's perfectly reflective of it. You take a look at that person's profile, and they don't seem like much of a progressive. They care about black issues.
Oh, the Xander Hall editor?
But sure, so did Dave Chappelle. Caring about black issues on its own isn't a mark of a progressive.
It wasn't the original. It was one of many. Good point, Jules.
It's a mark of a person who cares about black issues, but you can still be.
I'm ignoring YouTube chat again.
And I thought, from what I saw from her, was a kind of.
Bad Empanada actually did a video on the issue when it comes to homophobia in mixed race and Afro-Latino people when it came to Evo Morales. Oh yeah, I remember that. That was a while ago. This reminds me of that Russian propaganda video where white people on a plane and the pilots have to bow to the random black man. Like Ian's doing the same thing.
Weaponization of progressive vitriol, you know? I am a black person.
Well, wait, but like, what is the purpose of that opinion? Like, why do we need to compare, like, the... No, now, you said that he's not saying it to be a wedge, and understand this, okay? I don't think that Vaush is a psyop. Now, he has, over the past few, you know, weeks and months, accused various, like, marginalized people of being psyops, right? And that meaning that they are consciously doing the right wing's work for them, right? I'm not saying that Vaush is consciously doing the right wing's work for them. I think he's unconsciously doing it, right? So I don't think he had the intention to you know, do a wedge, but I think that the thing that he reaches, because here's Vaush's thing. He's a debater. He wants to win. He wants to be right. He doesn't want to change his mind. He doesn't want to back down. You know, he wants to be the winner. Like, that is central to the you know, the strategy of debate streamers. You gotta always be bringing home that W. Always bring home that W, right? Because that's what builds momentum. Win after win after win, and the people in the community get the feeling that, like, yo, my dude is always right. We're on the right side of things. We're the winners, right? And you know, the second that he gives in on something, that's not a W, that's an L. So I don't think it was intentional. I think it's just more justification. And that when he, you know, gets called on something, instead of like doing some reflection and saying, you know what, actually, that's a good point. Maybe I was wrong about that. His instinct is to reach for something. And what he grabbed was a wedge, right? He was so intent on winning that he didn't look at what his hand was reaching for. And he just threw it out there. And there it is, a wedge that harms all of us, makes solidarity harder, and actively helps the right wing. And it's not because Vaush is a right-wing guy and he wants the right to win. It's that he's so consumed with this concept of dominance, with this constant, like, winning, you know, like, necessity, right? And that's why debate bros are bad for discourse. They are too intent on winning. They are too intent on building their personal brand, and they don't have the self-crit necessary to actually build solidarity. This is why they're not good for our movement, right? I get that they're good for engagement. I get that they have a media strategy that works, and I would say that some of us are able to utilize that media strategy without reaching for wedges, without busting solidarity, without firing on our own side, right? Yeah, so that's where I'm at, right? And I'm purposely, just so you know, okay, if it feels like I'm cutting Vaush like all kinds of charity that I shouldn't be, understand that there's a lot of people with a lot of ideas in this chat, and I'm consciously trying to tone down like my rhetoric to you know, because like a lot of harm has been done by this discourse. This never should have been a debate. This never should have been discourse, right? This could have been so easy if people had followed the example of Brianna's family, and when they were asked to, hey, you know, could you use like any of these other hashtags instead of this one, right? Because this one's serving a purpose and you know, an underserved purpose, right? Instead of assuming these are woke skulls trying to control me, if they just said, oh, okay, there's other hashtags, let me use one of those, then we wouldn't be having this argument in the midst of a tragedy, right? This is messed up. How did we end up here? And I'm trying to construct this. I'm trying to show you how we ended up here, what kind of tendencies in the different parts of the online left have brought us here. Vaush would maintain that it's because of woke skulldry. People are like chasing clout by trying to get them on a gotcha. Oh, gotcha, use the wrong hashtag, gotcha. I don't think that's right. I think it's people like him doubling down, tripling down, quadrupling down, you know, just being so intent on getting that W that they don't take a minute for self-reflection and consider that their initial instincts might have been wrong. I think that's how we ended up here. So, you know, and you're free to disagree with me, okay? I'm not trying to police, you know, you're not gonna get banned for not falling in line with my ideological like viewpoint, right? But I mean, like that's what I've put together so far, right? See what you think.
With good faith opinions on this transgender issue. Now let me speak up on this. And I don't really care for it, and I think people who fall for that kind of stuff are naive or spineless. Jesse Gender's thread was just quivering. It was disgusting. It's not just this like, you know, I've listened to the arguments. You can't consent
to my point that you're not showing unity and
hey, Shakespeare.
Then call it disgusting. I mean,
unity
it wasn't disgusting.
Can they not use logic to form their opinions? Not in the absence of something more. Like it takes more than just logic, right? It takes information, and when you're talking about something like comparing like the bigotry between like, and you also like gotta justify like what is the reason for that? Like what purpose does that serve? Because I can tell you the effect of that kind of comparison of like, you know, this group is more, you know, bigoted of that group, and you know, this marginalized group is more bigoted than that group, and what it is it's anti-solidarity. What it is it's breaking up, you know, coalitions that we should be building. What it is you know, serving the interest of the right. And I don't think he's doing it on purpose. I think he just is doing it kind of unconsciously. Like I said, he reaches for something to deflect with, and it ends up being a wedge. And if he wasn't so focused on dominance, I don't think that we'd end up there, right? So you know, he's come to the left with a lot of right-wing frameworks telling us that, hey, I'm on the left, but y'all are a bunch of losers, okay? You gotta be strong like me if you want to win, okay? Got it? And what it really is just a lot of unexamined like right-wing frameworks that he's unwilling to look at, and that like nobody in his community's really kind of forced him to deal with. Now here we got Dat Katie, you know, NCC chatter, also I guess, you know, Vaush, you know, like knows enough about the Vaush community to be able to communicate in the same language that Vaush and his community uses, right? You know, giving him a real challenge, right? And this is, you know, kind of one of the first times we've seen that. So kind of a watershed moment here, I'd say. Things can be logical and wrong. Yeah, I mean, there's multiple, you know, it's logic plus information, and in a vacuum of information, logic can't really tell you much. Like literally, when I studied logic, right, I took a, you know, introductory 100-level philosophy course on logic. It's like turning language and meaning and arguments into mathematics, okay? Without any input of what that stuff means, of what that stuff implies, of the effect of what we're using, it is just like, you know, it is like, you know, you know, like A is true, Yeah, I don't know. There's nothing that you don't really get anywhere with pure logic. In fact, I think somebody wrote a book about that, right? I think somebody might have wrote a little bit of critique of pure logic. I had an amazing stream. I interviewed Alt Miss Frizzle, nice, about science and science education. That is super cool. We talked to Alt Miss Frizzle a little bit, and then we were talking about history, archaeology, a little bit of TwitchCon. Oh, about TwitchCon. At the beginning. Interesting. I might be showing up at the next TwitchCon. Who knows, right? Especially if they have a wrestling event, right? If they need wrestlers, you know, I'd be like, you know, I am one gorgeous lady. Okay, that's all I'll say about that. Anyway, glad you definitely glad you had an amazing stream. Have fun hating the like Threadsless. I am being so nice and so charitable. Okay. But I mean, you do you, okay? Symbolic logic, yeah, by itself, symbolic logic doesn't get you anywhere, right? You need information, right? And the information that he's claiming to have is just like, you know, he doesn't have a source for it, and he couldn't have a source for it. It's stuff that he couldn't know. Like, right, so by opinion, you mean like, I mean, like, he talks about feels over reals, like, there it is. Like, that's pure feels. That's you know, there's nothing of substance to that.
Unity is unifying against these ideas. These are anti-unity ideas. I wouldn't unify with people who...
The ideas that Jesse put forth might have been ideas you disagreed with. They were not disgusting. They might have been...
Exactly, Chris Perez. How are you doing? Vaush really wants to go back to class reductionism that caused the old left in the USA to be crushed after World War II, since segregating away from black people turned out to be, it turns out that, like...
Poorly phrased, although I think she generally did a good job. But
it turns out that a lack of solidarity has, like, real consequences for a movement. True.
I understand why saying stealing was bothering you, or, like, co-opting. But to call that disgusting, again, that's a lot of loaded language for someone who says I think you're an ally. I just, like, I guess
I have loaded it. I am disgusted by it. I think it's a very negative attitude to take. I think it's very destructive towards our long-term goals. And unfortunately, I think there's a lot of social clout to be had in behavior.
For what it's worth, I understand and appreciate what NCC is trying to do here. Oh my god, I think she's doing a swell job. Thank you. It's hollow, it's a false bravado. Yeah, I'd agree.
Because in the left, if you are the kind of white person who will cloak every bad position they have in the I've listened to black people, you know, I've listened to X voices, I've listened to Y voices, there's a lot, you can get away with a lot if you go for things that way. That's the difficulty of the path I walk, right? It's that no matter how dog shit my takes are, I never pretend.
The path I walk, I'm imagining, like, Vaush is like, oh god, what is that song where I was like, where it's like, I walk the streets with a six string on my back. Like, right? He's like, wait, what's the other song? I'm mixing up two songs. Here I go again on my... I think they're all both from the same era, right? Here I go again on my own, going down the only road I've ever known. God damn, Vaush, you're rocking the dad rock today, aren't you? Isn't that what he's doing? I walk a lonely road. I walk a lonely road. Who is that? I don't know. I recognize the song. I just can't think of who it is. I can't think of... His hypocrisy is just skyrockets. Oh, just skyrockets. I was tempted to sing Skyrockets in Flight for a second there. I walk a lonely road. The only road I've ever known. Yeah, God, so much dad rock energy here. Isn't he too young for that dad rock energy? I don't know. I believe you're an ally. Your first mistake. Is it Green Day? Green Day sings that I walk a lonely road. Okay, both chats are saying it's Green Day, so...
That I'm just like, you know, neutrally representing some other marginalized community. I stand by everything that I say, whether or not I end up being right in the long term, you know, even if you disagree with the stuff I say,
see, this is what's disturbing to me, because I heard Destiny make the exact same argument about you.
That I make all my points.
Damn! Shots fired. Shots fired. I heard Destiny make the same argument about you. The Boulevard of Broken Dreams is that song. I guess I've never heard that. Like, I think I like Green Day. I think I remember their bass is, like, really good, right? That's Dead or Alive by Bon Jovi. And Here I Go Again by Whitesnake. Oh my god. Wait, Whitesnake was in JoJo Part 6. Yeah, that's Poochie's stand. Wasn't it Wokescolds that just handed the W on the Harry Potter game? Yo, I think it was the people who decided to attack trans people who handed the W to the. You want to talk about like a group of people who basically echoed right-wing arguments? That would be Debate Bros, Clockbusters. But yeah, like I said, I'm not here to police anybody's point of view. Your divergence from my opinion is welcome.
That I'm authentic? Yeah, that doesn't sound like him, but that was the point I was making.
Yes. He and you are the only authentic ones, and all the other people are.
Wait. Do you think I'm a woke scold though? I gotta know this, Clockbusters. Like, when you say woke scold, do you mean like somebody like me, or is a woke scold like a different animal entirely? Right? Because I don't think I'm like holier than thou. Like, I'm an angel, okay, but I'm a fallen angel. And I understand this, okay? And I've got to collect 100 heaven coins in order to get back into heaven, and I don't even know if that'll work, right? And like, you know, like for all practical purposes, I am a clout succubus, right? So I'm definitely not trying to be holier than anybody, but I just want to know what you think a woke scold is, and if I fit that like definition. Or like, I was blocked by Vaush when the drama hit. The Cat Black thing. God, he got really upset at the Cat Black thing. Too many songs about roads. Yeah, how many roads must a man walk down? I'm an SMT angel. Yeah, I don't know, Chad. I haven't even solidified my alignment yet as far as SMT goes. How was that handing them the win? No matter what trans people do, the right is all. Yeah, exactly. And so like, I feel like if you want to talk about handing the right the win, it was the people who like threw trans people under the bus, aka these dudes, right? But I really want to know if people think I'm a woke scold, because I mean, like, your opinion is valid, right? I want to hear it.
Just doing it for clout. When you can just be honest
and say, obviously there are
clout points for you to win here too, and that's completely fine. I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm just saying that claiming someone like Jessie Gender did that thing for clout points more than maybe if even she was wrong and I'm wrong, to claim that like an ally is doing this just for like virtue signaling, when I think if you look honestly at Jessie, and I get that there's like some personal friendship drama.
I haven't figured out if I'm an angel or a devil yet,
with
okay?
and stuff, but like to claim that Jessie Gender is just in it for the clout, so, I think that's incredibly unfair and divisive.
Don't misunderstand me. First of all, the claim with Destiny is ridiculous. He cares about clout more than anything. Clout,
of course you're a woke scold. Woke scolds are leftists.
With a psychotic demon god in his mind that drives him to do everything lefties tell him not to do. But secondly, with regards to Jessie Gender, I'm not saying that she's some kind of like malevolent, like arbiter of dishonesty who's doing all of this as part of some kind of calculation to maximize that. No, this is just really common in left spaces. People on the left, especially white people,
woke scolds is my middle name,
are socially incentivized to kowtow and bow down to what is perceived to be the progressive position. Now,
this is the problem. My dude is arguing that white people are cucked. But don't worry, there's no reactionary underlying, right? There's no underlying reactionary perspective at work here, all right? That's just a coincidence that he said that. Wow. This is the problem with the left, is that like, like people are listening to black people too much, and like, right? It's really hard to be white, let me tell you. It's such a every day I walk a lonely road.
The progressive position in many cases is often just reframed as listen
the
to black
way he
voices,
said white. Well,
mind you,
wait, I think he's like isn't he trying to make fun of something there?
It's not. This is not the same as whiteys on the left have to cow down to black and brown people, because it's not. Oftentimes, I think that the voices of black and brown people
I'm a cat
are
girl.
Weaponized. Like white people will say, "Oh, I'm just repping black or brown voices," but in reality, they're just saying what they want to say, and they're just kind of couching it behind that. This happens pretty often. I can't tell you how many arguments I've seen.
Wait, let me get this right, Vaush. Are we cucked? Are we bowing down? Or are we just saying what we want to say? Are you saying that I'm racist against white people? Are you saying I might have some like implicit bias against white people? Is that what's going on?
too, where it's like, well, I'm just listening to X or Y voices.
Wait, is it a
and then,
King of the Hill route? Is that how Hank Hill pronounces it?
Like, a person from my community will show up, and they'll be black, brown, Jewish, a woman, trans, and they'll argue my position, and suddenly, it's anathema to them. It doesn't matter that they're...
Wait, but isn't that you just choosing, like, just doing what you were criticizing others for, is finding a marginalized person that echoes the thing that you already believe? See, Vaush, that can go both ways, right? And that's why it's not good rhetoric, and that's why it's not good logic, right? And the only reason you're getting away with it is because nobody's calling you out on it, right? Damn lefties kowtowing to progressive idea. I know, right? What the fuck? Vaush bravely standing up and telling the groveling white people that they lead while everyone else follows. Leftists are kowtowing to progressive opinions. Totally lefty, Ian. Yeah. There we go.
Black,
Okay.
brown, Jewish, whatever voice. Now they're just wrong because they're wrong. So suddenly we only care about raw empirics when we're arguing against another person of color or whatever else.
Oh my God.
I'd like to ask you something just to pick your brain about it. And I'd also like to say something slightly combative. So which one do you want to do first?
Go with the combative.
Okay.
Also,
let me think about how exactly I want.
Dat Katie, I gotta acknowledge something, okay? You got some staying power here. Sometimes the way that Vaush wins, and this isn't just Vaush, I've seen this, like, Irrelevant tried to do this to me. Like, a lot of these debate bros take this technique. They get in over their heads. They bring somebody in and they cannot walk them down the logic trees that they usually do to get their win conditions, because that's how they think of these things, right? They've got a win condition in mind, and they just have to ask you the right questions to walk you down the logic tree where you basically have to admit that they're right. That's right. And so it's not even debate. It's like, I don't even know what the fuck that is, but I find it pretty useless, right? But yeah, so when they can't do that, what they'll do is they'll keep you on, they will loop, you'll smash their arguments to pieces, and then they'll bring the arguments back up as if you haven't already refuted them, right? And they're trying to wear you down, right? I would almost compare it to, if you've ever read the book Born to Run, they're talking about a concept called persistence hunt. This is how the author theorizes that the first humans to hunt meat animals were able to do so is literally running these animals until they no longer that humans aren't particularly fast, but humans have a lot of endurance, right? And if they persistently chase the animal, eventually the animal just fall over, right? But I feel like that's what debate bros try to do when they can't run you down their logic trees, is they'll try to persistence hunt you, because a lot of us, if you are a normal person, right, or like a video essayist, right, debate is not normally what you do. You don't have the stamina. You are not used to having an argument for this. This shit goes on for 2 hours and 45 minutes, right? So I gotta give Dat Katie some credit here in saying that it seems, it almost looks like, I mean, we haven't got to the end of the debate, but just being able to hang in there for that long is kind of amazing.
To phrase it, because we kind of moved past that with the Jesse stuff. Yeah, I think, again, to reiterate, my critique is more about conduct. So I feel that you have a tendency, maybe because you think there are bigger fish to fry, and I'm not necessarily saying that that's wrong. My critique of you is that you tend to look past or look more in a not excusable way, but you do put lesser harm on.
Oh, thank God. The last 20 to 30 minutes is Vaush going over old Professor Flower clips and stuff. So yeah, maybe we don't need to go through all of that.
Implicit.
How are you doing, chat? How are you doing? Do we need, let me know. Do you think we need a break yet? Right? Because I'm trying to at least go for an hour before our first break. Because believe me, I'm hungry and I need to make a delicious HelloFresh meal over there in the kitchen. Look at that. Waluigi looks pretty lonely sitting on that coffee maker, right? Oh, that's the kitchen live. That is my kitchen right now. I've got everything ready. You can see my delicious bag of HelloFresh all ready to be cooked. And you can tell probably that I'm hungry here. But I feel like I got to get through at least an hour of this or something, or else I'm just a wimp. Am I a wimp, chat? Yeah, they don't have the patience for this kind of stuff. Our relevant is cringe. Yeah. I mean, no argument there. No argument for me. I think Vaush just pronounces things funny all the time because he's trying to sound like the archetypal smart guy. His accent does not exist. It's bizarre how he pronounces words like aesthetic. Oh yeah, true. Most people need to call out Vaush. More people need to call out Vaush. The only person I've seen call him out is Destiny, who is even worse than Vaush. Bad Empanada calls him out. What's up, Dr. Butler? Have the teaser trailer on stream? I don't know. Not. I'm just like, I'm overwhelmed with everything. Like, right, I'm trying to keep up with everybody, right? And if I have missed, some of your chat that you've read, and I apologize, right? But I'm dealing as best as I can. I want your voice to be heard. I'm definitely doing my best to read everything, whether I'm a woke scold or not. For me, the woke scolds are the ones that bullied streamers, like Hassan for wanting. So what do you mean by bullied, though, right? Like, I mean, obviously I'm on stream, so like, I don't know what bullied streamers means. I mean, like, if I disagreed with, I did disagree with Hassan on some things. So if you consider that bullying, then I guess I am a woke scold, by that measure. But, like, right. Like, so if I was to like say, hey chat, I've got some great content for you. I found a video of paint drying, right? And you say, no comment, chick. I would rather not watch paint dry. In fact, if you insist on covering it, doing a react stream to paint drying, I might leave this chat. Have I been bullied? Because like a lot of what I saw with Hassan was people saying, no, don't play the game. And if that's bullying, then none of you are allowed to like disagree with anything I say. But I don't want that. I don't want that because I'd like you to be able to disagree with me. And if I'm wrong on something, I want you to call out me on it and me be like, huh, actually, that's a good point. So and so. Yeah, you're right. So like, I mean, that's not the world that I want to live in, right? If that's what bullying is. So certainly that's not what you mean by bullying, right? Clock blocker. I almost call you clockbusters. I don't know why. Clock blockers is your name. Yeah. Wanting to play the wizard game and encouraging them to charity stream to raise money for trans people. Well, look, as a trans person, right? If you say that you want to raise like money for me, like here's an idea, clock blockers, okay? There's a movie, documentary, okay? Was really hot this summer, was really popular this summer, right? It's called What is a Woman? So why not do a charity stream of that? Now, there's a good reason for that, and that's like, copyright. There's a difference between playing a game and watching a documentary. If you tried to, watch What is a Woman on stream in its entirety, I think that Matt Walsh might have, and his lawyers might have something to say about you. But do you get the kind of gruesome nature of that, right? It's like, oh yeah, I support trans people, but also What is a Woman is an incredibly popular documentary, and I don't want to miss out on that. People really like this documentary, right? Now, there's a difference there in that, like, there's another difference that I'll point out, right? In that J.K. Rowling is a TERF, but you're not getting exactly like TERF ideology in the game. You are getting like a fundamentally neoliberal worldview. You are getting like a Thatcherian Reagan-esque worldview from J.K. Rowling, and that does, sort of translate to, the world that she's created. But, you could say, hey, but these are, this is not her original work. She didn't write this book. These are the game devs. They've come up with this, and, why see it in the frame of J.K. Rowling? Okay, fine. But here's what's wrong with that game. They take one of the worst elements. And I said that J.K. Rowling's work was neoliberal. Little caveat. It's neoliberal and it's anti-Semitic, right? Because the goblins, can we talk about the goblins? Could she have veered any more into like anti-Semitic stereotypes? Could she have possibly, packed in more anti-Semitic bullshit than she did with the goblins, right? So, right, now the goblins aren't super central to the story in the books. But the game decided to make it about, like, what if the goblins had, like, a rebellion? And what if the wizards had to put down that rebellion? Let's let those goblins... And what if the goblins We're sacrificing wizard children. You found a way to be more anti-Semitic than J.K. Rowling, devs! Good job. Pat yourselves on the back, right? And that's what you want to do a charity stream with? Really? As a trans person, I would prefer that you didn't, right? And I'm not the only one who feels that way.
Racism or like
Sorry,
stuff that
I got
are more,
like completely stun locked. Congratulations, clock blockers. You got like I should give chatters credit for stun locking me. Like it should become a game. Stun lock NCC and you get something. You get you like I feel like I should be giving like some kind of like a badge or something for people who successfully stun lock me. If you get her talking for like, you know, more than I don't know 3 minutes, like that's a pretty good stun lock right there.
We can both agree that if we live under a white supremacist structure, we've all have some internalized white supremacist beliefs. Do you think that's...
Bad Empanada's called Vaush out at least 10 times. If Bad Empanada doesn't count, neither does... Oh my god, people defend Irish laddie Ian regardless of how they feel about Bad Empanada. Because he calls out everyone. I mean, sometimes he's right. Sometimes he's right. Sometimes Bad Empanada is ridiculous and wrong, right? And doesn't know how to stay in his lane, but sometimes he's right.
Wrong?
I think we're all affected by it. I think you can do a lot of work
Good.
to undo that, but for sure, I think
I
it's
agree.
something that at the very least influences us.
So at the core level, I believe that my critique of you is that as an ally and as someone that I do see as a fellow progressive, I should be able to ask you to do more.
I love the shade. I love the shade. Yes, fellow progressive. Fellow progressive. Notice that we didn't say leftist. Right? I love it. I love it.
Or work on that when I feel like that work is not being properly done. Like, I don't think if I tell another progressive, hey, this is a weird take, maybe check your privilege, they can still say, no, you're wrong. But I would like them to first like assess that. And I'm not saying that you have to then go, oh, well, you're right.
Added Texans, I wouldn't call him a progressive either.
I was being white supremacist all along. Like, you can agree with things. I just think that the level of like aggro and like dismissal is indicative of the exact issue that I'm talking about.
Well, doesn't that
Do you
seem
understand
kind of
where
like...
I'm getting at?
I do, but it's kind
agree,
of
I
a
agree.
self-fulfilling prophecy then. Because I can just say, oh, I've done the work, I've checked my privilege, I've assessed my positions, and I still disagree. And then you would say, ah, well, okay, but the way in which you disagree still indicates...
Wait, but the wizard game was going to be obviously going to be popular just like Matt Walsh's video is going to be popular, right? It's not a hard sell to a transphobic culture to sell like transphobia. And apparently it's not a hard sell to an to sell anti-Semitic games to an anti-Semitic culture, right? People want to think that it's just Kanye. It's just Kanye. We don't really have a problem with anti-Semitism before, but obviously that's wrong. Look at how many people just blithely, enjoy J.K. Rowling's content and don't notice the freaking Star of David on the floor of the Goblin Bank, right? Like, this is... to
me that you haven't done those
That's kind of easy mode, isn't it?
things. So, like, we're back at square one. It's ultimately...
But we wouldn't be in square one if you had... When you react in a way that is dismissive, I can argue that you potentially have not done all the work, because I'd say if you're a leftist, progressive...
I mean, if we want to take... Anyway, I'm not going to take there's more extreme, like, analogies and hypotheticals and thought experiments I could do with the whole, let's, like, play the anti-Semitic TERF game as a way to raise funds for trans people, sort of thing.
A big platform YouTube person, and your reaction to the critique is, so what if, say, her name is about a white girl now? That's not a very good reply to the arguments levied against you.
Well,
and that's a choice that you make.
It's a great reply if no arguments have yet been levied, because that is
But
the
that's
important
not true.
question. Well, hold on. I haven't run from anything that you've said. I've addressed the positions that you've had. You may disagree with my conclusions, and that's your right. But I do take issue with the implication that the reason we disagree is because I haven't even bothered to engage with them. I have. I engage with lots of disagreements. I have to. It's kind of my job. But I don't know what to do when people are like, okay, well, I'm not saying you have to agree with me, but, and then they basically just say that I have to agree.
Yeah,
with
but Vaush, you pick and listen, you pick and choose your engagements, okay? And I would say cherry pick them, right? If you look at the way that he took the FD signifier video, for instance, right? rather than engaging with FD Signifier's longer point, and I get it, it's a long video. It's a very long video, right? So I don't expect you to watch the whole thing, right? But this motherfucker literally like just scanned through to find his face in the video, right? Like, oh, there's me, right? And this is emblematic of every single like, you know, piece of oppositional content that he engaged in. Now, I would maintain that FD Signifier's video, far from being like oppositional content or a hit piece or a call out, like if anything, it was an olive branch, okay? He brought Merrick DeVille on. He defended Merrick DeVille now in ways that, you know, I actually have a little bit of a problem with, right? But like, I say that to not to criticize FD Signifier, but to drive home the point that like Vaush is unable to engage even with like, you know, a very soft spoken, you know, critique that is like 90% olive branch towards him. This is essentially FD Signifier saying, I don't want to engage with the drama anymore, right? I am willing to see, you know, the faults of both sides, right? And he takes this, he watches, you know, he scans through to his own like face over and over again, and he says, aha, we beat the, I mean, like, I know he's kind of joking about it, right? But like, I mean, there's something that's like not joking about, like, we beat the video. We conquered the video. I have deflected all of the possible criticism against me, right? Like, yeah, I don't think he ever engages like with the broader critique against him. I think he does like pick and choose, tries to find people that he can make look ridiculous, and then say, behold, the Vaush critic, the woke scold. We have defeated them, right? I don't know. It's silly, and I think that Dat Katie actually has a better point here than Vaush is giving her credit for, right? I am lost on who a lot of these streamers are. I'm sorry, Ariel Fire. I mean, that's probably a good thing. That probably speaks to your character. As it probably says that you're a better person than I am, not knowing who these people are, right? Much less terminally online than myself. So yeah, I mean, like the person, I mean, I guess we're like, this is Vaush who's on. If you don't know who Vaush is, you're awesome. I just gotta say, I envy you. You're a better person than I am. Yeah. But that's Vaush, you know, if you recognize the name. Katie, now wait, like, here's one thing I didn't get. Is Dat Katie a content creator? You not heard of Vaush? Oh my god. See, like, you were like the person in the Odyssey, like when Odysseus is given the oar and he carries the oar out into the countryside, and I think it's like something to like be cool with Poseidon again, right? Poseidon's really mad at Odysseus, like, you're right, and he's like, you got to carry this oar out until somebody says, hey buddy, why are you carrying a fan? And that shows that those people don't know what an oar is. They're not seafaring people, right? And then he plants the oar, and somehow this gets Poseidon on his good side again. Like, right? I don't know. The Greek literature is pretty hard to explain, but I feel like that's it. You know, for somebody to be like, I honestly don't know who Vaush is. Like, I feel like I have finally gotten inland enough to find somebody who's not, you know, who hasn't been sullied by these streamers, right? Yeah, this is just a debate bros, if you've ever heard of them. It's I guess a genre of political streamer. They're big on debate. They always got to get that W. They're sometimes a little over concerned on being right at the expense of really reflecting on the issues that they're talking about, and that's what we're going over right now. Like, you know, the kind of their entrance into the discourse that came up in the wake of Brianna J, you know, the tragedy that happened to Brianna J, and you know, the way that the hashtag say her name was kind of co-opted there. But I'm a former Vaush fan. Okay, so we got some former Vaush. Dat Katie was streaming this debate on her end. Nice. Wait, well, I did follow. So I did, yeah, so somebody gave Dat Katie the shout out and I followed. Can we get another shout out for Dat Katie? Because I feel like we're getting a lot of content a lot of content from Dat Katie, and I want to make sure that we are also promoting Dat Katie's stream. J.K. Rowling wants trans people unalived. Why would she take credit of streamers using her game? Wait, I'm not worried about her taking credit, but I mean, you are, when you're talking about buying her game, you are putting money in her pocket. Like, I don't know what you've heard, but that's what's going on.
To go from there. I mean, what could I do to convince you that I've
Hell
done
yeah.
the work? I've given a thought. I've checked my privilege, and
Oh my god, you came to me through TikTok? Is that true? TikTok debates. Wait, oh my god. I got to do more of those, I guess.
yet I disagree. I still believe
Well-
that no proper argument has been given to the point that it is harmless to use say her name
Okay.
for Beyond J.
I do need to, and chat, if you see any like clips, like, right, you know, or if you're going over my VODs, you can't do this with highlights, okay, but you can do this with VODs, right? And you want to make clips, that's immensely helpful to me, because it's a super easy road for me to go from your clip of me saying something that means something to you, you know, that connected with you, to turning that into a TikTok a video. And I've had some pretty decent success on TikTok on trans talk, as we call it. I first came across Vaush in a meme which compared Vaush saying he cared about trans people to his trans rant. Thought the dude was done, but was recommended a video of him during the BLM protests. Yo, the weirdest thing that Vaush said during the BLM protests, right? So apparently, you know, he's a fan of nuggies. He likes chicken nuggets, and he went out and got himself some chicken nuggets, and he had to stream that night, right? So he's on a time budget, right? He's got to get home. He's got to start a stream. So he comes back, trying to go home, and lo and behold, there's a protest. There's a march, and it's in his way, and there's a detour because of this. So he has to do his go around the protest or whatever, and it takes him longer to get home, and I guess maybe he's late to stream or something like that. He got on stream and he started complaining about the protest. He literally, like, the fact that they got in the way of his nuggies made him complain about Black Lives Matter. I mean, this is the guy that we're dealing with, right? TikTok introduced me to somebody here on Twitch, and I was oh, nice, okay. Oh, Nominal Naomi. Okay, interesting. Just follow Katie. Yeah, everybody follow Katie. I'm massively impressed, massively, and it really feels good. Like that I inspired somebody to do something like this. That's what I was trying to do the other night, right? That's literally what I was trying to do, is light a fire in whoever I can to get up. Wait, what is this song? Get up, get on, get out there. Wait, that's something we can watch. Get up, get. Oh my god, I can't. Wake up, get out there. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about, chat. This is what I want to inspire in you. To do your own Phantom Thieving, okay? Start your own Phantom Thieves club, right? After school, wholesome after school activity. Taking down scumbags. Letting those petty tyrants know what the fuck is up. I need to finish this game. Can we make a difference? So yeah, that's what I'm trying to inspire in you, and it like really makes, I don't know how to describe it. Like the fact that Dat Katie like is thanking me for, you know, motivating her to go and have this conversation with Vaush, like do her own phantom thieving. That is pretty cool. I gotta admit it.
So to try to build this bridge, I feel the fact that you continue. So again, I'm not saying that you have to agree with me, but when you say no valid argument was made, and this is just about woke skulls having unreasonable demands, I don't feel like you even understand my argument, you know? Because I do think that ignoring the fact that in an American context, Say Her Name is absolutely a racialized movement that is addressing a racial disparity issue, to then claim that this should now be, there's no issue at all with it being brought into just like non-racialized issue, and for you to call that nonsensical or invalid, it just seems like exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, because that's still not an argument. I need to be told that it's
It is an argument.
Well, but
you just disagree that it's valuable.
No, it's not an argument. You're saying that it is being used in a context which isn't about black people. Fine. So what then is the harm? You did say that it was dragging attention away from black issues, but I disagree. I think that historically this has been like a made-up point. The idea that progressive groups or marginalized groups are competing for attention, and you're sort of like wresting attention away from one point to another. I don't believe that. Something pretty extraordinary would have to happen for me to fall to those arguments. So given that, if I don't think there's any harm in using it on a non-black person, being reminded that it's being used on a non-black person means nothing. I already know that.
Okay, so let me do the picking your mind thing, and maybe your answers would give me context, and then I'll be able to say I completely misjudged you, Vaush. You totally checked your privilege, and I'm totally wrong about everything. Okay. So I have two hypotheticals. Let's take the Brianna J case. Would you then have no issue if somebody said like "Me Too" about Brianna J?
It seems like it would be kind of nonsensical. I don't know what the rhetorical through line would be. But there are circumstances where I could see that being fine. I'm trying to think, like, rhetorically, where would that make sense? If it would fit in, then I would be fine with it. Because Me Too on its own doesn't sound like it means much in that context, but then you could think, like, okay, well, maybe by Me Too, it's like I, too, as a trans person, have been subjected to violence. Like, you know, the whole discourse is like, okay, Brianna was being bullied by her peers and is attacked and was murdered by, you know, young people, and it's like, okay, well, I, too, as a trans woman, face violence. Me too. And if that happens, you know, I wouldn't, like, encourage people to stop using it in that way.
So to then relate that to my point, since Brianna's name, she was talked about on the news. Like, I know this is meaningless, but I'll just say this because I find it interesting. I've heard about the Brianna J case because it was then on the news in Israel, and they said that a trans 15-year-old was murdered in the UK. So if Say Her Name is about Black women erasure and unreported cases with a focus on police brutality, then a lot of people feel like saying Say Her Name.
Wait, how far behind me is chat lagging? It seems like kind of far.
About the case of Brianna is nonsensical the same way that Me Too.
That's not your fault. That's just Twitch.
Might be nonsensical.
I don't think you could ever really argue that Say Her Name is that nonsensical when you're talking about a murdered person, you know, because that feels like kind of universally applicable. It's like, she died, say her name. We have a cultural, you know, we have like a culturally accepted practice of kind of acknowledgement.
I wish you were right, Vaush. I wish all tragedies were, you know, acknowledged on an equal level, but that's not what that's not what's happening here.
Of the victim that I think you could apply in basically all cases, leaving aside the whole, like, her having been dead named in the press thing, which obviously adds like a little bit more weight to the perceived validity of the hashtag. Okay. So even if people arrived at like a nonsensical hashtag, I still wouldn't really care. I certainly wouldn't like go up to people who are using a hashtag that didn't make much sense and been like,
has chat caught up to me yet?
Well, you're kind of bigoted and not listening to marginalized voices if you use this. Because I don't think any good is going to come of that. You can't really change the hashtag that people settle on. It's just sort of like a general organic.
You literally can. You literally can by sharing information that those people might be missing, right?
Movement to settle on a term.
But again, I'm not here to discuss about the changing of the hashtag.
Like, okay, well, I mean, like, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. You're only like 3 seconds or so behind me. And like I said, that's just Twitch.
I'm specifically discussing your reaction to that request, right?
Oh my God. I'm sorry. I hope the weather's okay, Fabio. That sounds scary.
Like,
it's like 7 seconds.
I don't have Twitter. It's like, I'm not gonna sit here and say I care about hashtags.
Well, then I'll just to be clear, if somebody's criticism of a hashtag was this is incoherent, I would mind it a lot less than somebody saying it's racially insensitive to do this. Because saying a hashtag is incoherent
It's
doesn't
not
really
fucking insensitive. It's not about hurting people's feelings. God damn it, Vaush. There is actually like a material, like a material cost to like stealing that. Like it affects real world stuff, right? If we want to have solidarity, we need to be aware at the very least, at the very bare minimum, like, you know, like low, you know, bar that needs to be crossed. Be aware of what's happening to marginalized groups, right? We're not. Society is not. Like, certain tragedies get noticed more than others. And that's not to say that the tragedy being noticed should be paid less attention to. It's not a zero-sum game, right? But when you reach for a tool to bring awareness to something, and you reach for a tool that's already being used for the purpose of, you know, being aware of tragedies that just are not getting attention, you're doing harm. I don't know how else to tell you that, right? He has to make it about feelings, because his pre-planned win condition is going to be the proof. Yeah, that's what I was anticipating too, Zara. It's gonna be really cold tomorrow. Damn. He claims he thinks attention isn't a resource. Then his whole business model. Yeah, exactly. Good point. Good point. I think it's like Ian only thinks only cis white dudes have material issues, and everyone else is just has feelings. Oh my God, this is the weaponization of the objective, right? Like, if we're not careful, when we say objective, what we're really talking about is the view from privilege, right? And when you're standing at those crossroads of privilege, you are seeing a vastly different world than the rest of us.
It's the same kind of ridiculous myopic infighting that arguing that you're not listening to black voices by using that hashtag does. I mean, look at all the discourse that's produced, right? Like, it wasn't just like an incidental request. It turned into like this big thing.
Okay, but then, like, and I'm sorry, this might feel bad faith, but I genuinely feel like this is a good point I have to make. Like, if people would have said it's incoherent, you would just make the argument that you're currently making, that, like, it's inappropriate to come when people are just trying to mourn for this young trans girl being murdered, and, like, saying, and are still arguing about the thing. Like,
I still think it would have been...
Meow, meow, meow. Boost the thread and juice the thread if you haven't already. Let's blast that off.
Pretty stupid and pointless, but I don't think...
Let's bring more attention to this stream.
Would have been harmful in the same way. I think it's harmful to do this, like,
to
identity
racialize
politics.
something that was always racialized?
Not to racialize it, but to indicate that people using the existing hashtag that had already been settled on were doing so in a way that was harmful to black people.
Already been settled on, for fuck's sake. It's not settled on. It's that there wasn't like a lot of thought put into what hashtag was chosen. There wasn't awareness on a lot of people. Hey, let me be super good faith and say that a lot of people that were using this hashtag, that were appropriating the hashtag, did not realize what they were doing, did not know that this hashtag had another purpose, and were not thinking about the fact, what, wrong Twitter thread? Oh my God, good point. Good. We'll give Natalie Marie's thread some love too, even though that's probably like the good. Yeah, thank you for catching that, Zara. I was not. I'm so ADD all over the place. Meow, that's the hashtag, that's the thread I meant. That's the thread I was trying to, like, boost. Meow, meow. But thank you for being on top of that. Oh my God, you already got to it. You already got to it. Okay. Oh my God, I am so silly, okay? Like, that tells me that we're almost, like, when we get to 1 hour, because I get that this is about, yeah, we're almost at 1 hour, okay? And there's about 2 hours of content here, right? So when we get halfway done, that's when I am going to be hanging out in space. Like, look at this, look at NCC. No, that's what I was trying to go there, right? I kind of missed, chat. I was trying to do a dimensional jump, and I accidentally. Wait, what do they call it in Everything, Everywhere, All at Once? What is the name for the jump that they do? The where they switch dimensions. Anybody remember that? Anybody seen that recently? I am 5 minutes from 6 hours into stream. What the? Really?
That I
is
think
this like
harmful.
all the content we're gonna
I
get
agree
through
that that
today?
is inaccurate, but I think once
No.
they were explained why it is offensive, and then they say,
But it's
I
not
don't
NCC is neglecting Waluigi.
care, I do think that's harmful.
But it's
Oh
not
my god, I
offensive.
totally messed this up.
Okay. So, I'm not trying to dodge your point. Do you want me to respond to that, or can I do my second
Oh my
hypothetical?
god.
You can do
I'm
your second
sorry.
hypothetical.
Okay, I'm just not sure how to.
Chat, I was gonna make lunch. It is now dinner time for me. For some of you, it might be even later.
I don't want to repeat myself too much, right? Okay, my second hypothetical was, how would you feel about Black people trying to advocate for reparations by using the hashtag land back?
I think it'd be kind of funny. I don't think I would necessarily mind it. I mean, the worst you could really say is that it would end up being maybe confusing in the long run, but I don't think it would be like harmful. So here are two arguments that you could make, and one I think I wouldn't be that mad at, and one that I would be mad at. If somebody said, "Wow, using land back here is like completely incoherent," you know, like because we already have like a settled movement on this term, you know, we could settle for another one, maybe one that makes a little bit more sense.
That's not funny, and it wouldn't be okay to
A
do.
little bit more historical weight to it. I think I'd be okay with that argument. You know, it's like, okay, will that change anything? Probably not. But I think I wouldn't mind people saying it. But if somebody was to say,
I mean, like, okay, I mean, like, I get, like, you know, I feel like there's another point that's being lost here, and that is that it is. Have I done bio breaks? Well, see, that's what I'm talking about, V. That's what that's what we're getting to, is like right, like that's where the food is gonna come from. It's gonna come from me making it, right? And I gotta get through, like, how many, oh my god, what I really wonder is, like, how much longer am I taking than the actual content to get through the content? Vaush isn't cool with land pack or reparations. Toasted some English muffins and put peanut butter on them. You're not torching poor Waluigi like a big meanie. Okay, I'll get to it. I promise, chat. When we get to 1 hour, I will press pause on this. I will go into the kitchen, and I will show you how easy and quick and delicious it can be to prepare a delicious HelloFresh meal. And you're going to see NCC in the kitchen, so.
it is bigoted against indigenous people to use the term land back to describe that. That I would take the same degree of vitriol against, I think.
I mean, look, I mean, that's one, like what you're dealing with here, though, is, like, there's a difference between, like, the amount of attention that's getting to, like, this most recent tragedy versus the amount of attention that gets paid to the tragedies that happen all the time to Black women. And that's kind of what's being, like, missed, right? And, like, he's unwittingly, like, illustrated that point himself by, you know, having so much trouble remembering names of Black women unalived by state-sponsored violence, right? This is
Okay, but if you're going to say that, then how can you counter my point that the way that you choose to address this issue is unhelpful to leftist infighting? And you're saying, I don't have to speak nicely, I'm just making good points.
Well, I don't have to speak nicely to anyone, of course.
I mean, no one has to do anything. Can we not do that? That's not really...
Well, it is definitionally tone policing, right? But if we're to talk about, like, the effect...
I feel like Vaush has met his match here.
of the tone, which I think is a fine thing to bring up.
A succulent NCC meal, that is a democracy manifest. But thank you for, oh my god, V, like, thank you for, like, worrying about me. Yeah.
I think that the kind of person who would levy the accusation that say her name about Brianna J is, like, racially insensitive are the kinds of...
Accusation, my ass. It's like, why does it have to be an accusation? Why are you making it about you? Why are you making it about you? Right? It's not an accu-fucking-zation. It's a tap on your shoulder with a, hey, look, I know that you are using this tool, like, to try to bring awareness to a tragedy, But here are other tools that you can do that with. Please don't use the one that's going to take awareness out of tragedies that are already, you know, being erased and forgotten and glossed over, that nobody recognized, that don't make a splash, that don't make an impact, that don't make a ripple, right? This is like, oh my God, he's missing the point so hard.
People that we should be mean to. I think that it's both rhetorically effective and useful to be a little bit more militant against those people, because they are like the most damaging thing in our movement.
A timed reminder as part of longer streams.
By far. Like, by
I
a
never
huge
mean
margin,
for them
I
to be
think, when it
long
comes to,
streams, though.
Unifying and
like, chat, I honestly meant to be done by now. I don't know.
Okay.
I thought I could get
the
done
small
with this
distinction I was
content.
making is that obviously claiming that from the beginning that it is like racially insensitive.
Wait, it feels like he's going through a Destiny phase. Are you talking about Destiny the streamer or Destiny the game? Is this like, I don't even know what game this is. Like, I don't even know what Vaush is playing here.
Is not good. I'd argue that if I have, and I have repeatedly like explained that Say Your Name is specifically like about advocating for a very specific issue that targets a very specific community within the Black community, and somebody says, yeah, that's not a legitimate argument for me for why I can't use this for a different thing. Sure, I wouldn't say that's racist. I just would say that that's not the best ally I'd want to have, but it's the ally I got, I guess.
Well, a good argument would have to be made. I'm not really concerned with being the best ally. I just want
I'm sorry, I'm laughing.
I want to be an effective advocate for the things that I believe in. If people say that makes me an ally,
I'm not concerned about being an ally. I'm concerned about being right.
then that's fine. I won't argue with them.
The streamer?
But I don't.
Oh, the streamer,
I just don't really.
I believe, because you said that, like, if somebody said that using land back for reparations is incoherent, you'd think that's a valid argument. And I've repeatedly in this discussion explained why using this hashtag for Brianna J is incoherent. But you keep saying I haven't made a good argument. So it doesn't make sense.
I don't think it's incoherent in the same way. Because, like, to be clear, Say Her Name isn't actually a movement. It's just a hashtag associated with a broader movement. There is.
Who needs HelloFresh? Good question, clock blockers. Busy people, people who want to eat healthier, people who, like me, are used to just throwing a bunch of rice and beans into a pot and turning it on and eating the mush that comes out of there, and maybe you want to eat something a little tastier than that. People who do not have time to go to the grocery store, right? People who are concerned about waste and want a product that's easy to recycle and kind of manage the waste of. There's a lot of reasons that you might want to order a delicious box of HelloFresh. Does it come in Japan? No, unfortunately. I'm sponsored by HelloFresh US. And for whatever reason, they like divide their business up by country. Now there may be one in Japan, in the EU or the UK. I don't even know about that. But yeah, that's who I'm sponsored by. Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't get shipped across continents. But maybe fortunately, right? Because you would want like a fresher. Oh, that's another thing. People who want to eat fresh, all the stuff I think is. From the HelloFresh box, what is it has been like, it goes from being like in the ground to being on your table in like a week. So they have different menus. Yes, people who want to choose from a number of different menus. I'm getting the vegan Turkish spice chickpea bowl, but there's like a ton of other options too. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of reason that
no Say Her Name.
You might want to.
What we're talking about is the Black Lives Matter movement, mostly. Say Her Name.
No, don't do this.
Wait,
the first thing I clarified on this talk was that we're not.
Just to be clear, all right, I'm doing the cooking stream. Like it's not one big commercial. Okay, I mean that's available to you. You do have 60% off through me by using my affiliate link and length. My affiliate length. Jesus Christ, what do I have on the brain? What do I have on the brain? And also, yeah, 60% off and free shipping. Tell me more. HelloFresh.com. Wait, no, there's an affiliate link, right? There we go. There's the code, right? So when you go to my affiliate link, use that code to get 60% off. that's your special coupon code to make it cheaper.
Gonna do, oh, this is just a hashtag.
Well, yeah,
thing.
but at this point now it becomes
I need to get back to the gym too, Fabio.
relevant because land back isn't just a hashtag, it's the literal term of the political movement.
You come back and you hear Vaush crying about BLM once again. Yeah, like, I don't know. For some reason, I take forever to get through this content.
Whereas,
I mean, part of it's because I care about it, right? And part of it's because I care about you, and I wanna kind of speak to what people are saying in chat. I get that I don't get to everybody, but I'm trying to do the best I can.
like the equivalent would be if people started saying hashtag Black Lives Matter because Breonna J died, which would be incoherent for a number of reasons. I'm not saying that the like. I agree that the say her name hashtag is associated with BLM, but I do still think there's a critical distinction if we're talking about like the difference between merely being associated with it and being the literal same term. But if your only argument is like, I think there's a degree of incoherence.
Can anybody tell me about the game that he's playing? Because it feels like he's been on the same level for like, well, I mean, it's not hours, it's hours for you, but
to using it with Breonna J, then I would say maybe a bit for people who get confused by it. I didn't, and I'm pretty involved in political stuff. It didn't feel like it was an overstep or conflation to me. I don't think any harm was done.
She's getting her gotcha because he's backtracking on the original agreement that this was more than just a hashtag, it was a movement.
And I still don't think it was justified to accuse people who use the term of being racially insensitive. But if the only criticism is like, it's a little bit confusing to have an overlap here.
Hey, wait, J Wolf, I think you just did something. You just did something, didn't you?
I wouldn't have reacted the way that I did. I wouldn't have called anyone.
Maybe I'm on a delay where I'll see that in a second. Either that or that's a period. I can't tell.
Hysterical.
No, it's not a little bit confusing. It's about...
He was really upset about being late to eat his nuggies, yeah.
Well, now I can't even say taking a movement, because now you walked it back and said that it's not really a movement.
Well,
there we go,
I don't
there
really
we
know how to
go.
engage with that now.
There we go, it is a
that
period. It's just a
not the say
period.
her name movement. That's not what it's called.
Meow.
Say Your Name is there to advocate for against the erasure of Black women.
That's what it's been used for historically. I'm okay with it being used in a variety of contexts. Disambiguation,
Like,
I understand,
look,
but
the game is Returnal. Thank you, Clock Blockers. Okay, yeah, I've never seen this before. This is he said it's historically, but like it's not like that's a weird way to say that, like, right? Like the implication being like, and he said this before, it's not currently being used. Are you sure about that, Vaush? Are you sure about that? Would you know if it was? Like, this is what I'm trying to say, is that these issues, these tragedies, like, that happen all the time to Black people, they do not make the splash that other tragedies do. That is the purpose for the hashtag. That is the concern about it being co-opted, right? Say Her Name as a campaign by the African American Policy Forum and the Center for is a campaign by the African American Policy Forum and the Center for Intersectional and Social Policy Studies. Okay. Oh, you are okay with it, are you, Vaush? Oh God, it's not fucking up to you. I thought he was playing Castle Protocol. You know what? You don't even want to know what I thought, right? Because I know there's like a new Dead Space, is that what it's called, coming out? And it kind of reminded me of the dude in the suit, but no, like Dead Space, he's got like there's like a spine thing there, right? I made it to over an hour. Okay, that is my sign. Chat, are you ready for this? Are you ready? Okay, so I'm gonna do apparently, let's see. All right, so this is what I got. This is going to be delicious. It's going to take a little while to make it, okay? So I'm going to spend 15 minutes in the kitchen prepping it. Then we're going to come back to this debate and finish that while it cooks for 40 minutes, right? And I might take longer than 15 minutes because I'm like I said, I'm not great at cooking. I'm not the world's greatest cook in the world, right? And look, if you like this, but you're like, but I would like a little chicken with it. Well, that's down here. I guess there's option to add chicken. I don't eat chicken, so I'm not gonna need any. But here, let's make this happen, chat. I've been teasing this for a long time. Okay, let us make it happen. All right, there's Waluigi. He's kind of lonely. And I'm gonna keep watching chat while I'm over there, right? That's my innovation. One of them. Okay, wait. The other thing that I can do is switch microphones. Okay, so we go here and we go into here and we change it to boom. All right, here we go. Oh my god, I'm so nervous, chat. This is the first time I've ever done anything like this. Anything like this at all, right? Hi everybody. My name is Irene Geller, and I'm about to make some food. Wait, let me see if I can get this even better. Because like I said, I can read chat with this, but I can see like my own image. Oh god, I'll have to like... Okay, here we go. Here we go. Like I can see myself. Oh my god, the only thing I'm missing is my phone. I was thinking that I would take like video on my phone of like chopping the stuff, but I might have to do that later. I might have to chop some more stuff later because like I'm supposed to do a commercial for YouTube for this, like a short little commercial to run in with one of my videos when I can find one of my videos that's like non-controversial. But chat, just confirm with me, right? I'm using a different microphone. This is the webcam microphone. Can you hear me okay? Is this mic working? Because I can always use the other microphone if I really need to. All right. It's the BetterHelp of food. How much is BetterHelp food? Oh my god, I don't even know. Okay, so wait. Like I said, can you hear me okay? Yeah, you can hear me. Awesome. Okay. So adjust the rack to the top position of the oven. Yeah, it's already there. Okay. Oh, preheat the oven for 425. So you can tell that I don't usually do this. I press bake and I turn the volume up. Yes, the volume. We go 425 and then press bake again. No, I think it just does it. Start. Okay, yes, it's baking. Okay, so I'm preheating the oven for 425. Wash and dry produce. Okay, so what do we got here? We have chives. We have parsley. Okay, so let's cut these open. This feels so weird. This is like not the way I'm used to streaming. But it's fun. How are you doing, chat? It's working. It's working. Yay. Okay. So to make it easy to wash these, I'm just gonna use this little strainer here. All right. So I'm putting my chives into here. Putting my parsley in there with them. And like I said, this should be about 15 minutes to prepare. And then it might be slower for me because I take too long on everything. Like I said, ADHD. Right, there's parsley. The parsley. Okay, so we got the parsley and the chives, and we're gonna wash them off. All right. So just give them a quick rinse. And then onto the table. Okay, so we got the parsley and the chives. What else do we need to wash? Probably the tomatoes. We go tomatoes. into the strainer. Rinse those off. Then into the bowl. Okay, so tomatoes wash. What else? We got lemons. We got I think that's like all I have to wash. So yeah. So I'm gonna do all this stuff like fancy, right? I've never, oh my god. I've got like a container for everything here. Okay, so we'll put this parsley in here for now and work with the chives. Chop, chop, chop. We're gonna dice these. Yeah, that's right, dicing. I'm trying to remember my knife skills, chat. Like this. I always used to do this, but I was told that was wrong to put your finger on top. Oh yeah, yeah. So knife skills, right? You gotta put your fingers like this, right? So that the blade of your knife is touching your knuckles right there, and they're tucked under. That way you won't cut yourself, right? If you have make like a little paw to hold the chives down. Oh my god, they smell so good. Okay. Put that in there. We're just making this like diced. We're making it tiny little cuts. And then there's some of these that stayed long for some reason. Chop those up, chop through here. There we go. That looks good. Okay. So we've got our chives cut. I'm gonna scoop these right up with the knife and put them into this little dish. There we go. Now parsley. So yeah, I had so much content on the, well, not so much content. I think the content that I listed was this video, the penis, what was it called? The penis woman? I think that's what the article by Sophie from Mars was called, right? The incident in the bathroom in Westminster, right? And then I was also going to cover some Xander Hall stuff, right? Xander Hall has been talking about Gamergate a lot. You know, I think I need to dice this a little bit more, right? So I'm gonna go this way too. Yeah. You can see that I am not like exactly a culinary genius, okay? I was not a culinary major. I have mad respect for people who study that stuff. It's pretty amazing. So we're just gonna chop. I just know that like to get like the flavor of the parsley, we really want to go like super fine. Because the more we cut it, the more the flavor of the parsley actually comes out. Okay, there we go. That's maybe one more. Yeah, you can kind of scoop it up like this and then chop it again. Wait. There we go. Okay, so get all this off of here. Okay, so there's the parsley and chives. All right, so our next move is to cut the onion. There we go. Here. Oh my god, we're gonna have to cut the tomatoes too. I always feel weird about cutting tomatoes because they like squish out. Yeah, we are going to be getting back to Vaush right after this, right? I just have to make some food for myself, and we've got the kitchen set up now. So anytime that I need to make food, I can bring you along with me, even if it's just like a quick snack and has nothing to do with a sponsor like today's sponsor, HelloFresh. All right, so yeah, I'm peeling the onion. I guess I can use this like bag right here for the odds and ends. Okay, so we got our onion. Oh, interesting. So with the onion, I'm used to dicing it, but for this one, we're going to do it a little differently. We just need to make like kind of slices, because we're gonna end up like putting the onion into the oven and roasting it along with the chickpeas, the tomatoes, the garlic. That all gets like roasted in the oven. So yeah, here we go. We're just like cutting the onion in half down the middle, and then making these little slices. And then, you know, when you get to the end here, oh my god, I don't know how much you can see of this. Wait. So there's one of the onions. Maybe I'll just go ahead. Okay, so you're supposed to have like a drizzle of oil on this cooking sheet. Drizzle this out, and then spread it. Oh my god, I can't reach. Oh wait, I just realized that I don't have to have the I should have put on some music. Okay, so I put I put oil onto the cooking sheet, and I'm gonna like just kind of spread it around to make sure that it gets everywhere, ensuring that we will not have any stickage. We don't want the stickage, we don't want things sticking to the cooking sheet, so we're just gonna kind of smear that both ways. Okay, so now I take my onions and just kind of array them like so. Okay, there we go. That is half of the onion. Okay. Now we're going to take the other half of the onion, cut that, same way we did to the first half. There we go, onions everywhere. Okay, so we got the onions done. Oh, I shouldn't have cut the onions, chat. This is one mistake that maybe you won't make. If you That's the oven being heated up enough, right? That's the onion being at 425, right? But like, so here's what I'm going to suggest to you. Don't cut the onions first thing, because as soon as you cut the onions, you have to deal with the onion fumes. And I don't know how your eyes deal with onions, but my eyes are like crying. As I chop the tomatoes. And you're just kind of roughly chop these tomatoes, right? Chopping these like that, chopping these like that. And there we go. And I'm going to scoop up the tomatoes and add them to the cooking sheet along with the onions. I got a few more to go here. And like the tomatoes, you don't have like a sharp knife for these, right? Because otherwise like all the juice squishes out, which is not great. Oh shit, you know what? I just thought of the perfect music for this, okay? Let's add... Wait, do I have both mics going at once? Can't even tell. Anyway, we have like the perfect music. You're gonna recognize this, maybe. Huh? What do you think? Like, I gotta have some music. Yeah, we got onion fumes, right? They're going into my eyes right now. But that's okay, I'll get through it. So what I'm doing is I'm just adding the tomatoes onto the cooking sheet. So yeah, does anybody recognize this? Yeah, this is the hold music for the KGB, I mean CIA. Whatever three-letter organization that NCC works for, it's the hold music for them, right? When you're on the phone, trying to get your money, trying to get paid for being controlled opposition, for promoting leftist infighting, as I do, right? This is the music that you hear. And I still don't think I'm gonna get paid. Because they say that, like, all their money goes to other streamers right now, right? Apparently, I'm not the one causing the leftist infighting, so I gotta do better. Chop. You wouldn't want your hair to smell like onion? We got 2 more of these tomatoes to chop. And again, you know, your results may vary. You might actually find that you get your food prepped a little quicker than I am. I'm just always slow. This is why I sucked at you know, as like a cook. Okay, so what do we got? We got lemon. We're gonna zest a lemon. I think I know how to do that. No. Oh, I had cat ears on. Oh my god. on. Oh no, I know what this is. Okay, so one of these things zests. I think it's... Can anybody help me with this? This like slices. This makes little shreds. This makes big shreds. That slices. I think this thing, is this a zester? Yeah, this right here is the one that zests. So, I'm just gonna zest my lemon right into this dish. But yeah, zesting is like when you scrape all the peel off of a lemon or a lime or an orange, and it makes it smell really good. And you're just gonna use the dust from the peel in your dish. This is the right thing, right? This is like the zester. You can tell that I don't do fancy food all that much. I'm gonna take great care here not to zest my hand, because I can see that would be like super easy to do. There we go, there's some serious zest there. This is smelling very zesty. Zest and quarter lemon. Okay, so after I'm done zesting it, we're gonna quarter this lemon. So that should be 2 cuts. Pretty easy. You braided your finger before? Ouch. Okay, so I can see that there's like a lot of zest still in here that is having trouble coming off, so I'm gonna help it. I'm gonna help the zest. Oh, there we go. That's some serious zest. Okay, that seems like a lot of zest. Oh, there we go. There's more zest. There's some zest right there. Cool. Okay, so we got our zest. Like our oh my god, lemon zest. Okay, cool. So we got our lemon is zested. The next step is to quarter it. Take the zested lemon, cut it once down the middle, and then just so I can do like less cuts, look, stack those up, and then cut it down the other middle. There we go, giving us lemon quarters, which I'm gonna put right into there. Okay, so we got our lemon quarters. Oh, garlic. Means another one of these little ramekin dealies. I'm doing it extra fancy just for you, chat. Right, like I said, I do not usually cook this fancy. We got our rice. We got our chickpeas. We got some Turkish spice mix right there. We got some raisins right there. We got, I don't even know what this is, but we'll find out. We have pistachios. We have pistachios. And there is at the very bottom of my HelloFresh bag is 1 clove of garlic. So just gonna cut that right there. And my secret with garlic, right, is to take the knife, put it on the garlic, and then just like lean on it, smash it, right? You smash the garlic first, and that makes removing the garlic skin so much easier. Look at that. It just comes right off. Right? Rather than having to like, have you ever tried to rinse the garlic skin off? It's kind of a pain, okay? So yeah, there we've got our garlic. Make sure all the skin is off of there. And we're not done yet. We're gonna mince this garlic. Where does the garlic want to go? I feel like I'm going to put it in the ramekin along with the right next to the chives. So we've got our garlic and we've got our chives. It's starting to smell really good in here already. We haven't even started with the cooking. Okay. Mints are great garlic. I feel like I'd grate my fingers off if I tried to grate garlic, right? That's not how I do it. Roughly chop the pistachios. Okay. So here's our pistachios. Oh my god. I have never chopped, but I gotta be honest with you, I've never chopped pistachios before. Like I can't, like these things are so good, I always just eat them. Like it's been, you don't realize how hard it's been for me having pistachios in the refrigerator to not just like devour them. Because pistachios are so damn good. But I knew that this recipe was coming up and I wanted to do the real recipe with you. I wanted to show you, you know, the entirety. If I pretend to like that the pistachios don't exist, I don't know. It just seems a little. I might get called for bad faith. Okay, so we're just roughly chopping. We don't have to go too hard on these pistachios. Get them roughly chopped. There we go. That's rough. That's chopped. And they're gonna go in their own little ramekin right here. So there we have them. Okay, so we got now pistachio bits. That last little pistachio bit. Okay, roughly chopped just pistachios, that's done. Okay, so 2 more things that we need to do. I showed you my strainer. These are the chickpeas, so they come in like a little box here. Now, like the easy mode for these are like if you have you have scissors. I don't have scissors in here right now, so I'm gonna do the not so easy mode, and I'm gonna cut into this with a knife. This is a little bit dodgy. Just make sure you don't cut yourself if you find yourself having to do this. You probably have scissors though, right? I'm guessing that chat has like scissors at home, some kind of maybe even culinary scissors that you can just chop. You can use those instead of risking your fingies like I'm doing right now. This is not best practices, okay? But we're gonna get through this. Okay. So if you just cut off these 2 folds, then you can easily hopefully I'm doing this over a sink too, right? Because it'd be a little bit messy otherwise. Alright, so we're opening up the box of garbanzo beans and pouring it into our little strainer. All right. No. All the garbanzos. All the garbanzos. Yes, yes. Come on, garbanzos. So now it's time to rinse the garbanzos. Just get that muck off of there, right? Because these have been sitting in... It's been sitting in their water for a little while. Right. A little more. There we go. Okay, so there's our garbanzos. Nice and clean. They go where the tomatoes and onions have gone. Just right under the sheet. Sprinkle them all over. Get them all around. We're gonna roast these babies. Alright, so I'm gonna put this to the side. One more little thing we gotta do here. These are my raisins. And we've got our lemons cut. But we haven't squeezed them yet. So we got golden raisins here. And again, I'm just gonna use the knife to open these raisins up. And then pour these out into a little ramekin. And what does this say? Combine raisins with the juice from 1 lemon wedge. We take this 1 lemon wedge, and we pour the juice, squeeze the juice, like onto the raisins. This is feeling fancy already, and if you're like me, you've now got like 2 little lemon seeds, kind of like mixed in with the raisins. I'm just gonna fish those out. I don't know. Lemon seeds are good for you, so I don't know. But yeah, they're also like kind of... They're hard to eat if they're not blended, and we're not blending anything here. So it's just juice of the lemon and raisins. All right, so next thing is the cooking the rice. Wait, did I do this wrong already? Mince a few wedges until you have 2 tablespoons. Wow, I didn't read the direction. So, 2 tablespoons of onions we actually need to mince. So this is a fancy recipe. It's important to read fancy recipes really well, or else you're gonna miss a little detail like this, right? So I'm just taking the onions that I got, and I'm gonna, you know, we sliced them before. Now I'm gonna mince these. So, onions are minced. Then we're gonna take our olive oil once again, and we're gonna drizzle it into the rice cooker. So, just take a little drizzle right here. Yum, yum, yum. Okay, that's enough. That's enough oil, and then shake it all around to get it spread out. Okay. Oh my god, it smells so good. So we put our onions in here. And a little trick that I have is like turning this rice cooker on. Like it's just the onions and the oil in there right now. Add the minced onions, the garlic. Here's our garlic going into the rice cooker. And half of the pistachios. The pistachios. half of them into the rice cooker along with the garlic and the onions. Okay. Half of the Turkish spice blend. Here's our Turkish spice blend. Cut that open and put half of it in here. Go save half of it for something else. And a pinch of salt. Okay, is this salt or pepper? That's salt, okay. There we go, there's a pinch of salt. That's more than a pinch, actually. A pinch of salt. Cook for 1 minute, right? So, like, normally you'd use, like, a pot on the stove for this. I cannot be trusted with that, though. Just trust me, right? If I put a pot on the stove and start to cook with it, there's every chance that I'm going to burn the contents of that pot. That's why I use a rice cooker. I'm not sponsored by rice cookers, but I endorse them nonetheless, right? And so I'm going to make this one little modification here to save me having to, you know, worry about burning my food. So yeah, we're just kind of like scooting around like all the stuff in here. And I've turned on the rice cooker, and it's actually cooking my onions and the garlic. Okay. I hear it sizzling. I'm really quiet. Okay, so as it's sizzling, I'm gonna take my rice. Pour it in that same, like, what do you call this again? There's like a name for this thing, right? I think I said what it was earlier, but like, look, it's just like, you know, it's to rinse things off. It's to rinse things and drain things. And we're just gonna rinse and drain the rice. Okay. We're gonna need 1/2 of a cup of water. Okay, so I'm starting to see smoke coming off of here. Oh my gosh. We're gonna stir in. Okay, so we got our rice and we got our water. It's in there. Then there is the I was wondering what this was earlier. It just says veggie, but it's veggie stock. So this is like a vegan meal, so I can count on the fact that there's no animals in this veggie stock, right? It's just it says veggie on it, right? So what does it say? 1/2 of the veggie stock. All of the veggie stock. Okay, so here we go. We got 1/2 of the Turkish spice mix, 1/2 of the pistachios, all of the garlic, all of the onions, like 2 tablespoons of the, oh my god, 2 tablespoons of the minced onions. I'm stirring in the stock. And actually the onions weren't too bad. Like the onions like didn't continue to hurt my eyes. All right, so there we go. There we go. Give that a good stir. Get the stock mixed into the water. I feel like that's enough water. Might put just a tad more. Figure out where I put it. Oh, there it is. We're just gonna put like a tiny, tiny touch more of water. Give that a little bit more of a stir. There we go. Okay. So it looks like the rice is ready to go. Putting the lid onto the rice cooker. All right, the rice is good. All right. So now we're on to step 3. Meanwhile, toss the onion wedges, tomato, and chickpeas onto the baking sheet. Okay, we've tossed that onion wedges, tomatoes, chickpeas onto the baking sheet. Large drizzle of olive oil, we've already done that. The remaining Turkish spice blend. Okay, so remember this stuff? Turkish spice blend? I'm going to spread these out a little bit more. And we're going to sprinkle the Turkish spice blend all over the place. Oh my god. I need this thing to be open though. I need this, like, this packet to be fully open. There we go. Okay, so sprinkle, 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 sprinkle. Oh my god, all the sprinkles. And I'm just gonna kind of like push this around a little bit just to get everything like mixed up in equal measure so everything's cooking with everything else and all the flavors are deliciously going together, and to make sure also that that Turkish spice blend does not end up all in one place, right? So we got onion slices, we got tomato slices, we got chickpeas. I'm going to try to kind of even this out, right? Even this out all over the baking sheet. Because we are about to put this... Some of these like onion slices kind of stuck together, and we can get them separated as well. Okay, perfect, perfect. This is so good. This is like so much fancier than what I usually eat, like, right? Like, I feel like I'm cooking like a real human being. And you can feel like you're cooking like a real human being too with HelloFresh. And like, I'm cooking basically 2 servings is what I'm making. Yeah, so each meal is like 2 servings. This is like 850 calories. Roast on the top rack halfway through until veggies are lightly charred and chickpeas are crispy. 18 to 20 minutes. So here we go. Don't burn myself. Top rack. 18 to 20 minutes. We'll just say like 19 minutes. Cook time. Not 1 hour. Wait. Yes, perfect. Okay. I was like wondering if this is hours or minutes. I literally have never used, like, I don't usually use my oven. Like I said, I cook everything in a rice cooker. It's super easy for me. But that's not how humans cook. This is how humans cook. Humans use an oven, and I'm gonna use an oven too, just like a human being. Okay, so make the sauce. While everything roasts, in a second small bowl, combine hummus. Oh, I forgot about our hummus, right? I almost forgot about our hummus. We have hummus. So I guess another little ramekin would be in order here. We're making a sauce. That's too shallow of a ramekin. What do I... Just use the bowl here. Okay. So what do we have? Combine hummus, half of the parsley and chives, 2 tablespoons of olive oil, juice from 1 lemon wedge, salt, and stir in water 1 tablespoon at a time. How much water is there? Okay, so here we go. We have our hummus. Plop that into the bowl. We got 1, and you can see the rice is cooking right here, steaming. One lemon wedge. Half of the parsley, half of the chives. Here's half of the chives. There's half of the parsley. Okay. Now I'm supposed to put some water in here. I'm going to add more of this olive oil. Just a drizzle. Drizzled. A little bit of salt. And so like this is hummus and we're turning it into like a thin sauce. We're gonna want to drizzle this sauce over you know, the meal after we're done with it. After we combine everything together, right? And the rice is almost done. We got 15 minutes left on the all right, so yeah, we're gonna pour the water in little by little, just a little water there. And we stir this up in here because we're gonna try to turn this hummus into like a drizzle sauce. We want it to be able to drizzle. There's a little bit more water. Yeah, it's starting to look like a drizzle sauce. I think that's the technical term for it, right, chat? Drizzle sauce, is that the culinary term? We got a nice little drizzle sauce in here. Like a little bit more water and we will be drizzling away. Okay, there we go. That's enough water. That's going to be quite drizzly. The drizzle ratio, the drizzle coefficient here is quite drizzly. All right, yeah. Drizzle away, yes. Okay, so we got that, we got that, we got that. What else? Stir in water 1 teaspoon at a time. I don't know if I was doing that. Okay, so wow, we're like almost done here. The rice is almost cooked. We got 13 minutes left on this. That's going to be the one that we have to that I have to go back and watch some of the Vaush for. Stir in the raisins in their pickling liquid. The remaining parsley and chives. Okay. You know what? we're gonna go back and we're gonna finish the or not finish. We're gonna watch more Vaush while we wait for everything to cook. The rice, like I said, is almost done. The other stuff is like 13 minutes out, and then I need a cup of water. Water and an orange, and I'm good. Okay, cool. Hi, how's it going? Oh my god, that was wild. Okay, so yeah, that's Irene's scuffed kitchen, and that should show you, okay, not just like what a bad cook I am, but that even if you're a bad cook or you don't have a lot of faith in yourself as a cook or you've never done anything like this before, you can do it too, right? If I can do it, you can do it, right? I just heard the rice get done, so the rice is done already. Waluigi looks much happier now. Yeah, like I'm gonna be happier when I get that food in my stomach, right? That's gonna make me majorly happy. So FT signifier video on Baby Boy is really good. Oh, you have kitchen scissors. I love pistachios. I cannot stop myself with pistachios. Okay, so where were we? We're in the... Oh, wait a minute. Okay. If my sound sounds scuffed, right, there's a reason for that. Change back to... Correct. There we go. All right. Where were we? We were...
Okay, we don't have to call it a movement, but it's a hashtag that is meant to apply a certain critique, like BLM.
Well, the BLM movement is meant to apply a certain critique. The hashtag was used in that context, yes, but it's been used in other contexts before and will again in the future. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. We don't want to run out of slogans, right? Like, keep in mind that trans liberation now is just a remodeling of black liberation now. Fight.
I just hate the fact that he thinks the problem is running out of slogans, right? That's not the problem, Vaush.
The power, or like the raised fist as a sign of solidarity, originated in the black Black liberation movement, but it's used ubiquitously for a bunch of progressive causes these days. There's always going to be a lot of overlap.
Smash Mouth plays faintly in the distance.
Say her name to you. If it's not just a hashtag, but it's also like not a movement. The
squishy, seedy bits of the tomatoes. I just don't like the way that they squish out. The problem with small tomatoes is like with big tomatoes, I can kind of like run the knife down them and like make a nice cut without like, or like you use like a serrated knife, you know, right? But with small tomatoes, like I'm always like squish, squish. I don't know. It just feels weird.
What did I call it? And what significance does it have if we're now saying that it's not like a movement advocating for certain things?
Well, it's a hashtag that has a lot of like historical context with relation to a movement, for sure. It's obviously not a movement in and of itself. Nobody.
And quit looking at the hashtag as a slogan, right? A hashtag is not a slogan. Is like, you know, Hello Fresh, you know. You're right. Okay, I'm not supposed to mix my my brand with politics. A slogan is like an advertisement, right? A slogan is like you know, a catchy phrase that you associate with the movement, and because you like the phrase, now you're gonna like the movement too, or something like that, or the right. This is different. Like a hashtag is for directing attention in certain ways, and it gets traction by like the more people that. It's almost like it's like there's a ratio, okay? There's like the number of people like using the hashtag, and that's like the number on top, and then the number on bottom, the denominator, is like the things that the hashtag is used for, right? So if you have a lot of people using the hashtag, and that hashtag is for one thing, then that's like big number up here, divided by divided by 1. So that's your number. Is your number is the denominator is your number, right? But if we say, you know, we're gonna have this hashtag stand for stand for Black women who are victims of state-sponsored violence, but we're also going to make it stand for, trans women who are victims of hate crimes, right? I mean, those are both good causes. Those both need attention to them. But now the hashtag that we have that was kind of meant to bring attention to, tragedies that are not getting attention. Now it's divided by two. It's divided. You know what I mean? We're increasing the denominator. If this would be the place for NCC to do an MS Paint stream, unironically, right here to show you that. But like, do you get the idea? Do you get the point? There's already people being erased. There's already people being forgotten. There's already people being unalived and just not getting any attention. And you're going to take that little bit of attention that's going to, to Black women with the hashtag, and you're going to say, yeah, can we take half of this and move it over here? No, you can't take half of this and move it over there. No. You absolutely cannot do that, right? Like, this is not a problem that's been solved. This is a problem that is ongoing. It is awesome that, that Breonna's, God, it's awesome. Like, no, I mean, like, there's a tragedy, right? But it's great that that at least it's getting noticed. At least it's being paid attention to. At least it's getting momentum, and that maybe the awareness of the tragedy might spur some change, right? That's good. But, we can't, like, start taking other people's attention in order to increase, increase an issue that's already, garnering attention, if that makes sense. Anyway, I feel like I over-explained that. Just wait until, I definitely over-explained that. Wait until somebody's favorite actor gets overlooked at the Oscars. Grammys is music, yeah. I don't know the award thingies either. I don't really care.
That way. And
I like watch movies. I don't care about award shows.
Making the argument that it's just a hashtag in the sense that it has like no pre-existing context.
Slogan is like yeah, it's like
Yes, it obviously does. But I don't think that context is unchangeable, obviously, because the context of slogans changes all the time. No justice, no peace was a civil rights protest that's been used in a bunch of different contexts.
It's another silly logic trap that he got away with there.
Honestly, a lot of stuff comes directly from Black liberation in this country, because that's always been the most active and militant body of progressive organization in the past century of American history. But if we don't use that, I mean...
Wait, but you're making it sound like you think that these... I don't think it's getting the most attention. Right? And especially when we talk about, like, the tragedies befalling the Black community due to police violence, I don't think that's getting attention at all. Right? I mean, like, like when something, when a particularly egregious act happens, right, that gets filmed, for a little while, there's a lot of attention, right? But we're missing the fact that this stuff keeps happening.
Like,
Vaush, this sound super weird. I love you, but I will do this gotcha now. I am so sorry. I have opened Wikipedia.
Be careful. It had better be a good one.
It's a Wikipedia
I'm gonna
gotcha.
try my best. I know that you're a fan of Wikipedia, and I opened Wikipedia, and Say Her Name is a social movement that seeks to raise awareness for Black women victims of police brutality and anti-Black violence in the United States.
All right.
Cool. Was it a good one?
Just out of curiosity, is there a disambiguation link at the top of that?
What's a disambiguation link?
In Wikipedia, they'll put that at the top of articles where the term could refer to multiple things.
The correct title of this article is Say Her... Do you want me to just send you the link?
No, I can Google it. Just a moment.
Okay.
Say Her Name is a social movement seeks to raise awareness for... Originally created by the Black... Or the
Is he going to bring it up?
Policy Forum, according to research, 17% more likely... an effort to create large social media presence alongside existing racial justice campaigns such as hashtag Black Lives Matter and Black Girls Matter. Never heard Black Girls Matter, but all right. The African American Policy Forum coined the hashtag Say Her Name in December 2014. Okay. I've never really heard it being referred to as a movement before, but I can fully accept that.
Good. So, okay. So we can move on from that because I think it matters. So if we're now conceding that Say Her Name is a hashtag, but it also represents a movement, then obviously using a hashtag that is meant to advocate for certain things that a movement is pushing for other causes, well, is not illegal or anything like that. Obviously, you know, I already made this point. I don't want to repeat myself.
Well,
Okay, so like Vaush was talking about a disambiguation, and I think that, you know, were there a disambiguation? So what that is like that is like when there is a term that it can refer to this, but it can also refer to that. So if say her name was used for multiple things, you'd see a disambiguation there. Here, let me just like... Let me just bring this up here. Okay. So he read the first paragraph here. So origins of the movement. Say her name stems from the idea that having individuals and the media say the names of Black women who have been the victims of police violence will make people ask necessary questions about... See, like, this is the whole thing, is like Vaush is acting like this, you know, there was no intentionality here. There was no thought to this process, right? These are, you know, this, you know, hashtag, this movement, what, you know, has got like... Name was originally created by the African America Policy Forum. This wasn't just some like happenstance. This isn't some unintentional thing. Now I feel like his, you know, like the appropriation of this hashtag, the appropriation of this movement, like was done without intentionality. But it wasn't the movement itself was not created without intentionality, right? Okay, so ask necessary questions about the causes and circumstances of that violence. And the concept of saying the name is also a symbol or shorthand for learning and telling the stories of these women, again, both between individuals and in the media. Crenshaw, this is Kimberly Crenshaw, has said, if you say the name, you're prompted to learn the story. If you know the story, then you have a broader sense of all the ways that Black bodies are made vulnerable to police violence. Okay, let's look at the social media part of this, right? The Say Her Name movement is one of the many contemporary social justice campaigns that engage in hashtag activism and digital activism. So, yeah, is Twitter the be-all, end-all of everything? No, it's not. Right? There's more that needs to be done. You can't just do hashtag activism. But it drives attention, it drives awareness, it gets everybody talking about a certain issue behind this hashtag. The hashtag then, you know, pops up in your trending feed, and you see it, and you click it, and you find out what it's about, right? And if you see it, you click it, and you're looking at what it's about, and the first thing you see is, like, you know, the name of, you know, of a white trans woman. You're not getting what this hashtag is trying to, you know, right? So yeah, at the same time, Brianna J's name was trending as a hashtag. It's reminding me that, okay, I gotta, God, I hate it that it cuts me off right here. Okay, created by the AAPF and CISP in December 2014, the Say Her Name hashtag provides an online community for activists, scholars, news reporters. So it's more than just Twitter, right? It's hashtag is mostly active on Twitter. Anyway, I'm going to scroll down. There's a whole article on this, right? And here's a list of the names, okay? Do you see this? Do you see this? You know, and there's names that you recognize on here. You know, there's names you might have heard before. There's Breonna Taylor, right? And there's a lot of names you haven't. There's, you know, Sandra Bland. Like, some of these names are blue because they have articles. A lot of these names are not blue. They don't have articles, right? Do you see this list? And it's growing. It's growing every fucking month, like, right? There's additions. Oh yeah, it's so this is the it goes like the most recent is at the top, right? But like, yeah, so that more names are being added to this as we speak. Okay, so then it mentions the hashtag being used in the Breonna J. tragedy. Okay, so yeah, we don't see, like, and you know what you're not seeing? You're not seeing what Vaush and his Clout Network claim as far as the hashtag started from, you know, right? And if we want to see that, look, okay, I know, Oven, I know, I gotta go over and, okay, look, let me type in MMIW. Here we go. Let me search. Say. Okay, I don't find say her name with the letter, with the words separated. I don't find say her name with the words together, right? This is the issue that the Vaush Clout Network will claim, like, started say her name when I look at the, and this is just the wiki page, right? But when I, like, you know, nowhere, like, right, it's a long ass article. Nowhere in this article does it say that. Vaush is wrong. He's spreading misinformation, and he's doing it to deflect, okay? Now, this is an important issue, too, right? And just by the fact that they brought this up to deflect, I think this is a good time for people to start paying more attention to missing, murdered Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirits, right? This is something that also needs attention. This is something that also does not get enough attention, right? But it's not a reason to deflect from their bullshit. Anyway, sorry, chat. I better go get those. Better go get that stuff out of the oven. Okay, we're gonna switch back over to Waluigi, and we're gonna switch our mic once again to the webcam mic. There we go. Food. Okay. Oh, wow. I probably should have gotten that out of the oven sooner. So as you can see, if you get to yours quicker than I got to mine, you're not going to deal with this issue of having some burnt onions on the outside. But, you know, there's still plenty of good onions in here, too. So I'm just going to take the burnt onions and put them somewhere. I mean, like, a little bit of roastiness is good. But yeah, we don't want, like, fully burned onions in our food, so I'm going to take those out. Okay, that looks like... Alright, so we're good. Only lost a few. Okay, so we took this out of the oven. Finished rice and tossed veggies. Fluff the rice with a fork. Okay, so here's my fork. Here's the rice. We're fluffing. We are fluffing it with a fork, okay? Oh my god, that looks so good. And the idea is just to kind of get it fluffy, right? Mix some air into that rice. Kind of scrape it off anything that's on the bottom there. Scrape it off. Scrape it off. There we go. It's fluffed. Okay, the rice is fluffed. Stir in raisins and pickling liquid. Okay, so we're taking the raisins with it's really just like lemon juice is the pickling liquid. Stir that in. Stir in raisins with pickling liquid. The remaining parsley and chives. There's our chives. All the chives. Oh wait, that was the parsley. I actually couldn't tell. Yeah, there's the parsley and there's the chives. Right, they're just, minced green vegetables. Okay, so we got that and we got that. Scrape that off in there. Season with salt. So we're gonna dash it with salt one more time. And pepper. Okay, pepper. We have pepper. Put a nice. Yeah, I like pepper. I don't know how you feel about pepper. It can make you sneeze. It made me sneeze earlier. But there's the pepper stirred on in. Oh, that's what we do with the remaining pistachios. Okay, so we still have some pistachios. Oh, neat. And so you're gonna have maybe like an extra lemon wedge to add as like a garnish, right? Okay, so the next step here, hopefully this is cooled down now. I mean, yeah, it's cooled down. Okay. So I can grasp this with my hand without too much concern. So some of the stuff is going to be kind of stuck to the bottom here. But the rest of this, so yeah, whoever was telling me to get the food, you were right. Like, I don't know, leaving the onions in there a little extra long actually does like kind of burn a little bit. That's okay. Like overall, we just have like a nice little roast to our onions. Nothing is damaged. Putting in all of the chickpeas and the onions and the tomatoes. This smells so good, by the way. It smells amazing. Okay, there it is. There it is. Okay. So we got so we're going to give this a good stir. Just mixing the rice with everything else in here. Getting all the rice off the bottom of the rice cooker. Awesome. Okay, so the first step, we got our drizzling sauce, right? With a high drizzling coefficient. We're just pouring the drizzle into here, I'll show you what I'm doing, okay? So we're taking the drizzle sauce, we're getting it in there, drizzling it all around. Like a dressing. The rest of that drizzle, okay, put that down there. And then I'm going to sprinkle on my pistachios as a topping. And remember that lemon zest? Put that on top of everything. Oh my god, this is how humans eat food. This is how real people cook. I don't usually take this much time in preparation. For me, this is like a lot more involved. For you, this might actually be easier. You know, I don't know how you cook, but like, you know, this has got all the ingredients kind of already prepared for you, already ready to go. You just have to do the minimal preparation. Then we're going to take this lemon wedge right here, and we're going to squeeze it all over there. Now I'm gonna get my bowl, and this is the magic right here. Actually getting to eat. And this is 2 servings, right? I'm gonna take half of this for me and half of this for me later. Mm-hmm. Fuck yes. Okay, I mean, sorry, no cuss words while we're advertising. That lemon is the garnish. You could also put a little piece of parsley aside too if you... I don't know how into garnishing people are, right? I don't usually garnish very much, but there it is. Look, take a look. This is my bowl of HelloFresh. I got half of this left over. The nice thing about the rice cooker is that it keeps it warm for me. There we go. We're ready to go. All right, let's get back to the content, back to the Vaush. Okay, here we go. Awesome. Kind of amazed at my ability to cook. And let's switch our microphone back to the Blue Yeti. Awesome. Okay. And our scene back to the Irene. All right, cool. And now for the real test, right? I'm going to eat this. I'm going to taste this. I wish I could share it with you, right? But yeah, this is what it looks like on the real camera. I ate a crap ton of conversation hearts. Now I feel gross. Wait, conversation hearts? Wait, what are conversation hearts? Yeah, in the future we'll have smell-o-vision. You're pro pepper. Pro pepper. We got some pepper aficionados in chat. I watched Jesse Gender chat with Jack Quaid from The Boys. Wow, when did that happen? We'll have to check that out. Conversation hearts? Wait, is that a real thing? Why have I never heard of these?
I agree that it's not illegal, thankfully.
Yeah, I agree about that too. Again, my main critique is just that if I then explain to you, hey, this is movement that advocate for certain things, and you're saying, well, I want to use this for something else, you're allowed to. I just don't know how that's helpful.
Well,
but I guess it's not about being helpful to the Say Her Name movement. It's about being helpful to Brianna J. I just don't think...
Like, allowed to is such a weird thing to think about. Look. Like, you can say something ghoulish if you want. There's no law against that. Right? I mean, free speech has a few limits to it, right? You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. You might have if you do something defamatory, you might have a civil suit on your hands, right? But there is no law there. You can do a lot of bad things. That doesn't mean you should do a lot of bad things, right? It's like a chalky. Oh, those things. Chalky Valentine candy. Oh, they're called conversation hearts. Okay, because they have like, it says like be mine, or like what else does it says? It says be mine. There's like other things that it says sometimes. True love. Yeah, there's another one. I didn't know those were called conversation hearts. I didn't know what to call those other than Valentine hearts or Valentine candy.
And you said it yourself. Those things don't conflict with each other.
I don't think they do.
They are pretty high. They are pretty sugary.
And
for
what's
sure.
Yeah, I agree.
Nobody like chooses this. It happens organically. So if the central criticism here is the idea...
Look, that hashtag didn't happen organically. Do I have to read that again? Do we need to go back to this? Like, I mean, like a lot of, okay, I sort of get what he's saying, because like a lot of hashtags do, just kind of happen organically. No, back here. The movement's name was originally created by the African American Policy Forum. So no, this isn't an example of an organic, like, thing. This was strategic, right? There's even like a little statement in here. If you say the name, you're prompted to learn the story, and if you know the story, then you have a broader sense of all the ways that Black bodies are made vulnerable to police violence, right? Creation of the campaign, Say Her Name movement, is a response to the Black Lives Matter movement and the mainstream media's tendency to sideline the experiences of Black women in the context of police brutality and anti-Black violence. The campaign for this movement began December 2015. But he's saying this is historically, right? I mean, if you mean by like historically, if you mean 2015, right? That's by the African American Policy Forum and the Center for Intersectionality and Social Policy Studies. The reasoning behind the campaign is to bring awareness to the most often invisible names and stories of Black women and girls who've been victimized by racist police. Statistics have shown that Black women and girls as young as 7 and as old as 93 have been victims of police brutality in recent years. The killings of unarmed Black youth like Trayvon Martin and men like Michael Brown have captured much more attention and public outrage. So yeah, this was a very specific, intentional, directed campaign. According to Kimberly Crenshaw, one of the founders of AAPF, the Black women's continued exclusion from the stories of about police brutality, racism, anti-Black violence contribute to an erroneous notion that Black men are the chief victims of racism and state-sanctioned violence, which underplay issues such as... Yeah, right. So this is very, 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 very intentional. It is not organic, Vaush. God. Like, you can't just, like, this is the, okay, so I'm not going to beat up on him too much because he doesn't know this, all right? And, you know, if you don't know something, you should have a chance to, like, understand it, okay? But, like, seriously, this is, like, what he's doing is reasoning it out. What he's doing is assuming that all of that everything can just be reasoned out by the knowledge that he's already got in his head, instead of listening, instead of looking, instead of learning, right? And this is the drawback to that. A lot of hashtags are just what you said, Vaush, organic, randomly arise from lots of people saying a certain phrase. Twitter's algorithm picks it up that phrase is getting said a lot right now, has increased in volume, and it turns into a hashtag. It shows up on trending. It shows up on the, it shows up in the search part of Twitter, right? That's how a lot of hashtags arise. This one wasn't like that. It was intentional. It was specific. It had a purpose. And for that to get repurposed by people that don't understand that don't know that, is ridiculous, right? So the initial failure is just a lack of knowledge. That's why when people, commented on this, most of the posts that I saw were not like, hey, you garbage person, what the heck are you doing? Like, everybody look at this horrible person. They were like, hey, just so you know. Like, so many of these posts started with just so you know, right? So many of these posts were not, it wasn't like a confrontation. It was just it was just sharing knowledge that other people might not have. Now, that's fine if the people take the information, but what we have and what Vaush is modeling, and Vaush, you're an influencer. I hate to say it, it sucks, right? Because you're doing such a bad job here. But when you react in fragility and when you attack the messenger, you're setting an example for so many people to do the same thing, right? And that makes the task of sharing information so much harder. It shouldn't have been a controversy. It shouldn't have been a debate. It shouldn't have been discourse. But it was because you made it that way, right? And a cursory look, a cursory investigation would have saved you from all of that.
That it is slightly confusing to use the term "say her name" when it has other
93-year-old girl. Wait, is that what I said?
Associations. I think that's fine. I don't think it justifies any of the stuff that my discourse was on.
Okay. It's not slightly confusing. The movement has racialized elements for racial advocacy. And when you say that you can use something that is related to, when you say, I don't think it's a valid argument that this should apply for the specific advocacy of the movement, and you're going to say that's not valid, it seems nonsensical.
Yeah, that's
of
because
course it's a valid argument.
That's because it's in the context of whether or not it's appropriate to accuse people of racial insensitivity for using the hashtag, or try to force them onto another one. In the context of just making the argument that there's a degree of confusion or incoherence for the sake of making that argument, do you think I would have reacted that way on Twitter if I'd seen that? Like, if somebody had said, well,
Vaush, you reacted before you could have seen that, right? Like I said, cursory investigation, cursory, you know what I mean? A little, like, in this case, you get criticized by people like Haas for looking at Wikipedia. And granted, on some issues, you probably need a little bit more than a Wikipedia level of knowledge. Wikipedia is a great starting place. It is not a place to become an expert on a subject, okay? But your habit of looking things up on Wikipedia, in this case, would have helped you, would have saved you. Instead, you reflexed, you knee-jerked, right? You attacked. And two things would have helped you, right? A, listening. Okay, explain to me. What's going on? Like, tell me more, right? That's one way. The other way is just like a little bit of cursory research, and you would have seen that you're wrong. You're wrong. This is not an organic hashtag that somebody is saying, hey, excuse me, organic hashtag. Could you please be a little bit more non-organic? No, this isn't. This was like a slogan, if you want to call it that, like created by a policy institute, right? This is the opposite of what you're representing it as.
It is a bit confusing that they share a name. Like there was already kind of a meaning to that name. Do you think I would have like gotten really mad at them? I think that would have been fine to say. The issue that I had.
Do you
is
see what's
behavior,
happening here?
The trying to force people onto new hashtags. The idea.
Look, I swear to God, if the majority of Vaush's community was not up his butt so much, this would be truly embarrassing. This would be a watershed moment. This would, and it will be for some people, okay? I'm not trying to paint with a broad brush. Like I said, there are some people in Vaush's, community that get this, right? By all rights, this should be a moment where people say, oh my gosh, this great thought leader Vaush, who I place so much faith in, I probably placed too much faith in, and I need to listen more to people like Dat Katie. But it won't, like, right, it's not going to be as big, like, right, because, like, we're now 1 hour into the video. Like I say, I think I mentioned this in, when I talked about Keffels. Generally, people do not watch a whole YouTube video, right? YouTube has a whole bunch of videos that you could watch. You're always, you've always got, like, a list of videos that, you could opt into on the side. Most people do not finish watching a whole video. A video this long, like, right, you got 30% of the people still watching at this point, right? Sadly, maybe more people for the stream, but this should have been a giant watershed moment.
That it was racially insensitive in some way.
Okay, but
it's not about racially insensitive. It is deleterious. Do you know that word?
Saying trying to force is very
harmful.
Loaded. If Jesse Gender says, "Hey, let's use a different hashtag," do you think that's forcing?
When you're saying that people are being racist if they don't, yes. Like, obviously,
but Jesse Gender didn't say that they're racist, did she?
Didn't say that.
Jesse Gender said a lot of regrettable stuff in that tweet thread.
Didn't say that.
You want to go through it, but absolutely.
Weasel! Can we get some weasels in chat?
The idea
I'd love to go through it.
The idea was, yes, it is.
Yeah, you want to look at the thread again? Jesse Gender does not fucking attack people. That's just not what she does. So I can guarantee you that there was not a statement of, like, if you use this hashtag, you are a like, right, that's not how Jesse Gender is. She never does that stuff. She doesn't call people pieces of garbage, right? It's just, I can guarantee you're wrong on this, Vaush, without even looking at the thread, just knowing the creator.
And you're not listening to black voices, etc., etc. if you do this.
Racially insensitive and racist are not the same things, and I know you know that because you argue for that all the time.
I mean, if she said racially insensitive, that is her trying to, like, kind of like, tone down her rhetoric. I would say it's harmful, right? But, like, I mean, does it necessitate? Because I've pointed out that you're, look, if you step on my toes, okay, or somebody else's toes, right? That hurts. That's harmful. That's not good. All right. Now, if you step on them really hard, you might have broke my toes. That's harmful. But if you didn't mean to do it, and I tell you, please get off of my toes, you are harming me, please do not take that as me impugning your character. And you know what? If you're gonna break my toes through your callous disregard for my well-being, maybe you deserve to have your character a little bit impugned. That's not what Jesse Gender was doing. That's not what most of these people in these tweets were doing, right? That was not the first thing that was said in, like, almost any of these cases. Where the concentration was not on impugning anybody's character. The concentration was on mitigating, reducing, and ceasing the harm that was being done. Jesus Christ, Vaush.
I know that doesn't mean they know that. I'm aware of
Who
that.
Who is they? Because my critique is not conservatives are looking at us. I'm critiquing other progressive leftists. Progressive leftists should not be thinking that they are being called racist when somebody says, hey, maybe you're being racially insensitive right now. I don't think that's a hot take.
That is what is being said by this portion of Twitter. There is no distinction in the mind of the woke scold between racial insensitivity, not having...
Vaush, you just said of the woke scold. No, like, I'm not going to say that woke scold is an inherently dehumanizing term. Okay? It's a right-wing term. It's a Ben Shapiro term. You are recycling Ben Shapiro talking points, but I'm not going to say that it's inherently dehumanizing. But when you say in the mind of the woke scold, that is language similar. Like, look, wait. Can we find the Fear and Loathing, like, God, I can't do that. It's a movie, right? Okay, so in the movie Fear and Loathing, the characters go to a like a convention for narcotics officers, for cops that bust people for drugs, okay? And they go and listen to a speech at this convention by an expert on drug addiction, right? And he says, you know, in the mind of the addict, right? And you can see all these cops like, yeah, you know, they're not thinking of the addict as a human being. They are thinking of the addict as a problem. They are thinking of the addict as a target. They are thinking of the addict as somebody that needs to be blocked behind bars and the rest of society protected from, right? In the mind of the woke scold, god damn, Vaush, you're a fucking cop is what you are. You are a fucking cop.
Having checked your privilege and being racist. These distinctions exist
Do
outside
you
of their
really
analysis.
believe that?
Yes, of course I do.
Do you think I'm a woke scold?
I don't know. I haven't talked to you for long enough. You seem more sympathetic to their arguments than me, but that doesn't make you one.
Okay, so do you think I see no distinction? So I see a distinction. You see a distinction. Your audience sees a distinction. But when you and your audience come and say, hey, you're calling people racist, why not use your power and leadership to say, obviously saying this is racially insensitive, even though I don't agree with it, doesn't mean that anyone is calling you racist.
I mean, I saw the discourse with tons and tons of people saying it was racist to you.
Look, I mean, like, I feel like I love you, Katie, but you're being too nice here, right? Like, but like, okay, let me rephrase that. Katie is speaking to the understanding or lack thereof and sensibilities or lack thereof of the Vaush audience, right? They don't see, because Vaush is such a failure as a leftist leader, they do not see racism as anything other than something that's intentionally and cruelly done out of malice, right? They can never see implicit bias as being a vehicle for systemic racism, even though it is the main vehicle for systemic racism, right? So Katie is trying to put it to them like, it's not calling you racist, it's calling you racially insensitive. Like there's an attempt being made to offer them language that they will accept, rather than, like, you know, telling them the truth, which is, yeah, like, that's racist. It's not racist in the same. I don't think you're, you know, walking down in the street in KKK outfits. I don't think you're, you know, like putting on like, you know, jackboots and walking down the street as a skinhead. It's not that degree of racism. I don't think you did it intentionally. I don't think you're trying to be cruel. I don't think you realize you're being an asshole, but that is racist. You are right now the vehicle of racism. If you've seen my Innuendo Studios reaction video, you have Agent Smith coming out of you. If that helps you understand, if that helps you realize that you can be the vehicle, the vessel, the conduit for racism without any intention of being so. I have had it happen to me on stream, okay? And I can admit that, because that's the first step to mitigating the harm that I do. If you can't even get there, you have got no business talking about these issues on stream. Straight up, Vaush, straight up.
So, I mean, I did see that happen. I know for a fact that was happening. And that distinction between racial insensitivity and racism is often lost. Not even just a product of woke scolds and their biases, but I think just the nature of Twitter tends to boil down these arguments. It's kind of inevitable.
I agree, but then in that case, don't you feel like, because I feel like the exact same.
I feel like the woke scolds are in his walls.
I can see like a liberal or even a conservative making the argument of like, when I'm just saying my opinion about trans people, you're calling me a transphobe. And basically your response is, hey, don't say stuff to them that makes them think that they're transphobes, because they don't get the distinction. I feel like that's your argument. And
you're arguing about like sparing people's feelings, right? And you're asking us to spare your feelings and those of your community. Like, right? And like what it takes is a little bit of nuance, a little bit of humility, and a little bit of understanding, a little less knee-jerk reaction, okay? A little bit less of attacking the messenger.
I know you don't believe in that because I follow you.
Unfortunately, I do think a lot of the worst stereotypes about lefties can be found in some groups in the left. For example, conservatives will often say, lefties just hate white people. I don't think that's true, but there are a lot of lefties who do, unfortunately, and they go unchecked and unchallenged in many spaces on the left, and I critique them, but I'm capable
Ben Shapiro's not right about everything, but he's right about a lot. Okay, Vaush, just admit it, you're a centrist. You're a centrist.
Simultaneously of pointing out to the conservative that they're retards, while also saying,
oh my god, did you really need to
going, okay,
oh my god, you just love to use he can't stop
seriously,
himself
though, get this shit under control.
He can't stop himself.
So I'm looking at the Jesse Gender Twitter.
He can't
thread
help
right now,
himself.
and it is basically saying like, if you keep using this, that's racist. I mean, it's wrong for a lot of reasons. That's one of them. Like, this hashtag is for Black folks killed by police violence, for that community to mourn and fight. That's not necessarily true, and we've already talked about the indigenous issues.
Oh my god, Vaush, you're so mad. Oh my god. Skyforth20, thank you for the gift sub to Not My Michael. I have never met a leftist who hates white people. Yo, he's talking about, like, he's talking about anti-white racism. He's talking that's what the dude's doing, right? This is something we shouldn't be seeing on the left. This is something we shouldn't be seeing on the right. This is like a rear guard action we should not be having to fight. And the only reason we are is because we have done a bad job of gatekeeping, right? Vaush talks about gatekeeping as this horrible vice. Oh my god, you're gatekeeping. You're gatekeeping. Don't you want us to be a big movement? No, because what we're doing, what you call it gatekeeping, I call it keeping the enemy from getting behind our lines, and both in the sense of, like, you know, reactionary people, right? And in the sense of, like, reactionary ideas, right? We shouldn't have to fight this battle. We shouldn't have to explain this stuff, right? This is stuff that you need to learn to be part of a solidarity movement. Because if you're not, it makes it so hard to achieve solidarity. There's no cohesion, right? There's no sticking together when you've got this kind of weird, you know, white fragility, right? And I hate to say that, right? Because, like, I don't think that Robin DiAngelo is the be-all end-all of, like, you know, understanding how to solve racism. I would say that Robin DiAngelo is a very basic, like, level of understanding of that we need to get beyond, right? But you don't even have that. You don't even have that.
Stuff like, clearly that hashtag can be used for multiple things. We white folks shouldn't steal it. Ugh. Especially as all of us, not just white folks, are mourning. First, after listening to black folks, I assume. The issue is how quickly white people co-opted the use of this hashtag. Second, how white folks got angry when this was pointed out and would rather argue than listen. Ah, see? Right.
Look, Pauly always gets criticized for, like, reading, like, you know, President Sunday's DMs into, like, the voice, right? Look at what Vaush is doing. He cannot just read, like, Jesse Gender's words. He has to put, like, these weird... Oh, thank you, Shaggy Zag. Thank you for the follow. He's got to put all these weird, like, emphases here and there to try to be like, I mean, and this is how he sees it, right? He can't just read Jesse Gender's tweet, which is, like, super mild, super milquetoast, like, not really calling anybody out. Not impugning anybody's morality, you know, not accusing people of racism, not anything. These things that Vaush is seeing in Jesse Gender's tweet are, like, they're going on inside of his cognition. And he's, like, projecting them onto there. And he's got to read her tweets in a certain way to make sure that you are seeing what he sees. And maybe you do, right? Maybe if you're in Vaush's community, you have a lot of fragility, you're very reactive, you're very knee-jerky about this sort of thing. Maybe you do see it, but, like, he's got to drive that point home, like, right? He cannot just read what she says and have people be like, oh, yeah, that was pretty inflammatory, Jesse Gender. Like, you know, I feel so judged, right? You don't. It's not judgmental. It's Jesse Gender. She is, like, almost incapable of coming off as judgmental, right? That is not her personality. That is not ever what she, even if she tried to do it, right? She would have trouble. She would have trouble, you know, like, rendering a statement that was that, like, strong and judgmental. That we know Jesse. Jesse comes in the chat sometimes, right? That's not who she is. That's never been who she is.
Here, this is another one of those listening to black voices means not disagreeing with them things that I was talking about, which feeds to drain us both of energy and the ability to mourn. We are not fighting for Brianna's name to even be heard. She made news. That's not true. I think you can argue for the name of someone murdered in a hate crime to be heard no matter what. I think it's ridiculous to,
it's being heard
that a hashtag was unwarranted.
It's being heard. Her name was a hashtag, right? Her name was trending, okay? And that means that right there is a powerful hashtag. And if you want to bring more attention to her, get behind that hashtag. Use that hashtag. Like, you don't have to use the hashtag. Ironically enough, right? ironically enough, all you need to do to bring more attention to Brianna is literally say her name. Not co-opt the hashtag say her name, but say her name in a tweet. That increases the magnitude to which this hashtag trends. Now, like, right, there's some other considerations, like if you want to emphasize, the misgendering posthumously, if you want to emphasize, like, the British media's ghoulish dead naming of Brianna, you can come up with other hashtags for that if that is what you want, if you need to have that in the hashtag. But I would say get behind the hashtag that's already working. There is no reason to split up, like I said before, like, well, think of it this way too. The more you split up like an issue into separate hashtags, the more you dilute its power, right? Her name was trending. Gosh. People were saying her name. That's the difference.
Because the trans girl who was murdered ended up getting more attention after backlash. That was in part because of the people who were using the hashtag say her name. I think that's a very dumb thing to say. The hashtag is for black women who are ignored by the mainstream.
That hashtag split up the power of it, right? Now, like, Twitter can do things like, like this phrase is trending with that phrase and stuff like that. But you got a hashtag that's already working. You want it to be more powerful. You want it to be more noticed. Say Brianna's name in your tweet. Just say it. That's all you need to do, right? It's already working. It's already trending. You don't need to take somebody else's hashtag. Especially when, it's got a purpose, and that goal is so far from completed.
Which is kind of funny because black women who are ignored by the mainstream. Breonna Taylor was not ignored by the mainstream. Breonna Taylor is one of the most well-known victims of police violence in the history of the United States. So
yes,
yeah.
And the issue is that most black women who are brutalized by police.
Vaush, let me remind you, you're talking about the woman whose name you couldn't remember. Okay? And you're, like I said, you're not the only one. I'm not blaming you for that. I think you're far from the only white person that has to, oh wait, what was, right, that's an all too common response.
We don't know their names. That is what the hashtag is for.
They were saying it about Brianna, though. So so you keep saying what the hashtag is for. That's just not how it works. Slogans may have general trends and purposes, but they get repurposed and reused all the time. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Do I need to smack you in the face with the Wikipedia article again? This is not an organic hashtag, right? This is not some random thing. This didn't happen from a million places all at once. This was, like a... Okay, we'll go back to here again, okay? This was the African American Policy Forum and the Center for Intersectional and Social Policy Studies coming up with this slogan, as you call it. This was not a bunch of random people on Twitter that just happened to think of this at the same time.
As long as there's nothing like counterproductive or harmful happening.
So, again, and I'm sorry if I'm not making myself clear, I agree that jumping on people's throats about this, even if they were ignorant, is not the correct take. But my critique is very specific. After it was raised that maybe this is incoherent and is inappropriate to use in Brianna J's case, and a lot of leftists' reactions was, you don't have a valid argument. What you're saying doesn't matter. Here are all the reasons why you're just using identity politics and are wrong. You saying just the gender thing is disgusting. Stop calling me racist. I think that presents a lot of negative attitudes that contribute to infighting.
Well, you need to deal with
that
this
is
stuff.
my critique.
You need to deal with this stuff appropriately in order.
I mean, I agree. Like, right, the infighting came from not people making others aware of the fact that this hashtag had a purpose, this hashtag had a goal, this hashtag had a mission, and that mission is not yet complete. It came from people like Vaush reacting with a fragile knee jerk.
To deal with infighting. As long as people have this attitude, infighting will be an inevitability on the left. So I think you need to be appropriate.
It's an inevitability because what you're saying is that you cannot control your reflex, right? That's why you're not a leader. That's why your platform is more of a stumbling block to the left than it is a benefit. All right, now I'm not speaking for Katie here, right? I mean,
at least severe with
that's what I feel.
The only criticisms that I have here are of behaviors like this. If all you have to say, if your argument is that there's a bit of confusion in the use of that term, I think that's a fine thing to say. But if you don't want to defend the behavior of Jesse or of the original tweet thread, if you don't want to say it's racially insensitive or harmful even, then you and I don't think disagree on that much. I think we agree on the fundamentals here, which is that this is ridiculous behavior from Jesse and the left broadly.
I don't think it's ridiculous. I agree that there are woke schools.
And also, like, I don't know, are there woke scolds? Like, there's toxic people everywhere. There's people who just want to fight everywhere. But I didn't see any of them talking about this. All right? And it almost doesn't matter. If somebody's bringing up the problem with the appropriation of this hashtag, that is a voice that needs to be listened to, regardless of what their freaking motivation is, right? I forgot Vaush is friends with Hunter Avalon. Oh, that's another member. Yeah, I was trying to remember, like, somebody was asking me earlier, like, who are the debate bros, right? Hunter Avalon, definitely part of that posse, definitely part of that White Leaf posse. Infighting will happen as long as I feel like it. Vaush probably no, but he literally said that it is got to happen. Like, if people act like this, infight. So what he's saying is that, like, as long as he's getting called out on his bullshit, he's gonna turn shit into discourse. He's gonna turn the tragedies of people taken from us, taken from the world, into discourse. And he literally can't help it. Vaush, that's a pretty good argument for you not to be considered a leader on the left, right? That's the argument you're making.
The elements in that. I agree that people can be offended about things that can be attributed to ignorance rather than malice. I don't think that's a hot take. I do think, though, that, again, and this is why I asked to talk to you, you have a lot of power and you could have shifted this narrative in a better direction, but you chose not to.
Yeah, not only did he not shift the narrative in a better direction, he shifted it in a markedly worse one. He was a big part of what made this toxic. He's a big part of what turned this into discourse, at least on Twitter, right?
And then you blame her for being a clout goblin, where it was also more materially advantageous for you to continue on your own arc of, like, leftists are just addicted to losing.
They are addicted to losing. Whether or not there's a material incentive for me to say that doesn't matter. I think we both know I probably would have ended up being a lot more popular if I wasn't so willing to burn bridges with people at the slightest.
Hey, listen, leftists are addicted to losing as long as they're addicted to you, okay?
Agreement over a number of issues that I've had with the behavior
Which
of people
isn't
online.
the definition of gatekeeping.
You're practicing loser leftism. So yeah, I would agree that some leftists are addicted to losing. The leftists that cannot see leftism outside of Vaush, right? Without Vaush, without these debate streamers, right? They're addicted to losing.
That you're so upset about?
No, they burn bridges with me. I don't block other people. Jesse blocked me before making this thread.
Oh
Everyone
my
else-
god.
Wait. No, sorry.
That's not true.
So I agree with you that you don't do the blocking, but if you are,
I'm pretty sure that's not true, right? I'm pretty sure Vaush does block people, right? I mean, that shouldn't be the issue. Like, you know, like, there are good reasons to block somebody. Like, there are people, you know, you probably should block, right? But he's trying to use, like, the fact that Jesse blocked him after his toxic fans came after her, right? Literally harassed her off the internet. As some kind of vindication. Bullshit, Vaush. All that is vindication of the toxicity of a lot of your community. I won't say all of your community, because like I said, there are people watching this right now that are like, yeah, Katie's right. And I want to make a space for them, right? If you are tired of losing, if you are tired of being led by these loser leftists, I want to make a space for you, okay, in my community, because I get that this community is not serving you anymore, even if it ever was, right? The degree to which it ever was is marginal, but it's definitely not serving you right now. If you want to get off this toxic train, if you want to stop being part of the community that's harassing trans creators off the internet, then welcome in, okay? I think we can accommodate you, right? And I'm saying this like I know that like I know that chat is like, I don't know if I want Vaushites, right? Look, like, trust me, okay? There's some Vaushites that have seen the light at this point. There's more and more every day. Ever since, like, what he did to Professor Flowers, there's been more and more people whose stomachs are getting turned by this, who are like, this is not what I signed off for. This is not what I signed off on. There's more and more, like, you know, sociology majors that are like, how does he not get this, right? There's anybody who understands intersectionality, anybody who cares about solidarity, they're getting massively turned off by Vaush's toxicity. And I want to make a space for them, both to drain some of the swamp over there, and to also, you know, create momentum behind what we're doing over here. He basically is saying, as long as people disagree with me, there's gonna be trouble. Exactly. He's friends with Blood Libel Shoe on Head. You can gatekeep without actually blocking someone. I swear he loves chilling with. Oh yeah, no, he does love chilling with. And like the former, you know, right wingers, right? Avalon has said the most racist and sexist things ever, and Vaush just swept it under the rug. Yeah, this is so cool, isn't it, Jules? I'm so here for this. I'm so glad that Dat Katie, like, you know, reached out to Vaush. I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this. Like, right? Not that I'm like underestimating, you know, Dat Katie at all, but just like, oh my God, the environment that you're in over there is so hostile, and his willingness to, like, you know, take anybody that makes him look bad and absolutely, like, you know, lie about them, demonize them, and set his community to attack them is ridiculous. You should. I watch your shit daily. Gotta say, I respect you, even if I don't comment a lot. Well, that's really cool, Corwin. Thank you for saying that. That means a lot to me. Meow. Didn't he hug Charlie Kirk and Tim Pool? I don't know. This guy is like a hair away from just taking a job at Rumble. He's becoming a professional anti-SJW type. That's the problem. That's the problem. It's when you look at Vaush, you look at Demon Mama, you look at Xander Hall, you look at the whole White Leaf Network. That is the innovation that they have made in leftism, is combining anti-SJW bullshit rhetoric, combining Gamergate harassment tactics with leftism because they think it makes us strong, when really all that is a white flag. All that is a white flag to the right. There's nothing strong about it.
Which you know a lot more about than me. And it is your job to create good relations with people. And then you choose to attack them in a way that isn't charitable and makes them look really bad. They might block you.
That food was so good, V. I'm glad you asked. Like, so, you know, I was a little bit worried about, like, how overdone, you know, like, because I did have some onions on the edges that just got burned up, right? But it turns out they kind of caramelized, right? So you know what I'm talking about? When onions, like, cook down, like, you know, get really, really, like, charred, you get this caramelization effect, and that definitely, like, improved the flavor. Like, I'm not used to eating things with, like, this, like, complexity of flavor, right? Like, I mean, I usually just put, like I said, rice, beans, and then, like, pour some kind of sauce on top of them, or some kind of seasoning, or even just, like, salt and pepper, or, like, tahini, right? I usually only have a few flavors in there. With this, you had like distinct flavors, like the onions, you know, the caramelization of the onions. You had the you had the Turkish spice in there. You had the not just the lemon juice, but also the lemon zest, and then you had the parsley and the chives. That, like, it's just like, I'm not used to eating this, like, nice of food, right? This is kind of spoiling me. He totally did that convo with Pim Tool and other disgusting. Yeah, he flew out to Tim Pool's compound, to the skate mansion, as we call it, right? Oh my god, I love that it holds your you said disgusting shitlords, and it like holds your comments for bully. Yes, you're bullying Vaush. That's right, City of Doors. You know that. That's what Twitch moderate automod thinks.
But to claim that you weren't part of that interaction, that you couldn't have made actions to better run that interaction, is I don't think you can make that argument. You're not smarter than that.
She blocked me after the negative things I had to say about her video on the Hogwarts Legacy boycott, which I stand by. I'm not going to withhold from critiquing people if I disagree with what they do or say.
Like, if you watch Jesse Gender's content, you know why Jesse Gender blocked Vaush, okay? His criticism is one thing, right? I think Jesse self-criticizes a lot, like, right? Jesse can take criticism from Vaush, okay? She might even overinterpret it. She might even like, take it to heart more than she really should or she really needs to, right? She can do that, right? But what comes with your criticism, with your public criticism, is attacks from the most toxic elements of your community. That's what Jesse blocked you for, Vaush. That's why Cat Black blocked you. That's why ContraPoints blocked you. Because they didn't want any piece of that. They had no interest whatsoever in that, and I don't blame them, okay? People know this. I don't know anything about Vaush's personal life. I really don't know. She is so right. Yo, this is beautiful. This is beautiful. We got to get Dat Katie on to talk on stream sometime soon. This week we're gonna talk to Dat Katie because this is amazing. I am literally like floored by like the inroads that Dat Katie was able to make. I think this is going to have real effects on the Vaush community, right? The only other thing that I would have asked is like, give an NCC shout out. No, just kidding. But like, honestly, like, I mean, it like if anybody from Vaush's community is seeing this, like, I'm serious. You're welcome here, okay? If this is turning your stomach, if you're not with this, if you don't want to be part of the community that harassed Jesse Gender off Twitter, like, my doors are open to you, right?
But I'm not the one who burns the bridge. I'm always willing to talk to people off stream as well. I've never declined an opportunity to do so. If somebody has a disagreement with me, or they'd rather I take it a bit easier with them, I'm usually willing to accede to those points.
Okay, now Vaush, I'm not leaking any DMs here, okay? But I can think of one exception to that.
I've deleted videos because people asked me to because they felt it made them look bad. I've refrained from posting videos from my stream because they, again, didn't want the negative attention. I'm usually pretty willing to accede to other people's sensitivity when it comes to disagreements I have with them. The problem is, I'm just not a gigantic cuck. And I refuse to completely
but you are, though.
From disagreeing with people because
you are actually a gigantic, what you said. Yeah, you are actually a gigantic cuck for the right. And part of the way I know that is your willingness to use right-wing terminology. Now, you say it's some kind of like psyop that you're doing through the right wing to like acclimate them. They're going to feel like I'm a right winger. They're going to think I'm one of them. Bullshit, Vaush. You got this in your brain. You think of it that way. You think that standing in solidarity with marginalized people, which actually takes a lot of courage, right? Actually, it's kind of the opposite of he's saying cuck, and I don't want to get into like what's wrong with that, right? But acceding to the prevailing forces, right? You accede to the prevailing forces of the right wing. You accede to Shapiro thought, right? You're a million times more of a cuck, if you want to put it that way, than Jesse Gender, will ever be.
They're the sensitive ones who will freak out and block and act as though I'm some kind of demon on the far side of the left, just because I'm willing to openly disagree with them.
Okay, then I'm being a cuck right now because I'm not being as forward as I should be. I think that it is unusual for me to see you, although it's becoming more frequent. I think it's a very almost reactionary sentiment to be like,
damn,
hey, I'm critiquing you, so I'm
shots fired. I don't understand why he's willing to be slightly more charitable towards the fascists that he hates. Yet people on the left are woke skulls. Yeah,
I'm gonna call you disgusting, and I'm now gatekeeping what I think you're doing wrong. So like, you can critique.
That's not
that's
gatekeeping.
Fine.
That's just critique.
No, absolutely. But if you are talking about leftists are addicted to losing, you're kind of shooting inside of your own tank right now, aren't you? Which you're allowed to do, but I'm arguing that the way you're doing it is inflammatory rather than helpful to the cause that you say you want to promote.
I understand why you might believe that, but I disagree. I used to have different attitudes on the best way to deal with this kind of behavior, but unfortunately, I just don't think there's a constructive way of going about it. I think that loud and open rejection is the best way of going about things, especially from my position, where I do attract the attention of a lot of people who aren't in the traditional left, you know? Like, I don't really care that much about moving people over to the left if they're already Steven Universe fans who have pick-crew avatars.
What if we're critical of Steven Universe, right? What if we I've joked a lot about Steven Universe with Vaush because he says he hates the CalArts style of art, and you know, like, I mean, there is legitimately a lot to criticize about Steven Universe, but what he's criticizing, he said Steven Universe, he said Picru. This is like the same kind of stuff was with Keffels, right? This is the same kind of stuff that Keffels was reacting to, right? I've joked with, you know, when I talked to Vaush about the Steven Universe thing and said, like, this superior CalArts style of animation, right? I don't, like, it's Steven Universe isn't actually CalArts. Rebecca Sugar didn't graduate from CalArts, right? It's kind of the misnomer. So that was a joke. It's also a joke that I am a Steven Universe stan. I am not. I see the problems with Steven Universe, including one that he mentioned, you know, about the fact that the diamonds are portrayed as, your words, Vaush, fascists for colonizing other planets. Yeah. And that the solution to you know, how do you handle fascists is not, you just gotta like love them hard enough and then they'll stop being fascist, right? So correct, Vaush. There's some problems with Steven Universe. Lily Orchard is probably the one who's pointed this out better than anyone, and you know, I mean, like, also has her own problematicity. But is Dat Katie on YouTube? Dat Katie is apparently on Twitch, right? So you can follow Dat Katie on Twitch. That's I don't know if Dat Katie has a YouTube, but I do know that I think that Dat Katie streamed this to her Twitch.
And spend, you know, 7 hours a day on Twitter disagreeing with each other over whether or not it's racist to use sans serif fonts. I'm more interested in bringing over people who are a bit outside of the circle, and an open disavowal of people with these ideas has actually historically been really,
like, here's the deal though. You want to bring in so many reactionaries to the left and just have them relabel their shit that you end up diluting what the left is actually doing. You want to bring in people that haven't done the work that they need to do as far as just like not, you know, attacking marginalized people, so that when you attack marginalized people, it's not going to be seen as that much of an outlier. You're not helping the left, right? I'm going to call it, Vaush. This is unconscious entryism, right? Now, entryism proper, okay, is when a different ideology seeks out to infiltrate a movement, right? So, you know, we worry about, like, you know, Nazguls, right? It's one concern, right? If you get an influx of people who are, like, you know, pro, you know, economic leftism, but, you know, they have a lot of hatred for different marginalized groups and stuff like that, you know, I'm not saying that's what Vaush is, but what Vaush is basically doing is unintentionally infiltrating the left with reactionary ideas, with reactionary concepts, with like woke skull. There you go. I mean, it's not very far below the surface, right? It's like right there. Your solution to the problem that you see, which is that the left is too weak, is to make us strong by acceding to right-wing talking points, right? Your vision of a stronger left is a left which more resembles the right. Now, I don't think that you do this on purpose. I don't think this is part of some big plan. I don't think that you're a Nazgul, Vaush. I know you used to get, you know, accused of that, like of being a Strasserite back in the day, right? I don't think that's necessarily what it is, right? I don't think you're even conscious of this necessarily. But I think that the whole, you know, sort of dirtbag wave that you rode in on has a lot of issues on it. And then the primary one would be this like impetus, this obsession with not gatekeeping, to the point where you're not even ensuring that the left remains the left. Part of Vaush's like grand plan, grand strategy is to make the left more like the right. Ben Shapiro's right on certain things. Woke scolds are a problem, right? This guy's a reactionary. And whether he realizes it or not, he does more harm to our movements than he does help, right? And he has shown his inability to be a leader for the left. He is leading us off a cliff, right? And if you're in his community and you're tired of being one of his lemmings and just following right off the cliff, there is an alternative, okay? You can stand up to this guy, right? I hate to use Vaush language, but if you want to, feel free to come over and uncuck yourself over here. I hate saying that. I'll explain the cuck thing at some point, right? I'll explain like the history of that term, right? Because like I don't like using it, right? But I get that this is the language that's like, you know, established over there, right?
Effective in convincing people that it's not always like that.
Oh, there is a YouTube channel too. Thank you, Natalie Marie.
I do the same thing with the anti-white tendencies for some people on the left. Mostly black people, but not always. There are a lot of
those anti-white. Yeah, that's a big problem on the left is anti-white racism. Seriously.
They don't guide leftist policy.
It's so hard to be a white person on the left. Oh my God, Vaush, tell me about it.
Conservatives suggest they do. It's not like Bernie Sanders was going to bring about like white concentration camps or whatever. But it is an ideological weakness worth addressing.
Yeah, so I think that if you're willing, which I think you have, to just say, look, I'm willing to...
This is ideological weakness from a guy whose ideology is pure weakness, is pure surrender to the right. Yeah? You want to tell me about ideological weakness, Vaush?
Like, vocally and potentially in a more, like, vitriolic way to kind of make sure very clearly that I'm separating myself from some people in the movement.
Yeah, people on the left are woke skulls. Oh, Steven Universe, Future at least deserve. Look, there's good things about Steven Universe too. Okay, there are there are good things about Steven Universe. Like, right, it's frustrating. In fact, that's probably the reason that people are so frustrated with it. Is that there's a lot to like about that show, and then you know some of the way that the plot, you know, went, you know, show maybe some ideological weakness on the part of Rebecca Sugar. But, you know, I think that she created really cool characters, a really cool show, and the future, yeah. I haven't finished that one. The movie, oh, I love that. Wait, the movie's the one with Spinell, right? I really like that. And I don't even like Vaush. You would like the Steven Universe movie because it starts with electro swing. According to Vaush, that is the only valid form of music. All other music that is not electro swing sucks. I'm kind of kidding, but not totally. Wait, what did he say about anti-white racism? And did he say anti-white Nazis? I didn't even catch that. Both are bad, but there's extra yuck. Oh yeah, smearing Luna as a yeah. I mean, like this is what he does. Putting Steven Universe Defender in my NCC folders, yeah.
To make sure that I can like be appealing to a slightly different demographic. I think that's valid.
It's also my sincere feelings, by the way.
Wait, do you mean what did he say was an ideological weakness, or what does like ideological weakness mean?
Dishonesty there. It's not like I'm
I don't believe that there is. I don't think that you're an insincere person.
Thank you.
I don't think that should matter to you what I think. But yeah, personally, I sometimes refer to myself as the Vaush whisperer. You probably have heard me whisper in your ear sometimes. Anyway, that was weird. I apologize. My point is just that I think our main disagreement
I am loving this debate. I'm loving this.
Is that there are certain things that you believe are more beneficial to your advocacy. And personally, as a progressive, I think you could do things differently. And you say, I used to have those attitudes, but I have come to different conclusions about what's most effective. And like, I can respect that. I think I disagree with you, and I think it alienates a lot of people who want to be on your side. But I also agree that that's not who you're trying to appeal for. So I understand that wouldn't necessarily be your main concern.
Do you think people like Jesse Gender want to be on my side? I've never really gotten that
fuck your side
much of a camaraderie attitude from some communities on the left.
Yeah, because you're not on our side. All right, it's not all about you. I hate to break this to you, Vaush, but it is not all about you. Like, I know that you're heaven banned, right? I know that you're surrounded by yes people, but it is in fact not all about you, right? The project of leftism isn't the personal ego isn't the personal ego project of one Vaush Ian Kaczynski, right? People, God, Jesus Christ. Well, she's never supported. Yo, dude, you're not the left. Okay? Like, not only are you not like the be all end all of the left, and being aligned with you means being aligned with the left, and being disaligned with you means being against the left, but you are not even left, bro. Do you even left? The answer is no. The answer is no. Who is this person talking to Vaush? Right? That is Dat Katie. That is Dat Katie, and you can follow Dat Katie on Twitch, and you can follow Dat Katie on YouTube, and I predict big things for Dat Katie, because this is an amazing, like, look, I'm not a big fan of debates. I don't do, a lot of debates anymore, but Dat Katie knows, like, Dat Katie's got this, right? I was even, like, I'm somewhat skeptical about, like, the possibility of like the utility of ever debating Vaush, because I saw what happened with Professor Flowers. I've seen what happened with so many people. I've seen how he demonizes people. I've seen how all he has to do is kind of like tag them. God, there's like a video game like this, right? Where you like, yeah, Minecraft, right? If you hit a mob in Minecraft and you got a bunch of wolves with you, yeah, the wolves will go attack that mob. That's what Vaush does. He only has to do one little and all of his wolves are on you, right? That's that's what we're dealing with here, right? And so that's why I don't recommend that anybody does that. Like, I would, if Dat Katie had come to me and being like, hey, you recognize me from chat? Yeah. And I'm like, yeah, right? Well, I'm thinking I was inspired by your words to go over and have a conversation with Vaush. I would have been like, Dat Katie, don't do it. Don't do it. I want you to get hurt like that, right? I would have said, no, don't do it. But apparently I didn't entirely know what I was dealing with Dat Katie. And I don't think that Vaush knows what he's dealing with, right? I think he's sweating bullets right now, right? I can smell his fear through the computer screen, yeah?
Always come across to me like they'd rather be rid of me if at all possible. I'm interpreting this from the very subtle hints that I get, like the inbox is full of death threats that I receive from the left.
I've seen some tag Chad Chat into Vaush's tweet. She makes some really good videos.
Stuff like, we should care about
someone, yeah.
I don't really get the feeling that my
I'm not on the left either.
Camaraderie is being sought after here.
So I definitely think that some people,
welcome to the chat, Monotypical,
especially in the older realm, are not necessarily interested. I think a lot of people remember you from like
I don't know, I don't want to, like, maybe you were saying that to Vaush, who knows. I heard the story memes take me back,
or Origin Days, which I wasn't a part of. Maybe if I was, I would have liked you less or no.
That is I don't know if I can push back on that rhetoric. That's a pretty tough debate point. Jesse Gender sucks. Okay.
No, I don't know. I came in straight into like right after the height of the debate arc, right when you and Destiny started having issues. So that's where I'm coming from. If you're asking specifically about Jesse Gender, I'm really impressed.
I'm trying to put this into perspective. This is I think she's saying summer of 2021. Is that's I think when Destiny and Vaush had their final falling out. Wait a minute, when they started having problems. Maybe it's a little bit earlier. When would that be? It's somewhere in between. Like, okay, so she said 3 years, so maybe it's 2020. Maybe it's summer of 2020. I don't know when the problems started between. That's weird though, right? Because like right off the bat, there were problems. Like, so if you don't know, let me just do a really quick history rehash of Vaush. Okay. You got Vaush in Destiny's community, in Destiny's Discord, harassing people, sexually harassing people, right? This didn't come to light until later because this was in DMs, right? But he's a member of Destiny's community. He's known as a good debater. He gets on Discord with Destiny and has some conversations, and some people are like, huh, right? Because compared to Destiny, Vaush is like more openly left, right? And there are some people in Destiny's community at the time that are there because Destiny's taken on JonTron, Destiny's taken on Lauren Southern, Destiny's taking on the alt-right. So Destiny's kind of perceived as being, I don't know, maybe a leftist kind of, sort of. Destiny's friends with Hassan, right? The falling out happens with Hassan. Vaush is to the left of Destiny. And then you're seeing more and more of Destiny's community kind of like, I kind of like Vaush. I kind of like Vaush. Now, then what happens is that the DMs are released, okay? Despite the best efforts of people like White Nervosa, these weirdo like LARPers that called themselves the Vaush Intelligence Agency, these weird bunch of Vaush stands, right? That were like, we're going to protect him. And despite changing the name from Irish Laddie to Vaush to try to escape the notoriety of like the sexual harassment he did in Destiny's Discord, Destiny brings him on stream, looks at the DMs, and says, what the fuck is up with this, right? Now, I don't know what Destiny's motivations were. There's every chance that Destiny only did that because he's worried about losing a certain portion of his community to Vaush. But at the same time, you know, Destiny doesn't really want lefties in his community. You know, he's getting more and more jaundiced and more like becoming more and more like anti-left. You know, definitely doesn't like, you know, socialism. Definitely looks at the left as being like shambolic and idealistic, right? But yeah, he brings Vaush on and just like blows him the fuck up, right? But Vaush leaves and takes a decent sized portion of Destiny's community with him. Now, right, there's a lesson learned here by Vaush, right? Vaush saw what happened, and what happened was Destiny had a bunch of people to the left of him that were in his community. Vaush, you know, did content with Destiny and then broke away from him. What happened is the people to the left of Destiny, they go with Vaush, right? They've become the start of Vaush's community, and he does debates and he's edgy as fuck, and you know he's getting into all this controversy and people are interested and his channel starts to grow. So Destiny realizes, you know, hey, I might as well still do content with this guy. You know, people want to see me debate him. They do some debates. They're on the same side on a lot of issues. They're kind of like friends. Like despite like the gross sexual harassment that, you know, it sounded like maybe Destiny, you know, thought that like Vaush is a danger. Vaush shouldn't be, you know, I don't want him anywhere near me, right? Destiny decides that Vaush is more useful than he is pernicious and starts to do content with him. At some point they had a falling out, right? And I think it might have had to, I think the last straw is kind of like that Vaush's partner at the time makes a tweet calling out Destiny for his famous like what's it gonna take, you know, like the whole mowing down dipshit protesters thing, right? I'm not gonna repeat it because that's literally what Destiny lost partner over, right? Was saying that. But I think I think most of you know the clip, right? If you don't, you can probably find it on Twitter, right? It was a pretty big deal, right? Destiny loses partner over that, and one of the biggest people tweeting that out was Vaush's partner, right? I don't know if they're still partners, but like I said, I don't know anything about Vaush's personal life, right? I don't keep track of that, right? But Destiny at that point, he's done with Vaush. Vaush sends Xanderhal over to talk to Destiny to try to maintain that bridge. And Destiny, like, just rips Xander's face off, rhetorically speaking. Just, like, destroys him, right? And, you know, that's pretty much where the bridge is burned. That, I think, what is that? Is that summer of 2021? But yeah, that's a basic synopsis of the history. So what Katie, the person debating Vaush here, is saying is that she's been with Vaush since the falling out with Destiny, basically. 2020, when Rittenhouse shooting, yeah, it was around, yeah, 2020. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, when the Rittenhouse shooting happened. When Vaush and his fans hate someone, they really, yeah, true, they really hate someone. They view them as an existential threat, right? They view everything critical of Vaush as an existential threat. Okay, anyway, why would Jesse side with you, Tuffle, Xanderhal, Shuanhead, and Hunter Babylon? Wait. Oh, yeah, you're asking this of Vaush. So Jesse hasn't offered him enough camaraderie. Vaush, you don't know the meaning of the word camaraderie, right? That goes hand in hand with solidarity, which you have none, right? You don't understand the first thing about leftism, bud. enough camaraderie when cis healthcare was being banned for white cis men. Sarcasm. Vaush is so incapable of the simple understanding that he doesn't need to attack trans and POC creators for people to 5 him views.
By her as a human being. I think she's one of the most genuine people on this space that are truly looking to do praxis and unity. You guys might disagree on things, but I don't think she'd ever turn down something she believes would be.
So we're talking about Jessie Gender here. Yeah, and Jessie Gender will go above and beyond. We'll reach out to people that she doesn't agree with on a lot of stuff in order to, you know, if she thinks it's going to do some good. Jessie Gender absolutely does that, right? That's who she is.
To the movement.
What
but
if her
I do
beliefs
think
are compromised?
What do you mean?
What if her beliefs
Motherfucker, what if your beliefs are compromised?
compromised? I'm not impugning her sincerity here. I don't think that she's a you know, malevolent person. But I don't think a lot of people on the left really understand what needs to be done to get real progressive victories out here.
I don't think you understand. Oh, progressive. Wait, what? What? Vaush, we're not trying to do like. I don't know. I'm really like this is not the first time that Vaush is like implied, and I can't tell for sure, right? He didn't come out and say it, but like the degree to which he emphasizes progressive over leftists is you know something to take note of, right? I'm sorry I make Vaush fans so.
Online. I mean, God, that stuff about.
I'm sorry it makes Vaush fans so mad, right? Monotypical. I didn't mean to upset you.
Legacy
I didn't mean to ruin your day. I'm sorry.
It just to be
crazy,
you know. Yeah, like that's just one.
Yeah, she's really cool, August Dexter.
And the average online lefty's ability to decide what's good for them in a political sense, you know, like a lot of them really do seem to be.
Yo, Vaush thinks NATO is a good thing.
Marching
forget NATO. He's
towards oblivion because they have no idea what actual coalition building looks like. And
do you mind if I quickly answer just the general sentiment that you presented? I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you.
You're not.
I would say that your concept of coalition building is antithetical to solidarity. In other words, the people that you want to squat up with are people that are going to prevent you from forming bonds of solidarity with the people you should be working with, which are marginalized people. You, like the Democratic Party, take them for granted, assume that they have no place else to go. That's bullshit, Vaush, and that's why you're a loser leftist.
I think that the reason why I am not as upset with you or haven't been...
Oh, good point, Shaggy said. Progressive is okay to a point, but these days, yeah, like, I don't want to say that, like, you know, like, progressive sometimes just means, like, you know, not a chud on social issues, and, like, yeah, of course, right? But, yeah, like, I think these days I think of it as liberal adjacent. Yeah, it kind of feels that way.
As vocal about my disagreements that I have with you as I have with someone like Destiny is because I believe that you're much more... like by all accounts, like an ally and a progressive.
I'm taller too.
I just mean that you seem to be more ideologically and ethically dedicated to progressivism. I think he likes fighting more than he likes progressivism, even if he is a progressive. Which is why it's not that I don't have critiques of you. That is why I'm here. But I believe my type of advocacy is that I don't want to shoot inside my own tank. I'll probably just ignore the people that I think are silly. And you might say that's bad advocacy. But the thing is, like, Destiny has his like space in the pipeline, and so do you. Like, I think leftists who say like, yeah, Vaush is just whatever the fuck. Like, you read this post even, I think it was in your Reddit, and it was like, yeah, everyone who starts off with Vaush moves on from him because they realize he's like meh. And like, even if that's true, that's like a valid part of the chain. Like, we need that. Like, I'm here because at the beginning I was impressed and now I'm less impressed. And that's okay. Like, that doesn't mean that you're invaluable to the movement. But I do have strong disagreements because, like, obviously I'd want you to advocate in a way that I think is more ethical. But I think you're very ethically rigorous and I just personally appreciate that, you know? But I do think, and I'm sorry to bring up Destiny again, I just don't want to see you turn into this like hate monster of like, oh, progressives and woke.
It's like hard to tell how much you know, she's playing to the crowd and how much, you know, she's serious about, like, you know, seeing Vaush as being a valuable part of the pipeline. The idea that she's I mean, this is something that people used to say a lot, that, like, you know, the left should work, we should have leftist unity, we should have like less leftist infighting, and part of that is like accepting that that people like Vaush and Xanderhall are going to be there to kind of bring in right-wingers, and in Xanderhall's word, just like a rock tumbler. They tumble around. Being in Vaush's community, kind of makes them, like, it's a place to learn like intersectionality. It's a place to become less reactionary. And then once they become less reactionary, then they like move on to like, the NCCs and the non-competes and the, actual intersectional leftists. I definitely don't believe that. I never really bought into that, right? I always saw that as problematic, and now it's even worse. Like now I'm even more skeptical about it, right? Because what I've seen is not Vaush turning right-wing people leftist, but rather Vaush taking leftists and turning them reactionary. Him enabling and coddling our worst reactionary tendencies, when what we should be doing is unpacking these things, unpacking our privilege. Yeah, I know it's a total SJW to say that, right? But unpacking our privilege and working on, actually being able to form bonds of solidarity, right? Which that's necessary, right? I now think that like communities like this do more harm than good. And yeah, like Dat Kitty's saying, he shoots inside his own tank a lot, right? To the point where you wonder, is he really on our side? I don't know, right? I wish Conyu, Lane, and a few others would leave him. Wait, who's Lane? Vaush can keep the rest of the bootlickers. Yeah, I don't know much about Conyu. I'm not sure the people he's turning were ever on the left. Yeah, really. Yeah, he's just bringing more reactionary bullshit onto here. Should you be surprised, right? Like, so much of what Vaush and Xanderhall says, like just like a Vaush said in our chat the other day, Ben Shapiro has some points on certain things, like SJWs, like feminists. Yeah, like, I mean, I don't know, right? How deep does this go?
Scolds and they sort of like, it's just really weird.
Yeah, good point. She could be buttering him up to some extent. That's what I'm thinking, right? Because she's an NCC chatter too, so that's
you come out with the same titles that he does about how silly leftists are, and I'm like, Vaush, I agree that there are a lot of terminally online Twitter lefties who are crazy. I just think that's not where the focus should be on, and it's okay that you disagree with that. You know what you're doing, you're successful, I'm not, right? But yeah, that's just my critique, I guess.
Hey, Jack Katie, for now,
leaving aside his proclivities, ultimately here, I think the distinction is that I'm sincerely interested in the left being stronger than it is right now. Obviously, that's what everybody says when they don't want to own up to their, to use an example, seething, deranged hatred of a group of people. One may or may not beat the spite allegations, to be sure.
Yeah.
But I'm not particularly spiteful against any of these people. People block me, not the other way around. I'll have private conversations with people who I feel have wronged me. I'll do it for or without content. I've made content decisions that were objectively bad for my...
Hey, Vaush, I dare you to have a private conversation with me.
...my channel, because I felt it was morally right to do so, or even interpersonally kind.
I promise not to leak the logs.
That's why I appreciate you. I know that you do all these things.
So
right?
my interest in...
I shouldn't say that. I don't really want to talk to Vaush.
More reactionary element of the left.
I'm just calling his bluff here, right? I'm just calling his bluff.
The woke scolds or this or that or whatever. It's not born out of some kind of grand crusade that I'm orchestrating against them or anything like that. It's just a simple product of my critiques and the ways in which I think it's most effective to levy them. I don't think kindness is really on the menu here. I'm certainly not treated with it by them, but I don't hate them for it. Some of them are just stupid, which isn't a crime. A lot of them are just constantly exposed to latent social antagonism.
Look, I don't care about kindness or spite, okay? I'm a trans person. I don't have the luxury of wasting... Those are like things I can't waste time on. Like, right? How I feel about you, like, as a person is not the issue, believe me. What you're doing to our community is, though.
Antagonism to me. In an environment like that,
He's so damn
most
pedantic.
people will just accept it. Very few people will hear from all their friends, compatriots, content creators they like, oh, this Vaush guy is terrible, and then think to question it. Some will, but for the most part, people have to take things at a given at times. We just don't have enough time in the day to independently research everything we're told. We have to pick and choose.
No,
But
I get that.
with all of that being said, and I just want to cap...
Lance, you were saying... So, yeah, you were saying, I wish Conyer, Lance, and a few others would leave him. Vaush can keep the rest of the bootlickers. Hey, I agree with you. Like, right, Lance made a really good thread the other day. And Lance was a friend of mine a long time ago, right? Lance was really, I looked up, I used to call him Lance Senpai because I looked up to him, and he would always tell me not to because he was like, no, you're a content creator, Irene. Like, he was so nice. And, there's a few things that he's done that I like harshly disagree with, right? One is the debate with Lauren Southern, right? I think that was a horrible idea. And the other was joining onto the like Vaush Clout network, right? But when you read the tweet that he made the other day, it was basically it kind of belied the fact that he's a little disgusted with what Vaush and Keffels have been doing. I don't want to speak for him, right? This is like gonna get it, like, right? He didn't add anybody. He didn't direct it. He didn't say, Vaush and Keffels, right? But like, he mentioned, like some of these things, like the say her name discourse, and he's on our side when it comes to that. I would love to see Lance like leave the White Leaf Network. That would be awesome, okay? And Lance, hopefully someday there'll be an alternative to White Leaf. And if you'd like to know more, my DMs are open.
This off. With all of this being said, I have been wildly unsuccessful in trying to reach out to these people. The last time that I did so with any success, reach out to a person who I felt had some kind of like pre-existing dislike of me over an issue that I could have made into a content bomb but did not, or at least didn't try to, was with Kat Black, who was misrepresenting a position that I had with regards to the J.K. Rowling sexism thing. I DM'd her on Twitter. That. Yeah, and I spent about an hour trying to talk to her directly.
You're talking about somebody who did not mention your name, okay? There was no mischaracterization. What you did was a tactical takemeister, right? I know what you were doing. I understand. I understand what you were doing, right? And as a trans person, I hate it. I hate it. You were advocating for trans rights. You were fighting J.K. Rowling, but you were doing so by being purposely and unambiguously misogynistic, right? Vaush, you're a feeder, okay? You are a TERF feeder. You gave them ammunition so that you could get J.K. Rowling to reply to you. That's craven. With fucking allies like that, like, who needs enemies, right? Fuck that shit, okay? Kat Black didn't name you. Kat Black wanted to talk about the issue that you raised with that tactical takemeister. Yeah? And you couldn't just leave it. You slid into her DMs and would not leave her alone, right?
Hey, this is what I think. I think you're misrepresenting me. And she essentially just made fun of me.
Xander Hall hates Lance? Oh, I didn't know that.
The entire time. Which,
Yes, I remember.
Right, my ego is strong. I'll be fine. But then, the next morning, she posted a 100
Is it though?
tweet thread, including links to archives of all the things that I had said with her. Not that I was wrong in any of them, sure, but still, Jesus. And then when the whole thing, and that ended up burning the Contra Bridge with me. That was the last time I tried to reach out on good terms to somebody who was behaving in that way, and it literally...
You burned the Contra Bridge with you. Vaush, you did that. That was you. Don't blame Kat Black for that. Kat Black didn't mind control Contra. What the fuck are you talking about, you joker?
Led to Contra blocking me.
I understand. Just very quickly, I think
What a
that
jackass.
I completely hear what you're saying, and I know what you mean.
He's in my chat, isn't he?
I think that we both disagree. I think that there's a way to critique I think both...
Chat, I can feel his presence. I feel it.
I'm not saying that you're hateful of lefties and that's why you critique them. I just personally don't think that the critique, the way you do it, is what I think is helpful necessarily, but we are working off very different demographics, and you're successful and I'm not, so you know better than I do. But to address the Kat Black thing, yeah, I think Eris brought up a super interesting point about how Kat Black probably went into that because you told her that you don't want to drag her on stream, and that was the first message you sent her. And Eris brought up actually that Kat Black probably thought you were threatening her, and that's why she was so aggressive. But I'm bringing this up because I was actually really upset about the Kat Black situation. I was also upset with you that when she brought up, you guys being sexually, involved at some point, you kind of laughed it off. And I thought it was completely inappropriate of her to do so. And I really wanted you to, make that clear as well.
The Contra Bridge is a weird way of telling him a telling way of saying that. Oh yeah, like yo, listen. I mean, like he's not the like. Look, this is like I said, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, right? Where does that language come from? The Contra Bridge. That's a Destiny phrase, okay? That's what Destiny. So the Mr. Girl Bridge, right? That's another example. The Hassan Bridge, like, right? That is a Destiny. That's Destiny language, right? That Vaush, just kind of adopted. And I mean, fine, whatever. I don't think that that's necessarily the problem. But you're right that kind of belies the, looking at people as like, what can they do for me? And people have pointed out the transactional nature of Vaush's, relationships with other content creators. They're not wrong. He acts like just like Destiny. He wants to make content out of other creators as a debate bozo. What sucks is it's all leftists. He only cares about himself. Damn.
Because that was a very clear case of like, if the genders were reversed, we would be very upset. And I just didn't think that deserved to be laughed at. Now, I can't tell you how to deal with like people airing your dirty laundry, and I get that you're a dude and stuff.
All right, and I want to remind people that with the Cat Black situation, right? Vaush accused Cat Black of sexual harassment for, like, mentioning the relative inadequacy, the relative lack of length on Vaush's part. But understand that was after Vaush talked about Cat Black's boobs on stream, okay? So who shot first? Vaush shot first, all right? I mean, like, you shouldn't talk, like, I don't know. Like, I mean, I wouldn't talk about that stuff on stream. I wouldn't, relay that kind of information in public. But if anybody started it, it was Vaush, not Cat Black.
I just found that a missed opportunity to like raise awareness in that moment.
I only wish she had leaked my nudes. I looked incredible in them.
I will not comment on that. But to maybe like, you'll hate me for this. Oh my God. I'm quite upset about the Professor Flowers stuff.
Here we go.
I can't hate you for it. It keeps getting brought up against my will. I mean, you could call that
But
another...
I think it's getting brought up because, again, maybe the critiques are not being levied towards you in a way that is accessible to you to hear. I don't think they're invalid. Maybe I have different critiques. I don't know. But the fact that it keeps getting brought up and you keep batting it away the way you do indicates to me that's like, okay, he doesn't understand what the critique is, because I know that if he would understand, he would see the issue. So yeah, I guess that's just like a personal...
What if I see the issue and I just disagree?
I think that, okay, if you have the time, would you mind explaining to me what you think the issue is?
I don't know what the issue is. People just seem to take issue with the fact that I disagree with a black woman.
See, but you can't see. Oh, what if
Kat did not release anything about their sexual relationship, but she had to get ahead of him, misrepresenting what she said. She was making a joke and she apologized and said it was wrong to say that.
See the issue and I disagree.
That is what the issue is.
That is not what... Oh my God!
It is
now
what
I
the
might
issue
hate
is.
you. Oh my God! I'm losing.
You're losing her.
It's actually all
You're losing her, Vaush.
The discussion could have been on a number of
not.
topics, but the ultimate outcome wouldn't have fundamentally changed. The disagreement here is ultimately that it's... I was about to say it was uppity of me as a white man to disagree with a black woman. Well, that's their critique, not mine. Yeah, they think that.
This is such a bad faith.
Let me tell you about the way that the roles have reversed in terms of racism. It used to be that racism was like against black people. Now it's really against white people. That's what he said. You're basically calling me uppity for speaking back to my social better. Vaush, that is a Peter Coffin take, okay? That is unironically a Peter Coffin take. Now, right, I said before that I don't think that you're a Nazgul. I said before that I don't think that you're a Strasserite, but holy shit, dude. Holy shit. You are treading on Peter Coffin territory here, bud.
Interpretation of a critique that is being levied at you often, and it's just that it feels...
Yes. Which I am, to be fair. It's not necessarily wrong, but I was still right in that discussion.
if you don't want to talk about this, that's completely fine. I can make like genuine critiques, but if this is like more of like a thing that you want to like put aside, I won't press you on.
Hit me
this,
with your
right?
best shot.
I think that you might be rightfully upset that people are claiming that you're racist. And I think the reason why people bring that up is because they see a pattern that you have an element of dismissing critiques that are levied to you from Black creators mostly as just, oh, it's just Black people being upset that I disagree with them. When a lot of people's critique of you about what happened with Professor Flowers is that you interpreted her in an incredibly inflammatory and uncharitable way, and then proceeded to do so, even though she and other people tried to explain her.
I did not have sexual relationship with Monica Lewinsky.
Positions to you, and that was just really unfortunate for her because she had to deal with your community.
He believes he just doesn't understand. Oh, he understands. Yeah. Has he said? He hasn't said the Scott Adams, the Scott Adams Rasmussen poll thing yet. No, he hasn't. He hasn't unironically said that yet. But like he's veering on it all the time. Like there's this undertone, right? And sometimes it's not even an undertone. Sometimes he's straight up like I don't know what to call his behavior during the Professor Flowers debate, other than an like an overt implication that she is a anti-white racist. And there's a real lack of understanding in that debate. His analysis is completely devoid of like objective power relations, right? To go back to something that Non-Compete said, sweetheart, I don't get what you don't understand. I'm a white man. I can get away with stuff. You can't. It's white privilege. Yeah, it's like unironically the Beavis and Butthead. We've got white privilege. Yeah. They come and take everybody's. Has anybody seen that? The Beavis and Butthead white privilege. So
it's unfair of you to say that it was about disagreeing because you framed her arguments.
My framing of
no, I mean, like Mike Judge is kind of a chud, right? Like, I mean that whole thing, like he's trying to make fun of like the concept, but it kind of like, I don't know, unironically, right? Unironically, it's, I don't know, Beavis and Butthead, like, right, this is the creator of King of the Hill. He did a series before King of the Hill called Beavis and Butthead. I think it got rebooted or something, because I keep on seeing clips of it, and one of them is them going onto a college campus, and they're sitting in class, and the professor explains white privilege, and they're like, cool, we've got white privilege, you know what I mean? And then they go into the cafeteria, and they're like, yeah, that means that we can just, like, they just start taking people's food and bumping people out of the way, and they're like, it's okay, we've got white privilege.
Fair way.
My framing of her arguments.
The movie from '96.
She is either too stupid or too
dishonest. Oh my god, is that how old the original series is?
Forthcoming about her positions, but I've accurately identified them. If I know her better than herself, then that's embarrassing for her, but I won't back off it.
You don't know her for...
Don't you think...
You don't know her for shit. You don't know her for shit. Look, I mean, I talked to her after you and your goons had harassed her, okay? I don't think you understand what Lua went through. I don't think you understand it at all.
That's incredibly arrogant.
I mean, she's failing to meet a pretty low bar here, so if anything, I would put the blame on her.
Okay, so just to like inquire. So all the people who are upset at you about the Professor Flowers.
He can't stop being a creep. He's an anti-black creep. Well, he's a creep. You play around, you find out if he didn't want to be outed as a chaser, don't act like a chaser. Well, I don't know about the chaser stuff, right? Like, I think I've had a stream where, like, oh God, what was it? He did a video where he was begging the question, you know, is he a chaser? I don't know what that's from. Yeah, he unironically said uppity, right? That's but you know, he's implying that like the same kind of bias that, you know, was applied to black people, and I would say still is, although with different names. We, you know, like uppity's kind of a red herring, you know, a well-known dog whistle now. Nobody would think to use that, right? But like he's basically implying that the shoe's on the other foot now. And that's so far from the truth. That is so far from the truth.
All of them actually either secretly agree with you and are just on her side because she's black and you're white, or they hate you. But it's impossible that, and a large amount of people who are upset about you about that incident
just actually think you framed her in a really inflammatory way and then argued against, shadow boxed against an argument that she wasn't making.
A lot of them haven't even seen the debate. FD Signifier still hasn't. I just think that, like a lot of people, they're weak. They hear a narrative.
Wait a minute. No, that's not quite true. Is it? I remember the FD Signifier, I believe FD Signifier said that he could only get through 90 minutes of it. That debate's like 2.5 hours, okay? So, what? He got through 3/4 of it or so? So Vaush is, might makes kind of right, kind of like a might makes right guy then. He basically said, I committed violence, and since that person couldn't defend themselves, it's their fault. I saw it live. People are not wrong. Yeah, and the fact that, you know, FD Signifier was too busy to watch, like, you know, what is that? That's like a 2 hours and 30 minute long. I think it's 2 hours and like 45 minutes. It's a long ass debate. I watched the whole thing, and I was commenting on it. And you know how I do, you know, right? Chat, because I'm doing it right now. I don't know how long it took me to get through this debate, but that debate, I think it took me 8 hours. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was more like 6 hours, right? But like, yeah, I took more than two, like, it was 2 or 3 times as long that I spent. You can watch that on the YouTube channel if you ever want to see my analysis of it. I feel like it was fruitful in that there was like a lot of object lessons that Vaush was presenting himself as, right? I think there's a lot to learn from that debate, but like, I'm sickened by what that did to Lua, having, you know, having talked to her afterwards, right? I don't understand why people take Vaush seriously enough to even talk to him. Is he a PDF? Look, I mean, he said some really sus stuff, right? I don't know what Vaush gets up to in his personal time, all right? I can't speak to that. But yeah, he really likes to talk about that stuff, and he has got, you know, some takes that are as bad as the take that Milo got canceled for, right? Where Milo's implying that there's like a, you know, that there could be positive outcomes for CSA. Vaush basically said the same thing, right? Now, I mean, like, not in the context of I agree with Milo, right? He didn't say it like that, but he basically, like, the premise, like, he was going into this whole thing about rule utilitarianism versus act utilitarianism, and at the end of the day, he thinks that, like, you know, child exploitation materials should, or you know, like those kind of relationships should remain illegal, but you know, but not because it is wrong and causes harm in every single circumstance, but because it, you know, causes harm in enough circumstances that there should be a rule against it, you know, just like flat out rule. So as far as the law, you know, like no problem with that take. The take was just basically like, you know, like maintain the law of age of consent as it is. But he, in getting to that, he basically implies that you're some kind of rabid SJW if you won't admit the undisputable fact that CSA could have like positive or neutral outcomes. Like, that's Milo's take. He gave Milo's take, and he somehow got away with it because his audience is so focused on the fact that in the end of the day, he doesn't want age of consent changed, and they give him like credit for that, right? Despite the fact that on the way to explaining that, he basically said, you know, it implied that it could have, you know, positive or non-harmful outcomes, right? I think that's monstrous. I think that's a pretty fucked up take, okay? I think that's gross. And yeah, he does have a preoccupation with it. So, but as far as his personal behaviors, I don't know. I'm not, that doesn't concern me. I'm a content creator. He's a content creator. I criticize his content, right? And you know, like, I guess also the sexual harassment that he did to people on Destiny's server, right? But yeah, I'm not trying to speculate on Vaush's, you know, personal life.
And they repeat it. They've heard it so many times.
Although I feel like he feeds into it too. Didn't he say something about like, who among us has not gotten done with like a FAP session and looked back through our browser history and found, you know, some like I think it sounded like he was talking about lolly stuff, right? So yeah, self-report, self-report, self-report. But I don't know. It's so gross to even talk about this stuff. Like, right? I really wish this didn't have to be part of the discourse. There are so many gross things that get added to the discourse by virtue of having this guy as such a large creator on the left, right? There are so many things that we really like should not be spending time talking about, like the fucking like finer points of horse genitalia that we got because of Vaush, or you know, whether you know, putting a lizard on somebody's genitals is like counts as zoo or not. Like, right? There's so many just gross thing. Oh my god, so many things that I shouldn't be talking about on a sponsor. Anyway, chat. Anyway, moving on.
I was right.
But
then.
I am not FD signifier. I'm here. I'm living this critique, and you're now brushing me off as
What
well as
critique?
just a black person sympathizer.
Wait,
a
hold on.
sympathizer. Blech,
Hold
sorry.
on. My biases here aren't against black people. There are plenty of white people that I've disagreed with. There has been an unfortunate trend of black people disagreeing with my behavior concerning Professor Flowers, which disproportionately skews disagreement between me and black people. But that's really their choice to keep getting involved in that argument with me.
Oh, I
If
see.
I, for some reason, was extremely well known in the black conservative community and they kept wanting to
It's black people's fault. Cool.
argue with me about tax issues, then I'm sure that would also disproportionately ramp it up. But no, I don't think
Vaush isn't wrong. All black people are not all, but you know. Oh my god. Okay. We're good, Tenya. Yeah, like I just have to avoid talk. Like, right? Like, I don't know. Like I'll try to avoid talking about it.
there's anything racially biased about my assessment here. It's not as though I treat
I'm
white
not
people
saying
who
that it
critique me
is.
very well.
I don't think you're racially biased. I think you saw an opportunity to make a good video that make you seem really good.
Oh, by the way, I said I was gonna eat half of the food, right? Because it gives you 2 servings, like, right? So you buy, you know, the basic box is like 2 servings, and you know, you get like 2 meals a week, right? So essentially like 4 meals. I just ate both meals because this is so good. This is so good. Like, right, yeah, the other thing I forgot to mention is like the golden raisins marinated in lemon juice. Like that is genius, right? That is absolute genius. Like, first of all, I love raisins in food. I don't get enough raisins in food, right? I'm a proponent of raisins in food, but I never would have thought to take my raisins, soak them in lemon juice so that you get that little bit of tang like inside the raisins. Like, I don't know, somehow that just sets the whole thing off. So yeah, it's really good. This one, yeah, this was the Turkish spice chickpea bowl that I got, and I'm kind of interested to see now what else they have. I remember watching, and it was pretty painful. But if you're interested in watching it at your own discretion, I almost had a quarter life. Oh my god, yo, and what? Yeah. What is up with, like, I mean, I don't even want to speculate on this, right? But when FD Signifier talked to Lua, like, right, the end of that video was FD going to the hospital for what he thought might be a stroke. It turned out it was a panic attack, right? It was like a panic attack that he, but like, I mean, I could kind of understand why talking to Lua about Lua's experience, you know, with Vaush, I could understand why that would be really stressful. That makes sense. Like, even the conversation that I had with Lua, like, it hurt me to see how much Lua was hurt in that situation. Yeah, I hope he's okay too. Yeah.
And that's just unfortunate for Professor Flowers and unfortunate for like black advocacy.
Yeah, that was our premium streamium for this month. So if you haven't seen it yet, it's available if you're a Twitch sub, or you are a Patreon, or you're a YouTube member, you've got access to that, right? So that was the one thing. And the reason that I did that was because I I knew that was a very controversial video that FD Signifier made. Now, obviously, the debate bros will tell you that this was like FD Signifier loves drama and he's trying to exploit the drama and he's a big, like, right, he's a drama chaser, he's a clout chaser or some shit like that, right? The truth of the matter is that I think the biggest, contingent of people who had a problem thought that maybe FD was a little too nice to Vaush and, let him off the hook too much, right? I think if anything, that video was like an olive branch based on, based on FD seeing how, like, these fights have affected a lot of people, right? And FD even brought Merrick on, somebody on Vaush's side, right? Somebody that a lot of people, still have a lot of problems with. And like I could say, I don't like a lot of the stuff that Merrick has done. But FD was trying to build bridges. FD was not trying to burn them. FD was offering an olive branch, if anything, right? So that's why I have that under, that's why I made that our premium streamium, right? Is that I feel like if I put it out as a video into the world, that it feels too much like I'm critiquing, FD from the intersectional left side of things, when he's already getting so much shit from these like debate brozos, right? And I just didn't want to contribute to that, like, especially after I saw, like, how stressful it was, and the fact that he had to go to the hospital. So yeah, check that out on the premium streamium. I need to put that up on the, like, right, because like I don't think I did a good job of like it's part of another VOD, right? So the recent VOD that I did that's paywalled, that's members only, that's the one. The second half of that VOD is like, the FD Signifier video. So I probably need to just like put it out as a standalone on. But yeah, you'll find it really easy if you're on Patreon. You'll find it really easy if you are on if you're subbed to me on Twitch in highlights. Okay, make sure to check out highlights. I don't emphasize that enough. There's a lot of good stuff in highlights. At this point, I try to like highlight almost every segment that I do. So for my own good, so I'll know what all I've got, what I can make videos on, and also for you to be able to enjoy too. And that's one of the highlights. Like that's the premium streamium. I need to do a better job on publicizing that, so everybody knows that, like, that's what you're getting if you're a member, if you're a Patreon, or if you're a sub, right? You're getting we're gonna try to do at least one of those every month, right? So I want her to change her mind. Oh yeah. I mean, look, we're reaching out to a lot of people, so.
I was
and I
exceedingly
resent
kind
that
to
you
her.
chose to do that.
I was exceedingly kind to her in the 3-hour debate. It was her fault for being who she is, either being too, again, stupid or dishonest, to own to her points, and to repent for them, frankly, given how bad they are. I mean, that debate opened with her doing a brownie points joke with me. Like here's a brownie, like, oh, Vaush, you white boy, here's a good boy point for...
You really took the brownie thing, like, okay, am I wrong? Was the brownie thing in any way passive aggressive? Like, if anything, that was like Lua's attempt to like kind of defuse the tension. When I was a Vaush fan, I showed my mom one of his streams. Wait, what in dishonest? Wait, what is, I don't understand what the, like, how do you see, like, I've heard this before. I've heard people say that the brownie thing, like, so if you don't know, at the beginning of the video, she says something like, I brought brownies, I made some, and they weren't just brownies, they were like Girodal, what is that company? Girodal, like the fancy chocolate, like, right? It wasn't just brownies, it was like really good brownies, right? That Lua made, and Lua was saying, like, for everything that, every time that you defy my expectations, right, I'm gonna take one of these brownies and put it in Ghirardelli, is that it? Oh my god. But yeah, somehow Vaush took the brownie thing as this big insult. No, I think you're right. I think you're right. I mean, I can never, I know what it looks like. It looks like that. I just never remember how to say it. She seemed angry, like what? About the, in the beginning?
Listening to me, or I forget the exact thing. It was a couple years ago.
Okay, if that's how you feel, and I know you're done with the Professor Flowers discourse.
No.
I haven't
What?
finished my
You're Deli.
point.
Thank
What
you.
did I miss?
Let me talk. Thank you. All I was going to say
I love this.
is that
I love this.
if you are interested, I would either publicly or privately sit down on the transcript with you, and I will show you where you inflammatorily inserted things that were not needed.
Oh, that she did
I
seem
know
angry?
you're done with that, so you probably wouldn't want to do this, but I don't think I'm wrong.
Like, I mean, I could have read this wrong, right? But I thought at the very beginning of the video that she was somewhat surprised by some of his responses to things. And that I thought that she had planned to be, a little bit inflammatory and to just go off on him. And that part of what made that video, not just her like dunking on Vaush, was the fact that in the beginning, he looked like he might be willing to actually talk. He looked like he might be willing to actually listen a little bit, right? And that she got it. And I feel like I remember her mentioning this in our conversation, that she that gave her like a little bit of hope. Obviously, those hopes were quickly dashed. Obviously, he wasn't like, if anything, that was a trap. That was him, misleading her as far as, how he was going to go about the debate. You're back. Dak Katie trying to give him an out and him being like, nope. Oof. Yeah, it's absolutely understandable to be angry. Yeah.
On this. I think that you saw a good opportunity to make content. It worked out great. It created a lot of content. And I think
anything
now
that was a
you're
what?
just
We can do it right now if you want. Or you can tell me what assessment I've made of her character and positions you feel is inaccurate.
I think that to take Professor Flowers' arguments and then claiming, and you have done so repeatedly on dozens of streams, that she is genocidal towards white people is an awful thing to say.
I agree. It's an awful thing to be, too. She was justifying...
But that's not what she is.
She was saying that the black people in South Africa had a moral right to mass deport the white people who lived there because the colonized should not have to suffer the indignation of continuing to live.
You tried to back her into a corner and force her to fucking tone police victims of colonization, right? And she said, but I refuse. She Rohan Kashibe'd that shit, okay?
With their colonizers. And her definition of colonizers
He said
is
it again.
white people, which she has not only implicitly reaffirmed multiple times, but explicitly stated in a conversation with him. There's no ambiguity to it. She was defending, morally, the idea of deporting 6 million white South Africans, which is objectively...
Which is not on the fucking table, Jack.
The definition of ethnic cleansing. And depending on which definition of genocide you go by, still fits just fine.
No, let's be real. He gave like a broader hypothetical than what he just said, right? And also that part of that hypothetical was like, imagine colonizers have lost every single bit of the power situation. The colonized are in possession of complete power, right? He requires us to imagine a world that doesn't exist. His weird champ hypothetical like requires the multiple universe theory, right? You literally have to be in a different universe, in a different timeline than the one we live in, right? In order to even conceive of what the fuck he's talking about. And then he asks her for this grand sweeping pronouncement of like, you got to say that this is like always, always wrong in every single situation, and like basically, condemn like, liberatory movements everywhere, right? That was what he was doing. It wasn't just like he's vastly mischaracterizing it now. Vaush turned into an NPC.
It's like a genuine question, and I get this is a bit heated, so I hope you can take it in good faith. Because I've recently been engaging with Destiny, so people want me to learn what descriptive and prescriptive means. So I'm still like learning how to use those terms, basically. And so
I'm so sick of anecdotes. Everyone has one, and none of them ever happened.
if we said that,
Yes.
and I don't necessarily agree with your framing, but I'm just interested in this as a concept. So if we said that Black people in South Africa had the moral right to deport colonizers, i.e. white people, is that a prescriptive or a descriptive?
By saying, so first of all, we need to take a step back from the specifics and talk about how we would interpret these claims in any other context. So if somebody was saying, well, Hitler had the right to deport all the Jews from Germany prior to him settling on the final solution, or if somebody was to say, well, Americans had the right to mass excise Native Americans from their territory, you would fairly interpret that as an endorsement of that behavior. No, in colloquial language, and again, Professor Flowers isn't some philosophy professor. Colloquially, when you're saying somebody or something has the moral right to do something, what you are actually doing is saying it's up to them, it's their choice. Not in a descriptive sense, because ultimately, obviously, everything is up to their choice. I mean, even up to the Holocaust, technically, it was literally the decision of the government that led it to happen, right? Like, we're not talking about, oh, well, we exist in a system with free will. We're talking about a moral choice, as in, it is right that they have the ability to do this, and it is right that they have the option to exercise it. In colloquial language, that is what people mean when they say that. I don't think a descriptive interpretation of her framing makes any sense.
What was her field of study? I actually don't remember.
Because if that was the case, she could have been saying just as easily, well, I think the white people of South Africa...
Was it philosophy?
Africa have the moral right to deport all the Black people. Because in a...
The fast talking doesn't make him, intelligent.
Descriptive sense, that statement would have been equally coherent. A flat statement of the power of government and the ability for it to do big demographic changes like that. But obviously she wouldn't and didn't say that because she wasn't talking
no. Oh my God.
It might have been, it could have been philosophy,
That's silly. She was, okay. If we're
It's been so long, I literally don't remember.
assuming that it is a descriptive, and I do agree with you that to just claim it's a descriptive, so you're not implicitly making a prescriptive as well with a descriptive that is loaded, that is questionable.
Her claim is prescriptive. She's defending the right for the Black people in South Africa to do that. She would not
Defending...
say...
Like, look, the whole example of South Africa was like a small part of the argument. It wasn't the totality. The bigger picture is he was asking her to basically disavow like any liberatory movement and to basically say, like, colonization happens, colonizers are there, generation changes. Can you then say that these people, that have colonized this land have like the old unlimited, like, right to it, and any sort of resistance, like that goes beyond just words is morally repugnant and wrong and like, basically akin to Hitler, right? That's what he wanted her to sign on to. And she just said no. She took him at his word and she said no. Now he might have meant, like, he might have, like, they're like, I'm trying to remember, like, I guess, like, I thought at the time that, like, maybe it was just an issue of how they, like, grok those words differently, but he was asking her to sign on to something morally repugnant and rhetorically setting her up so that saying no was a de facto endorsement of this, like, fucking phantom, ethnic cleansing of like, that could never happen. Everything about his arguments ignored the objective power relations of the situation, right? That's why I would say don't talk to, like, that's why if Dat Katie had asked me, I'm inspired by your stream, I heard what you said, get inspired, I am inspired, I got a fire lit in me, and I want to go debate Vaush now, I would have been like, don't do it, right? Because I've seen him do this kind of stuff before. I don't know, she is a fucking Vaush whisperer. Because the fact that he hasn't tried to, like, slime her with and demonize her is a minor miracle, right? At this point. I can't think of a time that I've seen a debater make him look this bad. I can't, if it ever happened, I can't remember it. Right? Maybe like Demon Mama on like the Kink at Pride thing from not last summer, but the summer before that, from like 1.5 years ago. Maybe that, but I don't even remember that debate that well. I just remember, you know, like I felt like he was on his heels against Demon Mama. And honestly, with this Clout Network, for all we know, that was kayfabe. For all we know, that was set up, because he did eventually change his tack on Kink at Pride. And the next year when it came up with Shoe on Head, he was, you know, at least on the right side. Vaush really likes to set people up in an absurd loose. Yeah. That's basic debate bro tactics. That's what they do. And that's why their shit is so worthless, right? It's pure dominance. It's a game. It's a game. And what they don't realize is that they're playing games with people's life. They're playing games with people's lives, because the people that occupy this space are either, you know, people with like at intersections of privilege like Vaush, or they're people trying to get picked by those people, right? And so yeah, they're playing, they turn like real life, they gamify real life in an absurd and ghoulish way. And that is at the very basis my problem with debate bozo.
She would
Okay.
not
Content.
say, well, I also think it's the moral right of white people in South Africa to deport all the black people. She would never say that, because she's not just making a descriptive statement of what
Natalie Marie, are you still here? This was such good content to recommend. Thank you so
governments
much.
are capable of doing. She's talking about what morally is permissible.
But
She wasn't ambiguous with this. She was talking explicitly. The colonized people should not have to suffer to coexist with their colonizers. Like, these are not like this would be like saying like you
No,
read,
like realistically, what he's setting up is a situation where the colonizers are intransigent, not just because of the morality of the situation, right, which is bad enough, but they are intransigent and in neglect of a changing power situation. That means that they're not just ghoulish morally, but they are foolish, right? In that they're in a situation that were the shoe on the other foot, they would not hesitate. They would not hesitate, you know, to do what they needed to do, you know, to take their self-determination back, right? Like, this is gross. This is absolutely gross. I've heard her talk like twice, but I love the way that Katie refuses to take anybody's permanent online bait takes, and just shuts them down like the overly talkative chat GBD argument processors they are. Oh my god, I love this. I love this. I love this. Vaush really, he watched one too many episodes of The Leftovers.
neo-Nazi transcript, and they're saying something like white people should not have to bear the weight of the Jew, and they're like, well, technically they're just saying that they don't have to. It's like, no, obviously they're making a statement, you know.
Okay, so that was a lot.
And again, like, do you see no concern for power relations, right? Does not enter into the equation. And he sees that as morally consistent. I see it as morally purposely obtuse, but whatever, Vaush, whatever.
Apologies, but that's the full context.
Yeah. So I guess my question, and maybe I've missed that, I didn't interpret Professor Flower's general claims to be
It's like you read Save the Pearls or some shit.
the moral right of Black people not to live next to their oppressor having much to do with governmental power.
But we were talking in the context of the removal of 6 million white South Africans.
Okay, so to make an equivalency, and I don't know if it purely tracks. So
but to be fair, I did make an absurd and useless hypothetical, right? To try to shunt her into agreeing with my shitty position, right? To be fair. Oh my god, Vaush, there's nothing fair about that.
Let me just think out loud and I'll see how I feel about this. I might take it all back, so like close the recording for a second. So if I say that Palestinians have the moral right to claim to make their claim over the territory of Palestine. That does not imply that they have the governmental power to do so or that they can. It just means that they have that moral right. Like the moral right is not being sanctified or by like if you are capable of executing said action.
No, but you're saying if you were to say that, if they have the moral right to do that, your argument would be if they had the power to and chose to, they would be okay in doing so.
They would have the moral right to do so. Yes. Do you think that is genocidal?
If it involved the mass execution or deportation of Israeli people, it would absolutely be ethnic cleansing by definition. It would almost certainly be genocide by any definition as well. There are probably some incredibly...
Oh god, now I wonder if the take that he had on Twitch that got him banned originally is going to come back into play. This almost feels like she's setting him up.
Contrived circumstances, like a long-term resettlement program, that you could argue aren't genocidal because it would be more of a reclamation of previously held national land, but like 99.999, yeah, that would be genocidal.
So you'd have an issue with people claiming that Palestinians have a moral right to Palestine?
Well, it would depend on what they mean by that. If they mean Palestinians have a moral right to exist there as full citizens, then no, I don't have an issue with that. If the real meaning of their statement was a right to remove all Israeli people, then potentially that could be genocidal depending on exactly how it went down. Usually it would be.
Yeah. So
wait, but what about the situation in which, the assertion of self-determination and full citizenship, as you say, which is currently being denied to them by the government? And more than just that, right? You were asking Professor Flowers to tell people in this kind of situation that any form of armed resistance against that intransigence and against that insistence of the denial of full citizenship, humanity, and self-determination is genocidal.
I argue basically that considering all the context and extra conversations and potentially even in that conversation with you, although I'll be willing to bite the bullet that maybe Professor Flowers was not best at expressing herself during that specific debate with you, but just there's so many so much content of hers and yours was made around her.
There's another thing to be said about Vaush's constant railing against cancel culture, and then what do you call what he did to Professor Flowers? What do you call that? Listen, cancel culture in most cases I think is stolen valor, right? Most of the people claiming to be victims of cancel culture are just, big babies who don't like to be criticized, right? But if we're going to find any situation that most closely resembles what they describe when they decry cancel culture, it's what happened to Professor Flowers.
Claims. And there was an infinite amount of time to let her explain what she means by moral right, to get out of this genocidal narrative. And my critique is just that maybe you don't feel like she ever provided that context. I just disagree with that. And I just think that's unfortunate.
I think your disagreement is incorrect. I think your framing of this situation is willfully ignorant. In any other context, if somebody was to say, yes, by colonizers I mean white people, no, non-white people should not have to suffer to coexist with white people in this space. Yeah, I think they have the moral right to get rid of those, to deport those white people if they want.
You're acting like they're offended in this hypothetical by the proximity to the white people, right? There's more reverse racism, right? There's more I don't know, where do these hypothetical black people in Vaush's mind come from? And if your answer is implicit bias, ding, 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 you win the prize.
I think anybody acting in good faith would interpret that as an endorsement of ethnic cleansing.
Okay, if you heard Professor Flowers say all white people are colonizers, and I heard Professor Flowers say that she doesn't think all white people are colonizers, what do we do then? Do we assume that she's lying and she actually thinks all white people are colonizers?
Yes. If there's a person...
That is silly.
No, it's not. If there's a person whose politics gravitate towards a specific reactionary tendency, and at one point they admit something, and then later they deny it, I think it's perfectly reasonable to not interpret them charitably.
So, motherfucker, I'm going to hold you to that. I'm going to hold you to those words right there. I'm going to hold you to those words, Vaush, okay? Let's rewind that and hear what he said again, okay? Just hopefully I didn't put it back
If
too
somebody
far.
was to say, yes, by colonizers, I mean white people. No, non-white people should not have to suffer to coexist with white people in this space. Yeah,
Silly
I think
Vaush
they have
is
the moral
silly.
right to get rid of those, to deport those white people if they want. I think anybody acting in good faith would interpret
So I have
that
a
as
question.
an endorsement of ethnic cleansing.
Okay, if you heard Professor Flowers say all white people are colonizers, and I heard Professor Flowers say that she doesn't think all white people are colonizers, what do we do then? Do we assume that she's lying and she actually thinks all white people are colonizers?
Yes.
Like, does he think that she thinks that all white people are colonizers by virtue of what their, like, you know, like, ethnic background? Like, essentially? Is that what he's hearing?
If there's a person...
That is silly.
No, it's not. If there's a person whose politics gravitate towards a specific reactionary tendency, and at one point they admit something, and then later they deny it, I think it's perfectly reasonable to not interpret
I
them,
swear to God,
charitably.
Vaush, that applies to you more than it does to Professor Flowers, more than it ever did to Professor Flowers.
So we see this all the time with, like, racists. So, like, for example, you'll have, like, a white politician get outed because there's some old clip of them referring to black people as monkeys. And then they'll be like, haha, I don't really think that. And then it's like, oh, well, which one do we take at face value? The one they said in private or under pressure or under, like, heated context? Or do we believe the one they said afterwards as a way of covering up for the PR damage from the first one? You know, like, of course.
Okay.
Her politics are pretty
So-
anti-white in general. She's seething with that.
There we go. Well, I mean, this is a big problem, right? All this anti-white racism, you know, going around these days.
Energy. So I think it's okay to,
Okay, then I see what the issue is. You're just, you think that you've seen enough data?
All these black people using their, you know, social capital to disparage Vaush for being uppity. God damn, this guy's so ridiculous. How does anybody take this guy seriously?
For you to not...
What an absurd comment. He's not really trying to have a standard of logic. This is spite. He's just doing a character assassination out of hatred.
grant charitability to any of what...
Like I said, he's got to always win, and it doesn't matter who he hurts as long as he gets that W.
She's saying.
I mean, she also said it a bunch. Like,
And the more she fucking lights him up, the more she exposes his bullshit, the more she puts him in a situation where he should admit that he's wrong, the worse she's gonna get it.
she didn't just, like, accidentally slip up one time and say, yeah, I think all white people are colonizers. She insistently reaffirmed that. In her conversation with him, she said it most explicitly, but I asked incredulously if she felt that way multiple times during our debate, and she consistently affirmed it. It wouldn't be that hard for her to back off that position. She was given every opportunity.
Okay. I will do research and I will create a compilation of things and I'll DM it to you. And if you'll ever have the time and you'll end up looking at it, I'd be interested in your thoughts. But I might just come to your conclusion. I just doubt it because I've watched a lot of her explanations of what happened.
What did her explanation say her position was with regards to the ethnic cleansing subject?
Where's that, like the save? Like
she
a save
said
point?
that she never brought up ethnic cleansing and she was just trying to talk about black liberation and how you a lot of the time compare black nationalism to white nationalism and how she was trying to like explain the different and how those two things are not analogous, whether I agree with that or not. And basically while she was trying to make that explanation, genocide was brought up, and in that context she was just trying to explain how that fits into like her greater narrative about black nationalism.
Okay, but when she talks about black self-liberation, what does she mean by that?
What do you, I'm sorry, what?
Well, so what was she prescribing then? You said you saw her talking about it. What was what was she arguing in favor of? So I made comparisons.
Yeah, she said press X to doubt, right?
Black and white nationalism. Okay, what did she say that I...
Vaush understanding wars and colonization challenge impossible.
Use
City of Doors, V agrees with
to
you.
make that comparison. What position was she defending? Did she just abstractly say, I support
Yeah, many African countries
black
did it.
liberation? And I was like, aha, just like Hitler. Or did she say something else, maybe pertaining to a specific country with specific demographics?
I believe she did in your discussion with her, but I believe the context, from what I understood that she said, it seems that that was brought up to, like, give an illustration to her point, right?
To deport all white people from South Africa?
If you want to look at it uncharitably, then I guess.
Wait, but what other thing was she saying? Because she explicitly said that. So it wasn't an interpretation. That was a statement that she made.
Let me try to...
He's very explicit.
Maybe I'm not communicating.
He is very explicit about that, Ian DJ Cooper. He thinks that, white nationalism and black nationalism are the same thing. Yeah, like this is his analysis, devoid of any understanding of power relations, right? Racism is bigotry, bar none. Racism equal bigotry, right? Racism equal, you know, like he does not, that power relations do not, like, you know, structural, like power does not enter into his equation at any point. I need the meme of the guy sticking a stick in his own bicycle tire, but it's Ian and the stick is his own racism, and then he blames black nationalists. Yeah.
Clearly, I apologize. So I think that when you say, yeah, the Jews had every right to like try to kill all the Nazis during the Holocaust, and also they had that right, like if they could have told the future, they probably should have done that before a lot of the acts were implemented, because that would have prevented the genocide. Then me then me saying that you are advocating for a mass genocide of Germans would be nonsensical,
But
right?
I don't think there's much of a comparison there, because South Africa is a democracy. It's not, apartheid was lifted. It's currently ruled by black people. They're the majority in their Congress.
God.
Black South Africans aren't currently resisting an ongoing colonial.
Oh my fucking, okay, so you're gonna get some frames maybe, I don't know, like I'm seeing red here. Hope we're okay, right? Vaush, please. For the love, yeah, I am, Tat Katie. I'm trying to finish this. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're close to the. We're kind of close to the end, aren't we? Are we okay? Are you seeing? Am I going frame? You're getting the F. You're getting the F. Are we effing? Can people still hear me? Can people still hear me? See me? Everything like that. Please tell me we're okay. Because it doesn't look like the frame rate is that bad. Frames are dropping. I've only dropped a few thousand frames. You can still hear, but it stutters. Okay, we'll just like. Wait, does the Weasel song fix the frame rate? I feel like it did last time. Should we try that again? God damn. Look, chat. If we go down, like I'll finish this tomorrow. Okay. Like I think that's what we'll do. I'm gonna try. No, not Penny and Stuff. We're not trying to watch that again. Where is the Weasel song? There it is. Come on, Weasels. Post your Weasels in chat. Post your Weasels in chat. Let's see those Weasels. If we go down, yeah, there will be a stream tomorrow. Come on, frame rate. Thank you. Although, like... Oh, yeah. You want to know when to do your exercise? It would be... if we go down, like, we'll do this at, like, 11 Pacific, 2 Eastern. I don't want to go down, though. I want the frames... Oh, there we go. There we go. Yes, 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 yes. Are we back? Are we good? What a weasel. Look, does this fix it? Does this actually fix it? Does this work? Anytime I start to lose frames, I just hit the weasel button? Weasel! Oh my god, knock on wood, it's looking good though. It's looking really good. The weasels fixed it. Who knew? I didn't know they could do that. What is that emote? Oh, nice. Wait, it's an alpaca? Wait, I haven't seen Tink's emotes in a long time. Is this Tinku Woo? Or Tink, some other Tink? That Katie, thank you. Seriously. Like, I was talking about how if you had come to me and said, NCC, you lit a fire in me and I want to do something, and I think that thing is that I'm going to go and I'm going to debate Vaush, I would have been like, don't do it. I would have told you not to do this. I would have been so worried about you. I would have, you know, told you about, like, you know, what happened to Professor Flowers, you know, how that impacted Lua, and just, like, told you that there was no good that could possibly come out of this. I don't know how you did it, but you indeed are a Vaush. You do seem to be a Vaush whisperer. You do seem to be a Vaush whisperer, right? You're gonna say goodnight? Good night, Fabio. Thanks for staying up with us. What a weasel. It looks like we're gonna be able to finish this tonight, though. I do have a lot of content to get through. I don't know if we're gonna be able to... What else do we... Like, what a weasel. I want to do Soul Bunny and Professor Flowers. I want to do Xander Hall. Is Xander Hall a Gamergator now? That's a legitimate question. Yeah, this was so good.
Fuck. So Logan Paul's giving my cat an abortion. I gotta go.
There you go. Okay, so somehow the weasel thing fixes the frame rate problems. I don't know how that works, but I'm not gonna question it. I'm not gonna question it.
Threat. They share a country with white citizens who are born, many of them, in a free country.
Yes.
Okay, again, Vaush. I beg of you, read the shock doctrine. Read the shock doctrine and understand how neoliberalism enshrined the spirit of apartheid in that country. Please understand this, right? He's really like, this is bullshit he's talking.
I'm not arguing her points for her. I'm saying that what you took as like a claim to genocide, maybe I misunderstood her and you're completely right, okay? But from what I understood of her explanations, she was using the example of South Africa to explain.
Looked at Katie, I'll give him a W when he undoes the harm he's done to the left and to the people that he's hurt and the people that he's lied about, right? I'll give him a W when he says, hey, I'm sorry about bitching about cancel culture for all these years and acting like it was this horrible thing that I was afflicted with, when in actuality it was a thing I was afflicting on other people. Like that's when he gets the W from me, okay?
A broader concept, and then was called genocidal for using that as a way to illustrate like a difference or a right or a point. Now, you might say, rightfully so, hey, if you're demonstrating this on an existing country, that has very strong implications and that's irresponsible. I wouldn't say that's genocidal, but we can disagree on that.
But
you know?
the context was her talking about not having to live with your colonizers anymore, and by colonizers she meant white people.
You put that on her, right? You're the one who came out with this idea that it's like, you know, like oh my God, like that there's some sort of like like implying that like, you know, black people are so racist against white people that they are like, I don't want to live in the proximity of, I don't want to live anywhere near, like, right? You threw that on her. You threw that on, like, right? That is you projecting that onto them, right? That's not.
I heard her say that she doesn't think all the politics.
Hold on one
Do you want me
second.
to just concede on this?
Well,
I was like...
Hold on, like here's like a tweet screenshot. So hold on. Somebody said you literally equivocated colonizer with white in multiple streams. Go back to the VSG hug box with the rest of the dipshits. And Professor Flowers responded, quote, you literally equivocated colonizer with white in multiple streams, end quote. This is genuinely so funny to me that you want me to be ashamed about this, lol.
Okay. So you think
there aren't
she
colonizers
thinks...
in South Africa anymore? It was colonized hundreds of years ago. Apartheid was lifted. White and black people are...
It's all better now. Thank you, Vaush. Seriously, read Shock Doctrine. Please understand that, right? Please understand, you know, how the you know, lifting of apartheid actually worked, right? And how the economy, how the neoliberal policies were implemented to like enshrine the wealth inequality created by apartheid, right?
They're both citizens.
Yes.
It's not a colony of any country.
Yes.
So in what other context would colonizer not mean white people if we're talking about a country where there are literally no colonizers right now?
So you think because...
It means that they're still in possession of the spoils of colonization. They're still benefiting from that colonization, Vaush. Is this really, like, this is why I, like, you know, this guy says he's a leftist. Fucking X to doubt. X to doubt on this.
Because South Africa have gained democracy.
Oh, nice. Your interview went really well. Congratulations, Amanda. He doesn't understand how colonization is still, but yeah, exactly. That's what he's missing. And I don't know. I mean, like, look, like I said, okay, what I want most of all is the harm that he did to be undone, right? What I want most of all is for and that's both the harm to people like Professor Flowers and the harm to the left as a whole. The people that he's misled, I want them to see the light, right? That's really what I want. I'm not focused on seeing like the downfall of anyone. This is not personal for me, okay? None of this is personal animosity. I don't have the luxury, you know, for spite the way that he does, okay? I can't afford spite. Right, that's
is no longer an apartheid country. That completely erases the historical context of like why there are white people in like positions of power and disproportionate wealth in South Africa.
You're making her argument right now. So
I don't want to make her argument for her. I'm fine moving past.
But you're doing the thing
like that. Unaddressed white guilt goes septic and turns into this ear of revenge as people have been saying.
She did, where it's like, so did you know colonization had an impact? Lots of things have had an impact. France had
an impact that fucking continues. God damn it, Vaush.
A monarchy, and now they don't. But the legacy of the monarchy has influenced France today. But if you started saying like, yeah, we want to kill all the French monarchists, like, what does that mean? There are no colonizers right now in South Africa. And then, so you're like, okay, there are no colonizers, but aren't there like still white people? Yeah, there are. That's what she was saying. She was saying white people.
So I think that you could argue that she was irresponsible or maybe misguided in her use of language. And you can even say, well, she doubled down on it. So
we can talk about how, like, not so much the monarchy, right, but the nobility, right, which was part of the power structure under the old regime, right, in France. We can talk about, you know, the way that the nobility sought to institute themselves within the framework of capitalism, right? But that's a less direct line than the benefit that people who are colonizers, right, derive from the colonization that happened before they were born, right? Including me and you, Vaush, including me and you.
Fuck her. I already said I don't think that makes her genocidal, simply because I don't think that's her beliefs from what I've heard her talk about. But yeah, maybe she had a bad showing.
I don't understand why people are like this. This is the most straightforward, like, man, I genuinely don't understand it, you know. There's a lot of ambiguity in the difficulties that I have disagreeing with other people on the left, but Professor Flowers has always been the most overt case that just boggles my mind how anybody could look at what happened and what was said and not just go, oh yeah, she's just in favor of ethnic cleansing. An objective statement on her part, unambiguous. There's no matter for interpretation or bad or good faith. This is why I'm confident in it. There's not really room to disagree with me. There's a right and a wrong position. But for some reason people trend towards the.
So I'm gonna throw out.
I wouldn't just call it charitable. I'd say like the delusional or the anti-empiricist perhaps.
That's our Discord link. That's a fresh Discord link. That Discord link I know works. I don't know if the ones that are in the timers like necessarily work, right? They're supposed to, but again, I don't know, right? But for anybody who's not in the Discord already, join up. That is a great way to stay in touch with me, to know what's happening, if any plans change, if any streams have to get canceled, if any extra streams are going to get announced. You're going to know that from the Discord. You're going to get like all the links, hopefully, to the best highlights, the best clips, all this other stuff. The Discord is a place that you want to be. Also, you can talk to a whole bunch of really cool people. I don't know what it is, but I have the great fortune to attract a bunch of really cool people into my community, and I count myself as blessed, and I want to share that blessing with the rest of you. So if you're not in the Discord already, join up. Dat Katie, if you're still here, definitely you know, jump in that Discord. If we don't like, it's getting kind of late tonight, I'm sure, for myself and for you as well, but I definitely want to talk to you on stream, and you know, would love to you know, hear more about this, the fallout from this. You said that you've gotten a lot of good reception from his community. That's extremely encouraging to me. That warms my heart. Like I said, I am aware that there's a lot of people in his community that understand this stuff better than he does, right? I would love to see him become a better content creator if that's at all possible. I do think it does seem like you have some kind of magical power, some kind of demon negotiation that you're working with Vaush. You're making like the right motorcycle sounds, or you're reading Vaush's fortune. I'm sorry, that's a Persona 2 reference. Not everybody's gonna get that's a game that even most Persona fans don't know. Anyway, no. All Atlas Gaming references aside, right? Like I do think you're onto something special here, and I do think that this debate, to me, it looks like a watershed moment, and I want to help it be a watershed moment. I'm going to put this clip out. I'm going to put the segment out, right? I want more people to see this. I want more people to be aware of this. I want to draw as much of an underline, highlight this as much as possible, because I think this is a really important discussion that you had. You're already in the Discord. Yes, yes, yes. You're one step ahead of me, Dat Katie. You are one step ahead of me. All right. God, he's throwing out mischaracterization after mischaracterization, and then states it as facts. It's incredible that Dat Katie's blood didn't boil over. It is frustrating. It can be frustrating, but you know, I don't know. Like I said, when you got that fire inside you, you know, you're able to somehow prioritize what's important, and you know, anger sometimes is some. Oh my God! Thank you, Jules. Dat Katie just got a gift sub. Nice. Thank you, Jules. That's awesome. Okay, so we're saving Dat Katie from the ads too. Nice. Yeah. So there you go. There's your very own Persona 2 emote badge or emote badge, sub badge. That's what it is. The sub badge.
Which I don't know. I don't know what it is about her. I don't know if it's because she so successfully whined about me afterwards or complained about.
Do you think it's because it's you and they just like have a hate vote?
Gosh, you fucking destroyed her life. All right, I had to. I talked to her after what happened, and God, I can't imagine. Like, I've been through a lot. Okay, I have been through a lot, and I continued to go through even more even after that. I'm not convinced that I'm ever gonna understand what Lua went through, though. I thought he'd gotten better. I'm glad I'm tapped out, and NCC gave the link to the White Leaf site. Now I know which streamers did NCC dismantling White Leaf. God, they're gonna love that. They already White Nervosa already, you know, huge NCC fan. Look, like, I mean, yeah, I think it's really harmful. I don't hate everybody in that network. There are certain people that I kind of hope would maybe there's certain people I've even seen kind of express some reticence in being part of this, right? But maybe they don't understand how much, you know, being part of White Nervosa's network is enabling what Vaush does, right? But I mean, we've got time to convince them. So yeah. Like, yeah, like, I just want to make sure that I'm real clear here. This isn't about animosity. This isn't about toxicity, okay? This is about what kind of future we want. And White Leaf and this Vaush network is not getting us there at all. So anyway, wait, what am I trying to do? Oh yeah, I wanted to put this in, so I gave the Discord link to everybody in Twitch chat. I realize I'm not doing enough about getting my Discord link out there in the rest of the world. You know, for a while, like, because of the harassment that I experienced right after, not necessarily, like, my issue wasn't really with Vaush, it was like with another debate streamer. But after that, we got so much harassment and stuff that, like, I was like trying to hide my Discord link because there were people actively trying to come into my Discord and harass people, right? And I was just like we almost kind of like shut down, you know what I mean? In terms of, in fact, there were some times, right, when we were basically just like closing the doors to try to prevent like an invasion of our Discord. But yeah, I need to be more brave about getting that link out there and bringing more people in and making them a part of what we're trying to do. Because like I said, my agenda is not one of hate. My agenda is one of solidarity.
For you?
I mean, that's probably a large part of it. You know, a bias against one. Well, if you hear about a dispute between two people, one of whom is a black woman and one of whom gets repped as a racist in the left, a lot of people are just going to intuitively take the anti-me position.
Okay.
Without investigating.
I can tell you personally why I'm very amenable to this, but it's very like personal, so I don't think it would really help you with the other people.
Well, is it because I'm white and she's not?
Yeah, that's right.
No.
That's right, Vaush. People are racist against you because you're white.
Are you sure? Because people say no, but then it keeps coming up, you know?
Do you want to hear my personal argument, or do you want to assume that it's because you're white?
Well, you should provide it, because otherwise I will assume that.
I'm trying. So
I have very strong positions about the Israel-Palestine conflict, and when I discuss it, because my positions are nuanced and generally unrecognized in this sphere and are not very popular, people have a really hard time understanding what I'm saying, and they assume that I am anti-Semitic. They assume I hate Jewish people. They assume I am fine with Jewish people dying, and a lot of stuff like that. I was accused of that yesterday when I joined a Discord server to hang out. You know, so I'm definitely, I understand like trying to make a nuanced point, and then people taking it in a really weird way and like accusing you in a lot of vile shit. But that's my personal experience. I don't think what's his name, the guy that looks better without a beard but has a beard.
Heem. I haven't seen Heem. Is that who you're talking about? Is Dr. Heem? I haven't seen Heem without a beard. I remember Heem used to have a beard cam. Like, right, there was actually a camera. You know, like how I have a kitchen cam. Right? Nope, that's not it. That's not it. That's the kitchen cam. Oh my god, I gotta clean the kitchen. Look at that. Look at how messed up that kitchen got. Like, I went to town in there, right? So just like I have a kitchen cam, Heem had a beard cam, which was always on his beard, and he'd like comb it for, you know, if you there was some kind of like there's some kind of a chat reward that was like, you know, Heem combs his beard, Heem grooms his beard for you. I thought yeah. Oh, you're talking about Noah Samson. Sorry. Okay. Yeah. Obviously, he looks fine with the beard. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Amanda. That means a lot. Oh, that means a lot that you enjoy the Discord. Yeah, it's a cool community, right? Like I said, like there's some real. I consider myself fortunate to know all the people I do. You know, all the people that have like kind of come around and gotten interested in the content that I do. I feel like I feel like there's something really magical about my community, right? And I appreciate you all. Discord is full of nice chat cats being cute and cool. That's true. That's true. And I'm gonna try to like. Do I need to like set up like a time during the week, like a definite night that like maybe that I'm not streaming, that I hang out in Discord chat? Because like obviously, you know, I can't like hang out there like all the time, but I want to spend some time and just have people know if they want to come in and talk to me. I'm a real person. I'm a very real person, right? Very real, very flawed, very silly. And you know, I would love to get to know you know, more of the community through hanging out in voice chat, right? Or just, you know, there's a lot of channels there's a channel specifically if you want to post cute pictures of fluffy animals. There's a channel for that. If you got art that you do and you want to share it, you want other people to take a look at it, there's a channel for that, right? If you got music to share, if you got videos to share, if you got content to recommend to me. Hey, what's up, Sarah? Good to see you. Meow. Yeah, Natalie's confirming that the VC is a lot of fun. And it's fun, you know, it's fun primarily because of how cool my community is. So thank you, community, for being so cool. And thank you for being so supportive, right? I've been through a lot of stuff, like, over the past, you know, few years, like the past year or so, right, has been really tough for me. It's hard to even explain. And like, there's a lot of the harassment that I couldn't even talk to you about, right? Because the people doing it, they're looking to hear about how it affects me. That's what keeps them going. So I had to kind of shut up to deny them that that pleasure. But yeah, no, it wasn't easy. It was not easy at all.
Heem? I think Heem's beard looks nice.
No, I don't care about Heem.
Noah.
What's his name? The guy that you hate, that you got upset that he made
Oh
the video
my God,
about you.
I love this. I love
Samson.
this. I love this.
I don't think Noah Samson has the same perspective I do, right? But that's just like, I understand how trying to make a nuanced argument and maybe not
You're in the
being a
Discord
good debater
too?
can
Nice.
make you seem a lot crazier than you are. But that's just like my personal sympathies, you know?
If your sympathies are towards the person who gets accused of having the worst position, I feel like you'd be biased in favor of me. The majority of people who are familiar with the me and Professor Flowers thing will probably side with Professor Flowers. My community is big, but it's not as big as the entirety of the people who hate me. That's a much larger community than I can field.
Look, okay. I guess I understand why he has that perspective. Because there are a lot of people whose stomachs were turned by what Vaush did to Professor Flowers. Right? But, like, the damage that he did to her reputation and the harassment that he instigated against her, I feel like he might be underestimating. If he thinks that what he got as comeuppance for the Professor Flowers thing, you know, even compares. The sad thing is, Vaush, what you're selling in terms of you know, white fragility and hate against Professor Flowers, right? Sadly, without knowledge of, you know, real knowledge of intersectional leftism, which does take some understanding, which does have a bit of nuance to it, which is not something that like that's as intuitive, right? As your kind of like, you know, analysis of the situation absent any sort of power dynamic, right? I feel like what you're doing is you're marketing towards ignorance, right? And unfortunately, especially about, you know, racism, there's a lot of ignorance out there. There's a lot of people that not only haven't unpacked their shit, they don't want to unpack their shit, right? So, you know, you've got the wind at your back in attacking Professor Flowers, right? Not the other way around. Persecution complex, yet another right-wing tendency of Vaush. What's up, Space Magic? Good to see you. I mean, Vaush is very hostile to black people. The harassment he dumped on her, yeah. Wait, error 404, lie not found. Vaush, me. Yeah, absolutely, Katie, you definitely crushed this.
So you want me to be biased towards you? Is that what you're...
Well, if your bias is towards people who you feel get maligned with ridiculous positions, then I feel like if anything, that would be to my benefit.
No. I feel like I have watched enough of her context and explanation of what happened there to understand that there might have been a miscommunication, added with the fact that it is extremely advantageous for you to not say, hey, maybe I was a bit too unreasonable with this. And by unreasonable, I just by unreasonable, I just mean that you have spent it's been like over a year. Like every time she's brought up, you maintain this point that she is basically a genocidal like maniac, and that's what I think. That's shitty because I don't think that's what she is. But if you believe that's truly who she is authentically and you have no charitability towards her, then I can't fault you for that. I just disagree with that analysis of who she is, you know?
I don't think it's really an analysis. I just think it's a straightforward read of her positions. I don't really think it has to do with charitability, but, you know, if you want to compile those points, you're free to. I have seemingly a limitless capacity for revisiting this one conversation. She's always free, of course, to have a second one with me, though obviously she never would.
She got a lot of hate.
No, yeah. This is.
Okay, I'm not going into this. I just want to make a final point. Because I'm already here, so why the fuck not? Yeah, you need to do your research and come up with a coherent position on Israel. Because you got banned off of Twitch for saying some shit, and then you talked to Eris with the whole bad empanada nonsense. And you are flip-flopping, dude. And I need to debate Israel with you, and it's hard when you don't have a position. So do that.
Are you going to accuse me of being pro-Israel?
You're probably more pro-Israel than I am. Like,
then what on earth could you... Whatever position I arrived at, I
mean, didn't he basically agree with Eris on Israel? Like, right? Didn't he basically agree, like, defend the things that, like, you know, like, and as many problems as I have with bad empanada, right? And this is somebody that blocked me on Twitter, right? This is somebody that, like, you know, like, I don't know, people, like, you know, accuse me of being some kind of, like, you know, bad empanada, like, fangirl. I think that Bad Empanada has brought up some good points on some bad people, but I also think there's a lot of stuff that Bad Empanada just does not get. I think there's a lot of situations where Bad Empanada needed to stay in his lane that he didn't. I think that, as much as I say that Vaush, doesn't listen when he needs to listen, right? And just goes off with these uninformed viewpoints, Bad Empanada's done the same thing, right? But, in terms of what he was, what he clipped Eris saying, that shit's indefensible. And Vaush sat there and defended it, so.
I have no idea what kind of insane TOS flagging disagreements you would want to have with me.
You almost went, oh, you're in a crowded, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. You almost audibly reacted in the middle of a crowded train in Japan. Wow.
I'm probably in favor of a two-state solution, not because I think it's morally preferable to a one-state solution, but rather because I don't think a one-state solution is a realistic policy goal.
I agree with you.
Yeah. So if we agree, a two-state solution is considered I think a moderate liberal solution long-term. What positions do you have that are getting you accused of being an anti-Semite?
I don't believe Jewish people have an inherent right to Israel or shit like that.
Well, I mean, I agree with that. I don't think anyone has an inherent right to any land based on their race or ethnicity.
That's what I say, yeah. I also claim that it whiffs of white supremacists the way that the Israeli ethno-state is. It's basic. The arguments that you made about the Professor Flowers makes about black people, that's how I feel about Jewish people in Israel.
Oh,
but
no.
people conflate. What happens is, and I've learned this late, unfortunately, in America, talking about Jewish people is punching down, but I was born and raised in Israel, so we, Jewish people are the dominant, hegemony. So for me, talking about Jewish people in the context of Israel is punching up, but I'm in an American space, and when I talk about Jewish people, Americans get, very shaky in their boots because they're ignorant. So they think I'm being anti-Semitic when I'm just criticizing racist Jewish people in Israel.
I do think it would be anti-Semitic to say that you should deport all Jews from the Middle East or from Israel.
I would never argue for that. I think that's silly.
Okay, so while there are some anti-Semites that try to do entryism in pro-Palestinian movements, right? While I that does happen, yeah, there's a lot of bad faith in the United States regarding Israel-Palestine in terms of weaponizing, and here's what's fucked up, right? The anti-Semites often try to conflate Israel with the Jewish people, right? And the far right in Israel tries to do that too for different reasons, right? But they're agreed on that one talking point, and it's actually really creepy. And in recent years, we have seen bonds forged between the far right in Israel and just groups that are traditionally just known anti-Semites, right? And that's it's weird to see them working towards the same goal, and a lot of that goal is the conflation of those two ideas, right? And also the making the rest of the world so hostile that Jewish people don't feel okay living there and feel the need to immigrate to Israel. So yeah, I mean there's some complexity to this issue too, but yeah, you're right about Vaush being completely inconsistent and not really having a coherent viewpoint on Israel. And yeah, I was gonna bring up his Twitch ban, right? Because it does seem to some of the things he said in the past seem to fly in the face of his current and granted that was a take meister, that was him trying to create controversy, but
Professor Flowers probably believes, doubt she's a scientist.
I don't believe she believes in that. But just to very quickly, so the part of the disagreement is that I get that you're friends with Eris. Eris is a really cool person. I thought the takes you chose to have in that whole situation, I get you don't like Bad Empanada, but Eris have said things that clearly support like the concept of an ethno-state and the concept of Jewish people having an inherent right to the land of Palestine, and like their continuing of like dominating that space. And whether she is for a two-state solution or not, which I believe that she is, which is the correct solution, fact of the matter is she does support the ethno-state of Israel to remain. And I guess that we both like pragmatically say, yeah, whatever, let the Jews have that. But the fact that she doesn't morally condemn that concept is reprehensible to me. And I feel like as a progressive, it should be reprehensible to you. Maybe it wasn't important for you to make that point, but I just found that.
Like, I don't want to get into this because like I've had some really bad faith interactions with Eris, like, you know, for bad faith from her, right? Really, really bad faith interactions to the point that I do not want to have anything to do with Eris going forward, right? I do wish she'd apologize to me because she lied about me for a really long time and I caught her in that lie. And she just used her bigger platform to just like, no, like, you know, right? She had a mod that claimed to have heard me say something that I didn't say, right? And you know, in a VOD that, for all accounts was gone, you know, there was no trace of it, right? But we did manage to find 5 minutes of it hiding out on some of Twitch's server and on some of Twitch's, like, so when a VOD is deleted, now I don't know if this works this way anymore, but it used to be that like data on Twitch was saved in like, what was it? Like a certain number of second increments, right? In small little chunks, right? And so, you know, you could have something that was deleted, you know, from your channel, but that still, you know, the whole of it or parts of it could still exist on the Twitch servers, right? We were able to recover a little bit of that. And in that little bit, we found this mod who claimed to have heard me say something, come into chat at the last minute, state that she just got here and didn't know what was going on, and ask for people to explain it to her, right? That was Eris's star witness. That was Eris's mod that was confirming, you know, her unsupported, you know, lies about me. And, you know, we exposed her for lying. And, you know, not to revisit a point that's already been made, but I never got an apology for that, right? So yeah, like I don't have any interest in having anything to do with Eris, right?
To be unfortunate considering how I thought you felt about Israel.
I mean,
I just didn't get that.
I'm sure she has positions on Israel that I would disagree with, though I would have to see specific ones to really like say anything. However, positions, every position that I've ever heard about Eris, even ones I've disagreed with, haven't been any more radical than what's considered a moderate Zionist position here in the States, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
Kind of lightly pro-ethno-state attitude towards Israel is basically the default position in America, unless you're some kind of radical.
Absolutely.
Which means that, like, even if I had those disagreements with her, it probably wouldn't be something that I'd feel like a need to call her out on. I mean, there are lots of things I don't call people out on when I'm directly talking to them. I don't even remember what I talked about with her the last time I did. I do find her to be quite an agreeable, you know, lady. She's
wonderful. She's so lovely.
She kisses your ass really well. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Right? She's there, you know, right? I mean, she was part of that Vaush clout network, right? And it didn't even matter that she, you know, not far be it from being like a leftist, she was she's, you know, got far right views. Really strangely far right views, right? Like views that, like, you know, we're talking about like
and she's so charitable and she has great analysis of social issues. I have a lot of positive feelings. I was just genuinely disappointed that it was never really brought.
But yeah, there was part of, like, you know, like the last time I covered Eris, it was in a conversation with Stardust, right? And there was something that Eris said that I never quite figured out that made me wonder if there was some kind of, you know, unfortunate situation that she was in, with being compromised by another content creator who is incredibly toxic. Some of you might remember this person's JQ take, you know, going on Wick's panel to say maybe Kanye had a point about Jewish people, and I never understood, you know, the, you know, sort of the relationship between like Eris and Doobie, but something in that Stardust conversation like made me think that there was something really bad, you know, going on with Doobie. So that, I mean, that's another reason that I don't want to have anything like, right, you know, if somebody's acting because of like, you know, stuff that somebody like that has on them, like there's nothing I can tell them to change their positions, right? And it's hard to tell what they really believe in. Oh my god, I don't even want to revisit this. This is the worst part of like the, you know, of the harassment that I've been through. Yeah, involved, you know, Eris, strangely enough, right?
Especially when you were basically, when Bad Empanada was making his points, you were even telling her, do you think he's just being anti-Semitic?
I do think he's anti-Semitic, yeah.
No, I kind of, I am almost completely inclined to believe that. But fact of the matter is he was making solid arguments regarding her positions as he was criticizing them. And maybe you say an anti-Semite doesn't get to make like legitimate positions, critiques about another.
There were some there were some things that like Bad Empanada said that like made me uncomfortable, right? More like the way that he phrased things that almost remind me of Vaush, like Vaush's interactions with J.K. Rowling, where it was like, wait, are you trying to give her like ammunition against her? Like, I didn't get, you know, that from Bad Empanada. But you know, I don't know. I have very complicated feelings, chat. I have very complicated feelings. I'm you know, have, you know, Bad Empanada. I've had some really bad interactions with Bad Empanada as well, right? I don't remember exactly, so I don't want to repeat it, right? But there was yeah, I don't want to even like, right, it's been so long and I don't remember, but yeah, there, like, granted, there was some things that Bad Empanada said, I think in its initial like video on Eris, that like, you know, just made me uncomfortable. We're veering towards what I thought was a danger of being, you know, misinterpreted, but I could see how people, you know, like stuff that, like, you know, when you deal with these issues, you don't want to be in a situation where you're saying something that, you know, could be interpreted as a dog whistle, right? And there, yeah, like, I don't know, like, this is yucky. Like I said, if I could never deal with like Eris again, all right, I would be happy. That's it. She's just not somebody that I want to have anything to do with, right? Eris or the rest of that group, right? The rest of that Twitch politics Discord crowd, I don't want to have anything to do with them. Like, that is some
Jewish person's like content, but I just found it personally irking.
Wait, you got some good vibes? You got some good vibes for us, Sarah K? We might need those. We might need those.
Say, yeah, because you were watching and you were hearing the statements that she was saying, and the entire time you didn't even like, sorry, I'm a bit brain foggy
I don't
right
remember.
now.
Did I go over a drama video about Eris? If so, I have no recollection of this at all.
You were just like
just
having her on to
video,
talk about the drama with Bad Empanada, but you didn't watch the Bad Empanada video or her video, I don't believe. And if you have, you did not.
Look, he didn't care. That's the problem, right? It literally didn't matter what Eris's position was. None of that stuff mattered. What mattered was that Eris said the right thing, which was Vaush good. All right? That's why Vaush likes Eris. And, you know, I feel like people need to recognize, like, if you're Eris, like, I wouldn't feel super comfortable about the transactional, like, nature of that, of the fact that, like, Vaush's support with you is resting on your approval of him, right? Because I feel like on some level, like, there may be some disapproval that Eris might of Vaush that Eris might be biting her tongue on, right? I would be very surprised if there wasn't.
You did not like rebut her position.
Oh my god, this is wild. This is
for
wild.
a Jewish ethno state. Yeah.
I really didn't expect this to come up. Okay, like I said, I don't want to have anything to do with these people. Like, right, Doobie, Eris, the rest of them. I don't want to have anything to do with them.
Videos in my off time. Sorry.
Yeah, that's fine.
As for her positions, I don't know. Even if I found stuff that I disagreed with, like, entirely, I don't really know what relevance that has to the specific conversation we were having, you know? Like, agreeing with something Bad Empanada has said because he incidentally stumbled into a position that may or may not have been correct would be like listening to, like...
Good night, City of Doors. Thank you for being with us. Meow.
Like Nick Fuentes say that dependency on OnlyFans girls is like bad for guys' mental health, and then for me to do like a whole thing agreeing with him or gotta hand it to him or whatever, which of course I don't. I've never really felt it that compelling to
look.
I guess,
you know, it's not about gotta hand it to them. It's look, let's not make, and this is the other thing. Everything with Vaush is about who likes him and who hates him, right? And like the problem is the person who liked him had some really fucked up viewpoint, had some really fucked up, you know, made some really fucked up statements about Palestinians. And you know, it doesn't matter, like, that Bad Empanada, like, if you don't want to give Bad Empanada any credit, don't give Bad Empanada any credit, right? Like, I kind of don't want to deal with him either, if I'm being real, right? Like, it's not worth it. It's like, it's really not worth it, right? But you have a responsibility as a large content creator when you signal, you know, like you're, you know, like my problem is you giving Eris a pass on these things, not with you not agreeing with Bad Empanada on these things, right? Like these are reasons for maybe you not to have, you know, kind of signaled approval of Eris the way that you did. These are really problematic things that she said. And there's just no getting around them, even with Bad Empanada bad, okay? You still don't get around it. I want to deal with him apologizing. Okay, that's fair. That's valid.
Virtue signal as like a guy who's really critical of Israel, because I feel like I got my chops out of the way on that one early. Like, I disagree with a lot of people on a lot of things. I feel like nobody's going to follow me knowing anything about me and think like, you know, this guy's strategic ambiguity on Israel is really appealing to me. Somebody who loves Israel. I'm going to choose to not Google Vaush Israel. Yeah, so I've never felt like I had to put in that much work on making my positions on that one like super militant.
Well, my personal opinion is that I feel like you are too fucking ambiguous for me. And so maybe that's just like my own personal pet peeve. I guess it is, because I'm pretty, like, I'm probably more anti-Zionist than you are. But like, yeah, that just like confused me, because I was like, I feel like he should have a different position from this. But he's just sitting here with Eris talking about how Bad Empanada is an anti-Semite when he was living genuine critiques about arguments she was making about a Jewish ethno state. And I was just like, Vaush, come the fuck on. Are you serious?
I don't think I've watched this video though, so I mean I haven't like deliberately avoided making a point. Well, okay, but I haven't watched lots of videos critiquing people.
No, okay, this is unfair.
Well, look, Vaush, if you don't want to watch the videos of Bad Empanada, like I understand that. If you don't want to deal with Bad Empanada, I kind of understand that too. But like, fucking watch the clips, okay? Watch the clips. All right, look at, like, watch Eris's video that came from. Actually, you can. I think it's deleted, right? I think it's deleted, right? Maybe I could be wrong, right? But I think that's probably why he made the clips, because, like, you know, like anyway, it all started with Eris talking about Canada Day, right? And talking about, you know, that basically, you know, everybody's talking all this shit about Canada and how it treats Indigenous people, but what about the experiences of me, an immigrant to Canada? I feel like it's treated me really well, and it's like, that is not, like, I mean, great. I'm glad, but like you know, please don't erase, you know, the harm that Canada's done to Indigenous people, but because of, you know, you being you know, glad to be there, right? That's, you know, that's how this all started.
You had Eris on to like do a little like allyship thing, and it's fine if you don't want to watch the video. I'm sorry I said little and it sounded condescending, but like my point is you had her on sympathetic to her plight with Bad Empanada. You didn't watch the video, but fact of the matter is Eris has pro-Israel, pro-Zionism positions.
Well,
and maybe
I know that.
wait, please, I'll be done. I'm so sorry. And maybe you didn't feel the need to call that out. But for me, as a person that like, I don't feel like Israel is discussed enough in this space, and knowing that I felt like you and I were on the same page with that, I really wanted to hear that call out, you know? And it didn't happen. And that was just like a personal disappointment. And I was like, okay, so is he like okay with Israel now? Like, what's happening? Because Eris is his friend, so we're cool with this now? I don't understand.
Well, I haven't called you out on your
It felt very transactional, yeah.
anti-Semitism, but we're having a friendly conversation.
You think I'm an anti-Semite?
No, I'm just trying to make a point. I can't call everyone out for everything I disagree with them on every time I talk to them. For one, if I did that, I wouldn't...
He's being so evasive here. He's being so evasive.
Talking about her being critiqued for her positions about Israel.
No. I was talking about her dealing with a lunatic, okay? I did not rush to her defense to start providing pro-Zionist arguments. I don't even remember the context of the conversation.
Here's the thing. Like I said, like I've had like less than stellar interactions with Bad Empanada, okay? I mean, I've seen him make some really good points that nobody else was making that needed to be made. I've seen him call people out that everybody else was afraid to call out, right? But like, you know, I'm not a Bad Empanada. Okay. Like I said, I've been blocked by Bad Empanada for just defending my friend when you know, Bad Empanada had a really bad take and wanted to, you know, when my friend disagreed with him, he, you know, calls her a moron, and it just like it's horrible, right? So yeah, I get how Bad Empanada can be, but Jesus Christ, you know, you gotta get beyond this. Like here's the thing, right? With Vaush, there's every chance that when Vaush says Bad Empanada is a lunatic, Bad Empanada is beyond the pale, that what Vaush is really saying is Bad Empanada called me out and I don't like it. Given his track record, given how transactional he is, right? I can't trust him that he's saying, like, you know, that his problems with Bad Empanada are like real, or, you know, there's every chance that it's like Bad Empanada said something bad about a friend of mine, right? Bad Empanada you know, called out my friend when my friend was having a monster take, right? I can't tell. I don't know. I don't know what is the history of Vaush with Bad Empanada. Why does Vaush feel that way about Bad Empanada? Because, you know, like some people would say similar things about you, Vaush.
But yeah, like
how are you doing, Chad? Are we dropping frames
under any circumstances? I mean, I talked with Keffels recently. Keffels has been subject to a lot of drama.
Subject to a lot of drama?
I agree with, but...
No, Keffels has been the perpetrator of a lot of drama, right? Including with Bad Empanada. Like, the shit that she pulled with Bad Empanada was the closest I've come in a long time to feeling sorry for Bad Empanada, right? And like I said, this is after getting blocked, right? This is after having this is after raiding into Bad Empanada and having him berate me, okay? Like, I don't know what to do with that, right? But yeah, Keffels managed to make me feel, you know, like Bad Empanada was the victim in that situation. And it's kind of wild. It's okay now. Oh God, it doesn't look good. We're still dropping some frames. Hopefully we're okay. We'll try to get through. I just want to get through this part.
I think that it's important to kind of be holistically against sort of like weird harassment behavior, like what BE stands for, whether or not you fully agree with everything a person believes or says.
Vaush, some people would say that about you and your community. Weird harassment behavior is what I've heard a lot of people say about you.
Especially if you're open and public about the kinds of things that you disagree on anyway, you know?
How can you say that and then say that Professor Flowers didn't experience harassment after you guys' interaction?
She experienced like I think like the normal amount that you would get.
The normal amount. Fuck you. Fuck you. You have like wanna be. Oh my God! Welcome, Polly. Polly, I've heard that you just got you must have gotten finished with this content way before. I am taking so long. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Polly. Thank you for raiding in. We are hopefully we're gonna stay. Yeah, stay with me, okay? Yeah, we were having some frame rate issues earlier. I think we're better now. I hope we're better now. If we need to, hey, look, let's wait. Have you all heard the Weasel song? I think most of you are familiar with Zera mods for Polly, Zera mods for me. Zera creates a lot of really cool things, and among those really cool things is the Weasel song. Now, some of you in chat have already heard this. Please bear with me, right? But like, this is the only way that I know to get rid of frame rate issues is with the Weasel. Are you ready? Here we go. I'll even dance to it. Okay, looks like the frame rate's better already. What the fuck is this? Zera, how are you magic? How are you magic? Everybody go follow Polly, people! Everybody go follow Polly. You left some for tomorrow. Interesting. All right, we're gonna dance.
Weasel. 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 What a weasel. 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 Weasel.
Toggle cat ears.
What a weasel. Weasel.
We've had a really interesting night tonight, everybody. Polly, you might be going to sleep right now, but if you're still awake, let me know what what else you talked about in your stream and how you're doing.
Weasel. 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 What a weasel. Weasel.
Welcome, Raiders. Yo, I'm so glad to have you here. So yeah, we covered the Sophie from Mars thing, right? We covered, you know, if you don't know, Sophie from Mars is a YouTuber. There was a British counselor, a member of the British government, right? That claimed to have had an encounter with a trans person who said that they were going to dry their hands on their penis, right? And it just so happened that Sophie had run into somebody in that bar that night and had a very similar experience. The only difference being she said, I'm going to dry my hands on my jeans, right? Because I don't know if you know this, but penises aren't very absorbent. They're not very good for drying your hands off. I don't see how that would possibly work, right? It makes a lot more sense to think that a person's going to dry their hands off on their jeans. That's what Sophie said. So yeah, we covered that tonight, and we're right in the middle of, I guess, what Polly covered as well. Yeah, give a follow to Polly if you're not following Polly already. Give a follow to Dat Katie also. Yeah, Sophie is really cool. But yeah, we did that. We did some cooking with HelloFresh, right? I already finished all my food. It was so good. Like, right? I made 2 portions and I ate them both because like I just couldn't. It was so good. I had to eat both. And yeah, that's our sponsor. So if you want a deal, 60% off through my affiliate link, it's exclamation point HelloFresh. Oh, you finished the Alex Murdaugh trial?
Fuck. So Logan Paul's giving my cat an abortion. I gotta go.
Anyway, yeah, Cuffles, I can't explain Cuffles, but yeah, there's the affiliate code. There is the coupon code. You can get 60% off and free shipping, and you can give HelloFresh a try. And you know, I recommend the Turkish spiced garbanzo bowl. Wait, Turkish spice chickpea bowl. That's what it's called, right? That was what I had tonight, and it was so good. Anyway, let's see. Let's get back to this. We're still finishing up this amazing conversation between Dat Katie, who's in chat with us right now, and who you should definitely go follow on YouTube and on Twitch, right? And Vaush himself. We've gotten into a discussion about Bad Empanada and Eris, right? This is a far-ranging discussion. We started out talking about the Say Her Name discourse, which of course I think Vaush has done immeasurable harm to, right? The whole reason this is discourse in at all is because of people like Vaush. It's because of reactions, fragile reactions like the one that Vaush had, right? This should have never become this big point of contention, this big point of debate, because honestly, like what we should be concentrating on is the tragedy of what happened to Brianna, right? But we're not. Instead, this is discourse, just like the Hogwarts Legacy thing. Vaush, chose to attack trans people on that issue, and he's choosing to attack black people on this issue. So yeah, we're finishing up here. We've talked about Professor Flowers, and if you don't know, okay. Well, you do know. You were watching this, right? Polly was watching some of this, so you sort of do know. Dat Katie is absolutely destroying Vaush and doing it with a smile, right? There's no malice. This isn't about spite, right? This isn't about hating. This is about honestly wanting a creator that I think, Dat Katie, you've watched a lot of Vaush's content and you kind of want him to be better. And like, look, I would like that too. As much as I think that he's harmful for the discourse, as much damage that I think that he's done, as many people as I think that he's hurt, I would be happy if he like learned something from his conversation with you. I don't know if that'll happen, but I do think at the very least, right, Vaush's chat has to have learned something. Has to have learned something from this debate, right? Oh my god, that is the wrong button. Let's try. We're just going to go right back into the weasel.
But I don't think she experienced much at all.
But yeah, welcome, Raiders.
See it.
Wait, you can't say some and then experience much at all. Come on.
Polly was also impressed. Nice.
A very small amount. My community's pretty responsible. She could have like made me look really bad by demonstrating it, but she never did. Like she could have. My mods contacted her to try to get screenshots. Like effort was she blocked my mods, of course.
Okay, so we're back to talking about. She blocked my mods, of course. Oh my god. Okay, so what he just said is like, the mods were like, hey, give us screenshots, right? And what Vaush is missing, and I can't imagine that he doesn't know this, right? And you know this in Polly's community. When a harassment troll comes in, they are not coming in on their main, okay? That's not an account that you're gonna find, like, if you get harassment from Keffels, right? Right, if you get in a fight with Keffels, you get in a fight with Vaush, right? The people coming in to harass you, they're gonna be named stuff like, Polly is like a horrible person, or you know what I mean? Like these aren't main accounts. These are like burner accounts, right? That they use to do the harassment. So there's no point in Professor Flowers like sending Vaush screenshots of the harassment that has come from anonymous trolls on burner accounts, right? And I think he knows that. This is the same thing that Destiny says. This is the same thing that Vaush says. I think this is the same thing that Keffels has said. It's the same story every single time, right? Send us the proof that there was harassment. If there was really harassment, we'll ban them right from chat. Bullshit. Come on, you know better than this. You know that these people are not using their main accounts.
Any effort to kind of substantiate it in any way, because you can claim like any kind of harassment, right? Like at any point in time. It's not like I've said, I get death threats all the time. First of all, a lot of the death threats that I get are visible on Twitter, so you can see them. But also a lot of the stuff I get over email, DMs, and people don't ask me to subscribe.
Yeah, but I mean, those are the kind of things that if that is a real account, right, that thing's not going to last, right? That is a clear violation of TOS.
That.
They're kind of a different situation.
Because, it's kind of obvious. Like, I'm Vaush. Of course I get death threats. But when it comes to someone like Professor Flowers, who isn't, the #1 most reviled figure in the online left from the left.
And I hate to, just so I'm covered here, right? I gotta say this, just don't harass anybody. Don't threaten anybody. Don't do anything bad. Okay. Never think that doing that on my account because, these people have done bad things to me or people that I care about is helpful. That is never helpful. So, and I know none of you would ever do that, but I got to say it anyway, just in, cause we never know who's, hanging out in chat. Right. Oh my God, photo file. You just got an anonymous gift sub. There you go. There you go.
I would like
Thank you, Anonymous.
Some kind of evidence, especially if you're going to clout goblin off of this alleged harassment, which she certainly did. But
she clout goblined. Gosh, you would ruin Professor Flowers' life, for a very long time. I mean, I don't even know. I mean, hopefully she's doing better, but what she experienced is something that nobody should ever have to experience.
I didn't see any. So, what am I to do with that?
let me tell you what I think, and I've heard similar things that Destiny has said. I think what happens is, and maybe large creators kind of forget this. I have 300 followers on Twitch. Okay, so let's say 1,000 people from your chat end up finding me on Discord or on YouTube or on Twitch, and they just like, and I get
welcome home, Amanda.
All of that extra attention. I'm not saying that is harassment. I feel like when people feel harassed, it's less about like getting death threats. But I remember like the first convo I had with Destiny where we had a disagreement. I just had a lot of people from DGG just tell me they
like
are
a lot of the harassment is like character assassination, right?
And because I knew there was hostility,
spreading lies about you.
I was like, oh, this is why people talk about being harassed.
Sowing hate, with people that are associated with you, right?
You're getting a lot of attention.
Trying to isolate you. That's what the harassment is.
So even though no one is actually harassing you, it feels completely overwhelming. So I do think I think it's irresponsible to say this person targeted harassment towards me, but it's also, I think there's a lack of empathy to how terrifying it can be to get so.
Look, Jessie Gender blocked Vaush for a reason, okay? And it wasn't because she didn't want to talk to Vaush anymore. It wasn't because she was afraid of, that she couldn't push back against Vaush's ridiculous, points to what she was saying, right? It was because when Vaush says that you're a bad person, then a whole bunch of people go after you, right? And the quickest way to end that is to make sure that Vaush can't with that kind of interaction on Twitter, just like what happened to me with SDL, right? SDL comes on my this is a very minor version of it, right? But SDL replies to one of my threads, and then all of SDL's fans just descend like locusts. And just I don't know, what am I supposed to right? How am I supposed to deal with that, right? That's the kind of thing. But this was just on Twitter, right? Luckily, this didn't result in any kind of anonymous harassment with SDL. But with other creators, especially my situation with Dylan, it has, right? It has resulted in very very not okay people pursuing what they feel to be justice against me through constant harassment via burner accounts, right? Constant spreading of lies about me, constant attempts to stir drama, trying to get streamers to attack each other, right? This is what we're talking about, right? This is how bad it can get. And I'm pretty sure that Professor Flowers experienced a lot of that kind of harassment. This doesn't result from every single inter-creator conflict, but it does result from a lot of people's conflicts with you. And you need to understand that, Vaush. Think of it like Minecraft, okay? If you've got a bunch of wolves, right? You've given the wolves bones. These wolves are now your pet. When you hit something in Minecraft, those wolves are going to attack that thing until it is no longer, until it is unalived, right?
So much of that hostile attention when you're a random
So
if you're not
burner accounts whispering to everyone who comes in chat.
used to getting death threats.
I am sympathetic.
For example,
the issue was she took it to a point where I feel like I can't take it seriously anymore without some kind of substantiation. She made a point about how she was borderline suicidal from the harassment. She made a bunch of points to this effect. Now, there's a limit to this. If she said, after the Vaush discussion, I've received a lot of negativity, I'm not going to disagree with that. Okay, all right, I can believe that. But if you're going to go so as far to spend months talking about how my community has been racist, she said she'd been called the N-word more in the past month than she had in her entire life beforehand or something like that.
I love how Vaush, after just you said an example in your community, right? And look, I would love to say that the N-word doesn't play into this, right? But you said the N-word. You tactically said the N-word in order to what? Own some Nazis? To show them that you're not scared of a word that you can say the no word too, right? Right? you set an example for your community and they follow, right? I was about to cut him off, and be like, well, obviously he's not doing anything like that. No, he actually did. He said the word and then he defended it. This is the tactical inward. This is Vaush's tactical inward stuff. So, there's every chance that, they are following the example that you've set. But even if you don't go that far, even if what you say is basically implying that like she is some kind of, some kind of a black, ethno-nationalist, equivalent to the black equivalent to, somebody on the far right, you're still sort of setting this you're still sort of setting your community up to harass them. Like, whenever anything like this happens, right? Especially when I'm dealing with a smaller content creator. And I have dealt with really toxic small content creators, right? I have dealt with people who lied about me in the most grotesque way possible, right? I am even more careful in those situations. Like, generally, I will not show their name on screen because I know even doing that, right? And telling people, what they did, like, I don't control my community entirely. If somebody thinks that like this person's being a scumbag to me, feels really awful for what happened to me, and they want to enact justice against this person, right? I don't have control of how far they might take it. That's why when I'm dealing with a similar situation to the one you did with Professor Flowers, right, with a much smaller content creator lighting me the fuck up, in my mind, like maligning me, lying about me, right? This is what you accuse Professor Flowers of doing. I take every precaution against targeting, harassment in their direction. I don't see you doing that, right? I have a much smaller community than you do. My community, I think, is less disposed to that kind of toxicity and harassment than yours is. And I still take more care to prevent that sort of thing from happening than I ever see you doing.
She was talking about how miserable it made her. Past a point,
Sorry,
I need to
I got
there's
stun
a level
locked.
of discretion I'm willing to offer. And keep in mind, we're talking about a person who I know is dishonest. Like we're talking about
for that matter. Whenever these people say woke scold, my brain interprets it as the N-word.
person that I'm inclined to already think is a piece of shit. So, adding to the grand list of crimes here, being genocidal, lying for internet clout is definitely not that far off. And unfortunately, despite extensive effort from my mod team, no evidence was found of any
God.
I'm sure she got some mean emails.
It's not mean fucking emails. Look, I got those too, okay?
But
yeah,
that is not past a point.
God, if only it was just mean emails. God, I mean, Polly knows what I went through. Polly and my mods and certain people have some idea what I went through. I couldn't even talk about what I was going through, right? When it was happening, I could not talk about it. I could not talk definitely about the way that it affected me because I knew that everything that I said about that was fuel for the trolls. They love to hear that kind of stuff, right? So I'm having to kind of suffer in silence, right? Obviously, my mod team knows and people that are close to me know, but there's a lot that I cannot say to my community, right? So I just have to put on the bravest face I possibly can and go forward. That's not easy, Vaush. That takes a toll on you.
Degree of substantiation is necessary,
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I genuinely think that when smaller creators talk about harassment,
wait, I feel like there's alerts that I need to read off here. Wait, did you want me to put miraculously? Thank you for the follow. Wait. H2OGDS303. Thank you for the follow. Also correct me. Feel free to correct me if I've pronounced anybody's name incorrect. I heard Dat Katie was in chat. Yes, the Vaush Destroyer is it. I don't know. Dat Katie's still here. Dat Katie is still here. We also watched a bit of yours before you logged off. Yeah, that's yeah, this is an amazing conversation. Like I said, it seems like it should be a watershed moment, and I'm gonna do everything I can to put a little highlighter on that to bring attention to this, because I think that Katie did something special with this, and I am so I don't know what to say. I'm so flattered that you felt inspired by stuff that I had said on stream to go and do this. And like I said, if you had come to me and asked me, should I do this? Or like, you know, just said, I'm going to do this. I'm going to go talk to Vaush. I was inspired by you. Now, no comment chick. I'm going to go have a conversation with Vaush. I would have said, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Right. Like I would have told you about, you know, what I'd heard, you know, that Lua went through after Lua's conversation with Vaush, and just said it's not worth it. You're not going to get through. He's not going to listen. His chat is just like an iron curtain, and there's just no getting through to these people, right? But I feel like, in fact, I would be incredibly surprised if you hadn't made some serious inroads with his community in this conversation, right? I feel like if he had any, just even concern for his own optics, right? He should be thinking about walking back some of the toxicity that he brought to Professor Flowers, some of the unironic cancel culture that he enacted on her. And this is after 2 or 3 years of bitching about how he's canceled, right? About cancel culture and gatekeeping, all this purity, you know, culture and woke scolds and all this shit. That's stolen valor, right? Vaush doesn't know what cancel culture is. Right? Vaush unironically enacted cancel culture on Lua after that debate, and Lua's not far from the only one. He just went mask off. Wait, have I gotten to that point yet? There was some pretty, you know, major moments here. And yeah, and oh my God.
Think it's very long.
And this is a far-reaching thing too. It wasn't just about the say her name, you know, situation, right? You know, we were talking about Professor Flowers here. We even talked about Vaush's, you know, endorsement of some of the weird stuff that Eris said about Palestinians, right? So yeah, like this is not just a delicious what is it, like a succulent HelloFresh meal. This is an entire buffet, right? This is an entire buffet that Dat Katie has, Dat Legend, yeah, has you know, laid in front of us here tonight.
Good, obviously, for big creators, because if they are being accused of like sending their audience, but also I think you can absolutely recognize that like you don't need to send your audience. Like if people vehemently disagreed with me during this conversation, someone is going to feel like they want to tell me that or like come up in my chat, and that doesn't mean it's harassment, and that doesn't mean it's your fault, but I do have a lot of empathy to how.
Yeah, look, I got that stuff too. I got Dylan stands up in my chat. You know, like I experienced that too, but that wasn't the worst of it. That I can take, right? You know, like if they're reasonable, I'll listen to them, I'll hear them out. And if they're, you know, unreasonable and they're making chat miserable for everybody, then they're going to get banned. That I can deal with, right? The thing that like these people don't understand is that a certain portion of your audience is not going to be satisfied just going into another creator's chat and announcing their displeasure, right? Some people are not going to leave you alone. Right. And we had, you know, we had like a conversation logged by Danabo trying to talk to one of these people who was doing this to me. They thought on Dylan's behalf. Right. And you know, Danabo tries to ask them, like, why are you so obsessed with her? Like, why won't you leave her alone? Now, if you don't know, Danabo's like a friend of Dylan's. Danabo's a close associate with Dylan. Right. And Danabo's trying to talk this, like, you know, monstrous harassment troll down, trying to get them to, like, you know, leave me and everybody else on Twitch the fuck alone. And they say, you know, well, she caused, you know, Dylan's, you know, breakdown that you know, caused him to, you know, make an attempt on his own life, right? This is something that Dylan was really clear about, okay? And credit where credit is due. He said that had nothing to do with any Twitch drama. Dylan specified this, right? And Danabo made that point to this person. And you'd think that, okay, if that's what the person's worried about, if they blame NCC for, you know, what happened to Dylan, and Danabo, Dylan's close friend, says you got that wrong. You got that wrong. Talk to Dylan about that. Dylan will tell you that's not true. right? And the person keeps fucking with me for over a year after that. Then you start to understand what you're unleashing on people like Professor Flowers, right? Because like his cancellation of Professor Flowers was not just like she had a bad take, right? You know, he compared Professor Flowers to like Nazis and stuff. Right? He absolutely demonized her. So for him to try to wriggle away on this stuff, well, I don't think that her harassment was that bad and she never proved it, right? Oh my God. And you're going to ask somebody who's being overwhelmed with harassment, no, get me the screenshots. Holy shit. Look, under those conditions, you're lucky if you can even hold it together to keep doing content or, you know, communicate with your friends. Like, right, this is asking them to like, yeah, get those receipts together. And if you do, they're going to be receipts of burner accounts. And when they show them to Vaush's mods are going to say, I'm sorry, we do not have, you know, like black people suck is not a member of our community, right? Because that's the kind of names that these burner accounts are, you know, right? The names themselves are a form of harassment, right? And so this is the thing that he's claiming as like a good faith, like reaching out and trying to ameliorate the harassment that he's caused is absolute bullshit. Absolute garbage.
It might feel like harassment when it's just about, you know, it's like a bunch of individuals doing something and you're not used to it, you're not aware of it, and then you're like, it absolutely, I think the experience can absolutely be of like...
Smoke Scold is like a combination of the N-word, the T-word, the F-word, the R-word, etc. Yeah.
Harassment. The issue is that when you're accusing someone...
Shall I compare Vaush to a summer's day? He makes me irritated and cranky.
Of like
Vaush causes your boob sweat? You don't say.
Like harassment, then it kind of like puts them in a culpability position, which is not necessarily fair. But I can see why people conflate these terms because it can feel so
I'm sorry
bad,
to go
you
off
know?
on this chat.
Yeah, just like, again, I've received more racism in the past month than I have for my entire life beforehand. Like, this has driven me to be suicidal. Like, past the point, obviously, I can't keep doing the whole, like, oh, well, this is just the...
I wouldn't even compare Vaush to a summer's eve. Oh!
Natural course of, oh, how unfortunate. Because, you know,
Sarah.
what are you to do in such a position if it feels like somebody is lying about the harassment they're receiving, despite
Well,
multiple
I guess
efforts
if you
to
feel like they're
substantiate...
lying...
Well, we already know she's a liar. Even if she wasn't known to be dishonest, I would be kind of
Okay, let me ask
skeptical.
you something. Let me ask you something. Would it have not been, even if you think you're lying...
Again, one could say the same thing about you.
More optically advantageous for you to be like, if you're experiencing harassment from my community, I'm ordering my community to stop. I'm so sorry you're experiencing these things. I vehemently disagree with all your positions still, but that doesn't mean you should be like receiving hate. Wouldn't have that just like...
No, publicly said multiple times, don't contribute to any harassment against her. Also had multiple members of my mod team reach out with promises to permanently ban people from my community if they were found.
So you just got tired of repeating it, is your point?
Well, past a point, it makes you wonder if anything's really happening, you know? What, so I'm supposed to spend the rest of my life going like, okay, well, you know, I'm sorry, I just get off reading Professor Flowers' like 50-page...
That is part of the, like, look, I mean, you're making it, you know, you're describing this in an absurd kind of way, right? But part of a content creator, especially a bigger content creator's responsibility is to say those things and repeat those things. Even whenever I say this, and I'll say it again, don't harass anybody. Like, right, we're showing Vaush in a really bad light tonight, but that doesn't mean that I want you to go over and, you know, give him and his community, his mods, like, you know, shit or anything like that. That's even if you think that you're doing this on my behalf, you know, it doesn't help, and it's not what I want, right? I say that shit even though I know, like, there is a very low chance that anybody in my chat would even think to do that. We're not the side that does that shit, right? We're marginalized people over here, Vaush, okay? It's entitled, arrogant, privileged assholes that are on some kind of fragility trip that do that kind of shit. That stuff happens when No Comment Chick stands up and says like, hey Dylan, you got a problem with platforming, all right? I know you're gonna platform transphobes, so I'm not gonna even ask you to stop doing that, but at least when you do it, could you stop them from gish galloping? Because you got a lot of naive people out there that are hearing these tropes that Rob Noor is spitting for the first time in their life. And it would be nice if there was at least a limit so that that your other debaters had even a chance to push back. Because even when they push back on like 3 or 4 of those points, if Rob Noor has put out like 8 fresh tropes, 8 fresh brainworms, those are brainworms going out into the wild, right? So, you know, you say you're a trans ally. I want to believe you on that. Please, if you want to do right by us, like limit this gish gallop because we're getting killed on this. This is hurting us, right? It's that kind of shit. Or Professor Flowers, you know, calling you out on, you know, on your mischaracterization of black liberatory movements, for instance, right? That's where the harassment comes from people that are breathing and eating, drinking, and breathing entitlement, right? That's where this is coming from. Please understand that.
Manifesto on how like death squads were sent to her house who all wore like VGG merch, and then I'm like, yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Yeah. Also, if you repeatedly label somebody a Nazi, saying "Don't harass the Nazi" would not be helpful.
I'm going to issue another warning to my community to not harass you. Okay, sorry about that. Like, obviously, past
so
the
I'm
point.
asking you to be a cuck, and you're not willing to be a cuck, is what you're saying.
Fundamentally, yes.
Okay, I mean, I can't. That's just like I can't fault you for that. You know, if you don't want to be a cuck, like cucks are great.
I mean, other than to the right wing, he doesn't want to be a cuck, right?
Don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
Like he's repeating Ben Shapiro talking points, right?
If you don't want to be a cuck, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
He's like, you don't understand. I'm only a cuck for reactionary shit, okay? Not any of that SJW woke nonsense that, yeah.
should be consensual if you're going to be a cuck, right?
I would assume. Usually I'm pretty pro consent. That's how that works.
Okay,
he's
well,
a cuck for the wrong people.
Situation to being a cuck, so I'm not going to promulgate that narrative to my community or give them the
You're
impression.
no fun. Just consent. I'm coercing you to consent.
And again, we'll talk about that word later, okay? You know, because there is a problematic history behind that term, right? And I'm just saying it because that's like his that's the language in his community. That's you know the way that they say these things. But really, what he's trying to say is just kind of being. The meaning of that is you know somebody that gives in, right? But yeah, there's like there's a reason that you might not want to use that word if you're a real leftist. There's some shit that you might not realize that you're perpetuating. We will talk about that on another night, though. I've only got so much time.
I'm not going to consent to being a cuck on this. I'm a cuck. I'm already a part of the online left. I'm part of the most cucked like political wing of American
You
discourse
say
right
that
now.
as you shoot inside your own tank and whine about how you hate your people.
PF is not in my tank. I'm no genocider. And also,
Oh
frankly,
my God.
I don't think...
Wait, does she need to be excised from the left? Is this going to be like a Keffel's take here?
The people who like Professor Flowers are much in my tank either. There's a pretty huge gap, I think, between people who are actually on the left and people who are synthetically or optically on the left.
Yo, motherfucker said synthetic leftists, right? Listen, whenever I talk about Vaush, okay, I'll use words like loser leftist. I try to not say that he's a fake leftist, right? I can see, you know, like I can see, I'm tempted, right? But there's a reason that I don't say that. And there's a reason I definitely don't say synthetic leftist. That is Caleb Maupin language. That is Caleb Maupin language. That is what Caleb Maupin calls people like Vaush, right? The synthetic left, meaning that like he's the real left, right? And Caleb Maupin has a very, you know, reactionary, you know, take on leftism, right? He's got the class analysis, but he thinks we're all too obsessed with ID poll, right? Peter Coffin, right? He's got the class analysis, but he thinks that we're all moved by social capital, right? This is Nazgul Vortex shit, Vaush, and I tried to give you some credit. Right? Because I know earlier in your career, there were a lot of people calling you a Strasserite. And I don't think that's where you're at. I don't think that's exactly where you're at. I think you have some right-wing brainworms, all right? I think you unironically, like, you know, give people like Ben Shapiro too much credit. I think you look at the left and you see weakness and you want to make us strong, right? And you think that the way that we're going to become, you're like, yeah, the right is strong and the left is weak. And if we want to be strong, we got to be more like the right on these issues. Yeah, we're going to be strong by giving into the right. We're going to be strong by waving the white flag. Vaush, who is a cuck here? Who exactly is a cuck? Right? And you just bass-backward stepped into the doo-doo of Caleb Maupin's bullshit. Right? This guy has poop on his shoe. And that is Caleb Maupin's poop that you are tracking around my tank, Vaush. And yes, I did say my tank. Anyway, enough take meisters, enough take meisters.
There are lots of things that may appear progressive that actually aren't. A good example for
oh yeah, by the way, see that sub goal down there? Like, right? It says 170, but the real goal is 200. What's going to happen at 200? Let me remind you once again. Let me remind you once again what happens at when we hit 200. Not penny and stocking. That is not what happens. So I always do cosplays for my goals, right? And this is the cosplay that I'm gonna do, right? You get me to 200 sub points, okay? And I'm gonna do Colonel Nanuchka from the gorgeous Ladies of Wrestling, okay? You ready for this? Here she is. Wait, is there somebody doing react to this? I feel like there's somebody talking over the tape. Oh yeah. So I'm gonna do that. That is the exact cosplay that I'm gonna do. Yes, chat, complete with the hammer and sickle tattoo, just to trigger the debate bros, just to piss them off, just to get them calling me a tanky, because I love to hear it. I've been called a fake tanky before enough. I'm gonna get called a real tanky by these debate bros when I come out dressed as Colonel Nanuchka. This is so quiet. You know what this is, chat? Do you hear the voice? That's a German translation of what's being said. That's somebody translating this into German.
Sag dem kleinen Mädchen nach Hause zu gehen und weiter Blümchen zu pflücken.
Amy, hau ihr die Blumen um die Ohren. Los, mach das jetzt.
I mean, Vaush just unironically called us synthetic leftists, so I feel like he's given up his claim to be called a leftist. He's a Maupinite. You heard it here first, folks. Vaush is a Maupinite. Vaush is a Coffinite.
Sie sagt, es ist einfach nur schlecht erzogen. Die Notchka, das ist hier ein Geschenk, meint sie, das nimmst du jetzt an. Geschenke hat man auch.
But yeah, there's the cosplay that I'm gonna do, Nanuchka. This is unironically how the debate bros see me, though. Oh. Okay, anyway, we can't watch the violence. We can't watch. Well, I don't know what Twitch's stand on fake wrestling violence is, but yeah, that's what we'll do if we get to 200, just to piss off the debate bros.
Would be
anyway,
black separatist types on Twitter. I saw this recently. So there are two TikTok entertainers. One of them's skinny, one of them's very muscular. They're both black, and basically they do minstrelry of themselves. Like, they're two black guys, and they'll do the whole shuck and jive watermelon fried chicken thing.
I love how Dat Katie is steamrolling Vaush.
And you know, it's a free country, but they have angered a lot of black people. They have a lot of choice words for those two individuals. And I was seeing a big thread where black people were not happy with this behavior, which understandable. It's basically minstrelry, just you're doing it as a black person. And then I look in the thread a little bit, and I notice that all of these people who are like very like anti-black oppression, they're very like, hey man, like how the fuck is this going to help us with like liberation movements, blah, blah, blah. And then you look a little bit further, and a lot of them are like incredibly fucking homophobic. A lot of them are like incredibly transphobic. I see a lot of like, and then I start see people defend Kanye, and I see people start saying, well, Kanye is actually like an uncucked brother.
I've heard people defend Kanye. Polly, have you ever heard anybody defend Kanye? Does that sound familiar? I feel like recently, fairly recently, within the last few months, have you heard somebody? I feel like there's somebody that defends Kanye. I feel like he's some kind of a VTuber, right? Some kind of a VTube frog defending Kanye, unironically. And this asshole right here, this asshole does Q&As on his Discord server. Yeah? You want to talk about somebody that defends Kanye? How about your friend Doobie, Vaush?
You know, even though he's openly said he sides with white supremacists, and they started talking about how he actually hasn't said anything anti-Semitic, and it's like, interesting. From the outside, this thread might look like it's progressive. They're criticizing a racist bit of behavior. In reality, these people are fucking psychos.
Ian, I have to pee. I'm so sorry.
Well, the sentence was done right there, or series of sentences, so you're free to go.
Thank you so much.
Wow. I mean, look, that's the way to end a debate. You know, Keffel says, I gotta go. Logan Paul is trying to give my cat an abortion, right? I think Ian, I gotta pee is much stronger. Yes.
So sorry to anyone in the audience who wanted this stream to contain literally anything but this conversation. We were having this conversation.
That is beautiful.
I'm enjoying it. I'm here. Start this at the 12-minute mark. Okay.
I'm not going to answer the question because you literally are proving my point. So there are a lot of people who are
there's more?
genocidal, and I just want to clear up what I mean. What I mean to say is that there is no amount of violence.
Oh, we've seen this. We've seen this clip recently. Yeah, the one where she does the whole
It's not
freak
actually
out,
the
like,
end.
Haha. Good thing we're not genocidal. Here, if I open up the transcript and I search for colonizer.
Okay, sorry.
So anyway, as I was saying, you know, sometimes people can appear to be on the left or to be progressive.
That was a quick pee.
And they're not.
I agree. Something I want to tell you because I.
Yeah. Like, and those people often call others synthetic leftists too. Yeah, I would say so. Yo, I'm trying so hard, right? It's too old of a meme, okay? I know you want it, chat. I know you feel it, all right? But I'm not gonna call Vaush a Strasserite. That is too old of a meme, okay? I cannot go back. That is long past history, okay? All right, but seriously, I'm so tempted. He stepped right into that Caleb Maupin doo-doo.
I think it's funny because other than that, and like
you're a quick peer,
being disappointed in your gun takes, I think I'm done.
Archie puked on him. Oh my God, your cat puked on him. Why, God? Oh, why?
So there was a time, I don't remember when it was.
Wait, did somebody say that they had Sarah, there you are. Sarah, you said you got some good content for me after this. You got something that'll make me feel good. Is that right? Are you in our Discord? Can we get you to put that link, either that or maybe send the link to one of our mods? You should be in our Discord. If you're not in our Discord, side eye for not being on our Discord. But like, yeah, like you said, you got something for me, right?
That you said
Holly with the cope emote. Hell yeah.
That
NB, I'd respect your decision. Just know that if you changed your mind. Oh yeah. Okay, sorry. I'm getting into chat's conversations.
Your name is Vaush, and I thought that was serious. So I thought your actual name was Vaush for like 1.5 years.
It's not the worst name, you know. I think it sounds a little
I liked
cool.
it.
I mean, what's wrong with Irish Laddie? What's wrong with Irish Laddie?
I thought it was funny. Yeah.
Well,
are you not proud of your Irish laddiness?
Apart from the gun takes, though, it's a pretty interesting intersection to be apparently like radically anti-Israel, but to be liberal on gun takes.
I'm liberal on gun takes? What the fuck?
Are you more pro-gun than I am?
I am anti-gun.
Yeah, that would be liberal on gun takes. Oh, sorry, not liberal in the sense that you're liberal about their use. Liberal in the sense that you would align with American liberals on anti-gun legislation.
No, I'm way...
Look, Vaush, here's how I feel about guns, okay? When I take off my panties, they become a gun. Okay?
To the left of like...
He's so brain broken.
Well, I guess you would claim that some leftist anarchists are pro-gun.
I would say the leftist position is to be pro-gun, and that it's a liberal position to be anti-gun.
Okay, well, my progressive position is that...
No, the real leftist position is you gotta fillet guns, right? You gotta put a condom over the nozzle and just go down on that bitch.
Guns are dumb, and I think it's considering
This is such an American thing to say, Ameribrand.
how you've literally stated that you agree and have looked at the research, and there
I don't think you like guns like I like guns, Vaush. I have a very intimate relationship with guns.
is more harm in having guns in the general population. For you to be willing to sacrifice that for the leftist context, and
I would
guess
sacrifice anything for the leftist context.
Well, I believe that.
God, am I being extra edgy tonight? What's up with me? Chat, who do I blame for my edginess?
Your explanation to why you ended up kind of having the position that you do is because you think it is.
I'm just feeling extra edgy. I don't know.
To like confiscate the guns from the general population, right?
Well, there's like 400 million guns in America. Any practical effort to disarm the population would not be successful. What's more, the population that I want disarmed isn't just random people, it's far-right militias who would literally rather die than give up their guns. So no, the guns are here to stay. But as long as these guns are already here, I would rather them be in our hands and not theirs.
Well, then just a quick clarification. Would it then be fair to say that you are anti-gun on a moral level, but like pro-gun on a pragmatist level, kind of like how you are pro-one state, but you don't think it's a legitimate like IRL solution, so you are actually for 2 states?
It depends on the circumstances.
Look, to be honest, I don't have much of a choice when it comes to guns. Like, we live in a state, the United States, and that state is full to the brim with hog cops, all right? And any kind of legislature, you know, taking guns away from people, they're not going to take the guns away from the hogs, right? They're going to take the guns away from the marginalized people. Like, any gun that's in a truck rack is staying, okay? Realistically speaking. And like I said, like, look, I've got a lot of heaven coin to collect, okay? Before I can get back to heaven. And I'm going to need those guns. We got Elf, we got Cat Girls. But do we have that content that you were telling me? You had some really good content for me, right, Sarah? You had something for me to watch after this, because I'm gonna need something. I'm gonna need something to take my mind off of this garbage that Vaush is spitting. Yes, it's in my DMs. Yes, Sarah, you are so on this. You are so on this. Sarah, you are on this. Dat Katie, you are on this. Everybody is on this, right? And here I am just trying to cook my food, getting stun-locked by everything, talking about collecting heaven coin with my panty gun. Like, that's where we're at, chat. That's unironically where we're at.
And both of my conditions here are pragmatic.
I've like literally got a gun in my panties. That's how pro-gun I am.
Morally, my belief that people owning guns is good or bad is going to be determined by the outcome.
It is a hype day. Yeah, it kind of is.
I don't think that people in like the UK, like lefties in England, I don't think they should be like fighting for laxer gun laws. I don't think there's any purpose to that whatsoever. I think it would be completely
yeah, people in UK just need to be working on your MMA skills and your no, just kidding.
Do that. But in America, where gun ownership is already near ubiquitous, I'm fully in favor of making sure that the right people have them.
Okay. I assume you don't have anything to say to me since I came to shit on you.
Well, I'm not as familiar with your prescriptions, so probably not. But I'd say it's been a pretty robust conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really appreciate the time and the space.
Is that how you characterize it, Vaush?
I'm really happy.
Robust.
I feel like it was productive, even if you might not. So, yeah.
No, I enjoyed the conversation. Thank you. Do you want to shout yourself out?
Yeah, I think I did the beginning. I'm on Twitch. It's Dat Katie, DATKATEE. It's always hard for me to spell that out because I'm an ESL.
One T, 2 E's, right? Wait, no, technically 3 T's. No, 2 T's. Because there's one in... Anyway, chat, I don't know what I'm trying to say here. You know what I'm trying to say, though.
So I think I
You
got
know
it
what
right.
I'm trying to say.
And yeah, thank you so much. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, have a wonderful day. I did as well.
You too. I will absolutely DM you the bullshit about Professor Flowers.
Feel free.
Thank you.
My name is my name. I know. I just wanted to like make sure, like usually the hard things are like which letters are doubled and which letters are singled, right? Like, because like if I could see anybody messing up your name, it'd be like forgetting the 2 E's, or it'd be like putting 2 T's in there, but there kind of are. Yes, Slade, exactly. That was brutal. That was absolutely brutal. That was sick. What a sick hit. So what do I have in my... Let's see, what are in my DMs? Chat, you don't want to know. You don't want to know what's in my DMs, okay? None of the debate bros want you to know either what's in my DMs. If I were ever to just get super edgy and just start releasing DMs, there'd be some debate bros that were very nervous indeed, right? But we're gonna look for some DMs here that are let's see, the Trans Agenda Dynasty. Let's check this out. What is this? I already made them nervous. That's enough. All right. I just have to tease it, chat. I just have to tease it. Okay, so wait. Epilepsy warning. If you react in a bad way to flashing lights... Wait a minute. I mean, are we good as far as, like... Are we good as far as copyright goes? Because you know I'm streaming this to YouTube too, right? What is in the DMs indeed? Don't you want to know? What is this?
Der Asphalt brennt, die Wolken stehen tief. Heute ist der Tag eurer Dystopie. Pures Glück, das durch meine Venen fließt. Das ist die große Party, die ich euch vermies. Spürt ihr meine Freude? Hört ihr das Gewitter? Meine Augen funkeln, meine Zunge bitter. Ein Feuerwerk. Große Euphorie. Willkommen in der Transagender-Dynastie. Ich bringe aggressives Kerosin in meinem Kanister. TERFs kriegen von mir gar nichts außer Mittelfinger. Es gibt endlich auf die Fresse, das geschieht euch recht. Ich und meine Trans-Cuties feiern heute ein Fest. Eure Theorie zerbricht in 1000 Splitter. Wir sind keine ausgedachte Dunkelziffer. Wir sind eine Mio-Existenzen. Eure Meinung ist keine Meinung, das ist Bullshit, ihr Pisser. Ihr seid kein neuer feministischer Flex. Ihr labert Scheiße im Netz. Glaubt, ihr seid das Gesetz? Doch eure erfundenen Regeln sind der letzte Dreck. JKs Aposteln, dass ich nicht lache. Ich kick euch alle weg, ey. Diese miesen Argumente, getarnt als Protest, die hab ich schon als Kleinkind in der Luft zerfetzt. Hab die Taktik gecheckt, ja, ich gönn mir den Sekt. Denn ihr habt keine Chance, nein, ihr kriegt mich nicht. Ihr kriegt mich, ihr kriegt mich nicht.
Ein bisschen, vielleicht.
Ihr kriegt mich, ihr kriegt mich nicht. Ich habe alles, was ihr vermisst. Der Asphalt brennt, die Wolken stehen tief. Was gibt's heute zum Mittagessen? Ich glaube Beef. Ich chill im Fitnessstudio, draußen Apokalypse. Ihr macht Pausen? Ich mach Liegestütze. Ich bin die hotteste Maus, werd euch alle frittieren und leise lächeln, wenn eure Herzen erfrieren. So kaltblütige Scheiß-TERFs, die haben alle Schiss vor ihrer eigenen Queerness. Niemand ist cis und niemand hört euch zu, ja? Ich bin trans und hab gewonnen, ihr seid Loser. Mache Hate zu Cash, mir geht's super. Ihr habt keinen Style und ich bin cute. Ja, ich chille, ich habe keine Eile. Ich werde immer reicher und ihr seid bald pleite. Ja, ihr zählt eure Sorgen und ich zähl meine Scheine. Ich zieh große Kreise und ihr zieht jetzt Leine. Ihr kriegt mich, ihr kriegt mich nicht. Tränen aus nein, ihr kriegt mich nicht.
I feel like trans rights is a universal language. Oh my god, wait. Oh my god, I'm trying to remember. Wait, level 1. Like, we gotta find, okay, like, look, we gotta, like, yes, fun. That's the one. That's the one. Oh my god, chat. Okay, look, if we're gonna represent some German, we gotta represent some Spanish. Are you ready? Are you ready for this? Queerness is the universal language.
Girls just wanna have fun. I just wanna have sex in a car. Así que dale ring ring, me apetece un fling tú y yo. Dream dream, come and make me scream. Girls just wanna have fun. I just wanna have sex in a car. Así que dale ring ring, me apetece un fling tú y yo. Dream dream, come and make me scream.
You know what I'm doing? I'm like holding up pads. Like when I do this move, it's Tide pads, right? I'm like, kick. I'm training you, chat. You're my warriors.
Si saco las uñas te puedo arañar. Cat, kitty, cat, cat, kitty, cat, cat. Corta las cámaras, córtala ya. Cat, kitty, cat, kitty, cat, cat. A medio camino entre king y queen. Dejé la magia pero sigo siendo queer. Contenido exclusivo como un OnlyFans. Lo hago pa' mi niña nada más. Si saco las uñas te puedo arañar. Cat, kitty, cat, cat, kitty, cat, cat. Corta las cámaras, córtala ya. Cat, 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 cat. Cat, kitty, cat, cat, kitty, cat, cat. Cat, 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 cat. Cat, kitty, cat, cat, kitty, cat, cat. Cat, kitty, cat, kitty, cat, cat. Girls just wanna have fun. I just wanna have sex in a car. Así que dale ring ring, me apetece un fling tú y yo. Dream dream, come and make me scream. Girls just wanna have fun. I just wanna have sex in a car. Así que dale ring ring, me apetece un fling tú y yo. Dream dream, come and make me scream.
Oh my god, I love this. This is level 1. Wait, do we want to go for this? Are you ready for this, chat?
Hey, Ina! Check out this neat trick! Look, there are already some people here. What idiots. Luckily, not many more will be showing up.
I want to go home. I don't like this party. I'm allergic to people.
You know, it smells like I'll finally be able to make my wish. Come on, Anna. Jenna. Come on, don't ruin my moment.
I keep hearing voices inside my head. They tell me to eat my veggies.
I just had the bestest idea. We'll make a bet. Whoever reaches the top of the Great Runas and makes their wish first has to pay the debts of the loser.
Pay your debts? That sounds awful.
Yeah, but it's a proper punishment.
I mean, that's fair.
You hear that?
It's the Runas! Oh my god, chat, it's the Runas! We gotta make it to the top!
No way! The Great Runas is here! The bet's on! Now let's get him! So it goes.
I can't go on! I want to change anything! Someone,
I'm giving you an advantage, you know. Just go.
Okay, are you ready? Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! 48 seconds, let's go! Let's go! Alright, let's go through there. Yeah, there we go, there we go. Okay, yeah, over here. Over there. No, wait, not there. Oh, over there. Yes. Go there. Yes. Okay, yeah. Oh, wait, what's over here? Oh, wait, yes, there we go.
Yeah, my intro.
We gotta pick up some items.
It was very, very impressive. Stunning. I suppose you're here to save the youth.
Nice weather. What conspiracies are we cooking on the menu today?
Finally, language I can spit at. Anyway, it seems you are trying to climb the Great Runas to get a wish. My only hope is you achieve your righteous mission before this event expires.
Verily, you preach true, honest words.
Pretty much.
I will watch over your quest from here.
Seems legit,
Flying
right?
makes me itchy. Plus, you know, it's fun to watch all the bodies falling.
Okay, we're running out of time. We gotta go. Yes, down there. Yes, over here. Oh, look, over around. Yeah, there's it's an NPC. Okay. What does this NPC have?
Buenas, comadre. ¿No le gustaría algunos dulces para guardar estos momentazos? Dulces para su cafecita, para su cuerpo,
I'm horrendously sorry.
But I've been assigned to a secret mission, and I ought to make haste.
To run!
We got the Turon. Let's go. Oh shit, we're running out of time. Quick, go. Go! Oh shit, what's going on? Okay. Did we make it? I'm not sure how time works. Did we make it? Well, at least we got the Turon. We need the Turon. I think that's gonna be important. Okay, so big pile of bodies, hi. Okay, what's that? Oh yeah, doorway. Let's go there. That seems like the good place to go, right? Okay, here we go. Up the stairs. Time is wibbly wobbly, Tommy windy. If you go by what David Tennant said in the Doctor in Doctor Who. Wait, which one is that? I don't remember the I can't keep my doctors straight. Oh shit. Okay, so here we go. I bet they can help us find the Runas.
Hark! I believe I'm in dire need of your services to learn my current whereabouts.
The celebration is over, but it seems your greedy soul brought you here.
I do have a greedy soul, yeah.
You are bearing witness to the incredulous residents of our Great Runas. Unfortunate for you, the divine door is fully closed now.
No! Must I assume there is no escape from these lands until that door opens? Well, how much longer until the next celebration?
Years.
That's a lot! Nevertheless, I will find a way to reach the Great Runas and make my wish.
I have a bet to win.
In that case, your way to our great Runas is through the holy code behind you. But heed this warning.
Desires are never fulfilled.
Nor quenched. You will fail. 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 Fail.
Fail.
Like the rest of them. Like the rest of them.
Like the rest of them.
Oh shit. There's the holy code.
Punishment is imminent.
Wait, I mean, I'm already in eternal punishment, right? So I feel like nothing is lost. That was the sentence, right? Eternal punishment for my innocent sin. It's kind of a bop. Oh, look, a tank! Is that the tank that I'm not supposed to shoot inside of?
Еще один Энна-баламут. Погоди, наш великий Рунас уже не
Oh my god,
дает
thank you, Dual M!
Dare I ask you for
Thank you
some
for the
private
400
time with the
bits.
famous entity?
Никто не пройдет. Великий Рунас был бы очень злой, если бы какой-то простак, как ты, появился в его любимом месте. А? Это Турон?
Турон?
Турон! 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 Возможно, ты выиграл
How do I
эту
stay
войну,
awake
но
this
проиграл
long?
битву.
It's
Возьми
'cause I'm
это
magic.
крови. Это значит, ты собираешь щедрее предложения для нас.
Ooh.
Продолжай. Вперед и внеси святой кодекс.
So cute!
Найди голубой.
How are you that cute? What is this spectacle? Good question, right? This is Ina? Ina? I'm not sure how you pronounce it. Anna? Okay, there we go. Into the holy code. Alright, where are we going here? Where are we going? Oh shit. Oh shit, did we fall out of time? Are we still in the same, like... Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay, I feel like I've been here before though, right? Are you getting... Oh shit.
なんでそんなにバナナ見てるの？あんたそれ好きなの？悪趣味ね。
Yes, that's right. Yes.
まずあんた誰なの？この自分大好きキモータバナナ信者が。
Surprise ready. Yes.
なんてこと？それはあんたと違う味だけど。
You're all living a lie!
あ、まあ、あんたは合格できるでしょうね。私はあんたのこと好きじゃないけど。まっすぐ進んで次は右、3番目の穴を選びなさい。
Drink the blood and smoke the banana. Yes.
何よ、それ。
Yes. Here we go, here we go. Okay. Okay. What do we have here? Okay, so not the first door, not the second door, but the third door, that one. Yes, yes, that one. All right, here we are, somewhere. Eat the... Oh no.
What's the data, Theta? Hey, you're pretty cute for a newbie, but now's not the time for me to go off on a tangent. The name's Findall. Don't wear it out. Do you know why
Got it
camels
memorized?
don't do professional wrestling? Because they... Ha! That's dolphin humor for you.
How are things, Dolphin?
Things are wicked.
Okay.
Seems like you're ready for the initial interview ritual.
Sound good?
Well, it's a
Look upon
fist
my work,
fight.
T-Mighty.
So, prepare to scrap. Kerpow!
Why is everyone punching me so softly today?
Quit the hitting and finish the job! Whoa, 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 whoa. Take a chill pill. I meant no ill will. Here's the new prescription. No initial interview for you. Just stain the water red and the pyramid door will open. That's door number 5. My star, cha!
Okay, stain the water red. I don't see any water though. We gotta find the water somehow. Yeah, how do I stay awake for this long? Oh yeah, Minecraft. We just gotta throw the Eye of Ender. Okay, there we go. There's the water. I think that's the water. Stain it red though. Yeah, I mean, I hope that was food dye. Oh no, here I really feel like I've been here before. Does it seem familiar, chat? Do you remember this place? Oh my god!
Lunch money. It looks like I'm the best and you're the worst. Wonder who got the chest hair.
Chest hair, yeah.
Where are we anyways?
I don't know. Seems like the bedroom of the Great Runas.
I mean,
it's
look.
pretty lame though. And by the way, Runas doesn't look all that handsome in person.
Dearest chum, could I inquire how your physical form was able to reach this place in such a short duration of time?
You are asking too many questions, buddy.
Can I ask for one more?
Yes.
Would you kindly reveal the wish you made to me?
I'm not telling you. You were going to make fun of me.
No. I would never make fun. Cheese and rice.
Cheese and rice, Mooney.
All right. I wish to be thinner. So what?
I mean, I can't say I wouldn't make the same wish. I know it's shallow, chat. I should really think of something better to wish for. I'll work on it, okay? I'll work on it. In the meanwhile, I want you to say hi to my very good friend Willow, right? And we're gonna not just go out with this music, right? Meow, Amanda Pan. Oh wait. I'll check.
No comment check. Hello. Thank you so much for the follow.
Let me see if I can redirect this raid.
Before. Hi, Irene. Are you still streaming? I guess you're not if you're here. Oh, you're
Yes, I'm not streaming? Oh, is that what you think?
Yes, it's nice to have you here.
Is that what you think? Okay, I think I redirected it. Did I do it? Did I? Oh my, no! Oh no! Oh my god. God damn it. Amanda Panda, I don't assume you'll watch the VOD. But I tried to redirect you. Or redirect us. Oh, I only figured out Amanda Panda was streaming. Oh.
Yeah, it's like I was thinking that those like 3 skeletons that I took on were gonna be like, oh yeah, well that's like, you know.
Okay, anyway, we're gonna have to
run away, are you?
Amanda Panda Sensei another night. I've had so much fun. I hope you've had fun, Vaush.
Oh gosh.
And I hope you're not expecting any hot mics,
I mean, it's
right?
too late for you, but it's like
no hot mics tonight. But
I see you're trying to get
I need to get down people's streaming schedule so I can hit up the people that
become better at intimidation. Oh, okay.
Oh my god. Well, we're already.
Did I actually intimidate him? Is that it?
I thought I switched the raid. I thought I canceled the raid to Willow and oh god. I mean, I want to raid Willow. I want to raid Amanda. I want to raid everybody. But we will. I just have to stream more, okay? And I need to get Amanda Panda's streaming schedule, right? And Cryptid Mage and all kinds of people. Oh yeah, Nabil. Okay. We need to raid Nabil. There's so many people that we need to raid. So many people.
No comment chick is raiding with a party of 6.
What?
Hello.
Okay, I raided both. How did that happen?
Irene, how are you doing?
Oh my god.
I thought you raided into Willow. I'm what?
I'm so confused.
So how are you doing? How is everyone?
Yes.
We did. For anyone who's new here, I'm Amanda Panda Sensei. I am so confused too. So I guess we did 2 raids. That's okay. I mean, I'm not going to complain. So how are you all doing? For anyone who is new here, I'm Amanda Panda Sensei. I stream from Yokohama, Japan. Today we are playing some EverQuest. So it's a fun, free MMO. And I am a rogue. I'm just trying to get good at stabbing the undead.
We did 2 raids.
I was going to raid Willow, but saw you last minute and tried to redirect. I guess it split us up. Okay.
That's so wild.
No, well, I mean, it's the thought that counts, so I'm really happy that you're here.
Oh my god, what a weird night.
So yeah, I
I guess it's kind of epic. Wait, what are you playing?
I was talking a little bit about my my whatchamacallit, my my interview that I had today. So yes, that was fun. yeah, so I'm like, you know, trying some old school stuff. Oh gosh, mummified corpse just found me. No, I don't wanna. Yeah, it's like, I heard it's like really in depth and stuff, and like, you know, it does seem like it's, you know, there's a lot of like stuff to do, but oh gosh, this mummified corpse I do not want to deal with. But yeah, I have, XX Jeep has been helping me, like, cause a lot of like, people who are more familiar with the game have been like joining me because I, you know, advertise that I am very new to this game and don't know what I'm doing. So luckily people have been very kind and pointing out nice things. But yeah, so, well, Irene, I know that your stream went well, but, cause I was there and I was hanging out a little bit. Yeah, this is an MMO. This is, I'm just like not really good at MMO things, so I'm like, okay, I'm gonna give it a try. Hello, Sarah! Yay! Yeah, it is really awesome. So I'm just, stabbing away and, let me elbow strike. And then, been playing this game since like 2003. I'm glad I can provide at least some help. Oh gosh, I got like a bunch of people on me right now. A bunch of these things are just like, oh no, some things have just spawned. I'm probably gonna die. Okay, yeah, just please keep on trying to attack my, healer and just let me backstab you all. That sounds like a really good idea. Let's see. Getting better at intimidation. Okay. Should run after you kill this one, maybe. Yeah. I should probably run. Oh, gosh darn it, you ran away. Ran away from me. Get down here.
I'm not stopped streaming yet, am I? Oh, okay, anyway, I am technically sniping Amanda Panda Sensei, but I don't think that Amanda Panda Sensei minds. We ended up raiding 2 people.
14, 12.
It split us up.